His head was heavy and his throat was parched. His head throbbed with a dull ache. He opened his eyes as if exhausting all his strength. What met his eyes was an antique-style small mansion, and he was lying on a tatami. The surroundings were very comfortable and waves of floral fragrance slowly drifted in. It was refreshing and pleasant. "Where is this?" he silently questioned. Parched with thirst, he saw a teapot on the table beside the bed. He picked it up, tilted his head back and drank greedily, gulping down the entire contents in one go. Finally, feeling much more comfortable, he stretched his back with satisfaction. His eyes inadvertently glanced at the mirror beside him. "Who is this?" While speaking, he touched his body, examined his reflection in the mirror and repeatedly pinched himself. He suddenly sighed. Right, how could it be? With more than a dozen experts of the same level and the use of spatial sealing, I must have died without a trace. So it turned out that the young man before him was once an ordinary Shinobi youth from Blue Star. Around the age of 20, he suddenly awakened spatial abilities, was recruited by a special department and served his country. By cultivating the nation's internal arts and mental techniques, he made great progress. Because of his powerful spatial abilities, he was entrusted with an important mission. During a mission, he was ambushed by hostile forces, attacked by over a dozen experts of the same level, and died. He then woke up here. As he recalled the past events, a sharp pain again struck his head, and the memories of the original owner of this body surged up. This continent was the world of the original Blue Star anime Naruto. The continent had 5 major nations: the land of fire, the land of lightning, the land of earth, the land of wind, and the land of water. There were dozens of medium-sized nations such as the land of soup, and dozens of small nations such as the land of bears. Powerful nations all had corresponding ninja villages. The strength of a nation was often linked to the strength of its ninja village. However, the combat power of this world was not limited to ninjas alone. There were also the declining samurai system, yin-yang masters, and several other power systems. The original body was born in the very small land of vegetables, whose territory was about 1/50th of the land of fire. The land of vegetables bordered the land of soup to the north, the sea to the south, the world's largest country the land of fire to the west, and the world's second largest country the land of lightning to the north. This geographical location should have been a place of war, but due to the fact that the land of vegetables was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and the sea on one side, although it was a large plain inside, it was not conducive to large-scale troop movements. Usually only ninjas from various countries would pass through here for intelligence or shortcuts. Additionally, the land of vegetables recognized the land of fire as its suzerain, so it was protected by the land of fire. Thus it had rarely been affected by war. Because it was a plain, it produced grain and was the military food production base of the land of fire. Once war broke out, the land of vegetables had to provide men and food to support the land of fire, while the land of fire only needed to pay normal peacetime fees. Even so, in the history of the land of vegetables there had been several incidents of rogue ninjas plundering the country, but they were all settled by the land of fire. In simple terms, the whole country was all about farming, not very wealthy, with poor transportation, and the boss was formidable. The original body was the patriarch of the Lily family, the largest, actually the only ninja clan in the land of vegetables. His parents had been conscripted by the Hidden Leaf village of the land of fire 2 months ago to fight against the Hidden Stone village on the border with the land of earth, and they died in battle. 10-year-old Hao Yi succeeded to the position of clan leader, becoming the youngest patriarch of the Lily family. The original owner, eager to avenge his father as soon as possible, studied hard and overworked himself, which gave the transmigrator an opportunity. As luck would have it, this Hao Yi, like his previous life, was also a genius. He was the rarest talent in a century in the land of vegetables. Because it was poor and backward, there were no real geniuses. He was born with dual wind and fire attributes, had broad meridians, and at only 10 years old he was already proficient in flower ninjutsu. By ninja standards he should be an elite chunin. At the same time, he was the strongest in the clan. Yes, the strongest was an elite chunin. Haha, this shows that the legend of the 7 swordsmen of the mist destroying a country overnight is not an exaggeration. With the strength of the land of vegetables, even one of the 7 swordsmen could annihilate it. Hao Yi absorbed the experiences of the original body and recalled the plot of Naruto that he was obsessed with when he was a teenager. The land of vegetables appeared in Naruto when Naruto was about 13 years old. At that time, the land of vegetables was easily destroyed by 3 evil ninjas, leaving only 2 ninjas, Lily no Jo and Kiku no Jo, who followed the selfish Princess Haruna. And as for himself, he didn't even get a chance to appear. He probably either died in the War of Annihilation or in some previous battle. He was a complete forgettable cannon fodder. Having just transmigrated, Hao Yi immediately worried about the future. No, I absolutely cannot be at anyone's mercy. Heaven has given me a chance to be reborn. Even if I cannot become a strong person, I must strive to become powerful so as not to waste this opportunity granted by heaven. Moreover, in this life I am at least a clan leader. In the land of vegetables I am above all but one at the top. As long as I work hard, yes, as long as I work hard. Hao Yi's conviction was instantly strengthened. Creak, the door was gently pushed open. Clan leader, you're awake. A girl with an oval face was holding a bowl of medicine looking at him with a happy expression. Hello Sister Yuan, Hao Yi said, recalling the girl in front of him based on the original body's memories. Of course this was not because the original owner had a good memory but because almost all the elders of the clan had died after the last conscription by the Hidden Leaf village of the Land of Fire. This Lily Yuan was the only female Chunin left, so she was assigned to guard and take care of Hao Yi. Clan leader, please lie down. Don't move around now that you've just woken up. Drink this medicine first. With that, Lily Yuan scooped up a spoonful of the medicinal soup, blew on it and brought it to Hao Yi's mouth. Hao Yi remained silent, quietly enjoying all of this. Although the medicine was bitter, he showed nothing. In his previous life, even as an elite in the special department, he had never received such care. In this life I must protect all of this. Hao Yi thought silently. I'll go inform your brothers later. They've been very worried too. Lily Yuan said with a smile. Alright, just report that I'm safe. Don't let them come visit me yet. I'm not fully recovered. Once I'm better I'll go see them myself. By the way, can you prepare some food? I'm a bit hungry. Oh, I'm sorry clan leader, I forgot. I'll have it prepared right away, Lily Yuan said apologetically. Haha, it's nothing, Hao Yi replied with an awkward laugh. Soon 3 simple side dishes were brought in, accompanied by Hao Yi's 4 brothers. Clan leader, you mustn't practice so excessively from now on. Cultivation is not something to rush, and this revenge is not your burden alone, the brothers spoke in a flurry. Okay, I understand brothers. Hao Yi looked at the brothers before him, feeling touched. It's really warm. The 4 before him were not Hao Yi's biological brothers but his cousins. Their fathers had died in successive conscription missions from the Hidden Leaf village. Hao Tian carefully observed the 4 closest people before him. Perhaps due to genetics, the purest bloodline of the Lily family, including himself, all had blue hair. The one with the perm-like hair on the far left was the eldest brother, Fire Wave, 18 years old, skilled in fire release. The second with spiky hair was Nara, 17, skilled in genjutsu. The third with a braid was the 4th brother, Tsukima, 15, skilled in summoning arts, a type of flower ninja secret technique. The one with a short buzz cut on the far right was the 3rd brother, Xiaoxing, 16, skilled in making traps and building houses. The technique involved summoning a giant carnivorous flower from the ground beneath the target, instantly swallowing them. The stomach of the flower was filled with a sleeping agent, so the swallowed person would be knocked unconscious and the stomach fluid could provide nutrients for the caster to survive. After swallowing the enemy, it returned to the summoning world and could be summoned again when needed. It was a very powerful but also limited technique. Apart from me, only he knew it. The one on the far right was the 3rd brother, Xiaoxing, 16, skilled in making traps and building houses. These were all the Chunin of the Lily family. Brothers, don't worry. I'll be fine and we'll all be fine. Hao Yi spoke firmly while eating. The 4 looked at each other, nodded and smiled with relief. The 4 brothers looked at each other, nodded in mutual understanding and smiled with relief. The 4 brothers looked at each other, nodded in mutual understanding and smiled with relief. Nara looked at Hao Yi carefully and said with concern, Clan leader, is there anywhere else you feel uncomfortable? Should we call a physician to take a look? No. It would be more practical to spend the physician's fee on better equipment to arm ourselves and increase our survival rate. Hao Yi thought of the skill level of physicians in the vegetable country and sighed, making a helpless joke. Don't just talk about me. I was only unconscious due to a moment's carelessness. Haha, don't be sad. Your little brother is still as strong as ever. What about you all? Have you been training these past few days? Any progress? Hao Yi casually changed the subject, diverting the conversation. Before the brothers could answer, a knock interrupted the conversation. Dong 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 dong. Who is it? What's the matter? Yuan asked, and a voice from outside replied, it's like this, the Daimyo's palace has sent a samurai. I just went to the eldest young master's bedroom and they said he was at the clan leader's place, so I came to report. The person outside spoke slowly. Alright, I understand. Now that the clan leader is awake, you may come in and report directly to him. Hua Tao said calmly. Then he turned and bowed slightly, Clan leader, while you were unconscious I was handling the family affairs. Hao Yi smiled, brother, you're being too formal. We are one family, no need to stand on ceremony. I should thank you for helping me manage the family affairs. With a creak, the man pushed open the door and entered. Clan leader, the samurai from the Daimyo's mansion is here to see you. Since I went to the eldest young master's residence first, it took some time and he has been waiting for a while. The man spoke tremblingly. His name was Juji Min, originally a slave in the household. The old clan leader saw his intelligence and taught him ninjutsu. Now he served as a chunin guard in the family. Hao Yi glanced at Juji Min and calculated he must be Juji Cheng's father, probably talented. Although he stammers, he knows his priorities. His report tactfully hinted that the samurai had been waiting for a while, so it should be dealt with quickly. Perhaps he is a promising talent. Hao Yi nodded with satisfaction and said, Min, relax. It's fine even if you wait a day. Remember, a ninja is a supremely noble existence. Be confident. Go lead him to the reception hall and wait. Yes, thank you for the advice, clan leader. Perhaps because the clan leader mentioned his name, Juji Min was very excited. Brothers, go ahead. I need to change my clothes. Hao Tian looked at everyone. Alright, clan leader. We'll go receive the samurai first, the four said in unison. Good, Hao Yi nodded. With Yuan's help, Hao Yi put on a slightly more formal ninja outfit and walked toward the reception hall. This is outrageous. A little brat putting on such airs, making me wait so long. The samurai raged. Here, have some tea first. He'll be here soon. Hua Tao brought a cup of tea. The samurai showed no respect, flicking his hand and shattering the cup on the ground. Hao Yi walked into the reception hall, slowly moved to the main seat, sat down and stared coldly at the samurai. The samurai looked awkward. Clan leader Baiha, the daimyo's mansion sent me to. This teacup was my father's most cherished possession. You broke it. Hao Yi interrupted the samurai. This. It was an accident. I'm just a messenger. The samurai stammered. Delivering messages is your job. What does that have to do with my father's teacup? Hao Yi spoke word by word. Lord Baiha, don't change the subject. His Highness the Daimyo. The samurai, feeling the pressure, tried to shift the topic. Slap. Hao Yi slammed the table forcefully and said, How dare you? Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Whatever I say, you just listen. Baiha, Hao Yi, you little brat, stop putting on airs. The samurai, never having been so humiliated, was furious. Has the Baiha clan fallen so low that even a mere samurai dares to insult us? Hao Yi gently stirred the tea and said, Who will cut off one of his arms to teach him a lesson? He took a sip of tea and continued. Kid, you're asking for death. The samurai drew his sword. Before he could act, a kunai flew in front of him and he blocked it with his sword. Flower shuriken, falling petals. In an instant, countless flower-shaped shuriken shot from Hua Tao's direction toward the samurai. The samurai couldn't block them all and was riddled with wounds, but Hua Tao deliberately avoided vital spots, sparing his life. Lord Baiha, I was wrong, I deserve to die. Spare me. The samurai begged miserably. Hua Tao showed no mercy, walked up and with a swift slash severed one of the samurai's arms. The samurai fainted from the pain. What should we do now, clan leader? Hua Tao looked at Hao Yi. Stop the bleeding first. Don't let him die here. Once the bleeding stops, wake him up. Yes, clan leader. Hua Tao then took out the medicine and applied it to the samurai. Splash. A basin of ice-cold water was poured onto the samurai's face. The samurai opened his eyes, slightly, waves of intense pain washing over him. He looked at his severed arm, then fearfully at Hao Yi. Lord, I was wrong. Forgive me. Hao Yi didn't speak, just tapped the table. The samurai was terrified. Lord, I was wrong. Forgive me. I have all my savings, 1,000,000 taels to buy my miserable life. He placed the money on the ground and kowtowed incessantly. Hao Yi was startled. How could a mere samurai have so much money? A C-rank mission didn't pay that much. And C-rank missions were dangerous, potentially fatal for ninjas. Hao Yi didn't show it though. Your life can be bought, but what about the teacup? That was my keepsake of my father. The samurai was terrified. I leave it to your judgment, Lord. Fine. Then you'll pay 2,000,000 taels. That's my final offer. Hao Yi shamelessly raised the price. Ah, Lord, you could sell me and I wouldn't fetch that much, the samurai cried. No problem. You can pay in installments. Or if you have any important intelligence, you can tell me to offset the debt. Hao Yi said thoughtfully. Yes, thank you, Lord. The samurai kowtowed and cried. Now tell me, what did the daimyo send you here for? It's like this, Lord. His Highness the Daimyo orders you to dispatch subordinates to deliver grain. Deliver to where? To the Konoha ninja outpost on the border between the land of fire and the land of earth. I see. Hao Yi pondered his next move. Reply to His Highness like this: tell him that all the able-bodied warriors of the Baiha clan have died in battle. Only children remain incapable of completing the task. Understand? Yes, yes, I will definitely convey it. The samurai nodded repeatedly. Alright, you may leave. Thank you, Lord. The samurai fled as if granted a new life. Hao Yi watched the samurai's receding figure and said, brothers, what do you think? The great nation's war is too dangerous. Even a jonin as strong as the old clan leader couldn't return unscathed. Half a year ago the rock ninja surprise attack on the Konoha outpost killed all but 5 of them. If reinforcements hadn't arrived they would all have died. Huat Tao said worriedly. Yes, the old clan leader died in the war of attrition between Konoha and Iwagakure. Nara said with grief and anger. However, it was precisely because of Konoha's protection that our clan was able to settle in the vegetable country and survive. Without the land of fire we would have been wiped out by some powerful rogue ninjas. The soup ninja village in the neighboring soup country is so strong, without Konoha's protection we would have been swallowed up long ago with no room to survive. Zhu Jian sighed. If we don't accept the mission Konoha will have no trouble taking care of us. Zhu Jian lamented. But 4 missions a year at this rate our clan will eventually be buried with Konoha. Xiao Xing said angrily. Great nations at war, small nations are also helpless. We are fortunate to be alive in this chaotic world. Hao Yi sighed. I'm not refusing the daimyo. I just want some benefits. We can't be the only ones bleeding and shedding tears while others live in comfort, comfortable enough that even a mere samurai dares to ride over us. Hao Yi said with slight anger. What benefits? Everyone asked curiously. I want to establish the Flower Ninja Village to use the nation's resources to train more ninjas so that we won't be at anyone's mercy. Hao Yi said passionately. What? That would cost a fortune. Huat Tao exclaimed. Let's not discuss that for now. Brother Huat Tao buy more equipment recently. Take the money on the floor, it might be useful. Hao Yi said. Alright, clan leader. Huat Tao said calmly. Dismissed. Everyone prepare. Hao Yi waved his hand. Hao Yi let out a long sigh as he watched the departing figures. Having never been a leader before, he found it exhausting to suddenly adopt the demeanor of a superior. Now that everyone was gone he could finally shed his disguise. Reflecting on his performance just now he felt a sense of satisfaction. Hao Yi stepped out of the meeting hall, his mind racing with thoughts. Seizing this free moment he decided to test his abilities. According to his memories from his past life he possessed the dual attributes of wind and fire, a natural talent for illusion techniques and a profound mastery of the Hyakuren clan's flower ninja secret arts. Hao Yi found a spacious spot in the garden and tentatively tried out his ninjutsu. The power was comparable to Kikunojo's attacks from the original story, fortunate as he started at the Chunin level at a young age. If he had been in Naruto's era with enough time to develop he might have reached Kakashi's level. But in this chaotic ninja world with his clan's few shinobi forced to participate in the war between Konoha and Iwagakure, could he even survive? Hao Yi frowned deeply, pondering. How could he survive in a ninja world where life was as cheap as grass? He wondered if his past life cultivation techniques and supernatural abilities could be used here. At this thought Hao Yi's eyes lit up. Right. I still have my supernatural powers and cultivation techniques. If they work in this world then I'll have the capital to compete. Hao Yi jumped up and followed his memory to his personal training room. Clan leader Sister Yuan just said that you've been training too long and should rest for a while. Work and rest need balance. The guard at the training room reminded him. It's fine, I'm just going to experiment a bit. I'll be done soon. Hao Yi said with a smile. Understood, clan leader. If you need anything or feel unwell just call for me. I'll be guarding outside. The guard said solemnly. Okay. Don't let anyone in. Go about your business. Hao Yi nodded. Yes, clan leader. The guard flattered stepped aside. Hao Yi walked straight to the cushion in the training room and sat cross-legged. Following the cultivation chant from his past life he circulated his technique. An invisible substance seemed to surge toward him from all directions, gradually gathering from his entire body into his dantian. Ha! It actually works. Hao Yi couldn't help but beam with joy. Recalling the chakra system from the Naruto manga, in simple terms, ordinary people in the Naruto world refine chakra by extracting energy from food or cells and gathering it in the dantian, then releasing ninjutsu through hand seals. But the cultivation technique from Hao Yi's past life used by a special department absorbed energy from the air into the dantian, similar to sage mode. If he mastered it he would essentially be in a perpetual sage mode, instantly placing him in the top tier of the Naruto world. According to his past life memories, the technique had 3 stages. The first stage was gathering into the Dantian, all energy concentrated there. Completing this stage granted combat energy purer than sage mode. The second stage after the Dantian was full, channel the absorbed energy to nourish the entire body. This would fill every cell with energy, permanently optimizing all cells and organs. The third stage was merging with nature itself, where the body automatically absorbed natural energy, granting an inexhaustible supply of chakra like a tailed beast. However, the only drawback was that this technique could only be practiced for 2 hours a day. More was counterproductive. Therefore the choice of training location and one's innate talent were crucial. Even so, Hao Yi was brimming with confidence. Soon he completed the 2-hour session. He immediately felt refreshed, though after only 1 day of practice his chakra had not noticeably increased. But in about 5 more days he would have enough chakra to perform a C-rank ninjutsu. Then, based on his understanding of the original Naruto's sage art, he could compare the differences between his own sage art and the original. Now that he had tested the technique, could he also use his past life's most prized spatial ability? Spatial ability was powered by soul force, and Hao Yi now possessed a fused soul from 2 lifetimes, perhaps it could even reach a higher level. Hao Yi extrapolated eagerly. He tried the method from his past life. Silently he appeared exactly where he intended. It worked. Moreover, this life's spatial ability was even stronger than before. In his past life he had only reached the first stage, instantaneous movement, unable to target a precise location, random and limited to within 10 meters. Even so, that had made him invincible among his peers. But in this life he had reached the second stage within sight. At this stage he could precisely target any location visible to his eyes and instantly teleport there. This ability was far superior to the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. It required no seals and no medium, offering an obvious advantage in combat. Most importantly, Hao Yi was still very young, only 10 years old, with immense potential for growth. He had a great chance to break through to the 3rd stage, which was even more overwhelming, to the place of one's heart's desire, instantaneous teleportation to any location he imagined, again without seals or medium. The future was bright. With these 2 godly skills, as long as he could survive, he would eventually enter the top tier. Hao Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Clan leader, what's wrong?" The guard outside, sensing something unusual about the clan leader today, asked cautiously. Nothing. Go about your business, don't mind me." Hao Yi stretched lazily and brushed it off. "Yes, clan leader." Although the guard was worried about the young lord, the ninja world had a strict hierarchy. The clan leader's orders had to be obeyed unconditionally. "It seems I need to find a secluded place for my thoughts next time." Blurting out something like that would scare people to death, Hao Yi mused. But it was precisely the care from these people that kept him from feeling too lonely in this strange world. With great power comes great responsibility. Since he had some strength in this life, he resolved to use his abilities to protect everyone. At this thought, images of tragic characters from the original story, Zabuza Haku Itachi, flashed before his eyes. Each of them had dreams mercilessly crushed by the authorities. Those in power spoke endlessly of serving the village, but in reality they were selfish, playing with others' emotions and lives. Hao Yi made up his mind, if he had the ability he would rescue them, letting these people whose dreams were destroyed by the original world's conspiracies bloom anew in this life. Since he had the chance to coexist with them in this world, he would join forces to crush these filthy rulers, build an ideal nation and protect each other's dreams. After being lost in thought for a while, Hao Yi stretched lazily and glanced at the sky. It was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Deciding against further cultivation, he rose to take a stroll in the courtyard, wanting also to see how his brothers were faring in their arrangements for the equipment. Hao Yi strolled leisurely across the courtyard when Juzaman came jogging over. "Elder, the samurai who came at noon has returned again." "Very well, take him to the reception hall." "I will be there shortly." "Yes." Hao Yi thought to himself, "I did not expect such haste. It has barely been a few hours and the Daimyo is already sending another envoy, showing no concern for his men's injuries." Thinking as he walked, Hao Yi quickly made his way to the reception hall. "You are back so soon. What orders has this visit brought?" "Elder," said the samurai, hurrying to kowtow, "I dare not claim any orders. I am merely a messenger." "Ah, no need for such formalities," Hao Yi replied with a smile. The samurai paused briefly before continuing. "The daimyo bids me convey that if it pleases you, he requests your prompt audience at the palace regarding an urgent matter." "Oh, the daimyo wishes to see me. Very well, then let us depart at once," Hao Yi said, stepping forward quickly. "Of course, Elder Baiha. I have prepared a carriage outside for your convenience. It will be swifter and more comfortable." The samurai said with an ingratiating smile. Very kind of you, Hao Yi replied and followed the samurai toward the carriage. Hao Yi sat upright, drew aside the curtain and gazed out. Comparing the street's residents and everyday customs of the vegetables country to the Konoha he remembered from his past life, he found that while this land seemed free from war, its people endured a hard existence, coarse cloth garments, not a single splash of color in sight, and sallow complexions. It was clear the common folk of the vegetables country lived frugally indeed. Soon the carriage arrived at the daimyo's palace. Following the samurai inside, Hao Yi noticed no ninja about, only attendants dressed as warriors. The samurai led Hao Yi directly to the daimyo's study, where the daimyo sat at his desk poring over a map. Hearing footsteps, he looked up slightly. "Oh, Hao Yi-kun has arrived. Hao Yi-kun, I have long heard you are the most outstanding ninja your 100-pearl clan has produced in a century, and today I see you live up to your reputation, truly imposing." A figure full of heroism, he added, gesturing to the samurai with a wave of his hand. The samurai bowed respectfully and withdrew. Hao Yi studied the daimyo in return. This was the father of Princess Haruna from the Naruto canon, and he looked no older than 20, a considerable age for a ruler in the ninja world. Years of political experience had honed his composure, not a flicker of emotion betrayed his thoughts. "Flattery flows naturally between us," but Hao Yi hastened to respond humbly, "I do not deserve such praise, your excellency. My clan is a small family with few members and little talent. I am called a genius only because I compare myself to such humble company, much like a frog at the bottom of a well. You, my lord, are extraordinary. At only 20 you govern the nation with such order and win the deep affection of your people. Many of my clansmen hold you in the highest esteem. Hao Yi-kun, you jest. Now regarding matters of state, Konoha is engaged in war with several great nations and has just sent a mission order requiring us to deliver 50 tons of military rations to the border between Konoha and the Land of Earth within 11 days. What are your thoughts on this?" "Your Excellency," Hao Yi replied, "my clan owes you gratitude for the land and funds you have provided, and we should spare no effort in fulfilling your tasks. But this mission clearly exceeds our capabilities. All our members aged 25 and above, my parents included, are already dead, slain in service to the vegetables country. Our average lifespan is less than 20 years, worse than ordinary farmers. Hao Yi-kun, the vegetables country dares not defy Konoha, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tell me, what do you require? Speak freely and I will do everything in my power to grant it." "Your Excellency, this is not a matter of making demands. My clan would never exploit your desperation. The risks are simply too great. Aside from me, our entire clan consists of only a handful of genin. Such fighting strength could be wiped out by even ordinary bandits. And this is no ordinary time, it is an era of war when bandit numbers multiply. More crucially, we must guard not only thieves but also Konoha's enemy forces along the route. This task is essentially impossible. Indeed, this sudden assignment may well be a trap laid by Konoha, to lure our entire convoy into an ambush and draw out the enemy's rear forces." "Impossible. The route is closely guarded. If there will be no ninja in sight," the daimyo insisted urgently. "Your Excellency, my clan can no longer bear such risks." Hao Yi demurred gently. "Hao Yi-kun, I beg you, save the vegetables country. Though this is unreasonable, you are my only hope." With that, the daimyo dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his face. If this were his past life, he might have won an Academy Award. Seeing the moment had come, Hao Yi did not delay. He swiftly pulled the daimyo up. "Your Excellency, please, rise. This is highly improper. I shall not rise until you agree." Very well, we shall discuss this further. Please stand first." "Agreed," the daimyo exclaimed, his sorrow instantly replaced by joy. He grasped Hao Yi's hands eagerly. "Hao Yi-kun, we have our word, you must not renege." Hao Yi sighed deeply. "I am risking my life for you, but I have several proposals for the vegetables country. If they are not accepted, I truly cannot undertake this mission." "Speak. Speak freely," the daimyo urged with a hopeful smile. "You have seen how relentlessly Konoha exploits the vegetables country, and the reason is plain: our military strength is too weak. We cannot even protect ourselves, let alone aid Konoha. Therefore I wish to establish a ninja village of our own for the vegetables country. I will open all the jutsu in my clan's arsenal and teach them to others, so we gain the ability to defend our homeland while our clan also grows stronger and suffers fewer casualties. Establish a ninja village. The concept is not difficult, but we lack funds. As you know, the vegetables country is impoverished and Konoha has yet to settle payment for previous assignments. We simply cannot afford the cost of training ninja. Do not worry on that account. You need only allocate land and complete the basic infrastructure. I will bear all other expenses myself, and the taxes from that territory will remain as before." The daimyo pondered for a moment. Very well, that is acceptable. There are a few more conditions regarding the ninja village, Hao Yi said, meeting the daimyo's gaze. Please go on. First, the territory must be at least as large as Konoha. Second, whenever the Ninja Academy enrolls new students, the government shall have their family's tax burden until graduation. I will reimburse you for this later. Finally, all civilians within the ninja village's jurisdiction shall come under the village's authority. This is highly unreasonable. And that territory is far too large. You are asking for 1/10 of the entire vegetables country. The daimyo hesitated visibly. The ninja village will be responsible for the safety of the daimyo's lineage and the integrity of the nation's borders. All external military affairs will fall under our purview, sparing you the burden. You need only manage civil administration and your tax revenue will not decrease. Your standing on the international stage will rise and you will never again need to fear for national security. What benefit is there to refuse? The daimyo contemplated for a long while before responding, very well. I agree on the condition that you keep your word. Then regarding this Konoha assignment, there shall be no excuse to shirk it now. Indeed, Hao Yi confirmed. Then go with my blessing. I will allocate the land immediately, send someone to receive it. You shall direct all construction matters directly. I will send an envoy to assist. Thank you, Your Excellency. Here is the Konoha mission scroll containing full details. Proceed without delay. The daimyo handed the scroll to Hao Yi. Thank you, Your Excellency. However, the quantity of grain is immense. I will need sturdy hands to push the carts. Samurai would be ideal. We have few samurai, but I will assign you 5 along with 50 soldiers to ease your burden. Additionally, I will select 300 laborers to assist with the transport. Very well. Let me consider the arrangements and I will send someone to discuss the details further. Understood. Provided you can reach the granary tomorrow to collect the grain, I shall have the samurai and soldiers await you at the storage facility along with a minister to hand over the records. Very well, Your Excellency. I shall return to plan the route. You are dismissed. The daimyo spoke as though every word had drained what little strength remained. After leaving the daimyo's palace, Hao Yi vaguely retraced the path he remembered from his arrival, searching for the way out. A samurai suddenly emerged from a corner. My lord, I have prepared a carriage for you. Please ride directly, it will be faster. Hao Yi fixed his gaze and recognized the one-armed samurai from before. Haha, you are thoughtful. Very well, lead the way. Certainly, my lord, please follow me. The one-armed samurai said eagerly. Hao Yi nodded with a gentle smile. My lord, we have arrived, the samurai said respectfully, hastily lifting the curtain. Well done. I'll deduct 5000 ryo from your debt. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, the one-armed samurai exclaimed with tears of gratitude. Without looking back, Hao Yi walked into the clan compound. He had a mission starting tomorrow and needed to plan carefully. First, he would go to the study to find a map and examine the terrain, he mused. The Lily clan was not very large, so Hao Tian soon reached the study. Drawing on the memories of his original self, he fumbled for a while and found the map. Hao Yi studied it, contemplating the march route. The fastest way was to deliver the grain along the border between the soup country and the fire country. But the drawback was obvious: the borderlands were teeming with bandits and there was a high chance of encountering rogue ninja. Moreover, with many eyes and ears leaking intelligence would invite hostile forces from Konoha. Not worth it, not worth it, Hao Yi muttered, staring intently at the map, weighing his options carefully. Suddenly his eyes lit up. If he set out from the vegetable country directly to Konoha, entered the heart of Konoha's territory and then proceeded from there to the border, the turbulent areas along the way would be greatly reduced. Entering the fire country would also grant him indirect protection from the fire country. With this in mind, Hao Yi decisively chose to go from the vegetable country straight to Konoha and then from Konoha in a straight line to the border between Konoha and the rock village. This stretch consisted of 2 types of terrain: the mountain paths of the vegetable country and the forest trails of Konoha. Undoubtedly both routes were prone to ambushes. If there was no interference from hostile forces, the most likely scenario was encountering rogue ninja and bandits at the junction of the vegetable country and the fire country, otherwise it was unlikely. But if hostile forces did intervene, then every point would be a potential danger. Moreover, such a deep penetration operation would likely involve Jonin-level operatives launching a surprise attack, leaving our side with very slim chances of victory. How could he reduce the risk? Hao Yi paced back and forth, pondering. As he thought, the concept of a vanguard general from ancient military campaigns came to mind. He could emulate that. Along this route, whether mountain paths or forest trails, it was a single path. He could dispatch 2 teams to advance on either side ahead of the main force, allowing them to detect any ambushes in advance, prepare and coordinate front and rear. Survival rate would be higher. The downside was slower travel, a journey that would normally take 10 days might stretch to over 20. Hao Yi checked the mission scroll again, delivery within 10 days. That was impossible. Hao Yi grew dejected and paced again. Then a flash of inspiration struck: why not travel day and night? With that thought, regardless of the late hour, Hao Yi wrote down the entire situation in a letter requesting the Daimyo to send more porters. Yuan, are you here? Hao Yi called twice. Yes, clan leader, I've been here all along, Yuan replied jokingly. I have a letter. Have Zhu Jimin deliver it to the Daimyo's palace, Hao Yi ordered. Understood. After that, Hao Yi let out a long sigh of relief, one major problem solved. He stretched unconsciously and continued to ponder how to arrange the accompanying ninja for this mission. Hao Yi retrieved the clan's ninja roster. The entire clan had only 5 chunin, himself and 4 older cousins, and 7 genin. Apart from Zhu Jimin, all were of the Lily clan: Tang Ben, Changzhe, Yuan Ri and Luo. First, one of the 4 cousins had to stay behind to oversee the village's basic construction. That meant the mission force would consist of 4 chunin and 5 genin. Hao Yi thought step by step. They could be divided into 3 teams. Recalling the abilities of his 4 cousins, he deemed Baihe Xiaosheng, who excelled at trap-making, the most suitable. He would assign 2 genin to assist him and take the rest along. He and 2 genin would stay with the main force. Baihe Zhujian, skilled in the secret summoning jutsu, a one-hit kill technique, was the strongest among the chunin, so he could lead 2 genin as a team. Finally, Nara and Huitao plus 1 genin would form the 3rd team. Both teams would serve as vanguards responsible for scouting the route for any ambushes. After roughly considering, it seemed feasible. Soon Hao Yi finalized the specific list for this mission. Yuan, sorry to ask you to run errands so soon after returning. Clan leader, just give your orders. Go and summon all the clan's ninja, I have a mission to assign, Hao Yi said solemnly. Soon the 4 cousins arrived one after another. After about 10 minutes, all the Lily clan ninja except Zhu Jimin, who had gone to the palace to deliver the letter, were present. Hao Tian sat upright in the center of the study with his 4 cousins seated on either side of the desk while the others stood in a row before it. It was Hao Yi's first full assembly. He carefully surveyed the assembled ninja. Due to the prolonged war, all the Lily clan's ninja were young, none older than 23. Looking at his initial foundation, Hao Yi gathered his thoughts and said, everyone, starting tomorrow we will carry out 2 missions. Once completed, our clan will undergo a transformation. I urge you all to be fully alert, strive to survive, complete the tasks and forge your own future. Yes, they echoed. First, I plan to establish a ninja village in the vegetable country, naming it after our clan's hereditary jutsu, the Flower Ninja Village. I have already discussed the preliminaries with the Daimyo, who will assist with the basic construction. Xiaosheng, I entrust this task to you. How about it? Yes, clan leader. Xiaosheng rose, bowed slightly and accepted the assignment. This is an era of transformation, everyone here is vital, Hao Yi said, looking at them all. Zhu Jimin and Baihe Yuan will accompany Xiaosheng on this mission. Yes, clan leader. But I have requirements. The village must be as spacious as possible with no shortage of commercial facilities. You can model it after Konoha's architecture. However, residential areas should not be divided by clan. Establish several standards, for example a low standard single room of about 10 square meters, a 20 square meter room suitable for single ninja, and also build homes suitable for a ninja family as well as luxurious quarters for important positions. I may not be very clear. Can you understand? Well, I think I've seen something like this before. I'll try to follow your standards, Xiaosheng said, a line of sweat on his forehead. Good. Make the buildings as tall as possible to maximize space. For street-side areas, have shops on the ground floor and residences above. I want the village to accommodate 200,000 people. Also, the school and training grounds should be capable of supporting 100,000 people per year. What? Clan leader, that's too big. The entire vegetable country has only 200,000 people. It's fine, take it slowly. In this chaotic era, orphans are the most abundant. By the way, seize this opportunity to take in as many orphans as you can handle and increase our clan's ninja numbers. Yes, clan leader, Xiaosheng replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. Hao Yi saw this and said, I know some of you think I'm dreaming. But understand, in a world of chaos without ambition and ideals, you will be devoured by others. Can we stay safe in a corner and escape the flames of war? To forge iron, one must be strong. Even if we fail, we will be stronger than we are now. But our will to grow stronger is passed down through generations, the Lily clan will only grow mightier. Yes, clan leader. At that moment every person was filled with fervor. The other mission is to deliver grain. This is our turning point. If we succeed we can continue to develop while the great nations fight. If we fail the Lily clan may never recover. Therefore I am forming 3 teams. Team 1 Baihe Zhujian Tang Ben and Chang with Zhujian as captain. Team 2 Huatao Nara and Zhe with Huatao as captain. Team 3 myself Luo and Ri with me as captain. Teams 1 and 2 are responsible for scouting the route ahead. Team 3 will escort the grain convoy directly. Yes, clan leader. I have 3 radios here. Brother Zhujian, brother Huatao, take them. We'll stay in contact. Report any unusual situations immediately. Understood, clan leader. Tomorrow everyone bring your best gear. Mission starts at 9:30. Each team coordinates internally. Those on my team gather at the military grain depot at 9:30. Yes. Dismissed, Hao Yi said solemnly. Hao Yi was silently cleaning his kunai and organizing his ninja gear. Lord the Daimyo has agreed. Zhu Jimin returned from the Daimyo's palace. Very well, you may rest now. After tomorrow you will report to Baihe Shaoxing for your assignments. Hao Yi continued wiping his kunai as he spoke. Yes, Lord. With that Zhu Jimin vanished in a flash. The following morning Hao Yi completed his cultivation early and set out for the military grain depot. By then Baihe Luo Baihe Ri 5 samurai 30 soldiers and 600 porters had already assembled before the depot. An elderly man resembling an official approached slowly and asked, "Are you Baihe Hao Yi?" "That would be correct," Hao Yi replied with casual composure. "Good. Here is the warehouse release certificate issued by Lord Daimyo. 50 carts of grain are to be unloaded, each carrying 1 ton. All the grain is stored in this warehouse. Please inspect it." The old man gestured toward the nearby storage facility. Understood. Upon hearing this, Hao Yi entered the warehouse and conducted spot checks on 5 sacks from the deepest section, then 5 more from various locations outside. Everything proved perfectly in order. He turned to the old man and declared, "All clear. Let us begin loading." The old man responded with an impassive expression, "Lord Hao Yi, you shall handle all arrangements independently. My mission is concluded and whatever follows is entirely your responsibility. Do not ask me. This old man's duties are finished." With that he offered a slight bow and stepped aside. "Very well," Hao Yi said, then immediately issued orders to the main group, "Everyone, I take full responsibility for escorting this grain. Those who disregard my commands will be executed." Before he could finish speaking, several samurai nearby began muttering amongst themselves. Hao Yi glanced at them with disdain and remarked, "Even children in the land of vegetables understand the importance of following laws and regulations. Have you all lived your lives for nothing? Damn you!" The samurai shouted in fury, drawing their katanas simultaneously. Hao Yi merely smiled, thinking to himself, so obedient. I intended to humiliate them to establish authority, and they barked at me right on schedule. He then drew his kunai and activated his spatial ability several times over, severing the belts of those samurai before returning to his original position. With a cold mocking tone he warned, "Do not draw your blades in front of a ninja again, or you will die without ever knowing what struck you." The samurai stood frozen in terror, cold sweat dripping down their faces. Though not particularly renowned warriors, they had spent years navigating the samurai world. Yet they had not even caught sight of the 10-year-old boy's movements. Was this truly the power of a ninja? Meanwhile the genin from the Baihe clan watching nearby were equally amazed. They had assumed the prodigy was merely young and proficient in various ninjutsu, lacking actual combat experience. But witnessing his battle awareness and speed, they reckoned that even a chunin from Konoha would struggle to evade such attacks. Not wanting to die. "Kneel immediately and repent for what you just did," Hao Yi stated expressionlessly as he regarded the samurai. "Lord, I apologize for my earlier actions, please forgive me." The samurai dropped to their knees without hesitation, abandoning any semblance of warrior honor. After all, that code belonged to the nobility, and in these turbulent times commoners could not afford to die and leave their families destitute. It was the sorrow of this era. Hao Yi surveyed the porters around him, noting the fear in their expressions, and recognized that establishing his authority had been successful. Enough of this sparring. From now on form groups of 6 porters each and enter to load the grain. Once loaded, arrange the carts here, Hao Yi said calmly. Thanks to the terrifying presence he had just established, the porters quickly finished loading and formed orderly lines before Hao Yi. Hao Yi glanced upward at the sun, sensing the time was right, and pressed the earpiece at his side. "First team, second team, are you ready? First team in position. Second team in position. Good. First team, second team, move out. Report any anomalies immediately. Received, both responded in unison. Very well. Preparations are complete. Each convoy will now be numbered from 1 to 50 with real name registration per vehicle. We will operate in 2 shifts of 3 people each traveling day and night without pause. Do you understand? Understood, the group replied collectively. Hao Yi reviewed the compiled data and gave his final instructions. Excellent. The samurai will follow me directly. The soldiers will flank both sides. The ninja will bring up the rear. The convoy will march in order behind me. When enemies attack, you may take cover beneath the carts, but you must not run freely. Those who disobey orders or leave the formation without authorization will be put to death. Yes, yes. The crowd hastily acknowledged. As they prepared to depart, Hao Yi glanced down at himself and realized he lacked even amount. It was entirely undignified. He turned to the nearby samurai and said, at the very least procure a horse. Walking barefoot completely undermines my authority. I will fetch one immediately, the samurai replied, visibly exasperated. Soon they returned with a donkey. Hao Yi surveyed it and decided it would suffice. If nothing else, it was far better than traveling on foot. Hao Yi mounted the donkey and struck a pose he believed was impressively dignified. Let's move out. Hao Yi rode a donkey at the front of the column with nearly 1,000 troops stretching hundreds of meters behind him. How is the road conditions? Hao Yi asked into his earpiece. A few petty bandits have already been dealt with. The leaders of the first and second squads replied. Which wave is this now? The 7th wave. 7 bandit ambushes in 3 days. Fortunately, hopefully they're not ninjas. Have these missions felt difficult recently? Not particularly difficult, just exhausting. Aegean joked. Haha, true enough. We've been on the move these past few days and I failed to consider your endurance. How about this, we're halfway to the land of fire and once we arrive we'll rest for 8 hours. Hao Qian calculated the journey. Understood, clan leader. Hao Yi took out his map, compared it with the surrounding terrain and checked the total distance. At this pace, pushing through day and night, they would reach an important town in the land of fire in approximately 2 days. From there the mission point would be another 4 days' travel. Clan leader, we have a situation, the voice from the earpiece interrupted Hao Yi's thoughts. What is it? Hao Yi asked in response. We have already reached the border between the land of vegetables and the land of fire. There are many people in the forest here. Who are they? Bandits or? Unconfirmed. Their clothing varies, but a few have ninja tool pouches on their legs. They are likely bandits led by rogue ninja. Approximately 120 in total. Very well. Give me your exact coordinates, observe carefully and inform me 20 meters ahead when you see our main force approaching. Understood, clan leader, Aegean said solemnly. The tense atmosphere gradually eased as Hao Yi's main force slowly drew nearer. Not only was the reconnaissance squad on edge, even the bandits grew nervous, their eyes fixed intently on the road. Clan leader, we cannot proceed further. The forests on both sides 20 meters ahead are filled with hosts, Aegean and Huatao warned. Very well. Hold position and await my command. Hao Yi nodded. He turned to face the samurai soldiers and academy students, gesturing for them to gather. Seeing the signal, everyone converged around him. Hao Yi addressed the assembled warriors. 10 of you soldiers, should chaos erupt, maintain order and keep the porters hidden beneath the wagons. Do not let anyone escape. Yes, my lord. Everyone else, once the smoke deploys, charge forward and eliminate the enemy immediately. Yes, my lord. Ninja capable of fire release, target the large trees 20 meters ahead. Those without that ability deploy explosive tags. At that moment Hao Yi pressed the button on his earpiece and scanned the assembled warriors. On my count of 3 we strike together, he ordered. The 2 squad leaders relayed the instructions to their men, all waiting silently for Hao Yi's command. 3. 2. It seemed the bandits had spotted something and charged forward in a frenzy. 1. Ninja Art Wildfire Cascade. Several ninja cast their techniques and a dozen fire cyclones erupted from all directions. With sharp explosions from multiple explosive tags, dozens of bandits were simultaneously burned and blasted. Earth Release Earth Flow Lance. Fire Release Ash Accumulation Burn. Ninja Art Shuriken Technique. Earth Release Earth Dragon Bullet. In an instant 4 of the bandit ninja unleashed their jutsu, striking directly at Hao Yi. Hao Yi's mount was obliterated by the barrage. With a single body flicker he appeared beside one of the attackers, ending his life with a swift kunai strike. Don't just stand there. Aegean, use your summoning technique on that ninja. Nara, deploy genjutsu. Huatao burned the ordinary bandits. Everyone else throw explosive tags. Shouting orders, Hao Yi flickered through the battlefield and eliminated another foe. Flower Ninja Secret Art Summoning Technique, Man-Eating Flower. Agi enchanted while forming hand seals. Instantly a 2-meter-tall carnivorous plant burst from the ground beneath one ninja and swallowed him whole. The others fought with equal ferocity. Flower Ninja Art Mirror Flower Water Moon. Nara unleashed a powerful genjutsu filling the sky with floating petals that blinded the bandits. However, this C-rank large-scale illusion was quickly dispelled by the lone remaining ninja among the bandits. But the distraction gave Huatao the opening he needed. Flower Ninja Art 10,000 Petals in Chaos. The bandit positions were engulfed in a sea of fire. Just as everyone thought the battle was won, a thunderous, earth-release earth-flow great river swept away the ninja from both squads in a single devastating strike. It became clear, the ninja had first deployed earth-release earth-flow wall to block Huatao's C-rank fire jutsu, then immediately unleashed the earth river technique. This earth-release ninja was no ordinary fighter. Danger, he's still forming hand seals. Hao Yi realized silently. I cannot let him succeed. Flower shuriken falling petals and leaves, Hao Yi rapidly formed the necessary seals. Instantly countless flower-shaped projectiles as sharp as shuriken flew toward the earth-release ninja. He quickly shifted his hand seals, earth-release earth-flow wall. A towering wall of earth materialized in an instant. Hao Yi sighed lightly. Fortunately, it was a defensive technique and the caster's position hadn't changed. Had he used body flicker or a substitute jutsu, it would have been far more troublesome. Activating his spatial ability, Hao Yi instantly appeared behind the earth-release ninja and ended his life with a single strike. Gone in an instant. With the death of that ninja, the ambush battle came to an end. The remaining bandits were quickly annihilated. Because their side initiated the attack first and the ninja threat was neutralized immediately, only 6 ninja sustained minor injuries. The soldiers fared far worse, 5 killed and 1 samurai lost. All casualties had occurred during the initial barrage of enemy ninja techniques. By then the members of the first and second squads limped back to Hao Yi's side. Fortunately, they had escaped unharmed with only minor scratches. Those uninjured clean up the battlefield. Turn over all ninja equipment to me, everything else is yours to keep. Tend to your wounded here. Report any serious injuries to me immediately. Yes, the group responded in unison. Thus everyone began their tasks in an orderly fashion. Remarkably, no one reported a serious injury. The porters also sat down on the ground, taking advantage of the brief respite to rest. A samurai soon hurried over carrying several items and handed them to Hao Yi. My lord, these are the belongings taken from the ninja. Hao Yi casually sifted through them: a scroll of fire release ash accumulation burn, a tattered scroll of chakra extraction technique, an earth release earth flow lance scroll, and several heavily worn kunai. This was quite normal. Wandering ninja tended to be impoverished and carried everything they owned on their person. Wait, this is a complete ninja tool kit with fresh shuriken and throwing knives along with smoke bombs and explosive tags. Such well-stocked gear was inconsistent with a wandering ninja's profile. Whose equipment is this? Hao Yi looked at the samurai who had delivered the items. This belonged to that ninja, the samurai said, pointing toward the earth-release ninja from earlier. Hao Yi pondered. Someone possessing so many advanced techniques hardly fit the profile of a wandering ninja. He asked again, were there any other items on his person? Nothing else, the samurai replied, clearly puzzled. Hao Yi cast a deep gaze upon the fallen ninja and recalled Konoha's rivals. His instincts told him this ninja was likely from the land of Earth, operating alongside the bandits. That meant an elite squad would be sent next. Clan leader, are you alright? Huatao called out twice, noticing Hao Yi had fallen into deep thought. That ninja is from the land of Earth, Hao Yi said gravely. What? The group reacted with shock. I expect another elite squad will arrive soon, Hao Yi speculated. Should we interrogate the one swallowed by the man-eating flower? It's unnecessary. Irrelevant now. Whether he lives or dies makes no difference, let us assume he is from the land of Earth. Hao Yi pondered briefly, then looked at his subordinates, thinking regardless of their strength these ninja were the most trustworthy allies I could ever have. They are my future support. Sacrificing them for such a meaningless mission was not worth it. Moreover, with several already injured, reconnaissance was impossible. That earth-release ninja alone was at least elite Chunin level. Next time they would certainly face a Jonin. They had barely begun the reconnaissance before sustaining losses. This could not continue. It seemed he would have to handle this himself. Hao Yi immediately issued new orders. Everyone, we are swapping missions. You will stay behind to protect the supplies and handle the escort duty. I will take over the mission. I will relay information to you through the earpiece. Clan leader, you are the hope of our clan. How can we let you take such a risk? Let us go instead, Nara pleaded. Hao Yi looked down at him and said, first, each of you is the hope of this clan, not just me. Second, you are all injured and unfit for this mission. Follow my orders. I know how to protect myself. With that he headed directly into the forest. What should we do, brother Huatao? The clan leader is so young and went alone. What if he suffers setbacks? What else can we do? Our clan leader has already reached a height beyond our comprehension. He handled 3 of the 4 ninja just now. Huatao watched Hao Yi recede into the distance, his heart filled with conflicting emotions. The burden of the clan should have fallen on the elders, yet here he was, so inadequate, forcing his younger brother to bear it alone. Let's move out. Huatao glanced at the 3 brothers. All 3 nodded in unison. Hao Yi darted through the forest, scouting ahead of the main force. His mind kept pondering the supply mission, many personnel, abundant supplies, cumbersome movement. If only he had a spatial scroll. Sealing everything directly would make it far more convenient. He could deliver the goods alone, moving swiftly and with high efficiency. Since Konoha was not far off, it would be better to go there, seek the Hokage and borrow a spatial scroll. That would be a wiser approach. A sudden crack, he had stumbled over something. Hao Yi looked back. Not good, I've triggered a trap. With a spatial ability he instantly retreated 20 meters. Shing shing shing, dozens of shuriken pierced the ground where he had stood. Careless, he should not let his mind wander during a mission, Hao Yi chided himself. He swiftly entered combat mode, scanning his surroundings. No one emerged. So cautious. Not even showing a face, Hao Yi muttered. If you won't come out, I'll make the first move. Hao Yi silently wrapped explosive tags around kunai. With both hands he launched 6 shuriken tipped with tags toward the trees on either side. A series of explosions followed, triggering all the concealed mechanisms. 3 figures leaped out from cover. A closer look at their headbands. Earth Nin. I am from a neutral clan and mean no offense. Could you grant me passage? With enemies hidden and himself exposed, Hao Yi considered retreat. The opposing ninjas were taciturn and ruthless, hurling shuriken, kunai and explosive tags without a word. Hao Yi was no pushover, his reflexes were sharp. He made a great leap, twisting midair to land on a nearby tree, observing from concealment. Before he could formulate a strategy, 3 Earth Nin launched another volley of kunai. Coincidence? Such precision. Hao Yi deployed his spatial ability, testing the enemy. As expected, explosive tags followed immediately. Spatial abilities left no trace. Hao Yi was now certain, among these foes was a sensor-type ninja. That made sense for a squad deep behind enemy lines. There was no choice but to confront them head-on. Hao Yi quickly formed hand signs, flower shuriken, falling petals. Thousands of petal-shaped shuriken flew toward the 3 Earth Nin. Earth release, earth flow wall, a towering wall rose, blocking all the shuriken. That's not enough. Again, flower ninja art, thousand blossom chaos, Hao Yi declared confidently. This technique was a variant of fire release, an upgraded version of flower ninja art, 100 blossom rampage. It unleashed 20 swirling blades of fire at the target point, the largest area jutsu Hao Yi commanded. He planned to heavily injure the enemy with this ultimate move. Secret technique, beehive jutsu. Countless bees flew out, colliding with the flames and turning into a sticky substance that extinguished the fire. So the censor is from the Kamizuru clan of Iwagakure. Good, I'll eliminate him first, Hao Yi thought. He had deliberately refrained from using his spatial ability, which required no hand signs, in open combat, saving it for a lethal strike against the censor. Hao Yi activated his spatial ability, instantly teleporting behind the Kamizuru ninja. He slashed the carotid artery with a shuriken, then pulled an explosive tag from his pouch and slapped it onto the Kamizuru's body. Hao Yi retreated quickly, detonate. The tag exploded, sending dust and debris flying. Cautious, he leaped into the trees, taking a commanding position to observe the battle. As the smoke slowly cleared, a mound of earth rose from the ground along with a scorched rabbit and a charred corpse. Truly, the reaction speed of a major village's ninja was remarkable. From the instant teleport to the explosion, less than 3 seconds had passed. Yet 2 ninjas had managed to use substitution technique and earth release to evade. Their skill was evident. One should not underestimate substitution technique just because it is an E-rank jutsu. It is simple to perform but complex to apply. The substitution technique requires prepositioning an object. When danger strikes, the user swaps places with that object. It is not a freeform substitution. That is why in the original story it was typically used by strategic geniuses like Kakashi. Defensive techniques on the other hand are triggered by sensing danger and forming hand signs on the spot with lower requirements. Hence the ninja who used substitution technique was more dangerous. Moreover, that ninja was now hidden in the shadows, making him even harder to deal with. No matter, first eliminate the visible threat and the attack would draw out the concealed one, Hao Yi reasoned. He looked at the earthen mound and sighed. Earth Nin were too troublesome, that turtle shell was maddening. Flower ninja art lacked high damage techniques. He had to use this. Flower ninja art 100 blossom petal cannon. Over a dozen flower-shaped explosive tags surrounded the mound and detonated. The destructive power was high, but it consumed chakra and money, offering no advantage except the ability to control the direction of the blast. Fortunately, the effect was good. The explosion left a large crater, exposing the Earth Nin within, whose body was covered in a layer of rock that was about to crumble. Hao Yi thought, this unlucky fool, did he only learn defensive techniques? Even that didn't kill him. Hao Yi would not waste the opening. He immediately began a secret technique, Flower Ninja Secret Art Summoning. Before he could complete the hand signs, the hidden ninja launched a jutsu, Earth Release, Earth Flow, Divide. The ground instantly collapsed. This was likely a combined technique. Once the target fell into the pit, the earth would close in, crushing them to death. Fortunately, Hao Yi was on a tree. The moment the collapse started, he jumped to safety. Good, now the hidden enemy had revealed himself. Hao Yi redirected his target, leaping toward the origin of the jutsu. There. He found him. Hao Yi threw several four-pointed shuriken while forming hand signs, Flower Ninja Art Mirror Flower Water Moon. Although Mirror Flower Water Moon was only a D-rank genjutsu, it disrupted the enemy's vision. The ninja now faced a choice: dispel the genjutsu and get hit by the shuriken, or fail to dispel the genjutsu, block the shuriken and be caught in the gap of the illusion, allowing the enemy to finish him with a jutsu. It was an impossible dilemma. Hao Yi was feeling smug. But from a distance several shuriken flew in, intercepting his own. It was the Earth Release ninja who had come to the rescue. Meanwhile, the other ninja took the opportunity to dispel the genjutsu. The ninja world was never about solo combat. The only blessing was that he faced Earth Nin. If it had been Miss Nin who would disregard their comrade's life and attack him directly with jutsu, he would probably have died. The two Earth Nin now flanked Hao Yi, positioning themselves for close quarters combat. Outnumbered and outmatched in size, Hao Yi decisively retreated. The veteran Earth Nin blocked his escape route while the other formed hand signs, Earth Release Rock Pillar Prison. A rocky cage was about to seal Hao Yi. A sudden idea struck him, he surrendered without resistance. The stone prison immediately enclosed him. With a feigned look of terror, Hao Yi said, "Seniors, we are all ninjas. I am merely passing through. Whatever you need I will provide. Please spare my life." "Enough nonsense. You killed our comrade and think you can walk away unscathed," shouted an Earth Ninja. Then, Earth Release Earth Spear. A spear of earth shot directly toward Hao Yi. Hao Yi smirked wickedly, unleashing a spatial ability, and instantly appeared behind the ninja who had performed the technique. Another ninja, unable to act in time, yelled, "Watch your back." Too late, Hao Yi said with a confident smile, ending the ninja's life with the most ordinary shuriken. Do not underestimate this simple strike. In close quarters combat nothing is faster, and it saves chakra. Hao Yi had put considerable effort into this lethal blow. First he feigned being hit, knowing that when someone thinks they've won they relax their guard. This was the perfect opportunity for a counterkill. Villains die not only from talking too much but also from being easily turned upon in desperate situations. Hao Yi, brimming with confidence, addressed the remaining ninja, "Come on now, it's just us. I'm not afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight." The Earth Ninja bellowed, "Brat, don't get cocky. I'll kill you with my own hands and avenge my comrades." He drew his shuriken and charged at Hao Yi. Clang! Slash! 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 After several exchanges, Hao Yi, only 10 years old, was clearly at a disadvantage in stamina and physique against the Earth Ninja. Hao Yi made a quick decision, leaping 3 meters back. The Earth Ninja immediately closed in for close combat. Hao Yi counterattacked by flinging a shuriken straight at his opponent. While retreating he formed hand seals, Flower Ninja Art Mirror Flower Water Moon. Cherry blossoms drifted down from the sky, suspending around the Earth Ninja. The Earth Ninja growled angrily, "Brat, don't underestimate me. Do you think I'd fall for the same trick twice?" With that he kicked the shuriken away and simultaneously formed hand seals, Release. The entire scene reverted to its previous state. It's not over yet. Hao Yi shouted. Flower Ninja Art 100 Flowers Chaos. Instantly 5 flames appeared out of thin air encircling the Earth Ninja and slowly closing in. The Earth Ninja smirked calmly. You want to compete in ninjutsu? I'll grant you that, you little minnow. Let me show you what real ninjutsu is. Earth Release Rising Stone Pillar. A stone pillar rose steadily, lifting the Earth Ninja out of the attack range of 100 Flowers Chaos. Die! The Earth Ninja roared almost maniacally. Earth Release Earth Corridor. As the technique was cast, Hao Yi was instantly surrounded by countless stones. Hao Yi glanced around. The stones had no offensive power. He figured it was a technique to hinder movement, likely a combo move, and the Earth Ninja was probably charging up a big attack behind him. Having considered this, Hao Yi leaped onto the rocks, swiftly climbed to the highest point to observe. Boar, Moon, Dragon, Tiger Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. A massive Earth Dragon shot toward Hao Yi. Hao Yi hurriedly fled. Damn, that's a B-rank technique. How does this kid have enough chakra? With no time to think, the Earth Dragon came again. Hao Yi swiftly backflipped, dodging the fatal strike, but was thrown off balance by the crater created by the dragon's impact and fell. Seeing this, Hao Yi had an idea. If the impact on the ground could affect him, it could also affect the caster. He quickly got up and ran toward the stone pillar. The Earth Dragon pursued closely. Hao Yi exerted all his strength, ran up the stone pillar and made several leaps. Perhaps blinded by rage, the Earth Ninja directed the dragon to attack Hao Yi, who was clinging to the pillar. Hao Yi promptly released the chakra from his feet, free-falling to dodge the dragon's attack. But the stone pillar was not so fortunate. Struck by the dragon, the pillar snapped. The Earth Ninja remained calm, manipulating the dragon to catch him mid-fall. But how could Hao Yi miss such a golden opportunity? Calculating the exact moment when the dragon would catch the Earth Ninja, he unleashed Flower Ninja Art 100 Flowers Color Cannon. He placed his most powerful technique right in the ninja's path. Caught off guard, the Earth Ninja fell into the 100 Flowers Color Cannon. Over a dozen blossom-shaped explosive tags detonated, blasting the ninja into pieces. Hao Yi also crashed to the ground from midair. Hao Yi couldn't suppress the pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. Sigh, kill 1,000, lose 800 of your own. But in the end, I'm the one who laughs. Slowly he sat up and examined his injuries. His external wounds were nothing serious, but he felt internal damage. Hao Yi stood up, slowly checked his ninja tool pouch and looted the bodies of the 3 Earth Ninjas. Apart from standard tools, there was nothing else. Just as Hao Yi was about to leave, 2 massive boulders pressed in from both sides. Caught off guard, Hao Yi used a spatial ability to escape the danger. However, due to the suddenness, his left hand was crushed by the boulder, bleeding profusely, though he was fortunately not in mortal danger. You can be proud of yourself. To survive my sneak attack Earth Mountain technique, that's something you can brag about for a lifetime. A lean, sharp-featured man around 30 with a short sword strapped to his back emerged from the jungle. He looked at Hao Yi like prey. You're quite impressive. A body flicker technique that requires no hands seals a cautious mind. But your ninjutsu repertoire is too limited and they lack power. If you were in a major village, you'd already be considered a genius. If you continued to grow, you might even become a figure like the leader of the Hidden Rain village. State your name. Your talent is worthy of being remembered by me. Flower Ninja Yuri Hao Yi. And you? Let me know which hero's hands I'll fall to, Hao Yi said, gathering chakra to his feet while stalling. Listen well. I am Tsukimura Ichiro, elite jonin of the Hidden Rock village. Enough talk, it's over. With that, the lean man drew his short sword and slashed at Hao Yi. Hao Yi was ready. The chakra at his feet had already been gathered. He leaped with all his might, dodging the fatal strike. Seizing the gap, he fled into the jungle. Don't waste your efforts. I'll send you on your way, Ilong crowed triumphantly. Earth Release Yellow Spring Swamp. Don't underestimate me, Hao Yi said, flashing behind Ilong, using his space ability ready to deliver a fatal blow. 2CUN executed a swift turn and a heavy slash, saying smugly, I've been watching you for a long time. Did you think I'd easily expose my back to anyone? Hao Yi parried 2CUN's attack with a shuriken, struggling, and said, Is this your reason for watching your subordinates die? Ninjas scheme and wait. Genin and Chunin are merely cannon fodder for the village. Completing the mission, putting life and death aside, that is the duty of every ninja, 2CUN declared firmly. Your understanding of ninjas is worse than beasts, Hao Yi sneered. Stop your self-righteousness here. A brat like you who doesn't know what a ninja is should die under my blade. With that, he performed a set of blade techniques from the Yenran village. Hao Yi was forced back step by step, his left arm continuously dripping blood. Realizing he couldn't prolong the fight, he leaped backward, pulled out a handful of explosive tags and threw them in one motion. He turned and ran into the grass. The series of explosions blocked Tu Cun's pursuit. Hao Yi immediately found a hiding spot to bandage his wound. Looking at the bloodstains on the ground, they were everywhere. He estimated that the Earth Ninja would arrive soon. Gritting his teeth and ignoring the pain, Hao Yi quickly bandaged the wound and immediately moved to another hiding spot, meanwhile setting up a few traps. In truth, facing a Jonin, such traps were useless. As for why he set them, it was merely to give himself a moment of reaction time when the enemy came. Hao Yi gradually suppressed his fear, adjusted his state and checked his chakra and ninja tool pouch. Alas, the situation was grim. He had only enough chakra for 5 C-rank ninjutsu plus a few days worth of cultivated sage chakra. As for his tools, he had only 3 smoke bombs, 5 explosive tags and a dozen shuriken and kunai. Hao Yi couldn't help but think, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. First find a place with lots of flowers. That way using flower ninjutsu would be more deceptive. A greater chance of winning. No, I seem to have missed something. Right, this is an escort mission. The Jonin only needs to burn the supply wagons, there's no need for him to get entangled with me. Now I'm far from the clan ninjas and the radio can't transmit messages. The Jonin must have gone to the supply wagons. Damn it, I only have this little to work with. Having made up his mind, Hao Yi hurried toward the supply wagons only to run straight into Tu Cun, who was looking for him. Well, it seems Hao Yi overthought it. Tu Cun didn't think that far at all. Maybe he just sees me as a piece of meat on his plate, Hao Yi thought to himself. Kid caught you, ha ha ha. Tu Cun said triumphantly. Earth, release Earth Spear. Tu Cun attacked first, a spear of earth flying swiftly toward Hao Yi. At this moment Hao Yi, with his left hand injured and chakra low, couldn't block it head on, so he chose to jump and dodge. After a few dodges the Earth Ninja closed in. When Hao Yi was unharmed, his close quarters taijutsu couldn't even beat his subordinate. Under the current circumstances he certainly couldn't win. Hao Yi chose to retreat, occasionally throwing weapons to harass while pondering a way to break the deadlock. After several exchanges Hao Yi caught sight of the traps he had set earlier. An idea struck him. Hao Yi fought while retreating all the way to the traps. Seeing this, the Earth Ninja burst into laughter. People from small countries are fools themselves and they think others are fools too. Do you think I'd fall for such an obvious trap? Right then Hao Yi activated his space ability and teleported behind the Earth Ninja. Same old trick, attacking from behind. The gap between us is like heaven and earth. I know all your techniques but you don't know mine, the Earth Ninja said, blocking the shuriken aimed at his back without even looking, then slowly turned his head. Hao Yi didn't give up. He concentrated all his strength into the shuriken, pressed his body with full force and then executed a large spin, kicking his feet forcefully toward the opponent's face. Tu Cun was unperturbed. He withdrew his short sword and blocked in front, taking no damage. However, Hao Yi's full power strike did push Tu Cun back a few steps, but Hao Yi himself was in a sorry state. He fell heavily on his butt, worsening his injuries. It was a failure but also a new killing move. At the moment of landing Hao Yi also threw the shuriken toward Tu Cun's neck. Tu Cun gave a contemptuous smile, slightly dodged his head and directly avoided the shuriken. He said, did you especially hope I'd dodge like that so that the shuriken would hit the trap wire behind and trigger the trap? Ha ha ha. Sure enough, the shuriken triggered the trap and a dozen shuriken shot out. The Earth Ninja easily blocked them. Hao Yi felt no joy of success. Was the gap really that huge? Could careful planning not compensate for the difference in strength? No, I will never admit defeat. Hao Yi made up his mind and instantly threw a smoke bomb. With a bang, smoke filled the air. Normally after throwing a smoke bomb one would hide. Hao Yi thought for a moment and decided to go against convention, since normal tactics wouldn't work against him. He could only catch him off guard. Most people use smoke bombs to divert attention, but Hao Yi didn't. He directly cast a ninjutsu in the smoke flower ninja art, flying flowers and falling leaves. Hey, did you think a sneak attack would work? A ninjutsu of this level can't kill me. Tu Cun jeered. Earth, release Earth Wall stream. Hao Yi's flying flowers were all blocked by the earth wall. As the smoke cleared, Hao Yi calmly said to the Earth Ninja, you said my ninjutsu isn't strong enough, right? How about this, I attack, you defend. If I hurt you, you let me go. If I don't hurt you, I'll acknowledge you as my master, and all the ninjas of the Lily Clan and everyone in the vegetable country will serve you. Kill me and you'll at most complete the mission. But if you bet on a duel of fate with me, you might gain a whole country. Oh, do you represent the vegetable country? Tu Cunlong looked at Hao Yi with amusement. Since I said it, I have confidence, Hao Yi said confidently. You found a way to survive for yourself, but how can I believe you'll submit to me? Tu Cunlong looked at Hao Yi disdainfully. I can't prove it, but I'm sure that as an elite jonin you must have come across techniques that control people. Hao Yi said calmly. Alright, you are a promising talent. Then let's set a limit of 3 moves. If I hurt you within 3 moves you let me go. If I don't, I'll serve you and you can cast a control technique on me. Fine, go ahead, Tu Cun said, thinking to himself, with your few moves you're no match at all. Even if you do hurt me, I'll just kill you and complete the mission, leaving myself invincible. Haha kid, you're still green. I'm starting. Get ready, Hao Yi warned. Stop wasting words, bring it on, Tu Cun said confidently. Flower ninja art, myriad flowers in chaos. Over 30 fireballs shot toward Tu Cun. Earth release, earth castle wall. A castle-like sphere protected Tu Cunlong. The fire ninjutsu left no trace at all. Tu Cun said proudly, see. Can't break it, can you? It's not over yet, Hao Yi said. Sage art, flower shuriken, flower flying leaves. This time Hao Yi drew out his only sage chakra. What? Just these few moves? This one seems even weaker than the last. That's not necessarily true, Hao Yi said calmly. Before the words faded, the flower flying leaves had already reached the earth castle wall. As expected, it didn't disappoint Hao Yi. It broke through the defense with devastating force, riddling the castle wall like a sieve. The debris of the earth castle wall slowly scattered, dust flying. Hao Yi was about to rejoice, but he didn't see any blood on the ground. A sense of foreboding arose. As the smoke cleared, Tu Cun was seen with rock-like armor covering his body, blocking the flower flying leaves technique. Tu Cun said indifferently, that move was decent. You can show it to me later. 1 move left. Go ahead. Alright, here I come. You'd better defend well. Hao Yi struggled to control his emotions. Flower ninja art, summoning, carnivorous flower. A carnivorous flower 5 times larger than the one summoned by Zhujian erupted directly from the ground beneath Tu Cunlong, instantly swallowing the earth ninja. Indeed, this was all a setup by Hao Yi. From every aspect he was no match for the jonin. Only by awakening the earth ninja's desire, establishing a bet and a limited competition, could he have a chance. Finally he could catch him off guard using a ninjutsu unknown to the earth ninja attacking from underground. Only then could he win. This was the most direct danger Hao Yi had ever faced. But he had won. Hao Yi let out a long sigh. His back was already soaked with sweat. He lay down on the ground as if celebrating his rebirth after the calamity. Having secured victory through cunning, Hao Yi did not rest long. He cleaned the battlefield, retrieved the ninja tools he had used, and returned to the site where he had fought the 3 chunin, sweeping it clean once more. As expected, aside from ninja tools, military rations and some provisions, there was nothing. He had hoped to scavenge some scrolls to enrich his clan's jutsu collection. In this era, ninja techniques were more valuable than money. Hao Yi couldn't help but grumble, then directly reunited with the main force. Soon Hao Yi rejoined the main contingent. During the several days of marching, the members of the Hydrangea clan who had been injured had by now nearly recovered. Hao Yi casually hopped onto a supply cart, closing his eyes to meditate and restore his condition. Clan leader, we should reach Frostleaf City in the Land of Fire by tonight. We can resupply there, then head to the mission point. The quickest route would take roughly 10 days of relentless travel. No need. Let's go into the town first to look for space scrolls. If they're available, we'll purchase them no matter the cost. This journey is unsafe. With so many people, we're too conspicuous. Hao Yi whispered softly. Yes, clan leader, the messenger replied. The grain transport column continued its slow advance as darkness fell and Hao Yi's chakra was fully restored. Hao Yi slowly exhaled and opened his eyes. In the distance the town scattered faint fires, beyond the heavily closed gates bright moonlight gleamed upon the armor of the 4 duty soldiers, making them appear even more alert. Hao Yi was certain that ninja were concealed somewhere in every corner. How could a proper city of the Land of Fire have such meager garrisons? Curfew is in effect. Come back at 8 tomorrow morning. A guard at the gate, seemingly in charge, interrupted his thoughts. Brother, we are from the Land of Vegetables, summoned by the Hokage to deliver supplies. Here is our mission document, perhaps you could show some leniency. Hua Tao spoke while pressing 4,000 mon in silver bills into the soldier's hand. Friend, it's not about that. Look at your large caravan. So many people entering at this hour would make too much noise and we'd have trouble explaining it. Even during daytime it wouldn't pass easily. In these turbulent times no one allows such large groups through anywhere. I suggest you camp in a secluded spot nearby, then send 5 or 6 people into the city to purchase supplies. That would be more reasonable. Very well, thank you for your guidance, brother. After Huatao finished speaking, he rushed over to explain the situation to Hao Yi. Alright then, Huatao and I will enter to scout ahead. The rest of you set up camp slightly farther from here. Stay vigilant, we've survived great perils, don't stumble at the finish line. Yes, clan leader, everyone responded. Huatao, let's go now, Hao Yi said as he walked. Yes, clan leader, Huatao followed closely behind. After bribing several guards, the two strode confidently into the town. It lacked the prosperity of Konoha a decade later, whether due to war or something else. By around 10 o'clock nearly all shops along the main street had closed. Clan leader, why don't we find an inn first and rest? We can ask about ninja tool shops tomorrow, Huatao suggested. No need. I imagine the sake tavern hasn't closed yet, it should have more information. Hao Yi recalled the places where Jiraiya gathered intelligence in the original novels. What? Clan leader, you're underage, you can't drink. Huatao exclaimed. Of course not. Just gathering information and learning about the local customs, Hao Yi said calmly. But where is this sake tavern? Huatao scratched his head. Who am I to know? Let's look, there are only a few places with lights on. Hao Yi said, and just then Huatao pointed. Clan leader, is that the brightly shining sign? Looks like it. Let's check it out. Hao Yi pushed the door open and entered directly with Huatao trailing quietly behind, clearly inexperienced and unfamiliar with such places. The moment Hao Yi stepped inside, he was immediately struck by what he saw. Despite the overall economic downturn, this place blazed with brilliant light, lavishly decorated as if it were paradise itself. Guests flirted with the hostesses beside them while devouring meat and drinking wine in large bowls. A seductively dressed woman with an alluring figure swayed over. Perhaps noticing Hao Yi's young age, she ignored him and cast flirtatious glances at Huatao. My lord, will you be in a private room or the main hall? Huatao had always stayed in the land of vegetables, where the customs were simple, or rather perpetually austere. He had never experienced anything like this before. Completely bewitched by the charming woman, he could scarcely speak. His flushed face was so red it could iron clothes, and his eyes kept darting toward Hao Yi as if hoping for rescue. Suppressing his laughter, Hao Yi said, "We'll stay right here. Just bring some wine and a few dishes." The moment the woman realized he didn't need her company, her expression soured and she stormed off resentfully. Clan leader, what should we do now? Huatao asked curiously. I wasn't coming to drink anyway. Let's find a seat ourselves and eavesdrop, perhaps we'll pick up useful information. By the way, when we're alone, don't call me clan leader. Let's keep a low profile. Ah, clan leader, then what should I call you? Huatao looked utterly astonished. What did you call me before? Young master of the clan. Fine, I surrender. From now on, when there's no one else around, just call me by my name, Hao Yi. Yes, clan leader. After saying this, he glanced around excitedly. Look, there's a seat over there. Let's go. Let's go, Hao Yi said, and the two made their way over. They flagged down a barkeep-like figure and ordered a few dishes perfunctorily. Hao Yi-kun, how does this place differ so drastically from the entire street outside? It's desolate out there but thriving here. Huatao transformed into a bundle of curiosity, unable to stop asking questions. Honestly, I'm not sure either, Hao Yi said, glancing around. Want to know? I'll tell you, but you're buying the drink. A samurai-clad man sitting nearby suddenly spoke up. Drinks and food are simple, join us at our table and chat, Hao Yi invited. Then I won't be polite. The samurai grinned foolishly, immediately sat beside Huatao, asked the barkeep for another cup and began drinking heavily. Places like this thrive, the more wars there are. How so? Huatao asked curiously. Look around. There are samurai, wandering ninja bounty hunters, but no ordinary citizens. The samurai took large bites of food and continued, these people live hand to mouth. The worse things get, the more they spend, who knows if they'll survive until tomorrow. Hao Yi found the analysis remarkably sound and looked around, observing carefully. Where's the nearest ninja tool shop? Huatao quickly brought up the main topic. Of course there is one. Turn right at the end of this street, the samurai said, clearly very familiar with the area. Meanwhile, Hao Yi was still studying the diverse crowd in the tavern. Couldn't those three silhouettes possibly be the legendary Sannin of Konoha? A yellow-haired man, a white-haired man, and a pale-skinned young woman. Hao Yi examined the golden-haired woman facing him more closely. She looked exactly like Tsunade in her youth from the original novel. Hao Yi pondered for a moment. Where helping Konoha transport grain seeking their assistance would be quite reasonable, wouldn't it? Hao Yi's mind suddenly became active and he trotted towards the three shinobi. You three must be ninjas from Konoha. We are not. Don't cause trouble, kid. Orochimaru said expressionlessly. If I'm not mistaken, you are the disciples of the third Hokage, Jiraiya of Mount Myaboku, the Toad Sage, Orochimaru the ninjutsu prodigy, and Tsunade the princess of Konoha. Hao Yi said nonchalantly. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect us to be so famous. Toad Sage, that's a pretty good title. Jiraiya began to wave his arms and legs excitedly. Don't disturb my drinking. Tsunade punched Jiraiya's head hard. Did the Hidden Rock Village send just a kid? Orochimaru quietly drew a shuriken. No, Lord Orochimaru, it's not what you think. I am a ninja from the land of vegetables summoned by the Hokage to deliver food supplies to the Konoha ninjas at the border. Hao Yi was a bit flustered. Before him stood the three Sannin. Even if they hadn't yet reached their later strength, each was already a top-tier elite jonin. The land of vegetables. I think the old man mentioned it. It's one of our vassal states. Jiraiya scratched his head. Ha, the land of vegetables. Delivering to the front lines. Can't you come up with a better lie? The fastest route from the land of vegetables to the front lines is through the land of hot springs. Why would you take the longer way through here? Orochimaru sneered. It's like this, my lords. First, because the land of vegetables is a poor nation with only a few ninjas, traveling through the land of fire is safer despite the longer distance thanks to Konoha's protection. Second, passing through the land of hot springs would involve three countries, making it easier to expose our mission and attract hostile forces. Hao Yi spoke confidently. Not bad, kid. So clever at such a young age. Jiraiya looked at him as if discovering a new continent. Fine, you've earned your life. Now leave quickly. Orochimaru dismissed him. My lords, this mission has exceeded the capabilities of our land of vegetables. I hope you can help. Hao Yi pleaded. Wait a minute, little brother. You've already reached the land of fire. There are no large bandit groups or concentrated ninja forces here. The hardest part is over. Logically, the remaining difficulty shouldn't be great. Jiraiya was curious. We have our own missions and no time to help you. Besides, the land of vegetables probably can't afford the payment for 3 elite jonin. Orochimaru wanted to end Hao Yi's persistence quickly, so he didn't wait for Hao Yi to answer Jiraiya's question and directly asked. Hao Yi knew he had to hit the crucial point or he would fail again. My lords, the food delivery mission is indeed the land of vegetables mission. We will protect it with our lives. But missions can succeed or fail. If it fails, it will harm the entire war situation. The most critical point is that this mission has already risen to S rank, which is beyond what a small nation can handle. Our contract with Konoha clearly states that the highest mission rank is B rank. Even if we fail, we bear no responsibility. But by then Konoha will have no food. Think about how devastating that would be for Konoha and how many of your comrades will die in battle. Kid, don't brag. Do you even know what an S rank mission is? Talk big. If it were truly S rank difficulty, you'd be dead already. Jiraiya couldn't help but mock. I don't know the exact difficulty, but I do know that even in the supposedly safe land of fire, we have been ambushed multiple times by enemy ninjas. We've already encountered a squad led by an elite jonin. This is definitely no mere A-rank mission. What? An elite jonin? The 3 Sannin exclaimed in unison. That's right. Hao Yi confirmed. Do you know what an elite jonin is? Not every ninja you can't defeat is an elite jonin. Orochimaru said flatly. That person's subordinate used a B-rank earth release, water dragon bullet. I don't know exactly who the leader is, but he used several B-rank techniques. Hao Yi said calmly. How did you manage to survive until now? Tsunade asked curiously. Hao Yi acted mysterious. That's not important. Seniors, this mission has exceeded our limits. I also have important information to provide. I hope you can help me meet the Hokage. After speaking, Hao Yi bowed deeply. Little brother, a foreign ninja meeting the old man requires many procedures. And although you've said a lot, your credibility isn't high. Jiraiya said solemnly. We cannot put the old man in danger. My lords, I have all the intel on the elite jonin deep behind enemy lines. It's extremely important. My supply convoy is outside. Every extra day is a risk, and in the end it's Konoha that pays the price. I believe the strongest ninjas of Konoha wouldn't be unwilling to take a small risk for their own people. Hao Yi declared passionately. The three Sannin were silent. They exchanged glances and finally Orochimaru spoke slowly, complete intel on an elite jonin. That's hard to believe. Exactly. We used nearly all the ninjas of the Land of Vegetables for this escort. Through everyone's joint efforts and because the Land of Vegetables is isolated, our ninjutsu are quite unorthodox. We caught that jonin by surprise. How you fabricated a story. A secret technique to capture a jonin. Orochimaru grew more cautious. It's not that mysterious. I used summoning jutsu with a special contracted summon. When summoning it attacked directly and swallowed the enemy before they could react. Hao Yi scratched his head. Oh, I see. Orochimaru nodded slowly, seemingly pondering a similar implementation for his own summoning jutsu. We're not close to Konoha either. Even if we want to help you, it will take considerable time. We have our own missions. Tsunade put down her cup and said. Hao Yi smiled slightly, sensing the plan was about to succeed. It's fine, Lady Tsunade. It'll be quick. I heard Jiraiya has a disciple. If he's in Konoha, he can use summoning jutsu to relay messages back and forth. That could work. Jiraiya thought for a moment. Little brother, you seem to know a lot about us. Orochimaru said. Not really, not really. The Land of Fire is our suzerain state. We all know the legends of its ninjas by heart. Hao Yi said sheepishly. Alright, let's begin. Do you need to bring the jonin? Jiraiya said. No need. I'll summon him once we reach Konoha. If I do it here and something goes wrong, I can't handle it. But is this environment really suitable? Aren't you supposed to be on a mission soon? Hao Yi looked at Jiraiya with confusion, thinking Jiraiya really is thick-headed. How does he come up with such brilliant battle strategies? With that kind of brain, he should be the first to die on the battlefield. Ha ha ha, we have you to thank. Our mission was to root out enemy ninjas in the Land of Fire. Since you've captured an elite jonin, I'll hand you over to the old man and the mission is practically done. Summoning jutsu. Jiraiya ignored everyone's dirty looks and performed the summoning technique. Jiraiya began his summoning chant. Now the sole sage in Konoha's history appears, the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya hereby arrives. But before he could finish, a sharp smack silenced him as the toad struck him dumbfounded. Why have you summoned me, young Jiraiya? I was in the middle of eating, Fukasaku-sama said angrily. Sage, could you please reverse summon Minato here? Jiraiya asked. For such a trivial matter you call me all the way here. I haven't even finished my meal. This is highly disrespectful to one's teacher, Fukasaku-sama said, appearing quite displeased. No, it's something important. Please help me. I'll bring you all kinds of bugs next time I visit Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya said helplessly. That's more like it. Fukasaku-sama's expression brightened as he began to cast the reverse summoning jutsu. Minato glanced around, spotted Fukasaku-sama and the legendary Sannin, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Fukasaku-sensei, why have you suddenly summoned me here? Ask young Jiraiya about that, he requested I reverse summon you. With that, Fukasaku returned to Mount Myaboku. You see, there's an important person here who wishes to meet the Hokage. Bring him back to Konoha to see him, Jiraiya said, attempting to sound authoritative. Understood, sensei. Who is this important person? I'll take him back right away, Minato asked curiously. It's this kid. By the way, I still don't know his name, Jiraiya said, turning to look at Koichi. Yuri. Koichi, honored leader of the Yuri clan from the Land of Vegetables, Koichi introduced himself solemnly. How old are you, kid? Already a clan leader? Tsunade smiled. My elders all perished on the battlefield aiding Konoha. I had no choice but to assume leadership, Koichi said, subtly making a pointed remark. I apologize. My respects, Tsunade said, shedding her usual flippant demeanor. Koichi-san, we're preparing to depart. It might be a bit disorienting, but we'll arrive shortly. Minato smiled brightly. No problem, I'm ready, Koichi replied. In the Land of Fire's Konohagakure, Minato led Koichi to the Hokage's tower. Numerous Konoha ANBU members materialized beneath the Hokage tower, closely monitoring Koichi following Minato. Minato gestured and said, Elders, this is a ninja from the Land of Vegetables. He has urgent matters to report to the Hokage. My sensei sent me to bring him. Feeling his own status insufficient, Minato invoked his teacher Jiraiya. The lead ANBU ninja was about to speak when a voice from inside the building interrupted. Bring him in, Minato. Yes, Hokage-sama. Minato bowed in acknowledgement. Only then did the ANBU members step aside, allowing the two to enter. Minato, have you mastered the flying thunder god technique? The Hokage asked with a chuckle. Yes, Hokage-sama. No need for such formality. By lineage you are my junior disciple's disciple, the Hokage said with vigor. Koichi looked up at the three primes, the third Hokage before him. Unlike the aged figure from the original story, this third Hokage was in his prime at the peak of his strength. Without any Kikei Genkai he had single-handedly withstood the attacks of 4 great nations. Koichi abruptly snapped out of his reverie. Koichi. Minato nudged him. Minato-kun, what's wrong? How could you zone out in front of the Hokage? Minato was quite angry. The Hokage was Konoha's highest honor, disrespecting him was disrespecting all Konoha ninja. Despite Minato's generally mild temper he couldn't help but feel indignant. Koichi offered an embarrassed smile. I apologize, Hokage-sama. I have long admired you, and today seeing you in person I was captivated by your majestic presence. Flattery never fails, the Hokage said with a faint smile. It's fine. I won't hold it against a child. What did you wish to report? Do tell. Koichi briefly recounted the events and concluded, Hokage-sama, I'd like to borrow a space scroll from Konoha. Our cargo is overwhelming and moving it amidst so many eyes is difficult. Without the scroll direct transport would be far too dangerous. A space scroll? That's not difficult. However, a scroll capable of holding 50 tons of grain is quite valuable, you know. Sarutobi instantly adopted a miserly demeanor. No amount of money compares to the ninja on the front lines risking their lives for the village, Koichi declared, heroically embodying a true protagonist aura. That may be, but this falls under the agreement between the land of fire and the land of vegetables. Since your ninja are handling the escort mission, the cost should logically be borne by your country. Sarutobi, representing Konoha's interests, naturally refused to let Koichi get something for nothing. Hokage-sama, this mission exceeds its designated level. A ninja has grounds to abandon it. However, our land of vegetables is willing to uphold our duty. If we are all wiped out, it will not only mean losing this war but also Konoha losing its grain supply and the land of fire losing the land of vegetables. Oh. Can you truly represent the land of vegetables? The Hokage regarded Koichi with interest. Though newly appointed, his sovereign aura erupted, instantly intolerable to any threat. Are you trying to negotiate with me? Children these days are getting more and more amusing. Yuan Fei took a puff of his cigarette and said. Lord, this matter may be of great importance, perhaps even affecting the war situation. I believe it's better if only the two of us know about it. Is that so? Very well. Yuan Fei gestured with his hand signaling the others to withdraw. Now you can speak. Yuan Fei stared at Hao Yi. This is how it is. During this mission we were ambushed twice by ninjas from the Earth country. We fought with all our might and in the end we captured an elite Jonin and a Chunin alive. Is that so? The Hokage's expression darkened. Yes, absolutely true. While replying, Hao Yi cursed inwardly, this old fox trying to overwhelm me with his presence. Does he think he can intimidate me like this? He's underestimating me too much. Very well, we'll take these two. Name your price. Lord, in these times of war money is truly worthless. For instance, what good is my father's wealth when he has sacrificed his life? Nothing remains. Hao Yi said sorrowfully. Then he continued, we want some ninjutsu to strengthen our Kai country's power so that we don't need the help of Konoha's seniors for every single mission. Hey, you should know that ninjutsu has always been the secret arts of the village, not to be passed on carelessly. Even the common civilians within the village are not allowed to spread them freely. Yuan Fei looked exceptionally angry. Lord, if these two ninjas are interrogated well, I can obtain many Earth-style secret techniques, including some formidable B-rank ninjutsu. Moreover, I am not asking for the secret techniques of Konoha itself. I know Konoha has the world's largest repository of ninjutsu. You only need to pick some that are not originally from Konoha. Hao Yi analyzed. Ninjutsu is a strategic resource not to be casually given to other nations. The Hokage said firmly. Lord Hokage, our Kai country is a vassal state of your esteemed nation. If our ninja's strength increases, it will also benefit Konoha as the suzerain. It is well known that the power of a ninja village is ultimately determined by its top-level combatants, not the number of genin. No matter how hard we strive, we cannot affect the rule of the great nations. Furthermore, the two ninjas I captured are elite operatives who infiltrated deep behind enemy lines. The intelligence they possess is unimaginable. As for ninjutsu, though it is called a strategic resource, it is not that scarce. A copy can be made which causes no harm to your village. What do you think, Lord Hokage? Hao Yi was not anxious. Alright then, which ninjutsu do you want? Let me see if I can satisfy you. The Hokage said calmly. Because the war is frequent, only a few children remain in our clan to manage things. We want to recruit some wandering ninjas, but we fear their loyalty. So we want a sealing technique like the caged bird. Secondly, our flower ninjutsu is weak in attack and limited in variety. We want 3 basic ninjutsu of each element and 1 powerful A rank or B rank ninjutsu to enrich our repertoire. 2 ninjas in exchange for a controlling technique and a B rank ninjutsu of all elements. Boy, your appetite is too big. Yuan Fei was somewhat angry. Intelligence is the key to victory. Hao Yi said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Your demands are excessive. Even a medium-sized nation might not have so many A-B rank ninjutsu. These are techniques mastered by jonin. 5 elements at once: gold, wood, water, fire, earth. And most importantly, a controlling technique is priceless and rarely available. Sarutobi smiled slightly. How about this? I want a technique similar to the caged bird, then 3 basic ninjutsu from each of the 5 elements plus medical and sealing, and also the 3 body techniques, the body flicker technique, and at least 2 C-rank ninjutsu for each element. Hao Yi bargained. The others are easier, but the controlling technique and sealing technique are more difficult. The controlling technique is a must. The sealing technique can be too. Hao Yi thought for a moment. Well, there are no sealing techniques below C rank. Sarutobi stared calmly at Hao Yi. Alright then, give me 1 sealing technique. Hao Yi was now extremely embarrassed. Fine, it's not impossible, but your bargaining chip is insufficient. How about this? I'll consider it as supporting your Kai country, but for the next 10 years we will assign missions to you at 80 of the market rate. Is that acceptable? 10 years is too long. It can be 5 years and then missions can be at 90 of the market rate. In that case you must select 5 sealing techniques for us to choose from. Impossible. Techniques are top secret, especially sealing techniques. Of course I can choose some practical ones for you. Alright, it's settled. I'll hand over the ninjas and you give me the scroll. Hao Yi said happily. Good, I'll have my subordinates prepare. Flower Nin secret technique, summoning man-eating flower spit. Hao Yi, considering the intelligence capabilities of Konoha's information department, estimated that his ninjutsu secrets would surely be exposed by the earth ninjas, so he did not intend to hide the summoning technique. Immediately 2 ninjas were spat out. One was the suspected earth ninja from the bandit attack and the other was Tsukimura Ichiro, who had fought Hao Yi to the death. Both were unconscious on the ground, covered in an unknown liquid. The stomach of the man-eating flower was filled with anesthetic. As soon as they were swallowed they were poisoned. At the same time it supplied the necessary energy to the recipients to prevent them from starving. This was currently the most powerful technique of the flower ninja. The Hokage looked at the 10-meter-tall man-eating flower and sighed, a remarkable technique, a clever application of the summoning technique. Hao Yi did not reply much. The Hokage made some gestures toward the crystal ball and 2 figures directly appeared in the Hokage's office. Lord Hokage. The 2 ninjas said respectfully. Call Shikaku and Inoichi. The Hokage said softly. Yes. Lord Hokage. Inoichi and Shikaku said respectfully. Sometimes Hao Yi was curious, didn't ninjas sleep? It was so late and they were still awake. Thank you for your hard work, both of you. Sorry to disturb you at this hour. The Hokage apologized. It's our duty. This is the leader of the ninjas from Kai country. He brought 2 elite ninjas who infiltrated the land of fire. I need you, Inoichi, to thoroughly interrogate them and extract all intelligence. The Hokage said seriously. Yes. Shikaku, go copy the 3 body techniques, the body flicker technique and 2 C-rank and 1 D-rank ninjutsu for each of the 5 elements and medical ninjutsu. 1 sealing technique and 1 mind control technique. I need them by tomorrow morning. Understood. Shall I go to the archives now? Shikaku asked. Yes, take my token. Yes. Shikaku acknowledged and left. Watching this scene, Hao Yi finally felt a weight lifted from his heart. The supply mission had become remarkably easy thanks to the scroll, and he had obtained many ninjutsu which would surely allow him to train many ninjas in the future. Thank you, Lord Hokage. You're welcome, you deserve it. Tomorrow, once Shikaku has prepared the materials, I'll have Minato deliver the ninjutsu scroll to you. Then he'll take you to the Frost Leaf country to load your goods into the scroll and bring you back. Coincidentally, we have a batch of strategic supplies that need to be delivered together, so you can accompany each other. Very well, Lord Hokage. Hao Yi agreed happily. Hao Yi slowly rose, gazing at the room the Hokage had arranged for him last night, and sighed inwardly. Perhaps if he had been reborn in Mai, he would have chosen to live as an ordinary person, spending his life carefree. That too would be a kind of happiness. Such a comfortable and reassuring night was the first Hao Yi had experienced since his rebirth. This was the benefit of a great nation. Hao Yi became even more determined to build Kai country into a powerful nation, and through his own efforts to change the cruel reality of the Hokage world and turn it into a paradise. After making preparations, Hao Yi roused his spirits and began cultivating natural energy. Knock knock knock, Hao Yi-kun, are you awake? A knocking at the door interrupted his training. Oh, it's Shuemen. Come in, I've been awake for a while. Hao Yi slowly opened his eyes. Hao Yi-kun, here are the ninjutsu scrolls you wanted. After saying that, Shuemen tossed the scrolls to Hao Yi. Hao Yi's face lit up with joy. Ignoring Shuemen, he took them and carefully flipped through them, secretly assessing them in his mind. The first scroll was a control-type ninjutsu, the mind control technique which is cast upon the soul. Once completed, it grants control over life and death. Usage requirements: A. The target's mind must be completely open, allowing the user full control. B. The user's chakra must exceed the target's by 4 times. C. The user must possess extremely strong mental strength. It seemed quite useless, able to control only ninja with low chakra levels. However, it exactly suited Hao Yi's needs. Hao Yi did not intend to use this technique to fill the gap of experts in Kai country, rather he wanted to recruit more low-level ninja to carry out low-level missions and maintain the basic needs of the ninja village. This technique was perfect for Hao Yi. Sealing technique: 5 element seal, seals chakra within a specific area, preventing it from circulating freely. This technique was also quite practical, perhaps he could even make scrolls with it, Hao Yi thought secretly. Fire release ninjutsu: D rank fire release, fire fist, gathering fire natured chakra into the fist, turning it into a fire fist to increase attack power. Fire release fire dragon technique: spitting a straight line of fire like a fire dragon from the mouth. Fire release flame bullet: spitting a fire bullet from the mouth. Compared to the great fireball, the flame bullet is faster, smaller in range but greater in attack power, while the great fireball sprays a wide area of fire and deals area damage. Overall, fire release is quite aggressive and very suitable for the development of Kai country. Wind release ninjutsu: D rank wind release, whirlwind fist, attaching wind nature to both hands to increase their sharpness. C rank wind release, great breakthrough, using chakra to manipulate wind and cut the opponent. C rank wind release, rending wind palm, emits extremely sharp gale force which can also be used with ninja tools to increase speed and attack power. Water release ninjutsu: water release, water wall formation, gathering a large water wall in front of the user, a defensive technique. Water release, water turbulence, an attack technique that spits out a large amount of water. D rank water release, water shadow technique, hiding the body in water. Earth release ninjutsu: C rank earth release, earth flow wall, gathering a large earth wall in front of the user, the defensive technique. D rank earth release, rock shadow technique, hiding the body in rock. C rank earth release, headhunter technique, the user burrows underground and delivers a fatal blow to the ground at the right moment. Lightning release ninjutsu: C rank lightning release, earth walk. C rank lightning release, lightning body flicker technique. D rank lightning release, lightning attachment, attaching lightning natured chakra to hands or weapons, which has a certain paralyzing effect on the enemy. The basic ninjutsu, the 3 body techniques and the body flicker technique, were actually what Kai country needed most. Kai country had always been studying its own flower ninjutsu, yet it couldn't even use the most basic ninjutsu. Its basic battle routine was first a flurry of hidden weapons, then flower ninjutsu, and finally taijutsu combat. Win and live, lose and die. The survival rate was too low. If they introduced the basic ninjutsu of Mai, it would greatly improve their chances of survival. Medical ninjutsu: C rank chakra scalpel, attaching chakra to the hand to form a sharp chakra blade for surgery. C rank general healing technique, using chakra to reduce bleeding and provide slight healing. D rank poison removal technique, alleviating common toxins. The medical techniques provided were generally of the useless kind. Of course, medical ninja require extremely fine chakra control, so medical ninjutsu levels are usually higher. The medical ninjutsu in the current Hokage world was probably lacking overall, so it was no wonder Mai had produced such inferior techniques. Hao Yi silently memorized the techniques from the scrolls, then slowly put the scrolls away. Flower Nin's secret technique: summoning, man-eating flower, and directly stuffed the scrolls into the man-eating flower's mouth. After completing this series of actions, he slowly looked at Shuemen. A small country, I've never seen fine things, sorry about that. Shuemen glanced at him. Hao Yi-kun, since you have this summoning technique, why did you need to borrow space scrolls from Mai? Can't your summoning beast store them? Hao Yi was speechless. Bro, that's 50 tons of grain. How can it swallow that? If it spits it out from its stomach, how can the grain still be eaten? By the way, Shuemen-kun, why didn't you give me the space scroll? I have it here. Let's go collect the grain. After that I'll give it to you. Space scrolls are rather troublesome to use. Collecting 50 tons of grain is no easy task, Shuemen said calmly. Alright, since that's the case, there's no time to lose. Let's set off now. Hao Yi was impatient. Okay. As soon as the words fell, Shuemen and Hao Yi arrived at the izakaya from before. Shuemen-kun, at least tell me beforehand, you suddenly appear and nearly scare someone to death. Hao Yi-kun, where did you go? I've been worried all night. Huatao in his anxiety forgot Hao Yi's identity as clan leader. Haha, didn't I come back? The matter is settled. Where are the 3 ninja of my from before? Looking at the loved ones before him, Hao Yi felt warmth in his heart. Oh, they went back, Huatao replied. Shuemen-kun, let's go, Hao Yi said. Okay, Shuemen agreed readily and followed Hao Yi to the camp of Kai Country's grain transport unit. Clan leader, you're back, everyone greeted. This is Bufeng Shuemen, an elite jonin of mine who has come to help us. Bring all the grain over. Hao Yi ordered. Yes. In no time grain piled up like a mountain in the center. Shuemen pulled the scroll, his hands forming seals rapidly, and the grain before him was instantly absorbed into the scroll. Wow, 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 the porters, soldiers and samurai exclaimed in amazement. Hao Yi-kun, my mission is complete. Here is the scroll, Shuemen said with a slight smile. Thank you, Shuemen-kun, Hao Yi said sincerely. Then he looked at the people of Kai Country. Your mission is complete, you can return to the country. He then looked at Zhujian, you must bring everyone home safely and help Shaoxing complete the basic construction of the village. In addition, there are some scrolls in the man-eating flower's belly. Study them well. The world is in chaos now, so go out and take in some orphans, do some good deeds. I may travel after my mission. Contact me through the man-eating flower, I will check messages once every 5 days. Understand? Understood, don't worry, clan leader. After saying that, Hao Yi returned to Mai together with Shuemen. Shuemen, why are you at the village gate? Shouldn't you go back to sleep? Hao Yi asked curiously, glancing at Shuemen. I have a mission in a while. I'll be leaving soon. Wait here, the logistics team will gather at this spot. You can go with them. Hao Yi asked softly. Alright, go ahead. Hao Yi nodded. Waiting was indeed tedious, so he found an inconspicuous corner to practice with the scroll he had just acquired. Looks like I'm the first. A pale-eyed youth slowly arrived at the village gate. Ha ha ha, Rishiang-bo, don't be smug. I'm not slow either. A person and a dog leaped to Rishiang-bo's side. Bo-ze, long time no see. A sunglasses-wearing young man also appeared at the gate. You're so late, almost missed the deadline, Mo. Kwanya-ze patted the sunglasses guy. The captain isn't here yet, right? Replied the sunglasses guy. Hao Yi guessed these 3 were his teammates. He finished his scroll practice and ran over. Hello, I'm your new teammate. He smiled and waved in greeting. What? A kid? Isn't the mission leader the elite Jounin Yuanfei Zenzizu? Kwanya-ze exclaimed. No, I'm just an extra. Hao Yi quickly explained. Extra? Yomu Mo Wu looked at Hao Yi curiously. It means just tagging along for the mission, haha, a local saying from Kai Country. What? We got a deadweight. Tisk, why is there always a kid on these missions? Didn't Kakashi save your life last time? Why underestimate others again? Rishiang-bo taunted. Rishiang-bo, you. I challenge you to a duel. Kwanya-ze drew his weapon ready to duel with Rishiang-bo. Just as they were about to clash, a young man in a Jounin combat uniform grabbed them. Weapons are not for pointing at comrades. If you don't understand that, you might as well go back to the academy. Sorry, Lord Yuanfei. Even the reckless Kwanya-ze dared not talk back to the Leaf Village's crown prince, so he obediently backed down. Alright, enough jokes. The village is short on strength now and we're a makeshift unit. The mission should take about 2 days, but just in case, let's briefly introduce ourselves for better coordination in battle. Yuanfei glanced casually at Hao Yi. Yes, Captain. Kwanya-ze Chunin, skilled in scent tracking and taijutsu. This is my partner Shaowan. Rishiang-bo Chunin, skilled in perception and close combat. Yomu Mo Wu Chunin, skilled in perception and long-range ninjutsu. Baiha Hao Yi Chunin from Kai Country, skilled in long-range ninjutsu. Hao Yi introduced himself while wondering inwardly, it's supposed to be a logistic supply escort, so why are all the members perception type? Yuanfei Zenzizu, elite Jounin all-rounder. Good, now that we know each other, let's move out immediately. The front line urgently needs supplies. Let's hurry. With that, Yuanfei Zenzizu took the lead and set off. The others followed closely. Yuanfei was clearly familiar with the route, not needing to consult a map. He must have traveled this path many times. Captain, should we stop and scout? Asked Mou. No need. Kuan Ye's dog can sniff out most dangers around us. Alright. Mou panted heavily. Hang in there a bit longer. We'll rest when it gets dark. Yuanfei encouraged Mou. Ha ha ha, Mou, you're even weaker than a kid. Kuan Ye said, glancing at Hao Yi. The Yuri clan naturally lacks stamina. I have to constantly allocate chakra to feed my insects. It's already impressive that I've lasted this long. Mou explained. Not at all. Our small country doesn't even have a ninja village. If I don't practice basic taijutsu well, I'd be useless. I'm not very proficient in other ninjutsu either. Hao Yi said modestly. Better save your energy. Here's a military ration pill. Rixiang tossed a pill to Mou. Thanks. Mou swallowed it without hesitation. After a brief exchange, they focused on traveling. Night fell and Yuanfei stopped turning around. Let's call it a day. Mou, rest first. Kuan Ye, find some food. Rixiang, find a good spot for a tent. We'll recharge tonight. We'll reach the border tomorrow, and it might not be this easy. Yes, Captain. Everyone busied themselves as instructed. Hao Yi, I heard you captured an elite jounin alive before coming to the Leaf Village. Yuanfei became curious. Just luck. My ninjutsu is rather unique and caught him off guard. Hao Yi replied casually, but thought to himself, the Hokage is indeed cunning, sending his own son to investigate me. Elite jounin are rare assets even in great nations. Killing one is already difficult, but capturing one alive, that's a feat to be proud of. What kind of ninjutsu could instantly capture a jounin? Captain, ninjutsu is a family secret. Hao Yi emphasized. Haha, the Fire Country and Kai Country are brother nations. Just explain the principle so we can avoid similar techniques on the battlefield, mutual aid. Is he reminding me to know my place? Hao Yi thought darkly. He smiled and said, it's nothing special. It's a summoning technique, but ours is different. It can summon to a specific location within a certain range. Then it summons a carnivorous plant that devours the target. How many hand seals? Yuanfei pressed. 8. Hao Yi answered. That shouldn't be enough. Even if completed in a second, a jounin would have time to react. I made a bet with him and he let his guard down. That's how I succeeded. It was extremely difficult, something beyond words. Our entire clan almost got wiped out. Hao Yi feigned sorrow. In the end, you survived. The ninja world only cares about results. Yuanfei looked at Hao Yi. Surviving is what matters. Hao Yi replied, inwardly sneering at Yuanfei, it's all because of you big nations. Without your ambitions there wouldn't be so many wars. Captain, the tent is ready for occupancy. Rixiang ran over. Good. What about the others? All set. Zai is already preparing dinner, caught some fish and found wild fruits. Rixiang reported. Alright, gather at the tent. Yuanfei gave the order. Yes. Rixiang went to notify the other two. Everyone sat around the campfire slowly eating grilled fish. Yuanfei walked to the center. A ninja must always stay alert. Before we rest we need to set up traps around to warn us of any unexpected events. Mou, go with Hao Yi. Also someone must be on watch at all times. I'll take the first half of the night. Rixiang and Kuan Ye will take the second half. What do you think? Yuanfei asked the group. Alright, no problem. Everyone nodded. Good, dismissed. Yuanfei waved his hand, then leaped to the highest point, blending into the night with some unknown technique. It's about time. Let's move out. As soon as Sarutobi woke up he called the squad together. Those resting in on patrol all gathered at his summons, and the 5 of them set off immediately, expecting to arrive in roughly half a day. Everyone speed up. We'll rest for brief intervals from now on to maintain peak condition. We're nearing the combat zone and may face ambush. Yes, Captain. Meanwhile, Inoichi of the Konoha torture and interrogation force was carefully extracting information from Tsukimura Ichiro's mind. Not good. There's another unit, Inoichi muttered to himself. Someone keep watch over him, I need to ensure his survival. Inoichi issued his orders to the surrounding ninja. Yes, sir. Before finishing his sentence, Inoichi had already teleported to the Hokage's office. Inoichi. What's the rush? Hokage-sama, I've managed to break through most of that ninja's mental defenses. Good. Are there any important leads? The Hokage examined Inoichi. Hokage-sama, based on the memories extracted from that ninja's mind, there are two distinct groups operating inside Fire Country. One consists of 5 individuals whose mission is to destroy the logistical supply convoy, with one using a wandering ninja as bait to test us, while the remaining 4 form an elite strike team for ambush operations. The second group is a land spirit demolition unit tasked with intercepting Konoha's strategic resources. Their numbers are unknown, but their leader is Ro the Four-Tails Jinchuriki. What? That Tsuchikage has deployed an ultimate weapon. Shinosuke is in grave danger. Sarutobi exclaimed. Yes. Given that they've been operating for over a day and a half, sending reinforcements from Konoha now would probably be too late to intervene in time, Inoichi analyzed. Indeed. Here's the plan. I'll have Akimichi Torian, the border commander of the Land of Earth, along with Tensei Koharu and Wataramon Genma, coordinate to support Shinosuke's team. Meanwhile, the 3 Sannin and Minato's squad will head to the border to assist Danzo. Sarutobi, deeply worried about his son, dispatched 4 capable ninja at once. Understood. That should allow us to respond quickly enough. Captain, my insects are trembling. There's someone extremely powerful nearby, Aburame said nervously. Sarutobi waved his hand to signal a stop and glanced at Kiba and Hyuga. I'm not detecting anything either, likely masked by environmental interference, Kiba reported after consulting with his Nin-ken. Byakugan. Hyuga's expression turned grave, sensing the severity of the situation. 1-2. 18. And there's. He was startled. What is it? 19 total, one of them has chakra reserves far beyond what should be humanly possible, Hyuga said tremulously. How far? Sarutobi asked. Roughly 800 meters. Understood. While speaking, Sarutobi withdrew the scroll containing their strategic materials and handed it to Aburame. This scroll is vital to our mission, under no circumstances can it fall into enemy hands. Deliver it to the destination without delay, Sarutobi continued. Yes. Aburame nodded solemnly. Since enemies lie ahead, we should detour. But we'll need to create a distraction. Koga muttered under his breath, dreading the possibility of being sacrificed as cannon fodder. I'm not even from Fire Country, this is a death trap. Before Koga could finish his thoughts, Sarutobi activated Shadow Clone Jutsu and applied Transformation Jutsu, creating several false appearances. Let them serve as bait, we'll slip past while they're distracted. The destination is near. Understood. The team departed swiftly, maintaining silence while Hyuga used her Byakugan to scout ahead and guide them around the enemy. Koga mused to himself that overwhelming chakra signature must belong to a tailed beast. Sarutobi Shinosuke likely couldn't withstand it alone. But according to canon, Shinosuke has a son named Mirai, so he shouldn't perish in this conflict, right? The shadow clones have been shattered, they're pursuing us. Move faster. Sarutobi relayed the information from his destroyed clones. Understood. The team silently increased their pace. Ha ha ha. Surrender immediately and I'll spare your lives. A burly man with reddish-purple hair somersaulted into their path. Sarutobi silently drew his kunai and spoke to the others, you go on ahead, this is critical to the mission's success. I'll hold him off. Yes. I'll deal with him. You eliminate the brats. Ro reacted swiftly. Your opponent is me, multi-shuriken jutsu. Countless shuriken rained down indiscriminately on the demolition squad. Mold release scorching river lava jutsu. Ro expelled multiple magma spheres from his mouth, instantly melting the shuriken into molten iron and engulfing Sarutobi Shinosuke. Sarutobi used body flicker to evade and continued blocking the pursuing ninja. Summoning jutsu. A massive monkey surged forward, killing a land spirit ninja in one strike. Do you think I'm invisible? Semi-bijou mode. Ro shouted in anger. Dark red bijou chakra enveloped his entire body, and with a sweep of his tail he sent the monkey crashing several meters away. Old monkey, are you alright? I'm fine. But this opponent is formidable. I need to focus. The monkey said seriously. Aburame, what's the situation? They've caught up, about 15 of them. What should we do? Hyuga asked. I'll create 5 insect clones to split their attention, then eliminate those following us. First take out 3, Aburame analyzed. Good idea. Koga agreed immediately. Secret art insect clone jutsu. Childish trick. Clay explosion. Over 10 ninja hurled their clay, which detonated instantly. The 4 leaped forcefully to escape the explosion zone. The land spirit ninja seized the opportunity to encircle them. Capture them alive. I want to extract information about the strategic supplies, one land spirit ninja ordered. What's our situation now, Aburame? Kiba asked. They want us alive, which means they'll hold back on lethal techniques. We fight our way out instead. Aburame responded while releasing his jutsu, insect jar. Swarms of insects erupted in all directions. In that case, let's fight. Kiba-style ninjutsu hybrid transformation, two-headed wolf. Kiba activated his ultimate technique. 8 trigrams palm. Hyuga refused to be outdone, activating the 8 trigrams domain. Koga stepped back slightly to shield Aburame. Deputy Captain, these are all from prominent Konoha clans. Taking them alive would result in heavy casualties. Very well. Fall back to our secondary plan, deploy the clay attack, the Deputy Captain said. Over a dozen clay figures detonated simultaneously, filling the area with smoke and dust. Koga recognized the danger and immediately activated his spatial ability, phasing into the distant forest. As the smoke dissipated, only Aburame remained. The acrid stench of burned insects hung heavy in the air while Hyuga and Kiba had been completely obliterated. You must be from the Aburame clan of Konoha. Survival this long is impressive. Surrender, the Deputy Captain said proudly. Aburame remained silent, adjusting his stance and concentrating chakra into his feet. Aya! 3 land spirit ninjas screamed inexplicably and collapsed. Aburame seized the opening and charged through the blockade. He pre-planted insects on us and triggered them to pierce our hearts at the critical moment before escaping. How interesting, the Deputy Captain observed the fallen ninja. Quickly. His chakra is nearly exhausted, launch indiscriminate clay attacks. Yes. The land spirit ninja immediately began hurling clay. Bang bang bang. Aburame reacted swiftly, but the clay density was too great and one projectile struck him. He immediately channeled chakra to concentrate all his insects along his body's surface for defense. Koga recognized Aburame's intention and, driven by self-interest, smiled wickedly. Summoning jutsu. A small carnivorous plant swallowed Aburame whole. Satisfied with his maneuver, Koga prepared to eliminate the traces. Flower ninja art universal blossom. A dozen flames erupted from where Aburame had fallen. Wow, what kind of jutsu is that? It's so powerful. Explosions followed by fire. How did you manage that? One of the land spirit ninja exclaimed. Nothing special, just the same as before. I have no idea why it caught fire. The land spirit ninja who had struck Aburame replied modestly. Enough. Since nothing remains here, join the captain and surround Shinosuke together. Killing the Hokage's son would be a significant achievement, perhaps even earn us a few days of leave, the deputy captain declared. Hao Yi watched the crowd depart and heaved a silent sigh of relief. It was a false alarm, and he had acquired a member of the Yun clan along with strategic material sufficient to support a war. A thunderous explosion roared, and the resulting hurricane force hurled Hao Yi to the ground. Hao Yi glanced in the approximate direction of the blast. An immense pillar of dark red chakra soared into the sky exactly where he had parted ways with Captain Yuan Fei. Without a second thought, Hao Yi rushed toward the Muyi base camp. If he arrived early, he could complete his mission for Kai country and also find reinforcements. Hao Yi had roughly figured out that if Senzizu accidentally died on this mission as the sole survivor, his father would surely make things difficult for him. A shudder of fear passed through Hao Yi and he quickened his pace. Swish swish swish, 3 shuriken came flying. Hao Yi leaped lightly, drew his own shuriken and went on alert. He muttered inwardly, no way, I'm only a few kilometers from the base and still under attack. Has the Muyi outpost been breached? Before Hao Yi could think further, several explosive tags appeared before him. Hao Yi dodged using his spatial ability and shouted, you earth ninja big shots, are you not afraid of death? You're using detonating tags so close to the Muyi outpost, didn't your teacher teach you any better? The several people in the forest exchanged glances and called out, who are you and what are you doing here? This doesn't seem like the earth ninja's style. Hao Yi thought to himself. Ha ha ha, I never change my name whether standing or sitting. I am the renowned Baiha Hao Yi clan, leader of the Baiha clan of Kai country. Hao Yi tried calling out. What a strange way to announce oneself. Should we just kill him? A ninja murmured quietly. Kai country. Isn't that a vassal state of our Hua country? Another ninja wondered. One who seemed to be a captain pondered and then shouted, what's a guy from Kai country doing here? You're clearly a spy. Hearing this, Hao Yi's heart settled and he explained with a smile, I was summoned by Hua country to deliver food here. Later I joined Zenzizu's squad to carry out a mission. Please take me to see your leader. Captain Zenzizu is in danger. What? 3 ninjas shine to Hao Yi's side. You're here to deliver food? Do you have proof? I do have proof, but I must give it to the leader. Hao Yi said distrustfully. Alright, wait here. I'll report to Lord Tuanzang, the captain-like figure said while looking at Hao Yi. He then turned to his comrades and said, keep an eye on him here. His identity is still uncertain. I'll inform the leader and verify the truth. Okay, go quickly and come back. Kai country. That's true, but didn't Sugan go to support? How come only one person came? Tuanzang looked at the ninja who had come to report and murmured to himself. Lead the way. Let's go take a look, Tuanzang commanded. Yes, my lord. Shortly the group arrived at Hao Yi's location. Are you the ninja from Kai country? Tuanzang asked, sizing up Hao Yi. Yes, my lord. Are you the commander of this outpost? Hao Yi asked. Yes. My lord, here is the mission scroll for Kai country. This scroll was borrowed from Mu Yi. I'm placing both in your hands now. I've completed my task. Hao Yi felt much relieved. Only food? What about strategic materials? Weren't you supposed to come with Senzizu? Why did you come alone? Tuanzang demanded. By the way, you should send someone to rescue them. Captain Yuan Fei is still fighting the enemy. Before the battle he gave the scroll to Yunf Mo. Hao Yi explained. What about Yunf? I don't know. We separated during the escape. I didn't go with them because I had my own mission. Hao Yi replied evasively. Tuanzang looked at Hao Yi, pondering the truth of his words. What a cunning brat, using Mu Ye's people as bait to complete his own mission. Humph. Alright, go to the camp and rest. We'll handle the rest, Tuanzang said. My lord, my mission is over. I'd like to return to Kai country as soon as possible to report. How about I leave now? Hao Yi wanted to leave this troublesome place quickly. No hurry, no hurry. It's getting late. You can rest a while before leaving, can't you? Tuanzang said coldly. Ha ha ha. Alright then, thank you my lord, Hao Yi agreed helplessly. He cursed inwardly, old silver coin, I haven't done anything wrong and you're still restricting my freedom. Arrange a dormitory for our guest, Tuanzang instructed his subordinates before walking alone toward the command post. Hao Yi watched the departing Tuanzang and calculated silently, is Tuanzang already opposing the Hokage at this point? Does he even care about the juniors? Thinking of this, Hao Yi found it ironic. These people always talk about protecting Mu Yi, willing to sacrifice themselves for Mu Yi, yet they don't care about the juniors of their comrades. At least they fought together, those children were practically raised before their eyes. Clan leader Baiha, follow me. I'll take you to find a place to rest, the leading Mu Yi ninja teased. Thank you. My name is Hao Yi. I was in a hurry earlier so I just made something up, Hao Yi said with an awkward smile. My name is Yueguang Feng, the Mu Yi ninja also introduced himself. Are you from the clan with the Kekiai Genkai 2 done? Ha ha ha, yes, Yueguang Feng said proudly. We're here, Hao Yi-kun. You can stay here. The person who used this bed was killed by a detonating tag a few days ago, so it's been empty. You won't need to prepare any living supplies. Yueguang Feng said indifferently. Okay, how many people are here in total? 8 in total. They're all on duty outside and won't be back until evening. Alright, thank you Yueguang, Hao Yi expressed his gratitude. No problem. Well, I'll be going now. Wait Yueguang, if I want to leave after resting, what should I do? Who should I contact, or can I just go on my own? Hao Yi asked cautiously. You'll have to wait for notice. You'll probably need to be summoned by Tuanzang. Otherwise leaving abruptly would be impolite. Moreover, no one knows you, so you could easily be mistaken for a spy. By the way, while you're staying here, don't wander around or you might really be taken for a spy. This period is too sensitive. Okay, I understand Yueguang, Hao Yi replied awkwardly. He thought to himself, laggards get beaten, if you're weak you have no rights. Even my movements are restricted. If it weren't for Kai country back home I would have left long ago and not put up with this crap. Hao Yi-kun, Yueguang Feng called out a few times. Ha! Hao Yi snapped back to attention. Nothing else. I'll be going now. I still have duty to attend to. Yueguang Feng said. Okay, go ahead. I'll manage on my own, Hao Yi said with a wave of his hand. After saying that, Yueguang Feng left directly. Hao Yi looked around the room, then lay down on the bed with ease. Since we're here, let's settle down. I might as well rest well. Recalling what Yueguang Feng had said, that his roommate wouldn't return until 10 o'clock and it was still early, Hao Yi sat cross-legged on the bed and began cultivating his technique. Did you hear? Shinnosuke's mission failed and the strategic supplies were probably taken by the IWA shinobi. The two ninja walked toward the dormitory discussing. Only one captain and a ninja from the Kai country are left. Even Akimichi Torian who went to rescue Shinnosuke was killed in action and the other two Quasi-Kage level ninja are seriously wounded. Said the other ninja. You said it. This battle is going to be tough. We're already outnumbered and the enemy has 5 Quasi-Kage level experts on the battlefield. Right now we only have Lord Danzo left here. Tomorrow may well be another bloodbath. Said a ninja. Ha. Kid, who are you? I've never seen you before. The ninja asked in surprise, subconsciously pulling out a kunai. Haha, senior, I'm that ninja from the Kai country you were just talking about. My name is Yuri Koichi. Senior Gecko Kaze arranged for me to sleep here for now. Koichi said with a smile. Gecko Kaze, huh? Yeah, the location checks out. This is indeed an empty bed. Fine. The ninja analyzed cautiously. How did you manage to escape with your life? They say the IWA shinobi deployed their most formidable explosion core and it was personally led by Rashi the Jinchuriki. Well, it was just luck, a bit of luck. Koichi scratched his head awkwardly. Konoha Outpost Command Office. Danzo sat upright in the center, his face stern. Around him in order were Koharu Hamura the Sannin and Sarutobi Shinnosuke, all Quasi-Kage level masters. Shinnosuke, tell us what happened during the mission. Roughly half a day's journey from the outpost we encountered the explosion core. We spotted the IWA shinobi in advance, so we first used shadow clones to lure the enemy. Once they caught up, I handed the scroll to Aburaim and stayed behind to cover the retreat. I don't know what happened afterward. Afterward we went back to look for those Chunin. Their bodies had been blown to pieces. Judging from the traces of battle at the scene, it was the 3 of them. Koharu added. This is a blessing in disguise. Fortunately the strategic weapon wasn't taken by the IWA shinobi. Danzo sighed. The failure of this mission is extremely unfavorable to the war. Without the strategic supplies, casualties among mid-level ninja will greatly increase. Danzo continued. Everyone nodded. Is Rashi's injury serious? Can he still fight next time? Danzo continued asking. He was also seriously wounded. But Torian gave his life for it. Koharu and I were injured as well, and for the time being we can only exert Jonin-level strength. Hamura said sorrowfully. If that's the case, the IWA shinobi will definitely launch a fierce assault tomorrow. Orochimaru speculated. Why? With so many of us, the IWA shinobi won't necessarily gain an advantage. Jiraiya looked around and said. Idiot. The 3 of us and Minato were temporarily assigned to the battlefield. Here the only visible fighting force left is Lord Danzo. The IWA shinobi will certainly not miss this opportunity. Tsunade punched Jiraiya on the head. Indeed, this is also an opportunity. Danzo smiled. Perhaps this time we can directly end this war. Danzo said confidently. Everyone's eyes gleamed as they looked at Danzo. Danzo smiled and said, tomorrow the IWA shinobi will definitely launch a fierce attack. We have plenty of top-tier experts now, but we lack mid-tier strength. So tomorrow the Sannin and I, 4 of us, will hold off the enemy's strong ones. Minato will take the opportunity to destroy their strategic supplies and provisions, then use the Flying Thunder God to return and wipe out their Jonin. That's indeed good, but it's not enough to end the war. Orochimaru said with a smile. Right, everyone, look. Here is the Kanabi Bridge, the only route for the land of Earth to transport logistical supplies. If I use the entire army as bait and send an elite squad to destroy the Kanabi Bridge, wouldn't this war be over? Danzo grinned happily. It's indeed feasible, but doesn't it place too high a demand on that elite squad? Shinnosuke asked doubtfully. Jonin are also a scarce combat resource for the village. The IWA shinobi must be paying attention to the number of Jonin we have here. As it happens, Kakashi and his team from Minato's squad would be perfect. They just arrived and haven't yet appeared on the front lines. The son of White Fang, a scion of the Uchiha clan and a medical ninja with close combat skills, such a lineup is ideal for operations behind enemy lines. They're too young. Kakashi's emotions are unstable, and without a strong teleportation ability, retreat would be very troublesome. Minato objected. After you finish here, use the Flying Thunder God to go help them complete the mission. Danzo pondered for a moment. Time is too tight, that's not really feasible. Jiraiya chimed in to support Minato. Actually, I do have someone in mind. Danzo said proudly. Who? Is there such an excellent person here? Homura exclaimed in surprise. It's that ninja from the Kai country, Yuri Koichi. According to intelligence from the village from the memories of the captured IWA ninja Tsukimura Ichiro, we discovered that Yuri Koichi knows the sealless body flicker technique and has excellent on-the-spot combat ability. He also completed his own mission during the last transport operation, so he should be able to handle it. Danzo analyzed. Koichi. Jiraiya murmured. An interesting kid. Orochimaru licked his lips. I also think it's feasible. I've seen that kid before, he's rather interesting. Tsunade also agreed. Can a ninja from the Kai country be trusted with such an important mission? Koharu asked curiously. It should be fine. He still has to protect the Kai country, so he won't do anything reckless. Danzo pondered. Alright then. Shinosuke, you go back and report the mission first. Homura, Koharu, you two should also return to the village to recover for now. Danzo instructed. Danzo, we can still fight. How could such a big battle tomorrow lack us? Homura and Koharu said together. Toryun, who was one of the Hokage's disciples alongside us, has died in battle. He should be honored in death and returned to his homeland. You should escort his remains back. The battlefield is merciless. If you two suffer any more harm, the blow to Konoha would be too great. Go back and recover first. Otherwise, even if we win, the loss of high-end combat power will give us no advantage at all. Don't forget that there is still a war in the land of lightning, and the land of water keeps provoking us. We must conserve our strength. If we let our guard down, the land of water will launch a large-scale invasion, and then it will be out of control. Danzo said earnestly. Alright, then we'll go back and rest first. Should we take the seriously wounded with us? That's fine. It will also reduce our pressure. Danzo considered. Alright, that's settled. You go back and prepare. Notify the wounded to return to the village to recuperate. Danzo said to Homura and the others. Someone go notify that kid from the Kai country to come here. Danzo called out toward the outside. Yes, Lord Danzo. Little brat, Lord Danzo requests your presence. An umbu appeared at Koichi's quarters. Can I go back this soon? Koichi secretly rejoiced, following closely behind the umbu. Lord Danzo, Yuri Koichi of the country of vegetables is here. Bring him in. Danzo commanded. The umbu led Koichi before Danzo, then vanished with a body flicker. Koichi looked up at Danzo seated in the main position, then glanced around the room. A sense of foreboding welled up inside him. Yuri Koichi, you did quite well on this mission. I have another task for you. Danzo tested him. Lord Danzo, according to the agreements between our two countries, all of this year's missions have been completed, Koichi stated bluntly. Ha! Didn't you make an agreement with the Hokage before? A 20% discount on missions for the next 5 years. Have you forgotten, clan leader Yuri? Danzo said through gritted teeth. My lord, I mean no offense, but this impromptu assignment is against protocol. And even if I completed it, how would I collect the payment? So wouldn't it be better for everyone to stick to their own duties? Koichi did not dare mock Danzo openly. Hey, you've got a sharp tongue, kid. Name your price. Danzo sidestepped the issue. My lord, my strength is lacking. I only want to live and not get involved in too much. We've already fulfilled our obligations for this year, so please be merciful. Koichi refused again. Aren't you afraid that your country of vegetables will be ravaged by war? Danzo threatened. My lord, if I die, then everything is dead as far as I'm concerned. So what do you think I'd choose? Koichi shot back. Everything is negotiable. Why not hear the mission first? It's very simple. If you complete it, I'll count it as double an A-rank mission. If Konoha had any suitable people available right now, you wouldn't get a chance at such a good deal. Lord Danzo, everyone knows you have a special operations unit with extraordinary abilities. Fine, then tell me about it. Koichi said, cursing Danzo ceaselessly in his heart. The mission is actually quite simple. Just blow up a bridge. Once it's destroyed, the mission is complete. Danzo shot Koichi a wary glance and thought, this is such a confidential matter that even in Konoha few know of it. How is this small border country so well informed? This man cannot be allowed to live. A bridge. What bridge? The Canopy Bridge, Danzo said calmly. My lord, the Canopy Bridge is in the land of Earth, guarded by thousands of ninja. You can take advantage of my youth, there's no helping that, but don't think I'm stupid. Koichi said with a wry laugh. Pfft. Jiraiya burst out laughing. Clan leader Yuri, rest assured. It's foolproof. Our entire force on the front will draw their fire. There's no problem. Danzo said with feigned ease. Koichi recalled the Battle of Canopy Bridge in the original Naruto, which had ultimately been completed at the cost of Obito's life. On the whole, it had been dangerous but ultimately safe. He said slowly, it's not that I can't take the mission, but I want to name my own reward. Oh, all right. Tell me. I want the four symbols technique and the mystical palm technique, Koichi said without hesitation. Everyone was astonished. With a sharp crack, Danzo slammed his hand heavily on the table. Yuri, Koichi, you're asking for the moon. The four symbols seal is a forbidden technique. Even Jonin undertaking missions are never paid such a price. If it can't be done, then forget it. It's not some one-time consumable. It's not as if giving it to me means you'll lose it. And it's not as if I'm the only one who can go to the Canopy Bridge. Koichi had had enough of Danzo's arrogance and stormed out. Koichi-kun, I'm sorry, but Lord Danzo hasn't permitted you to leave. Gecko Fu appeared behind Koichi with a body flicker and said. Enraged, Koichi used a space-time ability to appear behind Gecko Fu. Gecko Fu, didn't your father teach you not to stand behind people? Do it again and I'll kill you. Clan leader Yuri, you certainly put on quite a show of authority, Danzo said, narrowing his eyes. Danzo, don't speak to me in that sarcastic tone. However small the country of vegetables may be, it is still a country. However weak I may be, I am still the leader of the country of vegetables, ninja. In what capacity are you speaking to me? People should respect one another. Don't put on the airs of a great nation and look down on everyone. Everything you have now is only because you stand on the shoulders of the Senju clan. The most ridiculous part is that the mighty Senju clan now has only Princess Tsunade left. Koichi glared at Danzo. Good. You've got some nerve, you little brat from the country of vegetables. If I had no nerve, I wouldn't take the job or the pay. This is a mission with no chance of survival and you're here haggling with me. Fine, I agree to your terms. Danzo narrowed his eyes again. All right. Give me the Jutsu scrolls and just tell me the mission details, Koichi said coolly. Now. We don't have them now. You'll only get them after completing the mission. It's like this in every country, Danzo said as if it were only natural. Lord Danzo, we are a vassal state. Small as we may be, our lives are still lives. Can you show even basic respect for life? Don't try that something-for-nothing trick on me. Koichi looked at Danzo with contempt. Wait, don't misunderstand. We truly don't have them. Jutsu scrolls are kept in the village. Who would carry those onto a battlefield? That's fine. I know who has them. Minato has the four symbols seal, and isn't mystical palm just Princess Tsunade's most basic skill? Koichi said indifferently. Boy, your intelligence network is quite extraordinary, isn't it? Danzo glared at Koichi. I wouldn't dare take credit. These are all common knowledge in the ninja world. Lady Tsunade is Konoha's greatest medical ninja. And Minato is the Uzumaki princess's boyfriend, isn't that obvious? Koichi said dismissively. Fine. Minato Tsunade compile the techniques into scrolls and give them to him, Danzo said with a smile. Very well, thank you, Lord Danzo. What are the specific details? Koichi asked. You'll be assigned to Team Kakashi. When the time comes, just follow Kakashi's orders. But there's one thing, either the mission is completed or you die. Since you've taken the reward, don't do what you did last time, show up but don't put in the work, Danzo cautioned. Don't worry. I'm very professional, Koichi said flatly. Fine, you may go. Team Kakashi will come for you shortly. Depart immediately. All right, thank you, Lord Danzo. Oh, and my body flicker is a Kekii Genkai. It cannot be bound by anything. If Danzo wants to come after me, he's welcome anytime. Just don't send my clansmen to carry messages, after all my whereabouts are impossible to pin down. Koichi said to Danzo in a flat, measured voice. Then he turned and left with a flourish. Inside, however, his heart was not as calm as he wished. Sigh, I'm still too young. I haven't mastered the art of swallowing insults. Why did I have to clash with someone like this at such a time? This was Konoha's biggest shadow boss after all. Wouldn't it have been better to keep his head down and get rich in silence? Koichi kept reproaching himself. Danzo watched Koichi walk away and chuckled inwardly. Little brat, you're still wet behind the ears and you dare threaten me. Were you hinting that you could assassinate my men? Interesting. Once the war is over I'll make you understand what it means to regret this. Back in the dormitory Hao Yi still regretted why he had talked back to Danzo. Alas, at the very beginning he had offended a powerful figure in Konoha. Hao Yi couldn't help but think about the development direction of the Kai country. People like Danzo always repay grievances. After the war ends, maybe even before the war ends, he would come to settle accounts. Better focus on the Kai country for now. With my spatial ability, killing me is quite difficult. As Hao Yi was thinking, he summoned the carnivorous plant and suddenly found that the Wu inside was gone. There was only a note that roughly said, "Chief, the Konoha ninja in the carnivorous plant is not seriously injured, but his mind seems to be damaged. Should we send him back to Konoha?" Hao Yi was delighted. No memory. That's perfect, he can directly help train the younger generation. After thinking, he looked around. Gently condensed fire attribute chakra, and the note slowly burned to ashes. After a brief thought he replied, "Do not tell that ninja that he is a Konoha ninja. Just say he is from the Choni clan, an affiliated family of Baiha, and followed the old clan leader to the front lines. He returned with injuries. Then allocate some orphans for him to mentor the younger generation. Also, if possible, send some ninjas and orphans to the Bo country to develop, as the Kai country may be targeted by some schemers." After preparing these, Hao Yi stuffed the note into the carnivorous plant's belly and dispelled the jutsu. "Hao Yi, are you in?" A shout drew Hao Yi's attention. He pulled open the dormitory curtain. A silver-haired youth with a black mask. It was Kakashi, Hao Yi thought to himself. Seeing an acquaintance, Hao Yi greeted happily, "Senior Kakashi, hello, I've heard so much about you." Kakashi hesitated for a moment and said, "You are Baiha Hao Yi?" Hao Yi nodded. "Come with me, we're going to find the team members to carry out the mission." Kakashi left without waiting for Hao Yi's reply. Hao Yi had no choice but to follow. "Kakashi, are you sure about this time? Isn't it a bit too late? I just finished a mission and haven't slept yet. Time is short, the mission is urgent. We must hurry." Kakashi was a man of few words. "Lin Obito," Kakashi saw familiar figures. "Dead fish eyes, it's you. I challenge you." Obito jumped up upon seeing Kakashi. "Save your energy for the mission. Follow me," Kakashi said gravely. "A mission? Who's the captain?" Obito asked excitedly. "I'm a jonin, so of course it's me." Kakashi, still a child, said proudly. "You? I don't accept it." Obito pouted angrily. "Obito, stop it, let's go quickly," Lin timely advised. As soon as Obito saw Lin, his face softened. "Fine, I'm giving in for Lin's sake, otherwise I wouldn't accept you as captain." "Alright, let's go. We'll talk on the way, the mission is not easy," Kakashi said while jumping. Got it, so annoying," Obito said impatiently. "Hey, who's this kid?" Obito looked at Hao Yi. "I'm Baiha Hao Yi," Hao Yi replied helplessly. "Sorry, Obito is like this, don't mind him. This is Uchiha Obito, I am Haruno Lin, and the one ahead is Hatake Kakashi. We're in the same squad," Lin said to Hao Yi with a smile. "A kid this young coming to carry out such an important mission," Obito said indignantly. "You're only 2 years older than me, don't act like a boss here." Hao Yi was displeased that the dead last Obito was questioning him. "Sorry," Obito speaks without thinking, he didn't mean it. Lin apologized. "By the way, are you from a big clan?" "I haven't seen you before," Lin asked curiously. "Me? A big clan, the first clan of the Kai country, the Baiha clan," Hao Yi said in a Chunibu tone. "Ah, the Kai country. It doesn't even have a ninja village, so why are you on a mission with us?" Obito also asked curiously. "Well, my mom said not to talk to deadlasts," Hao Yi joked. "What did you say?" Obito was furious and shouted at Hao Yi angrily. "Alright, enough chit-chat. Let me analyze the mission," Kakashi interrupted. "Kakashi, you always take others' side, you. Obito pointed at Kakashi and shouted. "Obito, that's enough. I'm the captain. If you don't want to do it, you can go back now. The road ahead will be tough." Kakashi still had his usual indifferent face. "You." Obito was speechless with anger. "Alright, it's all just playing around, let's leave it at that," Lin continued to smooth things over. "This mission is to destroy the bridge used by the Land of Earth for transportation, the Canopy Bridge. The mission is divided into 3 phases. First, infiltrate the Land of Earth. Second, wait for the main battlefield to erupt. The Earth ninjas gather to the battlefield. Find the moment of weakest defense. Launch a surprise attack and destroy the Canopy Bridge. Finally, retreat," Kakashi said calmly. Instantly everyone became serious. Obviously the mission was quite difficult and each step was not easy. "Isn't the teacher participating in this mission?" Obito asked doubtfully. The teacher will support us after completing the frontal mission, he said, taking out a kunai with the flying thunder god mark. What are you scared? If you're scared you can leave now. I will definitely complete the mission. Kakashi looked at Obito. Hao Yi glanced at the indifferent face and thought to himself, this Kakashi seems cold and heartless. He's afraid Obito's personality will cause trouble at the rear, so he repeatedly tries to send him back. The main storyline of this generation of Hokage is probably Kakashi and Obito truly a pair of bickering rivals. Can I leave? Then I'll go home, Hao Yi made a timely joke. Hao Yi, you can't. You are personally appointed by Lord Danzo and you are the key to this mission, Kakashi said expressionlessly. I know, I just wanted to lighten the heavy atmosphere with a joke. Hao Yi scratched his head. Let's agree on a code word in case we get separated. Okay, the others nodded. Don't make it too long, I have a bad memory, Hao Yi added, remembering the code from the original story of Sasuke's team in the Chunin exam. Code word beheading, Kakashi said casually. Great, that's easy to remember. We're almost there and it's about to dawn. Let's find a cave to hide. Kakashi ordered. There's a cave here, Lin called out. Let's check it out. Kakashi cautiously stepped inside. It's fine, it's abandoned, nothing inside. Kakashi let out a sigh of relief and put away his shuriken. I'll go gather some firewood, Obito said, glancing around the pitch-black darkness. What do you need firewood for? Hao Yi chuckled. Can't you see how dark it is here? Obviously for light, Hao Yi said with a smirk. Can't you see how dark it is here? Obito shouted. Isn't there a ninja academy in Konoha? Does it always produce such reckless people like you? Hao Yi sneered. What's with the tone? Sounds weird, Obito said curiously. Alright, stop talking. Everyone rest here. We're deep in enemy territory, so conserve where we can. Don't do anything unnecessary. We'll set out in another hour or two. Use this time to figure out the best way to proceed. Kakashi analyzed. Yeah, if it weren't for you Kakashi I'd think we're a suicide squad, Hao Yi said awkwardly. Kakashi, we're at the deepest part of the cave and can't discern the situation outside. We don't have a reconnaissance type ninja, which puts us at a serious disadvantage. Lin also analyzed. It's fine, I have something for that. Kakashi performed the summoning technique. A small dog was summoned. Hacken, spread your special scent to mask ours. Kakashi, you're making me do something so embarrassing in front of all these people. Don't I have any dignity? Hacken barked. Hurry up, we're not your kind, so don't worry about us, Kakashi said expressionlessly. Fine, Hacken replied reluctantly. Do it well. If our scent isn't covered we'll all die, Kakashi said calmly. Alright, don't worry, Hacken said confidently. Good. After that, keep an eye on the surrounding scents. We don't have a sensor-type ninja, so inform us of any changes. Kakashi continued. Okay. Easy task, Hacken replied. Hao Yi glanced at Hacken and thought, a talking ninja dog, is it from a special bloodline or trained to have chakra? If the land of vegetables deployed similar beasts, their survival rate would skyrocket. Kakashi, is this dog breed raised through your clan's special methods? It's different from the Inuzuka clan's dogs, Hao Yi probed. It's no secret. Hacken belongs to an ancient clan that existed long ago. I just found them and formed a contract. The Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs are trained, but I don't know the specifics, Kakashi explained. Hey, why are we talking about dogs? A ninja must rely on their own strength. Obito clenched his fists. Sure, someone's coming this way, Hacken whispered. How many? Kakashi asked carefully. 4. Judging by their chakra, they're Chunin. Hacken sniffed attentively. Good, we've got our stealth plan. We'll kill them and impersonate them, Kakashi said coolly. Sigh, when will this end? Endless war, Earth Ninja 1 complained. True. We just finished a mission and now we're heading to the front lines. With our strength, who knows if we'll survive, Earth Ninja B grumbled. What are you doing? Lighting a fire. Not afraid of being seen. Earth Ninja C shouted at Earth Ninja D. What's the big deal? We're in our own country. Who's going to attack us here? And if there were enemies, could we really beat a ninja deep behind enemy lines? Rules are dead but people are alive. A ninja must adapt, Earth Ninja D taunted. People like us, who knows what tomorrow brings. Enjoy the moment, Earth Ninja A said calmly. Kakashi stared at them silently, then turned to Obito and Lin. He made several unknown hand signs. Then the two of them and Hacken nodded. Hao Yi watched from the side their team's sign language. No need to inform me. Fine. Rare chance to not lift a finger, I'll just watch. Kakashi slowly counted on his fingers. 3, 2, 1. Kakashi drew his blade and vanished in an instant, swinging his sword to take one ninja's life. Obito and Lin leaped almost simultaneously and engaged the other two earth ninjas in combat. Pakken also targeted one and pounced. But that ninja was prepared, sidestepping the attack. Before Pakken could react, the earth ninja used the body flicker technique to reach the cave entrance, pulling out something like a signal flare. Kakashi saw this and thought, not good, he's about to signal. He prepared to perform the body flicker technique. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Hao Yi stopped watching. He used his space ability to appear behind the ninja at the cave entrance, pulled out a shuriken and stabbed the earth ninja's carotid artery. Blood spurted out. The earth ninja slowly collapsed, hands flailing to release the signal flare. Hao Yi struck again, severing the ninja's arm. Take one alive, Kakashi instructed as soon as the cave entrance ninja was dealt with. Kakashi rushed to Lin's side and, catching the earth ninja off guard, struck the back of his head with the flat of his blade, knocking him unconscious. Soon Obito also subdued his opponent. The earth ninja tried to bite his tongue, but Kakashi clamped his jaws shut. Too late, blood trickled from his mouth and he died. Moments ago they were complaining about the injustice of the ninja world, yet now they bit their tongues to protect the village's secrets. How contradictory humans are. Hao Yi couldn't help pondering. Hao Yi, why didn't you come help? Obito shouted. Sorry, I didn't know you couldn't even handle a cannon fodder, Hao Yi continued to provoke. In truth, Hao Yi had always despised arrogant losers like Obito in both his past and present lives. Even if Obito would later become one of the strongest ninja in the world, he remained the most detestable person in Hao Yi's eyes. You. Obito drew his sword in anger and charged forward. Enough. We're on a mission. Stop fooling around. Interrogate the prisoner quickly. It's already dawn. The front line will likely erupt into battle soon. We're running out of time, Kakashi blocked Obito. Obito shot a vicious glare at Hao Yi before silently sitting to the side. Lin glanced at Kakashi, then went to comfort Obito. Water-style water whip. Kakashi channeled the technique, lashing the unconscious earth ninja. Who are you? The awakened earth ninja opened his eyes and demanded. Remember your status. You're a prisoner now, Kakashi feigned anger. Don't bother. I won't say anything, the earth ninja said, slowly closing his eyes. If you were truly determined, you'd have killed yourself earlier. Why wait until now? Kakashi pressed. The earth ninja remained silent, letting Kakashi speak freely. It seems I'm not very skilled at interrogations, Kakashi sighed. Have you ever seen someone drown? Kakashi asked softly. The earth ninja opened his eyes and chuckled. Are ninjas afraid of death? No, I won't let you die so easily. I'll make you experience death over and over again. Kakashi threatened. You brat, you're still too young. He closed his eyes again. Water release, water prison, flooded world. A sphere of water engulfed the earth ninja. He struggled for a moment before gradually losing consciousness. Kakashi dispelled the jutsu and nudged the earth ninja with his foot until he awoke. Kakashi said, Did you experience what death feels like? If you don't want to die, cooperate with me. You brat, I've been a ninja for over 20 years. Nothing terrifies me more than death. Death is the ultimate destination of every ninja, the earth ninja sneered. Then. Kakashi was about to speak when. Kakashi, time is running short. Let me try, Hao Yi interrupted. Hao Yi approached slowly and said, Death would be too easy. The most unbearable fate is living in torment. The earth ninja remained unmoved. Hao Yi picked up a wooden stick and said, Have you ever heard of a human steak? The earth ninja glanced at him sideways but stayed silent. Very well, let me educate you then. See this stick? It's like a human body. I'll first chop off both hands, then both feet. Hao Yi spoke while staring at the wooden stick. Then I'll gouge out your eyes, rip out your tongue and pierce your ears so you can live like an insect. Don't worry, I'll keep you alive with nutrients. After I complete my mission, I'll lead your comrades to rescue you. You'll spend your entire life crawling like a worm, becoming a burden to your family forever. Hao Yi gazed intently at the earth ninja. You demon. The earth ninja cursed angrily, gritting his teeth. Want to die? That won't be so easy. Hao Yi grabbed the earth ninja's jaw firmly. Actually, I have many other techniques. Have you ever eaten roasted pork? I could slice you thin as paper while keeping you alive. Hao Yi feigned a vicious expression. Fine, since you won't talk, I'll choose for you. Since you love biting your tongue so much, let's start with your teeth. Kakashi, it's your turn, pull all his teeth out. Hao Yi said. Do it yourself, Kakashi replied coldly. I can't do something so vicious. You do it. You say it's vicious, yet you described it so vividly. You've definitely done this many times before. Besides, I'm the team leader, stop ordering me around. Kakashi asked. Whatever. If you want him to talk, do as I say. I don't really care whether we complete the mission. It may not benefit the country of cuisine much, but for Konoha, well, it's absolutely crucial. Hao Yi said dismissively. Kakashi's expression grew grave as he slowly approached the Earth Ninja. Indeed, since his father's death, completing missions had become Kakashi's top priority. The Earth Ninja struggled frantically, muttering constantly. He seems to want to say something, Rin suddenly interjected. Kakashi paused and glanced at Hao Yi. I think if we don't apply pressure, he won't cooperate. But you're the team leader, if you can't bring yourself to do it, that's fine too. Hao Yi seemed to read Kakashi's thoughts and said. We're ninjas, if there's nothing we can't do. But extracting teeth might make him unable to speak. Let's chop off a hand instead. After speaking, Kakashi swung his blade and severed the Earth Ninja's arm. Ah. The Earth Ninja rolled on the ground in agony. Hey, why so hasty? There are plenty of things you can do first. Start by pulling out his fingernails, then his fingers, and slowly chop his arm piece by piece. Hao Yi spoke word by word. Fine, I'll talk. Just let me die quickly and comfortably. The Earth Ninja pleaded fearfully. See, that wasn't so hard. Why go through all that trouble? You could have said so earlier. What secrets could a ninja of your level possibly know? Acting like you're dying for your village, Hao Yi mocked. Alright, Kakashi, I'll hand it over to you. Shouldn't be a problem. Hao Yi said proudly. Hao Yi felt satisfied to have outdone Kakashi just once. Alright, he's confessed everything. Nothing useful really. This group is just finishing a mission before being transferred to the front lines. We already got their names and backgrounds. We'll use their identities to reach Canopy Bridge. At least we have cover now, Kakashi said after finishing the interrogation. What should we do with him? Obito pointed to the amputated ninja with his shuriken and asked. He should be fine. Knock him out, and by the time he wakes up we'll have completed the mission. Rin analyzed. That may be true, but this mission is critical. He overheard our conversation. Anyone with basic intelligence could deduce our objective. It's too risky. Kakashi pressed his short blade against the Earth Ninja's neck and drew a thin line granting his wish. Actually, I've always been curious, Hao Yi. Kakashi said. What is it? Is there anything that can stump our elite Jonin Lord Kakashi? Hao Yi smiled. Mito Guren, the root branch, didn't give a reason for assigning you to our team. Is it because of that instant teleportation ability? Kakashi asked curiously. More or less. Though Danzo probably didn't overthink it. This was a surprise attack, so we couldn't afford to leave any visible Jonin behind, or the element of surprise would be lost. Only you fit that requirement. As for me, my abilities add to the chances of success. If we win, one strike could end the war. If we lose, we can still hold back enemy ninjas and assist the main force. A strategist at Danzo's level wouldn't pin hopes on children, Hao Yi pondered. There's no need to speculate further. Leaders have their reasons and ninjas simply follow orders. Kakashi interrupted Hao Yi's guess. Kakashi, many ninjas are gathering in our direction, Paku blurted out at an awkward moment. How many? Kakashi remained calm. I can't count, so many. Paku was drenched in cold sweat. Hide well and check your combat supplies. Prepare for battle, Kakashi immediately analyzed. Everyone instantly entered combat formation and melted into the darkness. Kakashi, those groups have passed. Paku said again. Those aren't looking for us, they're heading to the battlefield. Perhaps that Tsuchikage is preparing to launch a major offensive. I see. Let's prepare our transformations. We'll discuss the identities along the way. Kakashi ordered. Wait, we're just going like this. Hao Yi called out to Kakashi. Why is it you again, Hao Yi? There's so much to do and we need to complete the mission quickly. Obito shouted. Hao Yi, disregarding Obito's frustration, said, Kakashi, all the Earth Ninja are heading toward the battlefield. It's too suspicious for us to go in the opposite direction. Kakashi was stunned. After all, this was his first time leading such a high-level mission. Then what do you suggest? Hao Yi analyzed, I think we should pretend 2 of our comrades are injured and we're escorting them back. That would be a bit more plausible. Though it's not a great idea either. Alright, let's do it that way. Kakashi made a swift decision. Pack, are there still many ninja nearby? Kakashi asked. Quite a few, but if we wait about 10 minutes they'll all be gone. Okay, we'll set out in 10 minutes. Rin and Obito, you two pretend to be wounded. I'll carry one of you and Hao Yi will carry the other. Kakashi instructed. No, I don't want to go with Hao Yi. I'll carry one. Obito muttered quietly. No, Hao Yi and I have the best on-the-spot adaptability among the 4, so this is the best arrangement. Don't argue, that's final. Kakashi said solemnly. Obito, let it be. When we're behind enemy lines it's better to follow the captain's orders. Rin gently persuaded him. I'll carry Obito and Hao Yi will carry Rin. Fine. Obito looked at Kakashi with disgust and reluctantly agreed. We're moving out. I'll fill you in on the details of the 4 men we encountered earlier on the way. Be careful. There's a group ahead. Pack said. Circle around them, try not to make contact. Roger. Pack immediately changed the route. That's the 8th group we've encountered. They're getting denser. Yes. How much farther to the canopy bridge? Almost there, about 2 more hours. Alright, everyone stay alert. Kakashi felt the pressure mounting. Wait, there's a group heading our way. Can we avoid them? Too many of them and the area is too wide. We can't dodge. Pack replied. Fine, take cover here. I clearly sensed 4 people here just now. Kamizuru, your skills aren't up to par if you can't even sense correctly. Alright, let's just hurry up and get moving. Pack, are they gone? They're gone. Let's move. Kakashi and the others quickly emerged. Swish swish swish, a dozen shuriken flew toward Kakashi's squad. Finally out, the Earth Ninja Kamizuru said smugly. Don't misunderstand, we're all allies. Our comrades were injured during the mission, so we're taking them back to the village to recover. Kakashi explained. Is that so? The squad leader-like figure asked. Then he added, well, since you're from the same village, tell me, how many of these people here do you recognize? Of course I recognize some. Kakashi said as he made a hand signal. Lightning release, false darkness. Kakashi, knowing lightning release was effective against earth release, decisively used the lightning ninjutsu. Several beams of lightning shot toward the earth ninja. Several earth ninja couldn't dodge in time and were struck fatally. Obito flipped up and shouted, fire release, great fireball technique. A massive blaze erupted from Obito's mouth. Earth release, earth-style wall. A high wall rose and the earth ninja, having learned from the previous attack, were on guard and blocked Obito's assault. Finish this quickly, conserve chakra as much as possible. Kakashi yelled, drawing his short sword and leaping into the midst of the earth ninja. Hao Yi fixed his gaze on Kamizuru, his mind racing. Since we ambushed them first, take out their eyes and ears. Hao Yi used his spatial ability to appear right in front of Kamizuru. Kamizuru was caught off guard, never expecting a young boy of 10 or so to possess such incredible speed. Although he sensed Hao Yi's approach, his reflexes couldn't keep up with Hao Yi's movements. He was killed with a single slash. Having achieved his goal, Hao Yi didn't linger, after all survival was paramount, and immediately used his spatial ability to vanish into the forest. With so many enemies, I'll have to use a large-scale ninjutsu. And since we're behind enemy lines, I can't make too much noise. The 100 Flowers color cannon is out of the question, so there's only that one, Hao Yi thought. Sage art, flower ninja art, flying flower, falling leaves, countless flower-shaped shuriken shot out. Several earth ninja were instantly killed. Hao Yi continued to hide and observe. There are still 15 left. Kakashi and the others were locked in combat with the earth ninja. Lightning cutter, Kakashi pierced straight through the earth-style wall and killed one earth ninja. Retreat to the canopy bridge. Kakashi shouted, breathing heavily. Yes, sir. At least these earth ninja thought they had us cornered and didn't call for reinforcements. That's a silver lining. There are 14 ninja chasing us now. We need to eliminate them quickly or we won't be able to complete the mission. Kakashi analyzed as he accelerated their retreat. Yes, we need to hurry. Hao Yi nodded. Hao Yi, you'll teleport behind the earth ninja in a moment. The 3 of us will attack from the flanks and you use your most powerful offensive ninjutsu for a swift kill. Kakashi said. Got it, I'm on it. Hao Yi replied. Sage Art Flower Ninja Art Flying Flower Falling Leaves. Hao Yi teleported behind the Earth Ninja and unleashed the massive technique again. Now! Kakashi shouted. Obito and Rin rolled to the sides in sync. Fire Release Great Fireball Technique, Demonic Illusion Hell Viewing Technique, Charge in. Kakashi turned and charged back in. Everyone fire signal flares. Alert the combat units that there are enemies in the rear of the Earth Ninja leader ordered. Hurry, kill them. Kakashi yelled. Kakashi's short sword swept horizontally, taking an Earth Ninja's life. Hao Yi followed suit and killed another. With a whoosh, a signal flare shot into the sky. Obito threw a shuriken and the last Earth Ninja collapsed. Not good, the signal has been sent. There'll be a lot of people here soon. We need to hurry and complete the mission. Kakashi said. No, we can't advance blindly now. More and more people are converging here. If we go forward we'll be discovered within 10 minutes and we don't have much chakra left. We all need to recover. We have to find a place to rest. Hao Yi analyzed. Hao Yi, you're so weak. Obito said, seemingly still energetic. Hao Yi remained unperturbed, his gaze fixed on Kakashi. In truth, Hao Yi had hardly exhausted himself during the brief skirmishes, but Kakashi had expended a great deal, having used several B-rank ninjutsu in succession. For Kakashi at his current level that was quite taxing. Kakashi was the most reliable member of the team, so Hao Yi had to be cautious. Okay, let's find a cave and wait until nightfall to move. Kakashi weighed the options and said. Park has inspected this cave and it is safe. Obito is injured. Rin, please help treat him. Park, please keep watch for any movement nearby. Everyone hurry up and recover. We will set out tonight. Kakashi said slowly. Caw caw caw, the chirping of birds rang clear all around and the four of them cultivated separately to restore their chakra. Hao Yi could not help but grow tense. In the original story, Obito awakened his Sharingan and then sacrificed himself, which meant the real greatest danger had not yet appeared. His own safety was not guaranteed, and Hao Yi frowned deeply as he pondered. We must complete the mission tonight, or once the battle ahead concludes we will have no opportunity left. Kakashi calculated silently to himself. Trouble 3 ninja are approaching our position and their chakra levels are substantial. Park suddenly warned. Same rules as always. Let us move further inside and conceal ourselves. Understood, Kakashi. The group concealed themselves in the cave as before. The firewood crackled as 3 Earth Ninja Jonin sat around it, chatting in a desultory manner. Over 20 Chunin have died in this area today. Judging from the traces at the scene, it must have been more than 3 ninja. 1 ninja analyzed. Correct, Oishi. I estimate there are 3 combatants, one skilled in fire style, another in lightning style, and a third whose jutsu is rather peculiar, likely similar to a physical piercing technique. The slightly overweight Earth Ninja beside him added. Yamaka Oishi, who would have thought we would run into 5 little mice so conveniently? The sole female Earth Ninja chuckled. The 3 nodded silently and simultaneously leaped backward out of the cave. Earth-style rock house collapse, the entire cave collapsed in an instant. Kakashi sensed something was amiss. Oh no. They have discovered us. Gather close to me. Earth-style earthen circular wall, a sturdy hemispherical dome enveloped Kakashi and the others. The collapsing rubble buried them underground. Kakashi, what should we do? It seems we have been buried alive inside this sphere. It is fine. We will slip out using ninjutsu, Kakashi said without a hint of panic. Getting out is the easy part. The problem is those 3 are all Jonin. What shall we do when we emerge? Hao Yi suggested. You certainly have a plan in mind. I know what you are thinking. I think it is sound. Let us follow your approach. Eliminate the sensory ninja first, then rely on stealth and misdirection rather than direct confrontation. Understood. Earth-style subterranean voyage. Kakashi seized everyone and drew them into the earth. Kakashi, do not move forward. Hide behind the mountain, Hao Yi called out. Enough talk. The area below the mountain is all solid rock and I do not know what lies behind it either. My chakra is also depleted. I cannot dig through it and must proceed forward. Hao Yi felt embarrassed. He had underestimated the characters from the ninja world. Kakashi truly deserved his title as the 6th Hokage. Oishi, you were too heavy-handed. We have not even interrogated them yet and you have already killed them. Who knows how many such teams there are? We will be at a severe disadvantage afterward. My apologies, Yamaka. I did not expect them to be so fragile. 1 jutsu was enough, Oishi said without any real remorse, instead sounding quite pleased with himself. Be careful. They may be moving within the earth, the female earth ninja warned. To use earth style in front of an earth ninja. Who are they trying to fool? Oishi shouted loudly. Earth style splitting earth palm. He slammed both palms onto the ground, causing the earth to crack in a straight line, and Kakashi and the others were forcibly ejected. So it is 4 people and 1 dog. Our assessment was entirely correct, the female ninja mused thoughtfully. Kakashi, protect them. I will confront them. Hao Yi used his spatial ability and vanished. He has disappeared. Impossible. Where is he? The female ninja expanded her search radius. Danger, he is. Before she could finish, Hao Yi had already severed her neck. Hao Yi, you can do it. I can too. Obito shouted as he grabbed a shuriken and charged forward. In Hao Yi's view, Obito was genuinely positive and inspiring, but he was truly not suited to be a ninja. Be careful. They are all jonin. No sooner had Kakashi finished speaking than an earth ninja struck Obito's shuriken away. The ninja then slashed toward Obito's neck. Lightning style lightning flash body. Kakashi blocked the shuriken that was about to take Obito's life. Kakashi, ah! Rin cried out in panic. The earth ninja Oishi had seized the opportunity to kidnap Rin. Kakashi was drawn by Rin's screams, his gaze quietly shifting toward her. Yamaka took advantage of the moment and launched a diagonal slash with his shuriken, aiming to take Kakashi's life. Kakashi could not dodge in time. Blood streamed down his cheek as Yamaka's strike cost him an eye. Kakashi clutched his wounded eye and fainted from the pain. Kakashi. Obito saw his injured comrade and grief overwhelmed him. A miraculous surge of chakra flooded his eyes. The Sharingan. Yamaka was both surprised and excited. He charged toward Obito with a sinister grin. No, this has already deviated from the predetermined course. Hao Yi thought rapidly and forcing through his splitting headache activated his spatial ability to instantly appear beneath Yamaka. With a powerful thrust, blood sprayed across Hao Yi's entire body. Hao Yi's head throbbed unbearably, his body swaying dangerously. I cannot sleep yet. I still have a mission to fulfill. Rallying his fading consciousness, Hao Yi looked toward Obito. Obito was still lost in the power of his Sharingan. Obito, this is not the time to zone out. First get Kakashi to a safe place. This area is far too dangerous, Hao Yi warned. Obito shook off his daze and nodded. Right. Are you alright? You did not even use much technique, so why do you look so drained? Hao Yi offered no explanation. Carry Kakashi on your back and let us find cover first. No, I must go rescue Rin first, Obito said and prepared to set out. Wait. Kakashi lost an eye because of you, and you would abandon him like this. Hao Yi soothed Obito. Then continued, rest assured. If they took her, it is because they want something. She will be safe in the short term. Let us rest and reconsider our strategy, Hao Yi urged. Alright, let us do as you say, Obito agreed. Park, please find us a safe location nearby. Kakashi needs medical treatment, Hao Yi said, glancing at Park and attempting to give orders. The safest place is the cave that collapsed earlier. The path in has been cleared with ninjutsu, and after such prolonged combat the chakra aura is far too chaotic. Ordinary people would not detect anyone here. The most dangerous place is indeed the safest, isn't it? Very well, let us go, Obito, Hao Yi directed. Understood. Within moments they had all crawled into the hemispherical chamber Kakashi had created. Hao Yi assessed that there was no immediate danger and examined Kakashi's wound. The injury was approximately 1 centimeter deep. His eye was beyond saving. Hao Yi used the medical ninjutsu he had just acquired to treat Kakashi. His left eye slowly turned white, and within moments the wounds on his face had nearly healed. Except for the eye, there were no visible signs of injury. An A-rank medical technique, truly impressive with immediate results. However, I have exhausted half of my normal chakra, Hao Yi thought to himself. That should suffice for the wound. Let us rest and adjust our condition, and we will discuss further once Kakashi wakes up. With that, Hao Yi retreated to the side to rest regardless of whether Obito agreed. But Rin, Obito began. Hao Yi interrupted firmly. Rin is not the only comrade you care about. I am your teammate as well. If you act recklessly, both Kakashi and I will die. Wait until Kakashi wakes before taking any action. Hao Yi's abilities were fueled entirely by mental energy, and over the past few days of continuous missions he had not received adequate rest. If things continued like this, Hao Yi would suddenly collapse, leaving him at the mercy of others. Naturally unwilling to face such a fate, he ignored Obito's objections and rested on his own. Only when one is in peak condition can one navigate any situation with ease. Where is this? Kakashi slowly opened his eyes, speaking weakly. Kakashi, you're finally awake. Lin has been captured. We need to go rescue her. Daito shook Kakashi. Kakashi looked at Daito, but his vision was blurry. Recalling the previous battle, he realized his eyes were injured. He drew a short blade and examined his reflection in the steel. Hao Yi was also awakened by Daito's loud voice. Yawning, he rose to his feet. Kakashi, don't worry. On the way back, just pluck an eye from any corpse and put it in, it's no big deal. Hao Yi comforted. Did you treat this? Kakashi asked. Yes. You're welcome. Hao Yi said without modesty. Alright. Let's carry out the mission. Kakashi stood up. Kakashi, Lin is captured, let's go save her. Daito said anxiously. Daito, a ninja, prioritizes the mission. If the mission fails, more people on the battlefield will die. Kakashi said sorrowfully. Are you just going to let Lin die? Daito shouted angrily. Daito, a ninja who abandons the mission, is trash. Recalling his father's suicide, Kakashi spoke each word deliberately. If you won't go, I will. Kakashi, I know about your father. I think he was a hero. Those who abandon missions are trash, but those who abandon comrades are worse than trash. Daito yelled loudly. Then he dashed toward the place where the Turin had been. Kakashi's mind was a fog. Daito's words echoed incessantly in his head. Hao Yi watched everything before him, thinking deeply. This is completely different from the original story. According to logic, Shui men should have arrived long ago. No, it's already deviated from the track. Originally the Shui men squad would directly execute the mission and split midway. Now everything is different, it changed from the very beginning. What should I do now? If I don't complete the mission, Tuanzang won't let me off either. Wait, even if I complete it, Tuanzang still won't let me off. But failing the mission means offending my. So this time I can't desert. How about this, Kakashi? Stop struggling. Go with Daito to save Lin. I'll handle the mission and we'll meet back here later. After weighing the pros and cons, Hao Yi said. Fine. You won't just run off like last time, will you? Kakashi rolled his eyes at Hao Yi. Of course not. Am I that kind of person? I will definitely complete the mission. Don't slander me, I still have missions to do. Don't ruin my reputation. Up to now my mission completion rate is 100%. Lend me Paik. I'll go with Paik. You summon another dog to find Lin. Alright then. Paik is yours. After speaking, Kakashi ran off to find Daito. Hao Yi sighed helplessly. True best buddies. My really does produce one pair of best buddies after another. Paik, let's go too. Hop onto my shoulder. Hao Yi called. Okay. Paik jumped directly onto Hao Yi's shoulder and they set off. Don't avoid anything, just charge straight ahead. When you detect someone approaching, tell me and I'll use my skill. Having rested for a while, Hao Yi's mental energy had mostly recovered and he spoke confidently. Okay, Hao Yi. But I find it a bit strange. What's wrong? You don't need to avoid enemies, so why do you need me? Hao Yi covered up, haha, I don't know the way. In truth, Hao Yi harbored an even greater secret, but he needed Paik to complete the task and find Daito and the others. Hao Yi, there's a group ahead. Okay. Hao Yi hid in the grass, then used his spatial ability to teleport behind the Turin. Without pause he did it twice in succession, leaving the Turin far behind. Then he continued on his way. Was there someone here just now? One of the ninjas in the group asked curiously. No, I only saw a black shadow. Maybe it was some animal or something. The group exchanged glances and simultaneously threw shuriken at the cover on both sides. After a few seconds there was still no movement. Seems like no one's there. Then put away your weapons. Hurry, the mission won't wait for us. That move of yours was impressive, so many ninjas couldn't detect you. Paik chatted. Nothing special. How much longer until we reach the destination? Hao Yi asked. Almost there. About 40 minutes. Okay, let's speed up. I can sense that near the destination there are many ninjas. We'll talk when we get there. Hao Yi's heart wavered. Look, that's it up ahead. Should we take cover? I can already see it. Yes, hide and observe the numbers, Paik. Okay. 6 at the bridgehead, 6 at the bridge end. They shouldn't be Jonin. But this place is very close to Yening village. Reinforcements can arrive in half a day and there may be ninjas on missions along the way. They could support the canopy bridge in a short time. The mission is still quite difficult. Hao Yi listened to Paik's briefing and thought a single-line charge, if I look ahead I can't guard the rear. Killing one person takes about a second. 6 seconds on one side and by then the signal flare would have been fired. That won't work. And I don't have a high-damage jutsu that can destroy the canopy bridge. The only option is to use explosive tags. Hao Yi checked his ninja tool pouch, about 20 explosive tags. That should be enough. For load-bearing beams, 5 on each. No, just blow up one side. If one side collapses the bridge will fall. Paik, wait here. I'll be right back. Hao Yi instructed. In an instant he silently reached the underside of the bridge. Afraid that the sound of stepping on water would alert the people above, he used his spatial ability even for a few meters, quietly arriving at the bridge's structure. After setting everything up, Hao Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. There was still one more moderately powerful jutsu. He mustered his strength, Flower Ninja Art 100 Flowers Color Cannon. Explode. Hao Yi decisively used his spatial ability to return to Paik's side, his eyes fixed on the distant bridge. Flames shot into the sky as 2 main pillars shattered and the entire bridge slowly sank. 12 signal flares were launched simultaneously. 12 Turans scattered in search of the enemy. Let's get out of here, it's too dangerous. The mission is finally complete. Hao Yi said lightly. Yes, it's incredible. We actually succeeded. Paik marveled. Let's go find Kakashi directly. I have a feeling they're in danger. You remember your master's scent, right? Hao Yi actually wanted to confirm whether Daito had been crushed to death. No problem. Let's go. If Paik had hands he would have patted his chest in assurance. Fortunately we're not too far from Kakashi. Full speed ahead and we'll be there soon. Hakan sniffed intently and said. Then I'll speed up. Make sure to guide me promptly. Alright, don't worry. I'm the most reliable dog. Kakashi Lin is up ahead. She doesn't seem seriously injured but her chakra is terribly chaotic. Obito activated his Sharingan to observe. Lin might be under a genjutsu. He has a hostage so we can't act rashly. Let's hide first and devise a battle plan. Kakashi said calmly. Kakashi, can't you see how much Lin is suffering? Obito worried. Trust me. Kakashi said coldly. It wasn't that he was annoyed without reason. Being the team leader and a jonin he had been questioned by the same person repeatedly. Fine. He seems to be interrogating her. Kakashi observed Oishi's movements. Yes, Lin is in great pain now. Kakashi, any plan? Wait, let me think. Got it. Here's the plan, I'll use the earth release decapitation technique to pull Lin into the ground. You attack Oishi. Once Lin is free we'll kill him together. Kakashi analyzed. Alright, sounds good. Let's do it. Obito agreed. Watch closely, time it right. We only have one chance. If we miss it we'll be in a very passive position. Kakashi instructed. Don't worry. The Sharingan can predict movements. I can seize the timing better than before. Obito said with great confidence. Earth release decapitation technique. Kakashi dove into the ground. Found her. Lin is above. I'll grab her feet slowly. Slowly, Kakashi muttered. Playing with earth release against an earth ninja again. This is the second time. You never learn. Oishi sneered. Earth release, earth flow split. Oishi slammed his hands on the ground. The ground split open, exposing Kakashi. Obito's Sharingan had already predicted Oishi's move. Whether out of immense trust in Kakashi or excessive concern for Lin, Obito didn't even consider rescuing Kakashi. He leaped straight up, pulled a silk cord from his ninja tool pouch and hurled it toward Lin. Leveraging the Sharingan's vision he secured Lin tightly. With a sharp pull Lin came along the cord. Brat, you think you can save someone right under my nose? Oishi roared. Earth release, earth spear. Oishi formed hand seals and a spear of earth shot toward Lin. Kakashi seized the opening and leaped out of the mud pit. He drew a short sword from his back. Hataki 1/strike. He slashed heavily at Oishi. Obito's Sharingan possessed predictive ability. With a flick of his wrists he easily dodged the earth spear while holding Lin, then leaped and caught her midair. Kakashi, Lin won't wake up. What do we do? Kakashi glanced at the fallen Oishi and thought to himself, arrogant fool. I'm a jonin too and you turned your back to me. Kakashi panted heavily as he walked toward Obito. Obito, Lin is under a genjutsu. You can release it. Kakashi, I didn't pay attention in class. How about you do it? Obito scratched his head. Kakashi sighed, release. Lin finally woke up. The moment she opened her eyes she saw her beloved crush rescuing her. Earth release, rock house collapse. Oishi suddenly propped himself up, slammed his hands on the ground, then collapsed slowly. Kakashi's left eye was injured, unable to see the enemy's attack, still immersed in the joy of saving Lin. But Obito's Sharingan activated automatically, already reading everything. He glanced at Kakashi and Lin seemed to make a great resolve, and with a forceful push sent them both out of the attack range. Rocks collapsed directly covering half of Obito's body. Obito! Kakashi and Lin shouted. Lin rushed over and began treating Obito with medical ninjutsu. Kakashi frantically tried to push the rocks off Obito. Lin, I know my own body. Don't waste your chakra. To die by your side is my happiness. Obito, don't speak. I can do this. My specialty is medical ninjutsu. Lin sobbed uncontrollably. Kakashi, I'll give you the gift I prepared for your promotion to Jonin, this eye. I hope you can see the beauty of this world through my eyes. Take care of Lin. Obito said weakly. Lin, help me transplant the eye. Obito spoke tremblingly. Pack, and how much longer? Hao Yi asked impatiently. Just ahead. Obito's chakra seems to be fading. Hakan said thoughtfully. I can see their silhouettes. Obito seems to be in critical condition. Hao Yi gazed ahead. Kakashi, Lin. Hao Yi jumped between them. The two remained silent, still busy with their tasks. Alright, the dead cannot be revived. Obito is done for. Don't be foolish, Kakashi. Hao Yi shouted while trying to stop Kakashi. Kakashi pushed him away and continued shoving the large rock. Fine, let me make the choice for you. Hao Yi struck the back of Kakashi's head with force. Kakashi had all his emotions focused on Obito and didn't notice how Yi's move. A single chop knocked him unconscious. Lin, stop. Obito is dead. Hao Yi grabbed Lin's hand, which was still performing the technique. Lin, Obito won't die. His eyes along with you and Kakashi will always be together. If you want what's best for Obito, don't let his eyes become dust. Hao Yi shouted. If we delay any longer we'll all die here. For Kakashi's sake you must endure the pain and transplant the eye. Hao Yi said hoarsely. Alright, I know what to do. Hao Yi, please assist me with this surgery. Lin held back her tears. Soon Obito's eye was perfectly transplanted into Kakashi's socket. It worked, Hao Yi. Lin said excitedly. You go ahead first. I have a stomach ache and need to take care of something. Hao Yi said awkwardly. Let's deal with Obito's body first. Lin looked at Obito. There's no time. Remember, we're still behind enemy lines. The bridge is destroyed and more ninjas might be chasing us from the front line. If we wait any longer we'll all die here. Hao Yi urged. Alright, I'll go first. Hurry up and catch up when you're done. Lin looked at Obito reluctantly, then carried Kakashi and left. Secret technique of the flower ninja summoning jutsu, man-eating flower. As soon as Lin was far away, Hao Yi performed the summoning jutsu at the spot where Obito was buried. A small man-eating flower swallowed Obito's corpse in one gulp. After completing the series of actions, Hao Yi smiled lightly. The Sharingan is mine, and I've also taken care of a future 6 paths level villain. Hao Yi cheerfully moved toward Lin. A few minutes later a strange yin-yang face suddenly emerged from a large tree near where Obito's body had been. What a pity. A promising candidate who could unlock 2 Tomo just from a comrade's injury, dying so inexplicably. But only one eye remains, not much value. That brat from the country of vegetables, huh? Interesting. Starting to scheme at age 10. The ninja world in a few years will definitely be very amusing, he. Rin, let me carry it. You're a girl, more delicate. Koichi said with gentlemanly grace. Alright, I really am a bit exhausted. Better let you carry it. Rin said shyly. Koichi nodded. By the way, why hasn't Minato-senpai come yet? There shouldn't be any battles at this time, so why hasn't he come to pick us up? Koichi asked Rin. He's probably been held up by something. But don't worry, Minato-sensei will definitely come to meet us. Rin said confidently. Cough, cough, cough. Kakashi seemed to have woken up. Kakashi, you're awake. Does your body feel unwell? I'm okay, it's just that my chakra keeps draining away. But I feel like everything around me has slowed down. I seem to be able to see through every movement, such an amazing feeling. Kakashi was testing his new ability. That is the power of the Sharingan. What? How could you take a comrade's eye? Didn't I already say I didn't agree? How could you replace my eye without my permission? Kakashi said furiously. It wasn't taking. Obito asked you to see this beautiful world for him. So live as long as you can, don't let down your comrades' hopes. Koichi thought about Kakashi's tragic early life and silently resolved that if he ever had the chance he would protect Rin and not let her die as she did in the original story. Alright. Since you're awake, get off. Stop clinging to my back. Koichi shouted unceremoniously. Get off. It's not like you carried me for that long. Kakashi shot back. Koichi looked at Kakashi in astonishment. After all, Kakashi was a man of few words, he wouldn't say even one extra word, yet now he was actually talking back. It seemed Obito's words had indeed affected Kakashi. Of course, who wouldn't want their own father to be seen as a hero? Sure, no chatting. We're on the run, not out sightseeing. There are a lot of people ahead, they're probably coming to surround us. Pakken said calmly. Then we'll have to hide. Koichi sighed. Can't you teleport? It would be so quick if you just teleported us. Why? Pakken asked curiously. Too many people, it makes my head hurt, Koichi said casually. Don't you use chakra to activate your teleportation? The sharp-witted Rin immediately saw the problem. Only then did Koichi realize he had accidentally let it slip. This ability of mine, like Obito's Sharingan, is a Kekkai Genkai. The chakra it uses isn't the chakra cultivated through ordinary training. Sure, they're here, Pakken said warily. Captain, there are 4 chakra signatures here. A member of the IWA Nin Pursuit Squad said with certainty. Yeah, use explosive tags, the captain ordered. Boom. 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 The grassy cover around them was blasted into chaos. The 3 people and the dog leaped with all their strength onto open ground. Surround them. The IWA Nin leader shouted. Manji formation. Kakashi immediately fell into a battle formation. Fortunately, Koichi had watched Naruto, or he wouldn't have known how to coordinate with Kakashi. The two quickly took up positions on either side of Rin, shielding her. Koichi swept his gaze around. They were completely surrounded by more than 30 people. It felt a bit dicey. Kakashi, there are too many enemies. With the 3 of us and Rin being the weak link, we have blind spots. If we just defend passively, we'll be caught off guard. We need a special plan. Koichi analyzed. True. Kakashi, has your eye adjusted? How much fighting strength do you have left? Koichi asked urgently. I feel even more powerful than before, it's just that my chakra has decreased quite a bit. Kakashi assessed his own condition. Alright, here's the plan. You use the Hatake sword style and don't use advanced ninjutsu. The Sharingan's predictive ability gives you a huge advantage even in taijutsu. One of us protects Rin, the other charges and attacks, and Rin handles genjutsu disruption and support with throwing weapons. We'll take turns attacking at 1-minute intervals. How about it? Alright, if that's the plan, I'll charge in first. Kakashi charged straight into the IWA Nin. Hatake myriad blade style, blade light flashed in every direction and Kakashi's short blade was already dyed red. Kakashi had extraordinary tactical awareness. A single charge cut down over a dozen enemies. Avoid his edge. Don't fight at close range. Use long-range attacks and take out the medical ninja first. Shouted the IWA Nin captain anxiously. If combat strength depended on shouting, Kakashi certainly couldn't defeat this group. Earth release, earth flow spear. Earth release, earth spear. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Dozens of ninjutsu came flying at Koichi and the others. Get up the tree. Pakken, hide yourself. Koichi made a snap decision and used his spatial ability to pull Rin into hiding in the tree. Rin, stay right here. In a moment I'll teleport above the IWA Nin. Use genjutsu to coordinate with me. Koichi used his spatial ability to reach a spot 50 meters above the IWA Nin. Sage art, flower ninja art, flying flowers and falling leaves. As Koichi fell in free fall, the technique's impact speed and penetrating power were greatly amplified. Demonic illusion hell viewing technique. Rin also quietly cast her genjutsu at just the right moment. A paltry trick. Release. The IWA Nin captain said contemptuously. Success made them complacent. The IWA Nin had no idea Koichi was above them. Countless flower petal shuriken rained down from above, piercing through the IWA Nin's bodies. Koichi focused his spatial ability and appeared beside Rin. The inertia from his earlier free fall sent him crashing through a branch and onto the ground, leaving both legs completely numb. Fortunately, nothing serious had happened. The main force is closing in, so many of them. Hakan shouted. Kakashi, end this quickly. Koichi shouted while forming hand seals. Flower ninja art, myriad flowers in dazzling bloom. Huge flames burst from the Iwa Nin ranks. Kakashi seized the opportunity. Lightning release, ground surge. In an instant, lightning flooded the ground. Lightning overcomes earth. The remaining Iwa Nin, their bodies numbed, were burned to death by Koichi's fire release. Let's go, Koichi said. No time, Pakken said nervously. We have to break out, there are too many of them. Kakashi looked at the vast sea of Iwa Nin. Staring at the dark oppressive mass, Koichi felt a bit afraid. His hand seal speed was slow and his blade work was unpolished. Even with unlimited teleportation he couldn't kill so many people. A pure taijutsu breakout was impossible, his 10-year-old stamina was even less than Rin's. Kakashi, we can't retreat toward Konoha. There are too many of them, we won't break through. Said Koichi calmly. Then what do we do? If we don't move forward, the best outcome awaiting us here is to be surrounded and killed. Analyzed Kakashi. That's not how you analyze it. The farther forward we go, the closer we get to the battlefield and the more enemies there are. Conversely, the farther back we go, the more places we can go and the fewer enemies there are. In this vast forest we still have the advantage. We just need to hold out until Minato arrives, Koichi analyzed. Trust me, I'm right. Said Koichi, taking charge. Fine, let's break out to the rear, Kakashi said. Hold on to me, we'll teleport to the rear. Shouted Koichi. Didn't you say your head hurt? Pakken teased. Ha, I can handle it once in a while, Koichi said awkwardly. Koichi teleported them to the rear while chatting casually. Where did they go? Quick, sensor ninja, sense their exact location. Ordered the leader of the earlier Iwa Nin main force. They're in the rear. The sensor ninja hurriedly pointed in Koichi's direction. Good, after them. We must kill those detestable bastards. Now what? The people behind won't stop chasing. Pakken sniffed and said. Don't worry. When it comes to speed, we're definitely faster than the main force, Koichi said proudly. But we can't just run around without a destination. Kakashi asked. Head to the land of hot water. From there I'll return to the land of vegetables and you two will return to Konoha. The war is almost over, Konoha should win. A mid-sized country like the land of hot water wouldn't dare cause trouble for Konoha ninja. Said Koichi, speaking with confidence and encouraging Kakashi and Rin. Fine, Kakashi said. He seemed to be more and more accepting of Koichi. Don't get too cocky. The ninja behind are pursuing relentlessly, there's probably a sensor ninja among them. Several squads scattered ahead are also heading toward us. They're probably about to form an encirclement. Pakken broke out in a cold sweat. Clone technique, transformation technique. Hao Yi, considering Kakashi's meager chakra, created several pairs using the clone and transformation techniques and headed off in 4 directions. It's useless. They didn't split up. Pakken observed the earth ninja closely. It seems they're tracking us by chakra, Kakashi mused. I didn't expect they had so many sensory ninjas. I've caused you trouble. I made the wrong plan, we shouldn't have run backward, Hao Yi said dejectedly. A prophet is not omniscient. Even Hao Yi, who has lived 2 lives, cannot predict everything flawlessly. It's fine. Let's pick them off one by one. Pakken, which one is closest? Kakashi at this moment had the bearing of a future pillar of Konoha. 10 o'clock direction, Pakken said after looking. Let's speed up. We'll break out before they surround us. Kakashi declared boldly. Alright, but I have a feeling this encirclement is a bit strange, Hao Yi recalled the earlier battles. I think so too, Kakashi nodded. By the way, aren't these ninjas too weak? It seems we haven't encountered a single jonin so far. Hao Yi thought of something. That's true, Pakken agreed. Among those chasing us now only one has a bit more chakra. One of the 5 great nations shouldn't be this pathetic, Pakken continued. Hao Yi recalled from the original story that Minato had killed 50 jonin in one battle, earning fame. He nodded thoughtfully, filled with confidence. This must be the battle that would make Minato's name. The enemy's backbone was probably mostly wiped out on this battlefield. We're almost there. The 4 earth ninja ahead are the closest, Pakken analyzed. Alright, Hao Yi, you sneak up behind them while I attack from the front. Hao Yi said hurriedly, okay, but I'll use the body flicker technique. I can't use my Kekii Genkai. In truth, Hao Yi could still use his spatial ability several times, but he was saving it to escape in case Minato didn't show up. Alright, no problem. Just draw their attention. Leave the killing to the captain. Fortunen are nothing. Kakashi calculated the strength of both sides. Body flicker technique. Hao Yi preformed hand seals and appeared behind the Earth Ninja. Hataki's 10,000 sword style, Kakashi leaped into the air spinning a short blade in an impenetrable dance. Fearing being accidentally hit, Hao Yi quickly moved to Lin's side. As expected of Kakashi, he dispatched the 4 Earth Ninja in a brief exchange. Hao Yi, why didn't you help? All you do is run, Lin said angrily, watching Kakashi fight alone. Hao Yi felt embarrassed. With my little arms and legs without using my Kekii Genkai I might not even beat you. My hand seal speed is too slow. Survival first. Don't sweat the details, just look at the results. You should change your name. From now on you're Baiha Pao Pao. Lin pouted and tapped Hao Yi's head. Stop chatting. The ones on both sides are closing in, Pakken said nervously. Let's run, no let's retreat, Hao Yi said nervously. Run. Run where? You're not getting away. Several squads of Earth Ninja surrounded them. Soon the main force behind them also pressed in like a dark tide. Who ran? All your family ran. We're retreating, a strategic retreat. Hao Yi was afraid of being called Baiha Pao Pao again. What luck. There's another Sharingan, the Earth Ninja captain said gleefully. Peo protect Lin, Kakashi gritted his teeth. Kakashi, you're calling me that too? My name is Hao Yi. Then can you not run? Fine, I'm Peo, Hao Yi said awkwardly. Kakashi prepared to charge. Hao Yi gazed at the dark mass of enemies, his mind racing. Minato, aren't you coming yet? If you don't come I'll leave. I can only do what my strength allows. I'm still young, I really can't fight them. Kakashi, don't blame me. Even though you're my idol, it's better you than me. I still have many things to do. Kill. The Earth Ninja swarmed forward. Just as Hao Yi was about to use his ability, a yellow flash streaked past and the 4 of them were taken out of the battlefield. No. It's the yellow flash, of the surrounding enemies cried in terror. Captain, what do we do? The Earth Ninja kept asking. The Earth Ninja captain stared at Minato's warm smile as if seeing a demon. Yes, a demon. You've seen killers who don't blink, but have you ever seen someone chop people down while smiling? That's right, the one before him. Killing Jonin was like cutting vegetables. Many senior ninjas from their village had fallen to his blade. Alright, retreat. I'll take responsibility for any issues. The Earth Ninja bore the pressure silently. It wasn't that they lacked the discipline of ninjas, they simply couldn't bear to see all their comrades die here. Sensei, how are you so amazing? You scared off hundreds of ninjas just like that. Lin looked at Minato with admiration. Where's Obito? Minato asked gently. Obito died. He was crushed by a rock. Before dying he gave his Sharingan to Kakashi as a gift for becoming a Jonin, Lin said, tears streaming down her face at the mention of Obito. Where there is war there is sacrifice. All we can do is live well and protect those we cherish who are still alive, Minato said, patting Lin's head comfortingly. Don't worry, Kakashi. I'll protect you, Minato said, looking at Kakashi's eyes. Hello, Minato-senpai. Hao Yi interjected, thank you for saving our lives. Oh, Hao Yi-kun. You're quite impressive. You really completed the mission. Minato praised Hao Yi. Thanks for the compliment. Well, it's getting late. Maybe we should withdraw first since this is someone else's country. Hao Yi said cautiously. Hao Yi-kun is right. Then let's return to Konoha, Minato said. Wait, Minato-san, I won't go to Konoha. Danzo won't let me off. I remember you inscribed the Flying Thunder God seal at Frostleaf City in the Land of Fire. Could you send me there and I'll make my own way back? Hao Yi said timidly. Minato smiled but said nothing. Senpai, just help me out. Consider it a good deed. I'll owe you a favor. If you ever need anything, just ask. Hao Yi patted his chest and said. Though I don't know what you can do to benefit me, you're a good guy, a passionate youth. If we were both in Konoha we would definitely be good friends. Alright, I'll send you off. I hope you don't oppose Konoha. I don't want to be your enemy, Minato said gently. Even if I'm not from Konoha we can still be good friends. Why should there be deep grudges between people? Isn't peaceful coexistence good? Konoha is still my big brother. We won't become enemies, rest assured, Hao Yi laughed. With that Minato used his will and the group arrived at the famous sake house in Frostleaf City. Your jutsu is really convenient. If you use it for logistics you'll definitely have a great business, Hao Yi said smugly. What is logistics? Minato asked curiously. It's just delivering things. It's a local slang from the land of vegetables, ha ha ha, Hao Yi covered up. Who are you? We're closed. The owner came over with several samurai. Vision of Hell technique. Lin cast a genjutsu and the men instantly fell into slumber. Minato-senpai Kakashi Lin, let's part ways here. You can come to my land of vegetables to relax sometime. I'll welcome you with open arms. Lin waved her hand. Goodbye Pow Pow. Peo, is that a nickname? Minato laughed. No, it's a nickname. Hao Yi can't do anything except teleport and kill, so he just runs. I gave him the name Baiha Pow Pow. Lin said happily. Interesting, Baiha Pow Pow. It's similar to my yellow flash. No. I still have my pride, Minato-senpai. I need to take missions in the future. If you say that, who will hire me? It'll ruin my reputation. Hao Yi-kun, it's only the few of us here. No worries. I'm off. Hao Yi waved and set off back to the land of vegetables. A laughing remark founded a legend. After the Battle of Canopy Bridge, the copy ninja Hatake Kakashi and the flower ninja Baiha Pow Pow gained considerable fame in the ninja world. The weather is wonderful today. It feels so good to live for myself. Hao Yi, free from Mai's control, was in excellent spirits. Almost there. It's been over a month since I left. I wonder how the Kai country is doing. Perhaps it was the anxiety of nearing home, but Hao Yi was filled with anticipation for the changes in the Kai country. Why is the forest so quiet? Hao Yi wondered. Tisk. Hao Yi seemed to have touched something. He turned his head and under the moonlight a faint silver glint flickered. Not good, it's a trap. Without time to think, Hao Yi instinctively used his spatial ability and retreated to the forest behind him. Which senior is sneaking up on me, a mere kid? Hao Yi tried to provoke the opponent. Swish swish swish. Several shuriken flew toward the direction of Hao Yi's voice. Substitution technique. Fortunately, Hao Yi had prepared in advance and had a substitution item ready. Fire release fireball. Hao Yi chose to quickly counterattack with a fire-style ninjutsu which had the highest additional damage in the forest. The fireball snapped several trees and set the surrounding small forest ablaze. 3 figures burst out from the woods surrounding Hao Yi in a pincer attack. Black trench coats, animal masks, Tuanzang's root. Hao Yi quietly assessed. Forget it. Being surrounded is too dangerous. I'll fight while retreating. Hao Yi decisively chose to fall back. Flower ninja technique, 100 flowers blossom. Hao Yi continued to probe with a wide area ninjutsu. Rotation. Water release, water wall. Substitution technique. The 3 ninjas easily blocked the attacks. Good grief, I'm being targeted. The Yuri Clan with their 360-degree vision can immediately track my exact location and counter my spatial ability while also blocking my piercing ninjutsu from all angles. Moreover, I usually use fire release, so they sent a water release ninja to counter me. Tuanzang is too cautious. I'm just a kid and he still carefully formed a team to deal with me. Hao Yi muttered to himself. I'd better run. They're too strong. Mai is cheating, any one of their clans could form a ninja village by itself. But then again, if I retreat without a fight, Tuanzang will underestimate me and go straight to the Kai country. I can't bear to imagine that scene. Who knows what that old silver fox might do? Hao Yi was torn. Water release, water dragon bullet. A water dragon came roaring. They think so highly of me, starting with a B-rank ninjutsu. Hao Yi quickly used his spatial ability to dodge behind the 3 ninjas. Sage art flower ninja technique, flying petals. You're at your wit's end. Using a piercing ninjutsu in front of me. Humph, rotation. The Rishiang ninja shouted arrogantly. The rapidly spinning chakra formed an invisible wall. Clink clink clink. It knocked down most of the flower shuriken. Pfft. The Rishiang ninja spat out a mouthful of blood. Such powerful force. The impact nearly shifted my internal organs. Flower ninja technique, summoning technique, man-eating plant. Taking advantage of the Rishiang ninja's pause after blocking, Hao Yi summoned a man-eating plant to devour him. Don't underestimate me. I've seen through your ninjutsu. The Rishiang ninja gritted his teeth. Rotation. It had to be admitted that the Rishiang ninja's use of rotation was perfectly timed, almost simultaneous with the summoning technique. The man-eating plant was after all just flesh and blood. It was instantly sliced into pieces by the rotation. This was the first time Hao Yi's summoning technique had failed since he came to the Naruto world. Hao Yi looked at the man-eating plant, his mind racing. He said tensely, "You've done your homework on me. The Rishiang clan isn't here to counter my instant movement technique but to counter my summoning technique. Then the other person is meant to counter my instant movement technique." Hao Yi couldn't help but step back a few paces. Suddenly a silver light flashed. A short sword appeared before Hao Yi, delivering a short slash. Hao Yi instinctively leaned back but ultimately failed to dodge the hidden strike. With a the short sword slashed through his clothes and blood splattered on the ground. Hao Yi gritted his teeth against the pain and quickly used his spatial ability to escape the scene. He examined the wound. Fortunately he had leaned back or he would have died there. Healing palm technique. Hao Yi silently healed himself while recalling the battle just now. Invisibility. No, Mai doesn't have such a clan. Ah, it's the transparency technique, the Yuri clan's transparency technique. Hao Yi analyzed quickly. The wound slowly healed. The healing palm technique was truly a divine art, it was almost better in no time. Rishiang Jinyi, what's wrong with you? The Yuri clan ninja had intended to continue pursuing Hao Yi, but unexpectedly his companion suddenly collapsed. Yuri, that man-eating plant's belly contains mist. Rishiang was too close and passed out. I'm about to faint too. Don't worry about us. Go kill him. With such a serious injury he probably can't run far. You know that abandoning the mission means even a jonin won't escape that person's punishment. The water-release ninja Jinyi said with his last strength and then fainted. Hao Yi truly cunning, the Yuri clan ninja muttered to himself. He was overthinking. In fact Hao Yi hadn't even thought of that. No matter. With such a heavy injury I can track him by the smell of blood. Yuri leaped continuously searching for Hao Yi's figure. Found you. My style blade technique. Yuri jumped up and tried to slash Hao Yi. Having lived two lives, how could Hao Yi be fooled by the same person twice? He used his spatial ability to create distance. Hey, you're here alone. Are my people so arrogant? Hao Yi probed for the whereabouts of others. You know the answer. Yuri stopped responding and swung his blade. Hao Yi lightly leaped to dodge the attack. Know the answer. Yuri reply was too strange. Did something happen? I'd better go back and check. Otherwise dealing with the two hidden people would be troublesome. Hao Yi thought to himself. Dance of the Crescent Moon. Die. 3 Yugwang surrounded Hao Yi, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Hao Yi smiled slightly and used his spatial ability to return to the place where the battle began. I see. Hao Yi saw Rishiang and Jinyi lying on the ground and couldn't help but laugh. What a coincidence. I really am the child of destiny. This works. I must make good use of this, it's a clever trick of the man-eating plant. After all, I have plenty of them. The Yuri clan. One-on-one I've never feared anyone. Now the main thing is to counter the transparency technique. I'll think while running. Hao Yi leaped toward the Kai country. A large river blocked his path. A lake. Suddenly an idea flashed in Hao Yi's mind. Hao Yi changed direction and ran into the center of the lake, slowly reducing his speed while running on the water's surface. At that moment strange ripples appeared on the water behind him. Hao Yi drew a shuriken and used its reflection to observe the ripples. The ripples slowly approached. At that moment, holding his breath, Hao Yi used his spatial ability to teleport behind the ripples. Wind release, great breakthrough. Several wind blades shot from Hao Yi's mouth. Suddenly several body parts appeared on the lake with blood staining a large area of the water. Looking closely, it was the Yuri clan member. Hao Yi let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately he had watched Naruto and knew every clan of Mai. Although the transparency technique was powerful, it couldn't hide the path of movement and it would become visible when attacking. Hao Yi used the fact that stepping on the lake would create ripples in the water to determine the Yuri ninja's position. He also used the instinctive reaction of a person relaxing after a successful strike. By choosing to attack from behind, he easily took the Yuri ninja's life. In the early stages, a ninja battle is an information war. Hao Yi proudly flicked his hair and said toward the place where the Yuri ninja had sunk into the lake. The time for showing off had ended, it was time to get down to business. Hao Yi quickly dashed back to the initial battlefield, surveying the condition of the two individuals. Better tie them up first. A ninja must never let their guard down, especially when facing Konoha shinobi. Hao Yi silently reminded himself. This mask should belong to the Hyuga clan. Let's see who it is, maybe I'll recognize them. Hao Yi recalled the scene of the battle just moments ago and speculated. He snatched the mask away and his face turned pale with shock. What? No caged bird seal. Could it be that he overused chakra and died, causing the seal to vanish? Hao Yi quickly checked for breathing, pondering. He's still breathing. He's a main house member of the Hyuga clan. Does Danzo have that much influence in Konoha that he could even recruit a Hyuga main house member as his subordinate? Hao Yi exclaimed. What a treacherous Danzo. How convenient that he sent a main house member to kill me. If a Hyuga dies by my hand, I'll surely become an enemy of the clan. The Byakugan is the highest secret of Konoha. The Hokage definitely wouldn't want me to have it. Originally I only had Danzo as an enemy, and with my foreknowledge there was still a chance to turn things around. If I offend Konoha, I'll definitely die a miserable death. Hao Yi quickly analyzed. If he let the man go, that wouldn't work either. If something happened halfway, he'd end up with no Byakugan and a heap of trouble. Better take him back and think it over carefully. Hao Yi weighed the options repeatedly. Danzo is such a nuisance. I need to find a way to ease this conflict. Hao Yi organized his words and woke up the water-style ninja Jing Yi. Jing Yi struggled incessantly but soon gave up. Sai, just kill me, Jing Yi said, eyes lifeless. What's wrong? Don't you cherish your youth? Hao Yi teased. We were at least special jonin. To be defeated by a 10-year-old brat like you, it's too shameful. I can't bear to live on, Jing Yi sighed. Victory and defeat can be decided in an instant. Dying is a disgrace, living gives you hope. A ninja must have strong mental fortitude. Remember, as long as the Green Hills remain, there's no shortage of firewood. Hao Yi couldn't stand seeing someone throw away their life, so he offered words of comfort. Jing Yi looked at him thoughtfully. You'll surely become a ninja no less than Kakashi in the future. Hao Yi couldn't help but laugh, thinking, who do you take me for? But he was polite enough to Kakashi. I'll take your word for it. There's something I need you to pass on to Danzo. I'm not familiar with Lord Danzo. I'm from the Umbu, different chain of command. Besides, at my rank I can't seek him out without a summons. Jing Yi continued to hedge. Cut the act. Just remember this and relay it to your boss. I don't want to say anything more. Jing Yi remained silent, neither agreeing nor denying. Lord Danzo targeting me won't do you any good. After all, it's better to have a friend than an enemy. Sometimes we can even cooperate. If you try to exterminate me, you'll suffer losses too. I'm not someone to be slaughtered. If you want to work with me, send someone openly to the country of vegetables. If you still want to kill me, I swear I'll make sure you never become Hokage. I mean what I say. That's all. Pass it on. I'm serious. If it happens again, I'll curse your entire clan. Hao Yi blurted out everything he could and couldn't. What about the Hyuga? He's no ordinary person. Jing Yi still tried to retrieve his teammate. Let the Hyuga clan head come to collect him. If anything happens on the way, I can't take the responsibility. Hao Yi evaded. Enough small talk. You're at least a special jonin. If I let you go just like that, what if you kill me? Better sleep a bit longer. Hao Yi struck the back of Jing Yi's head with his hand. After handling everything, Hao Yi checked his own injuries. Palm healing technique really is amazing. I only used it in that brief moment and most of my wounds are already healed. He continued treating himself, wanting to recover fully before moving on. I finally reached the country of vegetables. Starting today I can lay low and farm. Hao Yi gloated. He hurried to the location of the hidden flower village. Wow, it's completely transformed. The office building looks just like the Hokage's. The commercial district and dormitories are more like modern designs, though not finished yet. Not bad. Shaoxing didn't disappoint me. Hao Yi walked along, observing the changes in the hidden flower village. Chief, you're back. Baihe Yuan recognized Hao Yi at once, grabbed his hand and spun him around to check for injuries. All good except the clothes are a bit torn. Haha, Yuan, can you not do this in the street? It's embarrassing. Hao Yi blushed. Sorry, I forgot. Let's go home quickly. Take a hot bath to wash away the bad luck. I'll go inform the elders, they'll be thrilled. Yuan, ignoring Hao Yi's reaction, hurried off to notify Huatao and the others. Ah, so comfortable. It's been over a month since I came to Naruto and this is only the second time I've taken a hot shower. I never got to bathe while doing missions and I was almost stinking to death. Hao Yi kept muttering to himself. After a month of cultivation, the senjutsu chakra in his body had roughly reached the level of a chunin. As long as he continued to cultivate and advanced his technique to the second stage, he would become a true sage body, greatly enhancing his reaction speed. However, his hand seal speed and killing speed were still too slow. Recently, when he had time, he needed to practice properly. If only he had enough time to develop, he would need to find a bodyguard to protect him. Well, that was right. Hao Yi kept thinking to himself. Clan leader, your brothers are back. They want to report the clan situation to you, Yuan said, hopping over. Wait, don't come over, I'm taking a bath. Hao Yi exclaimed in panic. Haha, the clan leader is shy. When you were unconscious before, I was the one who helped you. Yuan covered her mouth with a smile. Well, you weren't awake then. Anyway, brothers, go to the meeting hall and wait for me. I'll come find you after my bath. Hao Yi said quickly. Haha, no rush, clan leader. Take your time, we'll just have some tea in the meeting hall. Hua Tao and the others joked. So many things, not even a moment to rest. Hao Yi complained while changing into a new set of loungewear. Greetings, clan leader. Hua Tao and the others quickly greeted as they saw Hao Yi arrive. Don't be so formal at home. From now on, just call me by my name when at home. According to seniority, and in public, don't call me clan leader, call me leader instead. Hao Yi walked straight to the main table and said. Haha, alright. I always felt it was a bit strange before, Nai Liang said casually, being young and unrestrained. Haha, exactly, a family should act like a family. Hao Yi laughed joyfully. Hao Yi sat upright in the main seat, observing the changes in everyone over the past month. Hao Yi saw a person who was both familiar and unfamiliar. Mo Wu, how is your body recovering? Hao Yi asked with concern. My body is fine, but it feels like my head was hit. Now I don't remember anything except the ninjutsu I've practiced. Mo Wu said coldly. It's fine as long as you're alive. As long as you are here, your clan can continue. You must develop your clan well. Actually, your ancestors have some connection with the Aburame clan of Konoha. I believe that through your efforts you can build a clan no less powerful than the Aburame, Hao Yi encouraged Mo Wu. I will not let the leader down, Mo Wu said firmly. Okay, brothers, each of you tell me about the recent situation of our village, let me be happy too. Hao Yi said summarily. I'm the eldest brother, I'll go first. I don't understand construction. After I returned from the Frost Leaf country, my focus has been on recruiting orphans and training ninjas. Because it was a time of war, there were too many orphans. We gathered about 1,000 and among them only about 50 have managed to extract chakra in these days. The others haven't. They are temporarily settled in the newly built dormitories. However, there are 2 red-haired kids who are quite impressive. Although they are a bit older, their chakra extraction amount is very large. Hua Tao, as if well prepared, spoke eloquently about the achievements of the past month. Red hair. Could they be from the Uzumaki clan? It can't be this good, and 2 of them. Hao Yi gloated inwardly. Where were these 2 children found? Hao Yi pressed. How would I know? Back then it was just Shaoxing alone and there was no registration, Hua Tao said carelessly. Alright. Now the prototype of Huaren village is roughly built, all according to your requirements. Only the dormitory and commercial street are not finished, everything else is completed. Shaoxing said proudly. Good, keep up the effort. There's still a long time to be busy. The only problem now is money. This time, to speed up the construction period, we mobilized tens of thousands of people and the payments haven't been settled yet. The Daimyo said that he is only willing to bear half. The rest we need to handle ourselves. Also, the basic living needs of over 1,000 orphans are a considerable expense. Training 50 ninjas also costs a lot of money. Right now, if we sell everything of our Baiha clan, it would only be enough for a few days' rations. Zhu Jian thought of a deeper level. How are you stupid? Wasn't there a scroll that came with Mo Wu last time? Exchanging the supplies inside for food would be enough for us for some time. As for the workers' wages, we'll talk later. The Daimyo promised to bear the cost of infrastructure. Hao Yi analyzed logically. By the way, what about the 1,000 orphans? We can't just keep them without doing anything, Nai Liang blurted out, expressing his opinion. That I have my own plans. It also concerns the financial affairs of our Huaren village. We'll discuss it in detail some other time. The changes in this month have been truly great. You've done well, but I wonder if your own strength has improved. Hao Yi always believed that in the ninja world strength reigns supreme. And I must say Hao Yi, the techniques you brought back are truly comprehensive and practical. I haven't learned any offensive ninjutsu yet, but I studied the 3 basic techniques in my spare time. They are exquisite, requiring very little chakra yet extremely useful. Really good. Hua Tao couldn't help praising. Of course Konoha's products are always of excellent quality. In the future every ninja must learn the 3 basic techniques. And you all need to intensify training, learn more ninjutsu, Hao Yi said earnestly. Brother Shaoxing, you've been at home the longest. Tell me in detail about the specific situation of the ninjas in the family. Nothing much has changed. Just that Zhu Jimin and Bai Yuan's chakra and ninjutsu are roughly at the Chunin level. Great, our strength has reached another level, Hao Yi sincerely exclaimed. Alright, in that case we should form 2 Chunin squads to carry out missions. Hao Yi said thoughtfully. To expedite the establishment of the ninja village I will reassign tasks once more. Understood, Hao Yi. Just give us your orders. The group rubbed their hands eagerly. Alright, let me start with the team divisions. Hua Tao, you are the eldest, so you will serve as the captain. I am assigning Mo Wu the mainstay to your team. During missions you must not act on impulse, listen carefully to Mo Wu's advice. Yuan will also follow you, make sure to nurture her. Hao Yi, considering Hua Tao's age, had no choice but to appoint him as captain. Good, Hao Yi, what mission are we to undertake? Just give the order and I will guarantee completion. Hua Tao rubbed his hands eagerly. The mission is simple, a B-rank mission with a reward of 80000 Rio. The task is to go to Niao country, locate the ninja organization led by Meng Zong and secretly capture their leader. I will use a secret technique to control them, turning their entire organization into the ninja force of our Kai country. Hao Yi stated calmly. We are all family, there is no need to talk about money. Hua Tao said magnanimously. Brother, we must transform the clan into a village. This is necessary, it is the rule. Selfless dedication is good, but we must not break the rules. All of you need to grow stronger quickly. Hao Yi said. Fine, fine. You are the leader, you have the final say. Do not take this lightly. This rogue ninja organization is extremely powerful and numerous. He is currently posing as a high monk in Niao country and is highly favored by the Daimyo. This time you may even encounter obstruction from Niao country. He is a Jonin-level ninja proficient in water-release ninjutsu and the multiple shadow clone technique. If there is a weakness, it is that his taijutsu is very poor. In short, you must rely on strategy, not brute force. Ah, how are we supposed to capture someone like that? He completely counters me. This should be for Zhu Jian, his summoning technique would be much more effective. Hua Tao scratched his head. Remember, a ninja is not a samurai. Cooperate, do not fight alone. This is also a test for your team, do not try to handle it all by yourself. Hao Yi said with a pretentious air. Alright, I understand, my esteemed clan leader. I can definitely do it, after all look who I am as your brother. Hua Tao puffed out his chest, speaking with conviction. Good, that is the spirit. I hope your abilities match your bold words. Hao Yi could not help but apply some pressure to Hua Tao, for arrogance often leads to great losses. Fine, fine. Hua Tao waved his hand dismissively. Zhu Jian, you will also be a captain. Nara, you will accompany him to provide guidance. Zhu Jimin is quite talented, so she will go with you to gain experience. Hao Yi exuded an air of directing the realm. Hao Yi let Nara be the captain. Last time during the grain transport it was brother Nara who gave the instructions. Zhu Jian declined. As for your brother Nara, my plan for him is to handle internal affairs. In the future the public face of our Lily clan's ninja will be you and Hua Tao. Others will transition to internal duties. You must train diligently lest you be surpassed by other clans. Hao Yi sighed earnestly. Understood, clan leader. I will not disappoint your expectations. Zhu Jian's eyes suddenly became resolute. Good, in the future the ninja village will rely on you to take the lead. I hope you do not let me down. Rest assured. Back to business. Your mission is also B-rank, capture 3 evil ninja. The reward is 100,000 Rio. This is no simple task. It is also a challenge for your team. Understood, I will act with caution. These 3 are also part of an organization with a group of underlings. Their individual strength is formidable, in suitable environments they can display Jonin-level power. The eldest brother is called Lienya, who excels in ice crystal techniques. He can use moisture in the air to form ice crystals for defense and can also refract sunlight through ice crystal lenses to burn or explode enemies. The second brother is called Hao, most skilled in the power of electromagnetic fields. He can convert iron and magnetism, and his ultimate technique can even cause brain short circuits. The third brother Yi draws water from the ground. As long as there is surface water, he can form various offensive and defensive weapons with automatic protection. His weapon is a water-seeking needle used to ensure he is in a safe environment. In specific locations they all sound invincible. Mo Wu said weakly. Indeed, so you must use strategy. Lure each one into a dead zone. Hao Yi instructed. Mo Wu, your old grayish-white trench coat is too worn out. From now on wear black, it looks more sharp. Hao Yi thought for a moment, intending to change Mo Wu's appearance to avoid recognition. Understood, leader. Alright, that's all. Dismissed. Hao Yi ordered. Clan leader, why don't I have any mission? Xiaoxing became anxious. How do you have no mission? You have to train these 50+ ninja and also complete the construction of the remaining dormitories and commercial district. The task is heavy. I will leave the remaining ninja with you. Make sure to establish one ninja village properly. Fine, sigh. Xiaoxing sighed. Oh, and there is that scroll of strategic weapons. Negotiate with the Daimyo for an installment trade. Do not dispose of the scroll itself to avoid suspicion from Mu Yi. Understood, rest assured. I have some sense. Xiaoxing smiled awkwardly. Xiaoxing, bring those two red-haired ones over. I want to have a good look. Hao Yi said curiously. Understood, I will go now. Xiaoxing hurriedly ran off to contact them. Hao Yi, these two kids are here. Xiaoxing said respectfully. I'm good. You may leave now. Yes, leader. Are you two settling in well here? Hao Yi asked kindly. Leader, it is very good. We have never had enough to eat before. The two red-haired children said happily. Glad you are satisfied. What are your names? I am Tai Yi and she is Xiang Chao. Your appearance is unusual, are you from a famous clan? We are commoners from a country with only given names, no surnames. After the country was destroyed we followed our elders to Chao country and now only the two of us remain. The boy seemed to recall something sad. It's alright, it's alright. From now on you are citizens of Kai country. I will protect you. Thank you, leader. What country has always passed down its lineage unbroken? You both undoubtedly carry the blood of the Xuanhua clan. Since your country has fallen and perhaps only you two remain of the Xuanhua clan, I will grant you the surname Xuanhua to continue this ancient lineage. Thank you, leader. You are very promising. Though you are older than me, expertise has its focus. I wish to take you as my disciples and pass on all I know. Are you willing? Yes, thank you for your cultivation, leader. The two quickly kowtowed. Haha, you should change how you address me. I may need to go out soon, so you will study under Uncle Xiaoxing for now. When I return I will teach you personally. Understood, master. Thank you, master. The two were so excited they could barely speak. Alright, you may go now. Now things are mostly settled. Finally I can take a short break. Ah, how could I have forgotten about this? Daitu is still inside the man-eating flower. Hao Yi patted his own head and muttered to himself. It seems he still can't rest today. Hao Yi looked at the bright and clean reception hall and thought, better go outside, don't dirty this nice meeting room. Flower ninja secret art, summoning technique, man-eating flower, spit. A huge man-eating flower burst from the ground and spat out a corpse, many pieces of rubble and an unconscious Hyuga youth. Hao Yi quickly stepped forward to check. Fortunately there was no secondary damage to Daitu. He gently felt Daitu's breath. Sure enough, without Zetsu's help Daitu had no signs of life. Daitu, don't blame me for cutting off your chance to live. Your ninja way is too narrow, only caring about yourself. Don't worry, I will definitely help you protect Kakashi and Lin, and I won't let your wish be in vain. Hao Yi muttered while cleaning Daitu's corpse. Finally he stopped at Daitu's right eye. Hao Yi silently condensed a chakra knife and slowly cut around the outline of the Sharingan. Recalling Lin's technique for removing eyes, he gently pressed on Daitu's eye. A bright red eye revealed its true form. Hey, how do I preserve this thing? Alas, I didn't prepare saline solution and a glass bottle. Look at my memory, only 10 years old and already so forgetful. I'll do the surgery later. Hao Yi was really unprofessional. He had just half done the surgery and gave up midway. Someone come. Clan leader. A middle-aged man dressed as a servant bowed slightly. Go find Xiao Sheng and have him get me a glass container and some saline solution. Yes, clan leader. Never heard of it. Where am I supposed to find it? Xiao Sheng upon hearing the servant's message couldn't help complaining. Better ask the Daimyo, maybe he has it. Hao Yi, you really know how to cause trouble. I went to great lengths to exchange a small bottle from the Daimyo's court physician and it cost me 100,000 Rio just for this. This piece of junk. Xiao Sheng said angrily. Well, you were indeed ripped off. I figure it's only worth a few hundred Rio. Hao Yi snatched the glass bottle and continued the surgery. With the experience from the first time, Hao Yi quickly removed Daitu's eye. With this Sharingan, the village can definitely gain another Jonin. But it's only a Tutomo, I wonder if it can evolve. Hao Yi said, not satisfied. Wow, Hao Yi, what are you doing in the yard? First stones, then a corpse, and now there's a pretty boy here. Xiao Sheng pointed at the mess in the yard and asked Hao Yi. You're so nosy. Since you have so much time to ask, why don't you clean this place up? Hao Yi said jokingly. Haha, I have to build a house tomorrow, so forget it. Find someone else. Xiao Sheng didn't wait for Hao Yi's reply and ran off. This kid's so young, why is he so afraid of trouble? Hao Yi grinned wickedly at Xiao Sheng's back and silently sealed the Sharingan. Fire release fireball technique. Hao Yi used a fire spit to dispose of Daitu's body and put it into a box. Daitu, you're not cut out to be a ninja. Someone like you should be a teacher dying in vain on the battlefield. If we in the land of Kai had children with a personality like yours, I would definitely nurture them well, not letting them be ravaged by war. Hao Yi stared firmly into the distance. Better bring the Hyuga along. If we happen to pass by Konoha, returning him to the Hyuga wouldn't be bad. Someone come. Hao Yi shouted loudly. Take this and bury it. Hao Yi handed the box with Daitu to the servant. Yes, clan leader. The servant took the box and left. As the saying goes, flowers bloom on two branches, let's tell one branch first. The water-release ninja Jing Yi, who had previously surrounded Hao Yi, was now kneeling before Tuan Tsang. You three special Jonin couldn't even defeat a child. Tuan Tsang stared wide-eyed and asked. Hao Yi is too strange. Even though we had him cornered, we still lost. Especially the transparency technique, I have no idea how he defeated Yu Guan. If you could understand, you wouldn't have lost. Tuan Tsang sneered. Since the mission failed, how do you have the face to come back? Tuan Tsang said angrily. Hao Yi asked me to pass a message. Since when did you become a courier ninja? Jing Yi remained silent, waiting for Tuan Tsang's judgment. Speak. Lord Tuan Tsang, there's no benefit in targeting me. After all, it's better to have a friend than an enemy. We can sometimes cooperate. If you try to exterminate me, you'll also suffer losses. I'm not someone to be slaughtered. If you want to cooperate, send someone openly to the land of Kai to find me. If you still want to kill me, I will make sure you never become Hokage. That's all. I recited it word for word. How dare you? A tiny country dares to threaten me. Truly, truly infuriating. Tuan Tsang, who had always been in a superior position, flew into a rage. No one had ever dared to speak like that. Humph. Have I been too low-key for too long that even such small fry dare to act up? Tuan Tsang muttered to himself. It seems I need to select and train some better seedlings. Can't even defeat a child. This time I'll give you another chance to atone for your mistake. You and Jia go together. Jia, is he also a child? You still can't defeat him. Tuan Tsang didn't care about his subordinate's feelings. My lord, I think. What, afraid of battle? Useless fellow. No, I actually think Hao Yi is right. It's better to have a friend than an enemy. Although the war with the land of Earth has ended, there are still sporadic battles and we are still short-handed. Besides, Hao Yi's body flicker technique has almost no weaknesses. Moreover, he has strong combat sense. That last sentence was probably not a bluff. Never become Hokage. Do you mean he has some leverage over me? That I don't know, but Hao Yi is too unusual. He seems to know the opponent's weaknesses. Just like the message he asked me to convey, it directly pointed out your vital point. Maybe he really does have leverage. Jing Yi thought about his encounter with Hao Yi and said. Alright, let's not send anyone for now. Isn't there a Hyuga main family member in Hao Yi's hands? You go with the Hyuga clan leader to visit the land of Kai. Act according to circumstances. If there's an opportunity, join forces with the Hyuga to eliminate him. Also probe whether he has any leverage, and if so, what it is. Yes, Lord Tuan Sung. Jing Yi didn't dare to lift his head and repeatedly agreed. Fine, go. If we weren't short on manpower you would be dead already. Tuan Sung said viciously. The moon hung over the treetops. Hao Yi had finished everything for the day and stretched his limbs. Today he would reward himself with a good rest. Tomorrow the grind would resume. He needed to find a few bodyguards for Hanakagir village as their strength was far too meager. Even a bunch of weaklings could annihilate them. The inability to sleep without worry was utterly unbearable. At dawn Hao Yi set out on his quest. He had planned it all the night before. His target was Yi Tsang, the former hero of Sunigakure. In the original story this young lady was a deeply tragic figure, devoted to her village yet betrayed by the Kazekage to Kirigakure. In the end a once mighty warrior fell to an ambush of weaklings. Yi Tsang had it too hard. Based on the timeline this was around the same period. Since fate had brought him here he would not let this kindred spirit die in vain. Bodyguard Yi, here I come. Hao Yi unfolded the map searching for the locations of the Wind Country and the Water Country. The Wind Country bordered the Earth Country and the Fire Country, while for Hao Yi's Vegetable Country it was practically the other side of the world. Moreover, the Wind Country and the Water Country did not share a border. Vast stretches of water lay between them. Hao Yi however could not use shadow clones. Intercepting Yi Tsang before she reached the Water Country was like searching for a needle in a haystack. It was virtually impossible. The only option was to wait by the tree stump for the rabbit. He would go to Kirigakure and wait for Yi Tsang there. Hao Yi pondered every possible scenario. Kirigakure was surrounded by water on all sides with only one valley serving as the entry route. The valley was perpetually shrouded in mist, truly the best place to wait. However, Kirigakure, much like Amigakure, was sealed off all year round. With the current tense situation, the moment he showed his face near the valley the mist ninja would surely kill him without mercy, leaving no survivors. Thus the only way was to dive and wait for Yi Tsang underwater. But with his wind and fire chakra nature, sustaining a water shroud technique for long would be extremely draining. Better go buy a diving suit. He would also need to hitch a ride on a cargo ship to the Water Country, otherwise he would be too conspicuous. Thank goodness, I thought a diving suit would be expensive, but it only cost 10,000 ryo. Back in the modern world that would be tens of thousands of yuan. Fine, now that I have the gear I'd better set off quickly. Up ahead should be the Water Country. Compared to Konoha it's far inferior. No wonder the 4 great ninja villages all want to plunder Konoha. Hao Yi stood on the deck of the cargo ship gazing into the distance. Time to act. He found a secluded spot, fumbled into his diving suit and plunged into the water with a splash. Sir, up ahead is the Water Country. You can disembark soon. Huh? Where did he go? He didn't fall into the sea, did he? Ah, never mind, he's already paid. A crew member looked around for Hao Yi, but Hao Yi had already swum far away, slowly approaching Kirigakure. Through the seawater Hao Yi secretly observed the shore. Mist filled the air. A straight valley stretched into the distance, exactly as depicted in the original story. This must be the place. Hao Yi chose a position and kept watch over every movement on the shore. For 3 consecutive days only Mist Ninja came and went, not a single other soul. Hao Yi's heart sank. But then again he only knew the approximate time. It was normal not to encounter her. Was he going to miss the beautiful Yi Tsang? However, there had been no news of Yi Tsang's death from the Wind Country. Could it be that they had sealed the information for fear of the Earth Country attacking? Sigh, what a loss. For Yi Tsang's sake he hadn't cultivated for 3 days. Just as Hao Yi was feeling frustrated, suddenly a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure appeared on the shore. Hao Yi focused his eyes. Yi Tsang. It's Yi Tsang. Great, she didn't disappoint me. So this is the only way into Kirigakure. Is this mist natural or was it deliberately created by the rulers? Yi Tsang, completely unaware of the impending danger, leisurely admired the foreign scenery. Lady Yi Tsang of the Scorch Release. I was sent by the village to welcome you. The mist is thick, so you'll likely need a guide, said a mist ninja, scratching his head shyly. Hello. Thank you for your trouble, but it's just a valley, there's no way I'll get lost. Yi Tsang returned the courtesy. Yes, as you say. Please. The mist ninja made a gesture of invitation. Yi Tsang without suspicion walked ahead with the welcoming mist ninja following closely behind. Pfft. The mist ninja suddenly drew a kunai and stabbed at Yi Tsang's waist. You. How could this be? I am. Yi Tsang exclaimed in shock. Now you'll taste the pain of the comrades your Sunigakure has harmed. The mist ninja shouted angrily. He couldn't wait any longer. Hao Yi, familiar with the plot, knew that the Mist Ninja would next push Yi Tsang out and have her riddled with projectiles. Without caring if he was spotted, Hao Yi leaped out of the water. Hanakog, your secret technique, summoning man-eating flower. He instantly formed hand seals. A massive man-eating flower burst from the ground, swallowing Yi Tsang and the Mist Ninja in one gulp. Quick, catch it. The Mist Ninja on the valley rim spotted Hao Yi in the distance and shouted. However, to make Yi Tsang let her guard down, no ambush had been set on the path. The valley was quite a distance away, giving Hao Yi a chance to escape. Hao Yi didn't overestimate himself. He used several spatial abilities in quick succession, swiftly fleeing beyond the pursuit range of the Mist Ninja. The prey right in our mouths has flown away, one Mist Ninja fumed. Not necessarily. He's so thin, that kunai went deep. It must have pierced a vital organ. He's probably done for. It's fine that the body isn't with us. Let Sunagakure send more people. Ha ha ha. Enough, these matters aren't ours to worry about. Go report to the Mizukage, let the Mizukage decide. Yes. Meanwhile, Hao Yi had already taken refuge in an inn within the water country. Hao Yi quickly summoned the man-eating flower and made it spit Yi Tsang out. Whether from excessive blood loss or the flower's mist, Yi Tsang had already fainted. Ignoring the impropriety of the situation, Hao Yi struggled to move her onto the bed. Because of his small stature, he could only inch her along bit by bit. Mystic Palm Technique. Hao Yi continuously channeled chakra to heal the wounds around the kunai. Soon all the other injuries were mended except the area where the kunai was embedded. Hao Yi dared not act rashly now. The kunai was stuck too deep. If he pulled it out abruptly, it would cause massive bleeding, and Yi Tsang had already lost a lot of blood. Pulling it out now would be disastrous. Hao Yi pondered a solution. How could he let a living person die before his eyes? Ah, right, this world had the concept of blood types. He would wait for Yi Tsang to wake up and ask her blood type. That way he could perform the surgery while simultaneously transfusing blood to ensure her blood volume didn't drop below the critical threshold. Hao Yi slowly wiped the mucus from Yi Tsang's body, carefully observing this formidable female hero of the Sand Village. Among the beauties of the Hidden Leaf, she certainly held her place, her figure combining the finest qualities of Tsunade and the flag Kage. Her melancholic gaze and the distinctive complexion unique to the Wind Country added a touch of tragic beauty. Since Yi Tsang had been stabbed in the lower back, she lay on the bed in a prone position. As Hao Yi gazed at Yi Tsang's fair back and curvaceous silhouette, his adult soul drifted into reverie, completely unaware that she had already awakened. Would the Mizukage only send a lecherous brat to control me? How insulting, Yi Tsang muttered, watching the lewd-faced Hao Yi struggle to sit up. Don't move. You're injured, the kunai is still lodged in your body, and any movement will tear the wound open again, undoing all my previous work, Hao Yi said with concern. Are you truly concerned for me? If the Mizukage wanted me dead, why not simply kill me? Does he hope to extract secrets about the Sand Village from my body? Don't waste your efforts, I'm just a discarded pawn, what could possibly be worth your concern? Yi Tsang no longer carried the boldness from before, she resembled a heartbroken girl. Sister Yi Tsang, rest assured this place is safe. We've already escaped the Mist Ninja's pursuit. What? You're not a Mist Ninja, how is that even possible? Could someone like you have led me away from the Mist Village's pursuit? Is this another trap? Nothing is impossible. We're safe now, Hao Yi said confidently. Who exactly are you and why did you save me? Yi Tsang felt no joy at being rescued. It was understandable, after a lifetime devoted to protecting her village it had abandoned her, and in an instant everything she believed in crumbled. How could she possibly feel happy? Hao Yi looked at the beautiful woman lost in sorrow and couldn't help but feel pity. I have nothing to hide. I'm Hao Yi, a ninja from the Kai country. As for why I saved you, it's because you're a hero who dedicated everything to your village. Kai country's Lily. Oh, you're that Lily runner who blew up the Canopy Bridge recently, Yi Tsang recalled. Good deeds go unnoticed but bad ones spread far and wide. How could such a notorious reputation have gotten out? Hao Yi couldn't fathom it. You're quite remarkable, gaining recognition in the ninja world at just 10 years old. At that age I was merely cannon fodder on the battlefield, Yi Tsang said self-deprecatingly. Enough reminiscing, Sister Yi Tsang. What's your blood type? Don't ask such personal questions, that's a ninja's secret. Actually, while you're conscious now, your injuries are severe and you need a transfusion and the kunai removed. How do you know such precise medical ninjutsu? Yi Tsang asked in astonishment. You're fortunate to be my first patient, but I've seen much and have plenty of experience, Hao Yi thought, drawing on his past life's knowledge of countless television dramas. What do you mean by such ambiguous words, you little pervert? Besides, what experience could someone from a minor country possibly have? Even our sand village has few with such capabilities. Fine, since you're the one saving me, go ahead and try. I'm type B. Having lost all faith in life, Yi-sang simply let Hao Yi do as he pleased. Alright, I'll go prepare it right away. With that, Hao Yi ran out enthusiastically. Wait, by openly seeking a doctor won't the mist ninja discover you? Fear not, sister. My teleportation spans dozens of kilometers each time, and I can perform it multiple times per second. They never saw where I went. Even if they sensed something, reaching this location would take until tomorrow. Such incredible teleportation. Yes. Never mind, I'll explain it all properly when I have time. As Hao Yi spoke, he left the room. Where's the nearest hospital? He asked the innkeeper. Do you mean a regular hospital or a ninja hospital? What's the difference? I need a hospital that accepts blood donations. I'm short on money lately and could use some cash, Hao Yi replied evasively. You could sell your blood, but given your frame they probably wouldn't want it anyway, the innkeeper mocked. So that's how you treat customers? I'm your benefactor after all, Hao Yi retorted. My apologies, let me show you the way. Follow this road and turn, the hospital is right there, the innkeeper said with a smile. The innkeeper pointed ahead and laughed. Fine, I won't hold it against you, Hao Yi said as he strode out. The five great nations truly lived up to their reputation. Even amid warfare, commerce thrived and commoners dressed in fine clothes. Hao Yi walked while observing the pedestrians along the road. As expected, it's very close, he said upon seeing the hospital sign. But he couldn't just walk in, a child buying blood would draw too much attention. Hao Yi thought to himself and randomly tapped a middle-aged man. Hey, are you calling me little kid? Yes sir, I need a favor, paid of course. Kid, I'm not into that sort of thing, the man said dismissively. You're overthinking this. I need you to buy 1,000 milliliters of type B blood for me. How about 1,000 Rio as a fee? Kid, a mere 1,000 Rio to run errands for me. Don't think I don't see through this. If you're not buying it yourself, you're clearly hiding something shady. Give me 10,000 Rio and I'll handle everything, otherwise forget it. And I'll need an unopened 4-tube set as well. Don't worry, you'll be satisfied, the man said, making a money-counting gesture. Not yet, I can't pay until the job's done. Go quickly. I'll wait here and pay on delivery. Hao Yi actually thought it was quite cheap, equivalent to buying 1 liter of blood for 1,000 yuan. Within minutes the man jogged over breathlessly. Here you go. You were faster than I expected. Hao Yi handed the man 10,000 Rio. No time for games, Sister Yi-sang was waiting for him to save her. Thinking this, he sprinted back to the inn as fast as he could. Back so soon, Pow Pow? Yi-sang teased. Can't help it, there's a beautiful woman at home waiting for me to save. Little pervert, you're so young and already obsessed with beauty. Alright, lie down now. Let me treat you. Hao Yi mimicked the 4 setup he'd seen on television and quickly located her vein. He hung the blood bag properly. Sister Yi-sang, I'm going to pull it out now, Hao Yi said, gripping the kunai. Stop talking, we ninjas aren't afraid of pain. Before she could finish, Hao Yi yanked out the kunai. Ah, Yi-sang let out a light cry. But you said you weren't in pain. Hao Yi smiled. I wasn't ready. Then let me try again. He looked at Yi-sang's face and earnestly asked for her consent. Get lost. Alright, no more joking. I need to focus, Hao Yi said seriously. Gathering his chakra, he cut through the skin on her lower back and reached his entire hand inside to repair her kidneys. The mist ninja had hit hard. If they'd applied just a bit more force they would have pierced through her slim waist. The internal organs were repaired, and now only the external wounds remained. Sister, for better healing this will hurt a bit. There's no anesthetic, so bear with it. I already said ninjas don't fear pain. You brat. Are you treating my back like cloth, stitching it with an embroidery needle? Stitching it this way allows me to use the creation rebirth technique to heal the wound quickly. Otherwise direct application would cause excessive bleeding and heal more slowly. I see, but the wounds must look terrible right now. It's not permanent. Rest assured, my creation rebirth technique leaves no scars, I've tested it before. No, the Hidden Leaf's top technician. He was blind and I cured him, Hao Yi said, proudly pointing at himself. You're lying, Yi-sang questioned. Are you a ghost? No. Then it checks out. TCH, only vulgar jokes. Get up and walk around, sister. Already healed. Yes, I told you it accelerates healing, but you wouldn't believe me. Indeed, no major issues now. Fine, lie back down. I'll remove the stitches. So tedious. Such severe injuries instantly restored, does that not satisfy you? Little pervert, speak properly. Alright, no more joking. I'll use the creation rebirth technique a bit longer and you'll be fully healed, Hao Yi said as he withdrew the surgical thread. Hao Yi withdrew the surgical thread and spoke. Alright, thank you, you little pervert. Yi Tsang flicked Hao Yi on the forehead. It's nothing, my utmost honor to serve a beauty. Interesting little rascal. You're about the same age as my disciple. I must introduce you two someday, you'll surely get along splendidly. With that Yi Tsang made to leave. Sis, where are you off to? Hao Yi fixed his gaze upon her. Oh, I don't have any money on me. When I return to Sha Ninja Village I'll have someone deliver it. Yi Tsang replied with a smile. You're heading back to the village now? Hao Yi pressed. Yes, there are some matters I need to discuss with Luo Sha. There's no need to ask. It's as clear as day the Kazekage wants to trade you for the village's temporary peace. Even a child knows that. Must you dig to the bottom of it? Why? Why? Is this the village I fought so hard to protect? Yi Tsang cried out, unable to suppress the sorrow in her heart. The village you protected is nothing but a matter of profit to them. Moreover, as the village's hero you threaten Luo Sha's position as Kazekage. Only when you become a fallen hero will things be best for Luo Sha. In that case I'll make Luo Sha pay. Yi Tsang clenched her fists. Do you love Sha Ninja Village? Hao Yi ignored Yi Tsang's demeanor. Of course. I trained relentlessly and completed missions precisely to defend the village. Yi Tsang declared resolutely. Do you know what will happen if you go back? Hao Yi countered. What will happen? What could happen? I'll tear off Luo Sha's vile mask. Yi Tsang refused to let it go. No one will agree. This decision was made by all the higher-ups together. Are you going to slaughter them all? Hao Yi said gravely. I'll make them pay. Yi Tsang could no longer contain her fury and shouted. Sis. Calm down. Even if you win, even if you kill all the higher-ups, do you think the current Sha Ninja Village can withstand a pincer attack from Yenin Village and Liaying Village? Hao Yi questioned in return. Yi Tsang stood silent, her hands alternately clenching tightly and relaxing softly as if locked in a violent inner struggle. Sis, though the battles in the ninja world are almost over, if Liaying Village and Taiying Village learn that your village is tearing itself apart, what do you think they'll do? Seeing his words taking effect, Hao Yi pressed on. They won't let such an opportunity slip by. Yi Tsang said as if all her strength had drained away. Besides, can you even defeat Luo Sha? Hao Yi continued. My scorch release is second to none, not even Luo Sha's. Yi Tsang said with confidence. And what about taking on all the higher-ups alone? Hao Yi raised his voice. Those odds would indeed be slim. Yi Tsang turned aside, concealing her face from Hao Yi. Have you thought about what happens if you fail? You'll become a rogue ninja. To cover up their shame, the higher-ups will kill your family. Your disciple. If you go back, these people will die because of you. Hao Yi pressed relentlessly. Am I to abandon my revenge then? Yi Tsang's defenses seemed to crumble. What revenge? Aren't you alive and well? Let Scorch release Yi Tsang disappear into history as a hero of Sha Ninja Village. Hao Yi encouraged her. Why? Why? I gave everything for the village, and in the end is even my existence superfluous. Yi Tsang slowly sat on the edge of the bed and sighed. Sis, before you lived for the village and your comrades. Now you can live for yourself. Isn't that true freedom? Hao Yi smiled. Live for myself. But I only know how to do missions. Yi Tsang pondered for a moment and said. Join our Hua Ninja Village. Together we'll fight for peace and reform this cruel ninja world, where people live harmoniously. Ninjas no longer brandish weapons and all common folk enjoy peaceful lives. Hao Yi instantly became a salesman pitching his vision. So after all that talk, this is where you've been leading. Peace, something even the 5 great nations couldn't solve. How could a tiny country like yours possibly achieve it? Besides, I've never even heard of Hua Ninja Village. Yi Tsang said distrustfully. Because the hearts of the great nations' leaders are filled solely with self-interest. They look lightly on life and death and put profit above all else. They don't wish for peace if they want to seize ever more benefits. We're different. We come from the bottom and we truly understand what people need most. Hao Yi analyzed the distinction between the two. I'm beginning to suspect this whole affair is a plot you devised. How could it be so coincidental that you appeared? Yi Tsang asked suspiciously. Sis, you're a Kage-level powerhouse. Could I possibly deceive you? I sincerely hope you'll join us, but of course your own will comes first. Aren't you afraid of the wrath of the Kages taking in ninjas from the 5 great nations? Yi Tsang gazed at Hao Yi with a teasing smile. Yi Tsang has already died. The you now is a new you. Since you've been given a new life, you naturally deserve a new name. I don't want to be indebted to anyone. Since you saved me, I'll join your ninja village. But I won't lift a hand against the people of the Wind Country, and I might even return to Sha Ninja Village someday. Yi Tsang replied uncertainly. Alright sis. To stay or to leave is your freedom, but I hope you'll tell me when the time comes. Okay. Rest assured. The peace we long for is not the peace of a single nation or city, but the peace of all mankind. Is that your ninja way? No, it's my vision. Nations lay down arms and foster benevolence, people live together in harmony. How could that ever come to pass? Yi Tsang, having witnessed too much war, found it impossible to believe. It will come to pass, you'll see. Ha, talk to me when you've surpassed me. Sis, though you're stronger than me, you can't kill me, you can't even catch me. I can't catch you. I'm a dignified Kage-level expert and I can't catch you. Yi Tsang sneered. Fine, you caught me. You caught me, okay. Hao Yi laughed heartily. You little pervert, still daring to tease me. Yi Tsang rapped him. Just joking, just joking. Let's get down to business. What should you be called? You mentioned Ji Gu earlier, I'll take that. Sis, that sounds awful like a boy's name. Then what should I be called? I've never gone through naming myself. Let's go with Yu Tsang, Baiha Yu Tsang. No way. Why would I share your surname? Can't be helped. In our Hua Ninja village, everyone with any real skill bears the surname Baiha. Hao Yi said with a helpless expression. Fine, I'll settle for it. Yi Tsang pouted. Alright, let's go. Aren't there still missions to do? Hao Yi hurriedly dashed off. What? There's still a mission. I've only been on the job for a day and you're already assigning me tasks. You're no different from those great nations, exploiting labor. Yi Tsang looked at Hao Yi with disdain. The mission is very simple, hardly any combat required. Hao Yi scratched his head awkwardly. What mission? Yi Tsang asked out of politeness. According to reliable intelligence, Konoha is pursuing the Cipher Department of the Mist Village. I plan to snatch the Cipher Department back, Hao Yi said proudly. Killing Mist Ninjas. Great idea, I like it. I acknowledge you as my little brother. Yu Tsang said excitedly. Kill? What kill? We are peace-loving. No killing. Hao Yi rolled his eyes. Are you going to save them? The Blood Mist Ninjas harm their own comrades. Do they even know what peace means? Yi Tsang tried to persuade Hao Yi. How to put it? Simply put, when a person kills his own kind too many times, he becomes lost. And when such people wake up. Hao Yi spoke in a profound tone. Oh, and then. Yi Tsang said casually. These people's will to protect peace is firmer than those who have never experienced it. These are the ones we want to recruit, Hao Yi continued analyzing. That still doesn't change the fact that they are Blood Mist Ninjas, Yi Tsang said contemptuously. Ninjas just carry out orders. It's either kill or be killed. It's all the higher-ups doing. They are merely sacrifices of the upper echelons, Hao Yi said with pity. How do you know so much information? Did you get the intel to rescue me from the same source? Yu Tsang asked curiously. You'll find out when you get to the country of vegetables, Hao Yi evaded. You little pervert, still keeping secrets. Fine, there's plenty of time. Yu Tsang smiled. Sis, my nickname is Fong Chang. What did you just say? Plenty of time. Hao Yi covered his mouth and laughed. Little rascal, get lost. Yi Tsang seemed angry, raising her voice several decibels. Hao Yi quickly changed the subject. Sis, was your scorch release innate or did you cultivate it later? Scorch release was cultivated by myself later, but the process was extremely difficult. In the entire Wind Country only I succeeded, Yi Tsang said proudly. Sis, I also have wind and fire chakra. How about teaching me your scorch release? I don't have any powerful ninjutsu right now and it's tough carrying out missions, Hao Yi put on a pitiful look. I can teach you, but you have to call me teacher, Yi Tsang said with a smug look. Then I won't learn. That would mess up the seniority. Hao Yi pouted and sped up. Little pervert, I was just messing with you. Yi-san chuckled and muttered a curse. Alright sis, we're almost there. It's right here. Hao Yi looked around repeatedly confirming. There's nothing here. It's just a cliff, Yi-san questioned. It's Konoha. We can't confront them head-on and we can't hurt anyone. So lying in wait is the best strategy, Hao Yi said looking like Zhuge Liang. How do you know they'll come this way? I don't know. I'm guessing, Hao Yi replied perfunctorily. Is the intel reliable? Yi-san said disdainfully. Let's hide first. There are trees over there. Let's go there, Hao Yi quickly changed the subject. Okay, Yi-san nodded. We'll set up an ambush here. When the cipher department is forced to the cliff's edge, we'll make our move. Then you use your special move to block the Konoha ninja's view. I have a technique that can take the cipher department away directly, but Konoha knows the hand signs and would recognize me immediately. Got it. Isn't it simple? Just throw a few smoke bombs. Why use ninjutsu? That works too. Hao Yi had been outsmarted by his own cleverness. Of course it works, you little fool. Yi-san covered her mouth with a laugh. Hao Yi looked at the originally aloof and melancholic beauty who had shed her heroic burden now like a girl next door. He thought that bickering and joking with Yi-san every day wouldn't be a bad choice. Little pervert, why are you staring at me? Yi-san blinked her big eyes at Hao Yi. Hao Yi's face flushed slightly and he said awkwardly, sis, keep an eye out for me. I need to refine some chakra. It's only been a few days and you're making me work. Yi-san complained. I haven't trained for several days because I was rescuing you. When I was in Konoha on missions I practiced diligently every day. Can't you do something for me? Hao Yi said with an innocent face. Fine, you train. I owe you this one, Yi-san said helplessly. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yi-san said impatiently, is your intel reliable or not? It's been so many days and not a single person has shown up. How would I know? It was all about luck anyway. Let's wait 2 more days. If no one shows we'll leave, Hao Yi said helplessly. Alright, we'll wait 2 more days. If no one comes we'll go, Yi-san agreed. Fine, whatever you say sis. You're older, you're in charge. Hao Yi's eyes darted to Yi-san's chest. You'll definitely die at the hands of a kunoichi someday, Yi-san said in mock anger. Haha, just kidding, Hao Yi rubbed his head. Alright, 2 days are up. Let's go. I want to see what your flower ninja village looks like, Yi-san chuckled. Suddenly several explosions rang out, boom. 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 Sis, they might be coming, Hao Yi said excitedly. I heard. You're pretty lucky. You guessed right again, Yi-san was on high alert. Hurry and hide. They'll be here soon. Don't forget the smoke bombs. We have to coordinate perfectly and not let Konoha know it's me. Alright, stop nagging. I've walked the shinobi world and only been tricked twice. This time feels right. Once was by Raza, I know. What about the other time? Hao Yi turned into a curious child staring at Yi-san. The other time was you, of course. I was originally an elite of the 5 great nations and now I'm working for your insignificant little country. Isn't that being tricked? Yi-san said triumphantly. Hao Yi was too embarrassed to speak. Missed ninjas, there's no way ahead. Surrender, the Konoha interrogation chief urged. Now sis, Hao Yi whispered. I know, so chatty. Yi-san pulled out several smoke bombs. In an instant smoke filled the air. Reinforcements. The Konoha ninjas guarded themselves warily. At the same time Hao Yi quickly made hand signs, flower ninja secret technique, summoning jutsu, multiple man-eating flowers. For man-eating flowers swallowed the 4 mist ninjas and then burrowed into the ground. Mission accomplished. Alright sis, let's retreat. Don't let Konoha see us, Hao Yi said softly. With that Hao Yi gently wrapped his arm around Yi-san's waist and used 3 spatial jutsu appearing in an unknown forest. Little pervert, what are you doing? Yi-san said angrily. Sis, I was just trying to get away faster. You should have asked me first. Yi-san fumed. Sorry, I'll ask next time. Hao Yi immediately backed down. Humph, that's more like it. Ha. You want a next time. A woman's waist is not for random touching, Yi-san said with a shy look. I'm still a baby, Hao Yi said, trying to play the age card out of embarrassment. Where is this? Yi-san came to her senses, looked around and asked curiously. I don't know. I teleported too fast and didn't watch where I was going. We ended up here, Hao Yi said. This jutsu is amazing. It can rival the yellow flash. Each has its pros and cons. But when my bloodline limit advances I'll be stronger than him, Hao Yi said excitedly. You're young but you've got a big mouth. Do you even know what the yellow flash means? No, and I don't want to know. Let's go back, Hao Yi pouted. Little pervert, you've got quite a temper. I was just joking. You're stronger than the yellow flash. You're the strongest, Yutsong comforted him. You haven't tried it, so how do you know? Hao Yi said with a mischievous grin. What? That doesn't make any sense, Yutsong waved her hand dismissively. Alright sis, no more jokes. Let's hurry back, Hao Yi said. The land of birds is so remote, Hua Tao said helplessly. It's so far from us. We'd have to cross the land of fire and the land of rain just to get there. Even if we succeed in the mission, transporting the person back would be a hassle. Don't you agree, Yuan? Mo. We'll arrive soon. Once we enter the land of birds it'll be easy to find Meng Zong, Yuan comforted. We can't just barge in and look for him. Didn't the leader say that Meng Zong is the head of a wandering ninja organization? No one knows the extent of his influence within the land of birds. We must not act rashly or the mission will fail, Mo analyzed. That makes sense. When we reach the land of birds let's find an inn and get some good rest before carrying out the mission, Hua Tao proposed. Whatever the captain says, Yuan agreed readily, playing the part of a cooperative subordinate. Alright, that's settled, Hua Tao said, putting on his captain's authoritative air. Let's make this in our stop. The daily inn looks decent, Hua Tao strode in boldly and called out, Boss, one room. How many of you are there? The boss asked lazily. 3. Are you sure you only need one room? The boss looked at the three of them with disdain. Cut the nonsense and register us already. Hua Tao slammed the table and shouted. Why yes sir, the boss said nervously. We'll make do for tonight. The payment is 80,000 Rio. The round trip takes a month and a half, so there won't be much left, Hua Tao said as he took the key and walked into the room. Didn't you say earlier that you didn't want payment? Now you're feeling the pinch. Mo sneered. Back home we used to share money together. But now that we're following the ninja village system, who knows how things will change. I'm just being cautious. Brother Hua Tao, I think everything's fine. It's 100 times better than camping, Yuan deftly smoothed things over. Fine everyone, let's stick to camp routine. We'll get some rest early and search for Meng Zong tomorrow, Hua Tao ordered carelessly. Humph, Mo grunted and found a place to sleep. Alright, good night, Yuan said with a smile. Night, Hua Tao replied. In the dead of night Mo suddenly rose and leaped out of the inn window. Hua Tao was completely unaware. Alone Mo swiftly traversed the rooftops and selected a rather luxurious house, climbing inside. My lord, what did the great lord speak to you about today? Inside the room a seductive woman was giving a man a massage, chatting with him from time to time. Woman, mind your own business, the man commanded. Mo observed the portly man indoors and guessed likely a minister of the land of birds. Should make a good source of information. Mo surveyed the surroundings, confirmed there were no ninja guards and casually leaped into the courtyard. Body restraining jutsu. He bound both individuals immediately. I'm here to ask some questions. I hope you'll cooperate or I'll have my insects devour you both. With that Mo summoned his insects and intimidated the minister of the land of birds. Anything you say. Just take that thing away first. It's too terrifying, the minister, having never seen such a scene, stammered. The seductive woman had long since fainted from fright. Then it depends on what you tell me, Mo said coldly. Very well, I will confess everything. The minister's legs trembled uncontrollably. Do you know Meng Zong? Mo asked coldly. I know of him but I'm not close to him, the minister quickly distanced himself. Where does he usually stay? He lives in the temple and rarely goes out. Find the temple and you'll find him. It's the largest temple in this country. You'll see it as soon as you look around. The minister spoke tremblingly. Does he have any friends? That I don't know. He bewitches the great lord and none of us interact with him much. I've told you everything. Let me go, the minister pleaded repeatedly. Very well, then rest for a while, Mo said calmly, directing the insects to bite twice. Soon the minister fell into a deep sleep. The mission wasn't that difficult after all. Just like that I found it, Mo quietly returned to the inn after completing his task. Mo, where have you been? We've been waiting for you. How could you act alone? Hua Tao was furious. I've already found Meng Zong. I'm setting out now, Mo blurted out. So you went to gather intelligence? Hua Tao pressed. Why did you go alone? What if something had happened? We are a team. Don't do this kind of thing again, do you understand? Hua Tao asked with concern. Don't worry, I was very careful. Let's focus on the mission. Don't let the Tsukima team beat us to it. Mo, uncomfortable with such concern, quickly changed the subject. Right, I almost forgot the main matter. Yuan, get things ready. We're moving out, Hua Tao said, ready to act. Is it this temple? Hua Tao pointed at the temple before them and asked. Yesterday I gathered information. Meng Zong is the Great Lord's most favored monk and resides in the largest temple. This should be it, Mo speculated. Alright, let's go in and take a look, Hua Tao said carelessly. Now? Mo asked. Of course we're in a hurry. Hua Tao looked impatient. Mo, don't worry. We all know transformation jutsu. We'll change into commoner's appearance, go in and scout the terrain, Yuan reassured. If it's just reconnaissance, why not send the insects? Sometimes insects have better direction sense than humans and observe more carefully, Mo said while releasing some insects from his body. Alright, let's do it your way. The other two were clearly startled by Mo's sudden move. Fine, let's withdraw for now. Once my insects have thoroughly scouted the area we'll move, Mo suggested. Sure, your ninjutsu is really useful. It does almost everything, though it is a bit creepy. Hua Tao spoke without filtering his words. As long as it works, Mo said, then activated his jutsu. Countless tracking bugs crawled along the ground and entered the temple. How is it, Mo? Hua Tao asked impatiently. It's clear. In this temple only Meng Zong possesses chakra and his reserves are just slightly above ours. Mo said with a hint of relief. Then he continued, however, the entire area beneath the temple is water. Meng Zong's water release will be twice as effective with half the effort, conserving chakra while amplifying its power. It's obvious this layout was deliberately set by Meng Zong. Then what exactly is his level? Yuan asked, this being her first mission and having little understanding of environmental advantages. Judging from the power of his jutsu, we can consider him on par with a jonin for now, Mo said after a moment of thought. Then we can only launch a sneak attack, Hua Tao replied. I have an idea. We can try it tonight. What idea? Tell me quick. Hua Tao pressed eagerly. If I tell you, it won't work. Just attack together when the time comes. I'll support from behind and protect you if danger arises. Mo put on an air of mystery. How is that a plan? Isn't that just a group brawl? Hua Tao asked, puzzled. Try it tonight and you'll see, don't disappoint me. Hua Tao didn't mind his role as team leader. As night fell, the three of them clad in black lay in ambush on the roof of the room where Meng Zong was meditating. Three little brats, stop hiding. I've spotted you long ago. When I was roaming the ninja world you were still nursing. Are you going to come down on your own or shall I invite you? Flowery ninja art 10,000 blossoms blaze C rank. Hua Tao somersaulted in front of Meng Zong and unleashed his ultimate technique. Ha, water counters fire. A D rank jutsu is enough. Water release, water wall array. A wall of water blocked Hua Tao's fire release. Flowery ninja art 100 flower cannon. Yuan seized the opportunity and fired her most powerful jutsu. Dozens of explosive flower tags flew toward Meng Zong. I wanted to keep things quiet and not damage my temple, but you're too troublesome. Fine, I'll just finish you off in one blow. Meng Zong seemed to pronounce the death sentence on the three. Water release, great waterfall technique. Instantly the water beneath the hall surged violently. A massive wave like a flood rushed toward them. Secret art, insect armor. Seeing the danger, Mo decisively used his insects to envelop the three of them. The wave struck and the three were swept out of the temple, the insect armor scattering apart. Mo, what about your idea? Hua Tao asked anxiously. Don't rush, I haven't had a chance to execute it yet. His water release is too powerful, we can't counter with ninjutsu. Let's engage in close quarters taijutsu. I'll cover you. I'm going in. Yuan, cover me. Hua Tao shouted as he drew his shuriken and charged forward. Flowery ninja art mirror flower water moon. Yuan used a genjutsu to disrupt Meng Zong. A mere D-rank genjutsu can't fool me. Release. Without hesitation Meng Zong dispelled the illusion. Secret art insect jade. A pitch-black swarm of insects surged to envelop him. Water release water dragon bullet. Meng Zong summoned a massive water dragon which instantly scattered the insect swarm. Bullying me with numbers. I'll show you what numbers really mean. Meng Zong spoke as he performed hand seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. He produced over 30 shadow clones all charging at Huatao and Yuan. Secret art insect jade. Mo Wu attacked again, countless insects swiftly extinguishing the shadow clones. Kid, you've got some skill, huh? Then I'll take you out first, Meng Zong taunted. The usually silent Mo Wu suddenly said, taking me out is impossible. Haven't you noticed something wrong? Something wrong? Meng Zong circulated his chakra. What? Why is my chakra so chaotic? Meng Zong cried out in alarm. You didn't really think my insects are afraid of water, did you? Mo Wu declared proudly, my insects have resistance and heredity. After each ninjutsu battle they gain resistance to that jutsu and it passes on to future generations. Your water release is the most basic technique. My insects have been resistant since birth, they can't be killed by it. You dare say my jutsu can't even kill insects? Don't underestimate me. Meng Zong forcefully gathered chakra preparing to attack. Meng Zong, I advise you not to attack. The more chakra you accumulate the more excited my insects become. They'll devour you directly. If you behave you might live. Live. Want me to live? I don't even know you. Why are you ambushing me? Meng Zong roared in anger. No reason, just to make you abandon evil and follow good, Mo Wu said with righteous indignation. Alright, Mo Wu, stop the lecture. Finish it quickly and bring him back. The boss is waiting, Huatao said impatiently. Fine, I'll knock him out now. Mo Wu ordered the insects to attack. You've stolen the spotlight again. I'm supposed to be the captain but I ended up fighting like a grunt, no fun at all, Huatao pouted. Don't worry, Captain. You'll definitely do the most important thing. What? Huatao looked at Mo Wu with eager anticipation. See? This is heavy enough, right? Mo Wu pointed at Meng Zong. You, how mean. You want me to carry this thing? Huatao stomped his feet in anger. Wait, Meng Zong has many subordinates. Is it wise to take their boss away so openly? Yuan looked at Mo Wu with a pleading expression. Hey Yuan, I'm the captain. Why do you keep looking at him? Huatao jumped and waved his arms. That's easy, just dress him in women's clothing. No one would ever think Meng Zong is disguised as a woman. Mo Wu replied directly, ignoring Huatao's antics. Women's clothing. Interesting. The moment Huatao heard something amusing his anger vanished. Yuan, you do his makeup. You're a girl so you're good at this. Mo Wu instructed. Got it. Yuan said excitedly. These three are not old yet, they are steeped in evil and commit every heinous act. Nara had investigated the surroundings and finally found information about the evil ninja trio. Indeed. Their ambitions are immense and they often exterminate entire clans without a second thought. Truly despicable, Zhu Jian echoed. However, for those unacquainted with their ninjutsu they are quite formidable to deal with. Juzimin assessed. But we know about them, don't we? It's our duty to act on behalf of justice. Zhu Jian clenched his fist, speaking with indignation. Brother Zhu Jian, have you come up with a way to counter them? Juzimin gazed at Zhu Jian with admiration. Well. I'm still young, I need to grow more. Having said that he imitated Juzimin's gesture and looked at Nara. Haha, no worries. I've already devised a strategy to handle them. Nara said confidently. What is it? Both of them turned into fangirls staring at Nara. It's simple. One of them requires light for his ninjutsu. So if we attack at night we'd only have to deal with 2 ninjas. Even so it's still not easy to handle, right? For the one with magnet release we can paint copper shurikens black and mix them with iron ones to confuse him. Nara continued. But wait, doesn't he have a ninjutsu that can interfere with others' minds? Zhu Jian raised a doubt. That's where we need coordination. One of us will engage him head-on while the other 2 hide on the side. Whether it's your summoning technique or my ninjutsu we can attack and capture him. Nara mused happily as he spoke. And the water release user? How do we deal with him? Juzimin joined the discussion. He's even simpler. His ninjutsu is like a cannon, he stays in one place and fires. Perhaps Zhu Jian can finish him off face to face with his summoning technique. Nara said confidently. Is it really that simple? Zhu Jian questioned. Of course. These evil ninjas have never faced true experts, so they're arrogant and think they're invincible. They won't take us seriously, Nara analyzed. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go punish the wicked. Zhu Jian dashed off in the direction of the evil ninjas. Wait, not so fast. Save your chakra, Nara hurriedly called out. Nara, are you kidding me? Your plan is already useless. Look, it's already dark. The three evil ninjas aren't coming out at all if they're holed up inside with a bunch of underlings guarding outside. The moment we approach will be discovered. Zhu Jian complained. Alright, I didn't think it through. Nara was speechless. See? I knew it wasn't that simple, Zhu Jian said with hindsight. Enough. Let me think quietly. Nara pondered. What if there's an explosion here right now? Would they come out to check? Of course they would. But if we explode here, we'll be exposed. There are at least 20 people here. If they come after us, we won't be able to relocate. Zhu Jian said slowly. Although I'm best at genjutsu, I'm also pretty good at setting traps. Let's dig a tunnel here first so we can escape after using the explosion tags. Then at the original spot we'll set up a trap that when triggered will shoot shurikens from a distance, luring them into the forest. Nara explained calmly. And what's the purpose of this? Zhu Jian was unimpressed. With an explosion and someone shooting shurikens, the guards will definitely go check. That's our chance to eliminate the evil ninjas. Nara said impatiently. Will it be like last time? Zhu Jian was skeptical. What else can we do? Trying won't hurt. Nara retorted. Alright, let's give it a try, Zhu Jian agreed. As long as I don't have to do the work. What are you muttering about over there? Nara was exasperated. Zhu Jian wasn't the leader, yet he worried like one. Nothing, I was just saying that brother Nara is the best with the most clever schemes. Zhu Jian covered up. Can you even compliment properly? Clever schemes. Nara was speechless. Haha, brother, you misheard. I said, good ideas, good ideas. Zhu Jian explained. Enough talk. Let's set up the traps. Nara instructed. Sure. Zhu Jian quickly changed the subject. What a hassle. Just this string has to be pulled so long and we have to rig the mechanism, Zhu Jian complained. Enough complaining. Before Hao Yi was born you were the most talented but always impatient. Now Hao Yi has reached such a level. Don't you feel the urgency to catch up? Nara guided. Alright, I understand. Zhu Jian thought of Hao Yi's slender figure and gritted his teeth. Alright brother Nara, everything is set. We can move out. Zhu Jian said solemnly. Jasmine, you handle the explosive tags. Consider it a training opportunity. Zhu Jian instructed. Yes, thank you brother. Jasmine swiftly wrapped the explosive tag around a shuriken. Sweat kept trickling from his palms, but it did not hinder his determined gaze. I'm going to launch it now. Jasmine quickly threw the shuriken. Explode. With a boom, flames shot into the sky and dust scattered everywhere. Who's there? Come out. The surrounding evil ninja underlings all drew their blades on high alert. Boss, there's an explosion outside. Should we go check it out? Leah asked nervously. Alright, your second brother and I are not in a position to move right now. Go take a look. Be careful, the elder brother instructed. Nara, why aren't they taking the bait? You guessed wrong again. Jasmine said awkwardly. I have eyes, I can see. Nara stared straight ahead, perhaps too embarrassed to look at them. They're taking the bait. The water release ninja is coming out. Nara said calmly. Really? Now what? Zhu Jian asked. Try using your summoning technique directly. Flower ninja secret technique, summoning technique, Venus flytrap. Suddenly a man-sized Venus flytrap erupted from the ground and swallowed the water release ninja whole. Haha, this ninja is really dumb. Zhu Jian shouted. Something's wrong. Why is the Venus flytrap still here? Water release, heavenly water sphere, the flytrap's belly began to swell. Boom. The entire Venus flytrap burst open. The water release ninja had gathered water inside the trap, swelling it until it exploded. What a formidable defense, and it's even resistant to poison. Zhu Jian said enviously. Now's not the time for envy. Jasmine, run quickly and lure the water release ninja away. Circle back and find us later. Nara said urgently. Got it brother Nara. With that Jasmine leaped into the forest and ran. What are you waiting for? Go after him, you fool. Water release, Leah shouted angrily. Yes sir. The group followed the water release ninja in pursuit of Juzaman. These guys are so funny, they only move when told. Zhu Jian blurted out. They're just hired hands. Enough chit-chat. While no one's around, let's go capture the ones inside. 2 against 2, can we do it? Zhu Jian hesitated. It's fine. We'll split up and attack simultaneously. Use your summoning technique to swallow them. Nara made the strategic deployment. But. Zhu Jian hesitated. What's wrong? Any problem? Nara asked. It's not impossible. But the 2-meter Venus flytrap just got destroyed. Summoning a 10-meter one now would require a lot of chakra and my success rate isn't high. Just give it a try. This is our only chance. You have to step up or I'll die. With that, Nara charged forward. Brother, wait for me. Zhu Jian, unable to stop him, also rushed in. Flower Ninja secret technique, Mirror Flower Water Moon. Nara launched a preemptive illusion as soon as he entered the room. A petty thief. This trashy illusion is worthless, the elder brother sneered, casually dispelling the genjutsu. But it's not over yet. Nara pulled out shurikens and threw them at the two. The second brother, the magnet release ninja, chuckled and swung his hammer, instantly attracting all the shurikens. Your taijutsu is useless against me, the magnet release ninja boasted. Second brother, watch out, the elder brother shouted. Nara had mixed in several copper shurikens, passing them off as iron ones to ambush the duo. Now's the time. Zhu Jian gritted his teeth, I will succeed. Flower Ninja secret technique, summoning technique, Venus flytrap. Zhu Jian slapped the ground and a 10-meter Venus flytrap emerged, catching them off guard and swallowing them all. I did it. Zhu Jian suddenly stood up, but his feet were unsteady due to chakra exhaustion. He slowly collapsed. Nara quickly used a body flicker technique to catch him. Rest well. Leave the rest to us, Nara said quietly. Nara gently set down Sukai and began packing his used ninja tools, slowly making his way outside. Brother Nara, I can't hold on anymore. So many sharks are chasing me. Kiku no Toshimitsu ran toward Nara while shouting. Looks like your companion isn't very smart. Running toward you just means you two will both suffer now. Tora grinned cunningly. Nara assessed the situation on the battlefield with ample moisture here. Breaking his ninja technique would be impossible. Then let's go on the offensive. I want to see if he can handle two things at once. Flower Ninja Art, 10,000 colors C rank. Suddenly a riot of colors filled Tora's vision. This technique was Nara's own creation based on the illusion patterns of the Flower Ninja Art. When activated, enemies could only perceive colors and temporarily lost their vision. As expected, without chakra supply, the water bubble exploded directly. An illusion. That's all. Release, Tora mocked. Instantly the world returned to clarity. Tora said in a chilling tone, if your companion had taken advantage of my illusion state and struck me down just now, I wouldn't be laughing right now. Do you really think that's enough to make you laugh? Nara glanced at the traps he had set earlier and an idea formed in his mind. Nara drew a shuriken and charged toward Tora, then suddenly leaped into the air. Nara narrowed his eyes to examine Tora. The trapped shuriken formed a straight line. Launch. Nara threw the shuriken with all his might. Is this your ultimate move? How ridiculous. Water release, water heaven mirage. A large water bubble encased Tora. The shuriken slowed down immediately upon touching the bubble and soon fell to the ground. Nara had planned to use an unused trap for a combo attack to catch Tora off guard, but he never expected Tora to block a simple shuriken with a ninja technique. Sigh. Nara sighed deeply when his plan fell through. Humph, kid. Even though my condition isn't great today and my head is spinning, dealing with you two scum is still easy. After dealing with you, I'll go enjoy drinks with my two brothers. Head spinning. Nara recalled the moment when Tora and Sukai had fought just now. Ha, so that's it. This isn't a bad condition at all, he's been inhaling the sedative from the man-eating flowers. Nara now felt confident of victory. He had already grasped the secret to certain victory. Victory through water style, defeat through water style. His water release appeared to be a 360-degree flawless defense, but in reality he had simply trapped himself. Water can dissolve everything, including poison. And the person inside the water. Tora, don't even think about drinking anything. Your brothers were captured long ago and you'll be taken down too. Honestly, your ninja arts are terrible. Let me show you the hidden weapons I learned from my brother. 8 arms random shooting. Nara rapidly threw hidden weapons at Tora. All thunder no rain. With such limited ability won't bragging break your teeth? Really? How do you feel? I feel very excited. I love watching little mice struggle. It's so entertaining. Tora laughed heartily. I'm different. I like watching fools count money for others. Nara also looked confident of victory. What nonsense is this? Completely irrelevant and inexplicable. Tora sneered. 3, 2, 1. Nara counted each number. Ha ha ha, do you think counting backwards will bring someone to save you? Want me to help you count? Tora taunted. This was awkward. Why wasn't he falling yet? The Yuriko family always liked to show off their coolness when about to win, but this time Nara was truly in an awkward position. Let me count for you one more time. If no one comes to help you, I'll make my move. Tora thought he had already won and continued to mock him. 3, 2. Why is my head so dizzy? With a thud, Tora collapsed to the ground. The surrounding lackeys, not understanding what was happening, grabbed their weapons and charged forward. Wait. The one who pays your wages has been captured. Are you sure you still want to fight? Nara said calmly. Shall we fight? These men exchanged glances. Fight what? We can't beat them. As they spoke, they threw down their weapons. Don't be discouraged. You should pack up and go to the vegetable country. They're short-staffed and desperately need people with chakra like you. They even teach ninja arts there. Nara took the opportunity to promote it. Really? They even teach ninja arts? Of course. Alright, I'm going. Let me go pack my things and I'll set off right away. A few people simultaneously prepared to depart for the vegetable country. That's enough. Kiku no Toshimitsu, you carry Sukai on your shoulders. I'll carry Tora. Let's go to the inn first to rest, then head home. Okay, the mission is finally complete. Kiku no Toshimitsu said happily. Sister, why do you coil up such long hair? Hao Yi and Yitsan walked side by side on the road back to Kaijigwa. You don't understand, do you? This hairstyle is beneficial for combat. Once I activate my scorch release, even I can't stop it. Do you think it's suitable for hair to fly around wildly? Yutsan patiently explained to Hao Yi. Then is the backless miniskirt also for combat? Hao Yi looked at Yutsan lecherously. You little pervert, is that what you observe as a ninja? Yutsan said, feigning anger. No, sister, Yutsan, our Kaijigwa generally has no war, so you don't need combat attire. Let your hair down, it looks better this way. Hao Yi looked at Yutsan and said. Kid, you want me to change my outfit because you're afraid I'll be recognized by others, right? Yutsan saw through Hao Yi's thoughts at a glance. Nothing escaped sister's eyes. Hao Yi said with a smile. Actually, it's mainly because our Kaijigwa is surrounded by deep mountains and plains, there are no large-scale battles. Just wear a slightly casual combat suit, and also since we often go in and out of the deep mountains, it's best to wear long pants or fishnet stockings to help prevent insect bites. Hao Yi continued persuading Yutsan. A new identity indeed requires a new look. When we get to Kaijigwa, I'll think about how to change. Yutsan pondered for a moment and slowly nodded. Don't wait until Kaijigwa. Ahead is Xuanya, city of Huajigwa. I'm familiar with this place, I'll take you there to pick out an outfit. Hao Yi said happily. Aren't you in a hurry to go back? Why go out of your way to buy clothes? Yutsan asked doubtfully. Heaven and earth may be vast, but sister is the greatest. Don't worry, I have enough money to buy you clothes. Look at the clothes you're wearing, hardly any fabric. It must be a discounted item. Hao Yi said proudly. What do you mean, saving fabric? This is a style, you understand. A desert style. It was designed by a famous designer from our Feng Jigua. Yutsan said angrily. I don't understand. In fact, I don't even understand how a desert country can become one of the 5 great nations. Hao Yi stared at Yutsan without blinking. Oh, Feng Jigua is very large. There are many places suitable for human habitation, and there are many resources in the desert that can be utilized. Rational development of the desert can give a great advantage in the election for Kazekage. Yitsang explained. Just like how Luo Sha uses magnet release to pan for gold in the desert to subsidize the ninja village. Hao Yi laughed. Indeed. Perhaps the difference between my bloodline limit and Luo Sha's is here. I only have destructive power while he can earn money, so he is the Kazekage. I am a sacrifice. Yutsang's face darkened. Alright, stop thinking about your foam jiguo. Hao Yi interrupted. Didn't you bring it up? Yu Tsang retorted. Sister, how about I use a shuriken to trim your hair, letting you experience the style of Kai Jigua in advance? Hao Yi said while spinning a shuriken. Spare me. Yu Tsang looked distrustful. Just let me do it. In Kai Jigua people call me Yi Jian Mei, one cut and you're beautiful. Hao Yi boasted. Isn't your nickname by He Pao Pao? Why call yourself Yi Jian Mei? That name is so ugly it feels like one cut and you're gone. Yu Tsang shook her head. Just let me try. If it doesn't work you can change it back. Hao Yi stopped walking angrily. Alright, don't be angry. I'll let you try. Yu Tsang said helplessly. Okay sister, let your hair down first. Hao Yi immediately turned from worry to joy. Hao Yi spun the shuriken and trimmed Yu Tsang's frizzy hair. Your face is suitable for small curls. I'll give you a perm with small curls, see how it looks. As Hao Yi spoke he used fire release to heat the shuriken red hot. Using chakra to manipulate the shuriken he placed it into the river water. The hot shuriken caused the river water to evaporate and steam. Hao Yi picked up the shuriken and wrapped it along the hair. Soon Hao Yi finished. Is this what you call Yi Jian Mei? Yu Tsang questioned. Wait a moment, let me tidy it up for you. This hair should be placed on both sides. Trim the front hair a bit more, make it oval-shaped. Take a look now. The foxtail-like curls, light airy bangs and delicate layered waves at the temples perfectly created Yu Tsang's mature and elegant temperament. The more Hao Yi looked the more he felt she was indescribably beautiful. It has some feeling but it feels a bit unfamiliar. Yu Tsang looked at her reflection in the river and said. When we get back I'll help you dye your hair yellow and it will be even better. Hao Yi said proudly. Forget it, this is fine. Yu Tsang said contentedly. Shuangye City is here. Let's go buy you some clothes. Hao Yi sighed. I haven't shopped for a long time. I'll accompany you today. Yi Tsang said happily. I'll often accompany you shopping in the future. Hao Yi chuckled. Often going shopping with a little brat. No interest. Yu Tsang said. Welcome to Tenten's ninja outfits. Two pretty clerks greeted Hao Yi and Yu Tsang outside the store. The clothes here are so beautiful. Bright colors, all styles available. Hao Yi pointed happily. Humph, little brat, you don't understand anything. Let me teach you, ninjas shouldn't wear too bright colors, it's not conducive to hiding. Yu Tsang explained. Hey, there's even the same style as yours. Hao Yi pointed at a nearby outfit and said. Indeed, there are too many fakes now. Yu Tsang joked. So many things, it's dazzling. You pick carefully, I'll rest a bit more. Call me when you're done, I'll pay. Hao Yi said impatiently. You promised to accompany me to buy clothes but now you're slacking off. Yu Tsang complained. Fine, you don't understand anyway. I'll pick myself. Yu Tsang turned and went to try on clothes. Double standard. Hao Yi looked at Yu Tsang speechlessly, thinking to himself. Time passed little by little. Hao Yi said impatiently, are you done? It's been 2 hours. Is it necessary to choose clothes? Hao Yi urged boredly. Don't rush, I'm almost done. Take a look, is it okay? Yu Tsang immediately stood in front of Hao Yi. The mesh shirt enveloped her body, outlining her curves. The simple black combat trench coat made her even more valiant and heroic. Hao Yi stared fixedly at Yu Tsang's figure, dazed and unable to control himself. Little pervert, what are you thinking? Why are you frozen? Yu Tsang pushed Hao Yi. Ha! I was thinking even if Luo Sha saw you now he wouldn't know that you are the scorch-release ninja Yi Tsang. Hao Yi changed the subject. Is there such a big difference? Yu Tsang looked in the mirror again. Of course the style is completely different from before. Your previous outfit exuded a hint of sorrow but now it's more like a poppy, captivating and addictive. Hao Yi commented with a smile. I'll take that as a compliment. And you said you treat me so, hurry up and pay. Yu Tsang said playfully. Okay, it's a feast for the eyes, well worth the money. Hao Yi happily walked to the cashier. Hello sir, that will be 100000 Rio. The cashier said with a smile. What? Is this set of clothes so expensive? Hao Yi was surprised. The others are not expensive but that mesh shirt is expensive. It contains special materials, very tough. Its protective capability is a level higher than a Jonin vest. The cashier explained. Well, no wonder every female ninja in the Hidden Leaf Village owns a mesh shirt. Hao Yi muttered a few words and then paid generously. You pretend to be rich even though you have no money. Yu-Tsang laughed. This is my first time buying clothes, I need to ask about the market. Hao Yi said awkwardly. Ninja gear is never cheap. Don't worry, the brand Tenten's headquarters is in Konoha, it's considered honest. Yu-Tsang said with an air of knowledge. Could it be a chain store of Tenten's father? Hao Yi thought to himself. Why are you spacing out again? Yu-Tsang nudged Hao Yi and said. Sorry, I just zoned out. Let's go quickly. We've been away from Kai Jigua for a month, I wonder how things are at home. Hao Yi thought for a moment and said. Okay, judging from the map it shouldn't be too far now. Yu-Tsang roughly estimated. Yes, crossing the border of Huajigua leads to Kai Jigua. Hao Yi pointed at the mountains surrounding Kai Jigua. Your Kai Jigua is so isolated. Yu-Tsang looked at the Kai Jigua surrounded by mountains and sighed. That's why it's a paradise. Hao Yi replied evasively. The two chatted intermittently and traveled on. Soon they arrived at the entrance of Kai Jigua. Chief, you're finally back. Bai Heezy jumped out from behind the mountain and said. You are. From our clan. Why are you here? Hao Yi couldn't remember the name for a moment. Brother Shaoxing told me to wait for you here. That person from Konoha village has been here for a long time, always insisting on seeing you. Stay calm. Since we've waited this long, a little more time won't hurt. Hao Yi spoke with an air of composure. Seeing the leader puts me at ease. Bai Heezy said playfully. You need to learn to grow, not just wait for me to handle everything. Hao Yi said earnestly. Bai Heezy quickly nodded in agreement. Alright, don't be too nervous. This is my distant cousin Bai Yu-Tsang. Please prepare a top-tier residence for her so she can stay overnight. Hao Yi instructed. Understood, but what about my... Bai Heezy hesitated. Don't worry about that. I'll go deal with him shortly. Hao Yi said directly. Alright, in that case I'll go prepare the residence. Bai Heezy replied. Good, go ahead. Hao Yi waved his hand. Come on cousin, let me show you around our village. Hao Yi said proudly. Humph, with a country this big, what's so interesting about a ninja village? Yu-Tsang said dismissively. I've spent a fortune building this village. Don't underestimate it. Hao Yi said solemnly. Wow, it's huge. This looks like my, doesn't it? Yu-Tsang asked curiously. Yes, except for the residential and commercial districts, everything else is similar. Hao Yi said proudly. This big place, does anyone live here? Yu-Tsang wondered. Aren't we recruiting? Hao Yi glanced at Yu-Tsang. You want to hire all outsiders as ninjas? Yu-Tsang asked puzzled. In the early stages that's the plan. Find a few strong ones to bolster the place, recruit some lower-level ninjas to keep the village running, and then we'll train our own. Hao Yi analyzed. Judging by the size of your village, your ambitions are not small. Yu-Tsang exclaimed. Ambitions? I just want to train more ninjas and take a cut of their commissions. Hao Yi smirked slyly. You have a rather unique understanding of ninjas. Yu-Tsang remarked. Let's go to the reception room in the office building. After being back this long, I should already know. Hao Yi said thoughtfully. I'd rather not go to see my... It's not good if I'm recognized. San Yu said hesitantly. It's fine. I just want to see if anyone can recognize you. Come on. Without waiting for Yu-Tsang to agree, Hao Yi dragged her straight to the office building. Our office building looks pretty good, doesn't it? Hao Yi said proudly. It's a bit empty. Yu-Tsang sensed it and commented. Yeah, I'll hire more people soon. You'll help me manage, right? Hao Yi said as he sat down in the meeting room. Soon a rapid knock came, bang 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 bang. Come in. I just got back. What's so urgent? Hao Yi said exasperated. Bai Peo, you're even more hard to reach than the Hokage. The longest I've waited for an audience with the Hokage is a day. You made me wait this long. The Hyuga clan leader said angrily. Ah, it's Lord Hyuga. I just arrived at the village and was about to send someone to find you. I didn't expect you to come. Hao Yi glanced at Hyuga's distinctive eyes. You know why I'm here. We've come to claim the Hyuga clan member who fell into your hands some time ago. The Hyuga clan leader roared. Jing Yi, you came too? Seeing the Hyuga clan leader's arrogance, Hao Yi changed the subject. I'm just accompanying the Hyuga clan leader. I also have some personal matters to attend to. We can discuss personal matters after you're done. Jing Yi quickly brought the conversation back. Fine. Lord Hyuga, your clan member tried to assassinate me and was captured. I didn't detain him without reason. Let's follow international protocol. Hao Yi said slowly. Protocol is for the weak. Do you want to test how formidable my ninjutsu is? I don't wish to be your enemy, but don't bully me with your power, Lord Hyuga. Hao Yi said calmly. An enemy? You're not worthy. Hyuga sneered. I wanted to build a good relationship with the Hyuga clan, yet you insult me like this. Hao Yi said coldly. Hyuga said nothing. Since you want a taste of my power, fine. Compete with my sister. Hao Yi said, standing. What? Why are you dragging me into this? Yutsong tried to evade. Finish it quickly, then we can talk business. Hao Yi waved his hand. By he Hao Yi, you actually want me to fight your subordinate? Hyuga felt deeply insulted. Alright Cataract, stop your bluster. One move. If you can take it head on, you win. Yutsong said disdainfully. Frog in a well. Let me show you the might of the premier clan of my. Make your move. Wait, fight outside. I just built this office building. Scorch release, Scorch Dragon Bullet. A crimson dragon made of magma hurtled straight toward Hyuga. Heavenly Spin. Hyuga used his signature move. What? It's directly devouring my chakra. Realizing he couldn't withstand it, he leaped back with great effort, dodging the first attack. Hao Yi, don't shout. My jutsu can be directed, it won't damage your office building. Yutsong said confidently. Then move it quickly. I spent a lot of money on this. Hao Yi urged. Alright, I'm moving it now. Yutsong gently flicked her finger and the scorched dragon flew into the fountain at the entrance. The moment it touched the water, the moisture evaporated instantly, turning the surrounding 10 meters into scorched earth. Lord Hyuga, can we talk now? Hao Yi smiled. This isn't ordinary ninjutsu. Is it Scorch Release? Hyuga asked doubtfully. Correct. It's the bloodline limit of our Baihi clan, Scorch Release. But in our clan only my sister can use it. I'm not quite there yet. Hao Yi said confidently. Why haven't I heard of it before? Hyuga couldn't believe it. Every clan has its secrets, especially for a clan that's also a country. Hao Yi laughed. The jutsu is indeed formidable. But the Kai kingdom is a vassal of the fire country. There's no need to negotiate terms. Hyuga, no longer arrogant, spoke with a hunched posture. Since Mai is my big brother, why send someone to assassinate me? Hao Yi asked knowingly. How would I know? The Hyuga clan leader glanced deliberately at Jing Yi. Brother Hyuga, you're putting me in a tough spot. I've been treating your captured clansmen well, good food and drink, to keep the Hyuga's eyes from leaking. And you want to take him back for nothing? That doesn't seem fair. Hao Yi suddenly turned into a shrewd merchant. Isn't that what a vassal should do? Like how the Hyuga branch family sacrifices everything to protect the main family. Hyuga said with a smirk. The Kai kingdom is a vassal of the fire country. It's reasonable to say we're also a vassal of Mai, but that doesn't have much to do with the Hyuga. Just because we're vassals doesn't mean the people of Kai kingdom are inferior, right? Hao Yi reasoned. You. Hyuga was speechless. Fine, what do you propose? He said helplessly. I said it before, follow international protocol and pay a ransom. Name your price. The Hyuga clan leader sighed. Not much. 100 million Ryo. Hao Yi held up one finger. What? Are you asking for too much? The Hyuga clan leader was taken aback. Brother, a Hyuga main family's eyes are valuable. Do you think I could sell each eye to the Reikage and the Tsuchikage for 100 million Ryo? Hao Yi said with a teasing tone. Too expensive. I can't afford it. 50 million at most, not a single Ryo more. The Hyuga clan leader hadn't finished. Fine deal. Hao Yi said directly. What? What did you say? Hyuga was stunned. I said fine. Ah, Mai is my big brother after all. Just a token gesture is enough. Hao Yi grinned slyly. You're so cunning, the Hyuga clan leader said scornfully. I didn't even haggle, you set the price yourself. And you call me cunning? Hao Yi was puzzled. Alright, I'll admit defeat. Give me the man. Hyuga sighed. No problem. Hao Yi immediately summoned a carnivorous plant and spat the Hyuga member out at the entrance. This is what you call good food and drink, the Hyuga clan leader said angrily. Isn't it great to eat while dreaming? Hao Yi said cheekily. Humph. Without another word the Hyuga clan leader hoisted the younger Hyuga onto his shoulder and left. Jing Yi, now that the main character is gone, what do you have to say? Hao Yi looked at Jing Yi with disdain. Don't be so angry. I still need to thank you for sparing my life earlier. Jing Yi said with a smile. Ha ha ha, then you must have brought a gift, right? After all, it's the grace of sparing one's life. Hao Yi said expectantly. No, Chief Baiha is joking. I'm just here to deliver a message. Jing Yi replied calmly. Is it a message for Danzo? Speak up. Hao Yi asked curiously. Danzo said cooperation isn't impossible, but he wants to know what you have to offer for collaboration. Jing Yi probed directly. We fought before and you know me. I don't provoke others unless provoked, but if someone offends me I'm not afraid of trouble. Hao Yi tapped the table as he spoke. If it's just that Lord Danzo might not cooperate with you. After all, an ant's strength is limited, isn't it? Jing Yi said with feigned profundity. It seems you didn't understand what I said. Hao Yi chuckled. May I ask what deeper meaning Chief Baiha's words carry? Jing Yi asked in confusion. Let me put it this way so you might understand, I'm no gentleman either. If someone offends me I'll use every means possible to get even. Hao Yi said disdainfully. Earlier you told me to pass on a message about having the ability to prevent Danzo from becoming Hokage. Is there any basis for that? Jing Yi, it seemed, had not understood Hao Yi. Oh, you mean that? Do I have to spell it out? What's so difficult? Although Danzo is powerful, he can't directly overpower the Hokage's faction, can he? Hao Yi glanced at Jing Yi and said. That's true, but under certain circumstances he could become Hokage. You might not know how vast Danzo's influence is in Konoha. Jing Yi said earnestly. You mean when the powerful figures in the Hokage's faction have died and the new generation can't shoulder the burden? Hao Yi said bluntly. Jing Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Hao Yi. Let me put it bluntly, if Danzo offends me I'll bribe the Daimyo and make sure he absolutely refuses to let Danzo become Hokage. Hao Yi smiled. That's it. Jing Yi sneered. What's the matter? Are you stupid? What is the purpose of the Hokage? It's to be the military leader of the Land of Fire, helping the Land of Fire vie for interests. Hao Yi explained. Yes and no. Jing Yi pondered for a moment. I'll give him enough money just to stop one person from becoming Hokage with no other unfavorable demands. Do you think he'll make that deal? Hao Yi analyzed. If it were me I would. Jing Yi sighed. This is just one method. I have 100 ways to discredit Danzo. What? Jing Yi's jaw dropped in astonishment. Just like Tsukumo Hatake smeared Danzo with some dirt. After all, Danzo has done so many evil things, the more you investigate the darker his image becomes. Stir up the people a bit. Imagine a dark figure like that, he definitely can't become Hokage. Jing Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Hao Yi again. Don't look at me like that. I can say whatever, like he's a coward who failed to protect the second Hokage, or he persecuted his friend's child Shisue and framed Konoha's hero So-and-so Hatake. How can you do this? The more Jing Yi listened, the more terrified he became. This wasn't slander, it was clearly what they had done. What's the big deal? I'm just making it sound like something Danzo would do. Add some mysterious stuff. Want to hear more? Hao Yi said smugly. There's more. Plenty, like persecuting the first Hokage's bloodline, conducting human experiments, defiling the sage, provoking war, meddling in other nations. Just casually mention any of these and Danzo won't become Hokage. Hao Yi stated confidently. Jing Yi was stunned. Although many of these matters were beyond his level based on his understanding of Danzo, they were highly likely to be true. Is it really just speculation, or do you know something? How am I supposed to report this to Lord Danzo? If these words turn out to be true, would Danzo let me live? Jing Yi thought to himself. Hao Yi, I understand your capabilities now. Could I discuss something with you? Jing Yi said nervously. Don't you get it yet? Hao Yi said helplessly. Look, you've said so much. If even one of these is true, Lord Danzo will definitely silence me to keep it secret. Jing Yi said fearfully. Speak plainly, don't beat around the bush. Hao Yi shouted. How about I join you? I'm a special jonin which internationally qualifies as a jonin. Jing Yi looked at Hao Yi slyly. Your level is impressive but my temple is small, I can't accommodate you. You're the bridge between me and Danzo. Hao Yi analyzed. Actually don't be afraid. First it's just speculation. Second, as long as he wants to contact me he won't kill you. So you know how to reply to Danzo, right? Hao Yi hinted. Hao Yi, forgive my stupidity. Why would he not kill me as long as he contacts you? I don't quite understand. Jing Yi asked curiously. If he contacts me he'll learn about these things. If he kills you and sends someone else, that person will still learn them. So why bother killing you unnecessarily? Hao Yi explained. I see. I was joking. I'm a dignified special jonin of Konoha, how could I betray anyone? You actually took it seriously. Jing Yi said awkwardly. Well, do you have anything else? My sister just got back and I need to take her around. Hao Yi issued a dismissal. No more business. I'll relay our conversation to Lord Danzo. I hope we can cooperate. Jing Yi said sincerely. Alright, go report back. You're smart, you know how to answer. Hao Yi smiled and looked at Jing Yi. I understand. I understand. Jing Yi nodded and said. Then I'll take my leave. Jing Yi asked with a sly grin. Hao Yi nodded. Finally alone. Sis, now it's just the two of us. Hao Yi looked at Yutsong with a lecherous expression. You little pervert, talking nonsense again. Yutsong tapped Hao Yi on the head. Sis, here's a scroll that can control life and death. Get familiar with it. It'll come in handy soon. Hao Yi said mysteriously. What are you up to now? You're using me as free labor again. Do you know that in the land of wind a single mission costs millions of Rio, but here you're just making me work for free? Yutsong retorted while examining the scroll. The mind control technique. It has so many restrictions. The controlled person probably can't have much ability, right? Yutsong remarked. We captured a spy earlier to exchange with Konoha. It's just temporary operation of the ninja village and the probability of descendants having chakra is not much higher than ordinary civilians. Hao Yi said with a smile. Makes sense. When do we start? Yutsong stopped complaining. If you're ready, I'm ready. We just intercepted a few members of the Cypher Corps, we can test it on them. Hao Yi said. I'm almost ready. I've mostly figured out how to use the ninja technique mind control. We can find someone with weaker strength to try it on. Yutsong said confidently. Alright, let's give it a try. Hao Yi immediately summoned a carnivorous flower which spat out all the people they had captured in the past few days. Isn't this the Sansierren? I didn't expect the Sansierren to be only around 16 or 17 years old now. It seems Jujian's mission is complete. Let's control them first, it should be easier. Hao Yi was thinking. So there's him too. Yutsong erupted in fury, immediately activating her scorch release mode. Her hair and clothes were instantly blown about by the searing chakra aura. Sister, calm down, Hao Yi said hastily. It was he who ambushed me. Of course I want revenge. Yutsong said through gritted teeth. Don't. After all, this kid is a jonin, he'll be more useful than those others, Hao Yi persuaded. He must die. Yutsong said through gritted teeth. Wouldn't it be a stronger revenge to make someone who hates you your subordinate? Hao Yi tempted. Yutsong gradually calmed herself down. You can command him to do things from now on and take your revenge slowly. Isn't that good? Hao Yi continued to persuade. Sounds good. Alright, I'll listen to you. Yutsong hesitated for a moment, then agreed. The crisis was resolved. Hao Yi continued with the task of controlling the evil ninjas. Hey you three, get up. I have something to ask you. Get up quickly, Hao Yi shouted, patting the faces of the Sansierren. What brat is this disturbing my sleep? Leia squinted and looked, then roared. Can't you see the situation? Who's the lord here? Hao Yi stepped forward and kicked Leia, sending him flying over 2 meters away. You are my lord. This kid failed to recognize your greatness and offended you. Leia quickly knelt and apologized. You three, do you want to live or die? Hao Yi said bluntly. Of course we want to live, sir. The three of them seemed to have light in their eyes. Fine. If you behave obediently you will live. Don't try to resist our will. Empty your minds now, it will be over soon, Hao Yi instructed. Okay, we will follow your orders. The three yielded. Sister, let's begin. Hao Yi said with a smile. Yutsang nodded and used the ninja art mind control, easily controlling the 3 evil ninjas. Sister, amazing. You controlled 3 at once, Hao Yi said excitedly. Not bad. The chakra consumption is not high, Yutsang said. Sister, try to activate the technique and see what effect it has, Hao Yi instructed. Okay, I'll try. Yutsang activated the technique following the hand seals on the scroll. Ah. The 3 screamed in excruciating pain as if their heads were splitting. Enough, Hao Yi signaled Yutsang to stop. Remember this pain. Hao Yi said to the Sansieren. We remember. This is only the first stage of pain. Once you defy our will, we will use the technique to make you suffer agonizing pain until you die. Hao Yi threatened. We will obey everything. The 3 dared not resist. Alright, copy down your ninja techniques and give them to Sister Yutsang. After getting approval, go back and bring your subordinates here. Hao Yi instructed. Okay, we'll do it right away, the 3 ninjas said submissively. Fine. The area with a large cluster of buildings is the dormitory. Submit your information to a person named by Heezy and ask him to arrange your accommodation. Hao Yi instructed. Okay, thank you, leader. From now on, that dormitory is where you will stay. You can rest briefly after completing missions. Alright, that's all. You may leave. Hao Yi waved his hand signaling them to go. The 3 retreated tremblingly. See, the people you controlled with the technique are too weak. They can't withstand any intimidation and can't protect any secrets at all, Yutsang shook her head. We're not doing anything serious. We just need them to run errands. What secrets do we need to protect? Besides, their ninja techniques are somewhat unique. If they can temper their temper here, they might even become talented. Hao Yi thought about the fact that these 3 were only around 15 years old and speculated. Perhaps Yutsang still wasn't fully convinced. Now let's subdue these 3 from the cipher department. Since they are from the water country, it might be a bit difficult, Hao Yi pondered as he woke up the 3 from the cipher department. Captured. As expected, we have no ability to resist at all, a mist ninja sighed. Enough reminiscing. Time is tight, so let's make it brief. I know you are from the mist cipher department, but I'm not interested in your intelligence. Hao Yi paused, then continued. I'll make a deal with you. Since I saved your lives and indirectly protected your intelligence, in return you will serve me for 5 years. Is that acceptable? Hao Yi said calmly. 5 years. Are you kidding? We are mist ninjas, or one ninja shouted. Think carefully about your families. After 5 years you'll be free to come and go and you won't have to pay anything. Hao Yi tapped the table and said. Humph, the few of them looked as if they were ready to die for a just cause. I'll count to 5. If no one agrees, then you die. Hao Yi sneered. 5. 4. 3. Wait, sir, I surrender. I'm sorry everyone, but I have a family. I can't die like this. One ninja couldn't withstand the pressure and surrendered. I surrender too. Another male ninja also let down his mental defenses and surrendered. What about you, little beauty? Hao Yi taunted. Humph, don't try to deceive me. I will never betray my country, the female ninja said with righteous indignation. Ha, admirable. I don't need you to betray. 5 years to buy your life. It's like a mission that takes 5 years and the reward is your entire life. Hao Yi said persuasively. Humph, the female ninja snorted coldly. Fine. I don't know what you're protecting. How about this, if you don't surrender the other 2 will die together. Hao Yi said mockingly. Sir, you can't do this. We have already surrendered, the 2 mist ninjas shouted. Little beauty, are you going to kill 2 comrades for the sake of 5 years? Hao Yi said sternly. You. Ah, no, don't force me, the female ninja struggled repeatedly. Hao Yi watched quietly. Yutsang also remained silent. Alright, I surrender, the female ninja made a huge struggle and decided. Fine. Congratulations on making the right decision. Now relax and open your minds. Hao Yi explained slowly. Ninja art mind control. Yutsang, without waiting for Hao Yi's instruction, directly released the technique. I don't need to tell you what I just performed. Please cherish your lives. It's only 5 years, Hao Yi comforted. We understand. Don't worry, sir, the 2 mist ninjas responded. Alright, you may leave. When you go out you'll see a cluster of buildings, that's the dormitory. Find by Heezy to arrange your accommodation and then follow Sister Yutsang's orders. Hao Yi finished arranging in one breath. Now there are only 2 Jonin left, one who ambushed you and 1 Guijiao. The mind control technique requires 4 times more chakra than the opponent's. I'm not sure if it'll succeed. Hao Yi worried. The gap between Jonin is huge. Some strong Jonin are even stronger than the village leader, while some weak ones are even inferior to Chunin from secret technique clans. Yutsang explained patiently. Let's try the Jonin who ambushed you first. I feel his ability is weaker, Hao Yi analyzed. You wake him up and give you a chance to take revenge on him. Hao Yi said with a smile. You little lecher, I feel like you're especially wicked. Who knows, maybe one day I'll be schemed by you. Yutsang smiling walked toward the mist Jonin. Watch my mighty divine leg. Yutsang shouted in a goofy manner, kicking the mist Jonin out with one powerful blow. The mist Jonin felt a sharp pain surging through his entire body. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and with a ninja's instinct performed a backflip and stood up. Where is this? Enough, stop struggling. Even in the hidden mist village we could bring you back. Now that you're on our turf, do you think you have any chance to escape? Yutsang mocked. Who are you? You feel so familiar, the Jonin pondered. You don't say that to every pretty woman you see, do you? Afraid of revealing something, Hao Yi replied before Yutsang could. And who are you? The Jonin asked suspiciously. Alright, let's get to know each other. I'm Baiha Hao Yi, the clan leader of the Baiha clan. Hao Yi said confidently. I've never heard of that name. I'm Tufei Pingxi, a Jonin of the hidden mist village, the Jonin said with pride. I've never heard of your name either. Now it's clear you're a prisoner. The hidden mist village probably thinks you're dead. Hao Yi said contemptuously. What exactly do you want? Pingxi shouted. Simple surrender to me. Hao Yi said from a position of dominance. If I surrender to you, the hidden mist village will hunt me down and my family will suffer. Do you think I'm stupid? Pingxi said with a laugh. Indeed, the higher the rank, the more afraid of death. Hao Yi thought to himself. Why would they hunt you down? I don't want your intelligence. No one died because of you. Everyone thinks you're already dead. Your family won't be affected either. Hao Yi tempted. Don't bother. Since I've been captured, I have that much awareness. Just give me a quick death. Pingxi shouted loudly. Even if you escape back to the hidden mist village, do you think the higher-ups will believe you? By then, without me lifting a finger, you'll die at the hands of your own comrades. Hao Yi scoffed. You don't want intelligence, so what are you after me for? Pingxi wavered. I'm after you. Hao Yi blurted out. Pingxi was dumbfounded, his heart racing as he stammered, unable to speak. Don't worry. What I meant is that I want you to serve our village as a Jonin. Hao Yi explained. Oh, I see. That's not impossible. Since I'm defecting, can the salary and benefits be a bit higher than in the hidden mist village? Pingxi bargained. Sorry, we treat everyone equally. But you don't have a choice, do you? At least here you won't be killed by your comrades. Pingxi seriously considered it. Alright, but for future missions I won't go to the land of water. Fine, no problem. I need to sign a ninjutsu pact with you. Don't resist, Hao Yi said. You're not going to use a memory reading jutsu to read my brain, are you? Pingxi asked suspiciously. You're overthinking it. We're a small country, we don't have such powerful techniques. Hao Yi laughed. Alright, it seems I don't have a choice. Pingxi sighed. Seeing Pingxi ready, Hao Yi nodded at Yutsang. Ninja art mind control technique. An invisible force bound Pingxi. You used a controlling jutsu. As a Jonin, Pingxi quickly sensed the nature of the technique. It's nothing, as long as you don't betray us, it's fine. Hao Yi said nonchalantly. Then my life is in your hands. Pingxi protested. I have to ensure the security of our side, right? Alright, that's how it is. Just live well here. Hao Yi consoled. Humph. Pingxi said angrily. Let me ask you something. Do you have any news about Kakaxi on the mist border in the hidden mist village? Hao Yi inquired. Didn't you say you didn't want intelligence? Pingxi asked. This isn't some secret of the mist. I'm just asking if you've heard anything. Hao Yi argued. Kakaxi. No, I haven't heard anything. Pingxi recalled. Then what about news of the Leaf Village? Hao Yi pressed. But there's one thing that's strange lately. Pingxi seemed to remember something. Tell me. Hao Yi urged impatiently. The Three-Tails Jinchuriki in the village went out of control and later was sealed again. But the next candidate for the Jinchuriki Shirtsong didn't become one. Pingxi said puzzled. You mean the container for the tailed beast isn't from the Hidden Mist village? Hao Yi said nervously. Lin can't be that unlucky. Dai too is gone and she disappeared because the mist used her as a weapon. Maybe now Lin has been released and has reunited with Kakashi. Hao Yi thought to himself. Good, this information is useful. Go to the dormitory area and find Baihaze to arrange your room. Hao Yi pointed to the distant dormitory area. Alright, I'll take my leave. Pingxi withdrew. What's wrong with you? You've been absent-minded since Pingxi left. Yu Tsang asked. Well, the Three-Tails Jinchuriki Pingxi mentioned might be a chunin I once went on a mission with. Hao Yi speculated. Impossible. How could their own ultimate weapon be sealed in a ninja from another village? Yu Tsang questioned. It's not strange. They probably plan to let them return to the Leaf Village, then remotely unseal the tailed beast and let it wreak havoc in the leaf. Hao Yi continued his analysis. Not a bad scheme. Yu Tsang said mockingly. No, I have to go check. I promised a comrade I would protect Lin and Kakashi. Hao Yi said solemnly. That Jinchuriki is a tailed beast, right? Yu Tsang said with a smile. Yes, but don't misunderstand. He and Kakashi are a couple. Hao Yi quickly waved his hands. Then how do you plan to protect them? Yu Tsang asked. I need to go to the Hidden Mist village and search for them. Hao Yi said. Alright, then I'll go with you. Yu Tsang said. No, there are so many newly recruited ninjas at home. You need to stay and manage things. Hao Yi said earnestly. So boring. Yu Tsang said helplessly. I believe in you. You were a top-tier figure in the Sharon village. Hao Yi flattered. Alright, come back soon. What about that shark face? Yu Tsang looked at the ground where Kisame lay. First see if he's willing to submit. If not, put him in the carnivorous flower. Here's the summoning contract. Sign it. Hao Yi took out a scroll and handed it to Yu Tsang. Alright, go ahead. You can rest assured about things here. Yu Tsang waved his hand. Oh, here's 50 million Ryo from the Yuri Clan. Use it to establish commercial clubs in several major countries. It can increase income and also arrange jobs for the more than 1000 orphans in the village. Hao Yi analyzed. It's wartime now. Who would go to a club? Yu Tsang rolled his eyes. Not the kind where you just soak in hot springs. It's a new model, the first floor for hot springs, the second floor full of food, the third floor has various entertainment options free for guests, and the fourth floor is private space where you can order services or pay for your own private entertainment. Hao Yi roughly adapted the business model of a bathing center from his previous life and explained it. It sounds quite good. It's suitable for ninjas to relax and have fun and also good for business talks. Alright, I'll try to arrange it. Yu Tsang assessed. Alright, practice the summoning jutsu well. It can transmit messages. If you miss me, you can put a note in a carnivorous flower. Hao Yi teased. Go now. I don't want to see you for one more minute. Yu Tsang waved his hand. According to the original plot, Kakashi used Raikiri to kill Rin in the forest. Among the 5 great nations, only Konoha's border was predominantly covered by dense woods. The retreat would naturally take the shortest route, and since his own country lay between 2 others, it shouldn't be far from where Kakashi killed Rin. Hao Yi searched swiftly across an area based on his memories. Days passed, yet there was still no news. Hao Yi grew increasingly anxious. He had always admired Kakashi, and this time he wanted to save Rin to spare Kakashi from such a painful life. But things didn't go as planned. The longer it took, the lower the chance of encountering them. Hao Yi felt a pang of sadness. Quick, this mission is to intercept the son of the White Fang of Konoha. We must finish swiftly and avenge our comrades who died at his hands. A squad of mist ninjas ran toward Hao Yi's direction. Afraid of alerting the enemy, Hao Yi used the body flicker technique to leap into a nearby tree and observe everything the son of the White Fang of Konoha. What a coincidence. I'm looking for him too. Hao Yi smirked cunningly. He decisively trailed behind them. This is an S-rank mission. The Mizukage has given a direct order that it must be completed. When hasn't it been a direct order? When have we ever completed a mission and returned to anything good? A mist ninja grumbled. Talk less and act more. Less trouble comes from loose lips, said the squad leader. Captain IB sensed that the hiding spot of Kakashi and the others is just 500 meters ahead. Kakashi is formidable in close combat. We'll all attack from a distance, the captain ordered. Listen to my command. When I say attack we all strike together, the mist ninja said softly. Yes captain, the others replied in unison. Good, now within range. Attack, the mist ninja commanded. Water release, water chaos wave. Water release, great waterfall technique. Water release, water blade slash. A barrage of ninjutsu was hurled at Kakashi. Enemy attack. Kakashi immediately turned around, earth release, earth style wall. A wall adorned with 4 dog heads rose from the ground. It blocked all the ninjutsu. Shuriken barrage, drain his chakra, the mist squad leader yelled. Rin, get on my back. I'll carry you out of here. Without waiting for Rin's reply, Kakashi lifted her legs and hoisted her onto his back. Lightning release. Enduring the pain, Kakashi used lightning chakra to stimulate his cells, accelerating his movement. You 3 flank ahead and cut them off. Don't let them escape, the mist captain ordered. Yes captain. Several ninjas rushed forward from both sides. Kakashi, put me down. We can't both escape. If you go alone there's still hope, Rin shouted. No, never. I won't abandon you. Just as Obito protected you, I too am willing to protect you with my life, Kakashi spoke from the heart. I'm beyond saving. I feel a terrifying power inside me, something I can't control. I won't survive, Rin said sorrowfully. No, the teacher is the strongest ninja in the village. He'll find a way, Kakashi insisted. No Kakashi. I don't want to hurt the village and I don't want to hurt you, because I've always admired you. As Rin spoke she leaped away, breaking free from Kakashi. Go Kakashi. I'll hold them off for a while. Rin cried out in despair. No. Kakashi roared, a blue orb of light instantly forming in his left hand. Raikiri. He swept the area around Rin. No Rin. You can't die. If you die, who will I have left to protect? What purpose will I have to live? In a fit of fury Kakashi formed another Raikiri and charged toward the enemy. Kakashi, promise me you'll live on, Rin said, then lunged toward his hand. Hao Yi saw the situation had reached a critical point, he could no longer stand by. His spatial ability placed him between Kakashi and Rin and he instantly knocked Kakashi's arm aside. Trust me and Kakashi, we will protect you. Hao Yi smiled. Pow pow. How did you get here? Rin exclaimed in surprise. I heard you might be pursued so I came to check, Hao Yi said casually. Thank you. Rin smiled. Don't be so quick to seek death. Trust your teammates, Hao Yi said calmly. Kakashi, let's fight together. Hao Yi shouted. Flower Ninja Art 100 Flowers Color Cannon. Lightning release, ground lightning. The two attacked instantly. Times had changed, after nearly 2 months of training Hao Yi could now form 3 hand seals per second. With rapid hand seals and strike, several mist ninjas were caught off guard and fell to conventional techniques. Kakashi, protect Rin. I'm going in for a close quarters thrust, Hao Yi said triumphantly. Through 2 months of training his Sage Chakra and Kunai instant kill ability had greatly improved. Now Hao Yi could swing his blade 3 times per second. Combined with his spatial ability he could instantly kill 2 foes per second, moving through the mist ninjas like an unstoppable force. Then with a spatial instant teleportation he appeared behind the remaining mist ninjas. He quickly formed hand seals, Sage Art, Flower Ninja Art, Falling Petals. Countless flower-shaped shuriken rained down indiscriminately. The remaining mist ninjas struck from behind, collapsed into pools of blood. These pursuers aren't much to speak of. Hao Yi said proudly. It made sense though. The mist village had intended for Kakashi to deliver the ultimate weapon back to Konoha plausibly, so the ninjas sent to feign pursuit were mere cannon fodder. Defeating them easily was inevitable. Heipeo, you're so much stronger now than before, Rin said. Thank you, Kakashi forced out the 2 words. You're welcome. Hao Yi's heart swelled with a hint of pride. If Hao Yi had a dual personality like Sakura, there would surely be a dark shadow whispering, "Ah, my idol said thank you to me." As Hao Yi chatted with Kakashi he pulled out a prepared sealing scroll. With a few puffs he extracted the fresh hearts of the mist ninjas and sealed them. What are you doing? Rin asked. Just recycling waste, Hao Yi waved his hand. He continued, we're close to the country of Kai. Why not drop by my place in the country of Kai? That way the mist pursuers will lose track of us. Alright, let's rest a while, Kakashi decided. You didn't have to save me. I can feel a jutsu controlling my heart and there's a powerful force inside me. I can guess, I'm a pawn the Mist Village uses to destroy Konoha, Rin said sorrowfully. Then she turned and said, Hao Yi couldn't kill me. If you kill me I won't hurt anyone anymore. Hey, why are you asking me to kill you instead of letting Kakashi do it? Koichi said awkwardly. Kakashi and I grew up together since childhood. He definitely couldn't bring himself to do it, Rin said sadly. Hey, you barely escaped death's grasp yet you're so eager to throw your life away. It's not like it's some insurmountable problem, Koichi boasted. What can you solve this? Rin seemed to see a lifeline and grabbed Koichi urgently while Kakashi also stopped in his tracks. I have an ingenious idea though I'm not entirely sure if it will work. Koichi let out a mysterious smile. Tell me, Kakashi asked. Let's put that aside for now. First we need to reinforce the seal on Rin's tail beast. Koichi said. Alright, what do you need me to do? Rin asked, her large eyes fixed intently on Koichi without blinking. It's nothing serious. It will be done shortly. Koichi declared confidently. For symbol seal. Koichi quickly formed hand seals and gently pressed his palm against Rin's abdomen. The immense chakra within me has become remarkably calm now, Rin said after sensing it. Rin felt the chakra circulating within her and spoke. Naturally. This four-symbol seal is likely among the most stable sealing techniques and it causes the least harm to the Jinchuriki. Koichi explained. Then how do we reverse the ninjutsu controlling Rin? Kakashi asked puzzled. This part might be rather cruel. The jutsu barrier is bound to the heart itself. Would it not suffice to simply replace it? Koichi said with a somewhat sly expression directed at Rin. Replace her heart. Rin's eyes widened in disbelief. Precisely, Koichi affirmed confidently. What is the success rate? Kakashi asked calmly. Very high. Rin is currently a Jinchuriki with tremendous vitality. She will not die immediately even without a heart. We only need to administer the creation rebirth technique promptly. Koichi went on patiently. Rin, what do you think? Kakashi was hesitant to make such a decision lightly. Why not give it a try? There is a strong probability I could survive. Rin offered a faint smile. Very well, Koichi, when can you begin? Kakashi urged anxiously. No need to rush. We will discuss it once we reach the land of vegetables. Koichi said. The trio hastened their journey uncertain whether the Mizukichi was merely putting on a show by dispatching only a single squad to pursue them or if the hidden mist ninjas were genuinely unable to track their movements. These men encountered no hostile attacks all the way to the land of vegetables. Halt, none shall pass. For men clad in ninja garb blocked Koichi's path. Who are you? An uneasy sense of foreboding rose within Koichi at being stopped at his own doorstep. We are the ninjas of the land of vegetables. This is our ninja base and we do not receive outsiders. The ninja declared arrogantly. You claim to be a ninja of the land of vegetables yet I have never seen you before. Koichi asked curiously. Ha, and here you are the head of the land of vegetables foremost clan being barred from entering your own home. Rin chuckled behind her hand. Development has been too rapid, there is no helping it, Koichi said wiping his brow. We were formerly under Meng Zong's command. Now that our former leader has pledged allegiance to the land of vegetables we followed suit. The four unnamed ninjas interjected with overlapping voices. Even the mission for Huatao has been completed. It seems this young man has truly made remarkable progress. Koichi thought to himself. I am the leader of the land of vegetables. Let me through at once, Koichi declared. Young whippersnapper cut the boasting. Our leader is a breathtaking beauty, not some gangly kid who hasn't yet lost his baby fat. One of the ninjas shouted aggressively. Very well, very well. Just go fetch your so-called female leader for verification, Koichi said helplessly. If we had the leader appear for every single person she would wear herself to death. Another ninja showed consideration for their leader. Just go ahead. I assure you this is genuine. Koichi said awkwardly. If you are lying to me you will not fare well. One ninja threatened. Understood. Go quickly now. Koichi urged. Soon the ninja summoned Yutsang over, these are the individuals who claim he is the leader. Correct, that is indeed the leader. Yutsang nodded and spoke. This is far too small though. No, wait, I was not exactly respectful earlier. I hope he does not make things difficult for me. Several ninjas murmured amongst themselves. Sister Yutsang, I never expected that in merely 6 or 7 days you would have expanded your ranks so considerably. Koichi exclaimed excitedly. This is largely due to the recruits you gathered previously. The 3 evil ninja and Meng Zong's forces have been systematically incorporated, including several elite chunin with solid foundations. Yi Tsang stood and spoke. Since you say the foundation is promising, they may yet have the potential to reach the rank of Jonin. Once we finish what is at hand, I will rally everyone to establish our own sect and found the Flower Ninja Village. Koichi laughed heartily. Enough idle speculations. Quickly bring your friends inside. Where have you ever heard of leaving guests lingering at the village entrance? Yutsang teased mockingly. Indeed, indeed. Sister Yutsang truly sees things clearly, Koichi said with eyes crinkled in a smile. Kakashi Rin, come in quickly. Give our Flower Ninja Village a proper tour. Koichi said proudly. Quite impressive. It is larger than the Hidden Leaf Village, though rather sparsely populated, Rin remarked appreciatively. For a nation of your stature to construct a ninja village to the standards of the Hidden Leaf speaks of considerable ambition. Kakashi stated incisively. You can understand it as running a company. I concentrate the personnel, they undertake missions, and I take a cut. Pure profit, Koichi smiled. I see. Koichi, you truly are a business genius, Rin complimented. Koichi smiled modestly. Where? Merely a small-time miser, that is all. Koichi smiled. Koichi, do not forget the main purpose. Are we not here to perform surgery on Rin? Kakashi reminded. I understand. I will prepare immediately. Rest assured, I guarantee no trace will remain. Koichi patted his chest reassuringly. Even if there are marks, it hardly matters. What ninja does not bear scars? Rin said nonchalantly. It is no issue. See Kakashi's eye. He originally had a massive knife scar there, but now it is completely invisible. That is all my doing. Koichi boasted. My eyes tend to bleed less, but cutting the heart means flooding with blood, Kakashi analyzed. The ninja hospital was only completed a few days ago. Basic equipment should be available. Rin, would you prefer to undergo the procedure today or tomorrow? Koichi asked. Today, I suppose. No one knows when they might activate the jutsu, Rin considered and replied. Very well. Sister, I will need you to assist me. Koichi pulled Yutsang toward the hospital. What about me? Kakashi pursued anxiously. You. I will have someone show you to the dormitory to rest. Go ahead and relax. We will send word when we are ready. Koichi said. Very well, Kakashi sighed reluctantly. Indeed, if there was any ninjutsu Kakashi lacked proficiency in, medical ninjutsu would certainly be it. At the hospital of Huaren village in the Kai country. Lin lay quietly on the operating table, already anesthetized by Hao Yi, who wore a sterile gown. Sis, help me take off Lin's clothes, said Hao Yi calmly. You little lecher, taking advantage of this moment to steal a feel, Yutsang said disdainfully. In front of a doctor there is no gender. Besides, how could Lin's compare to yours? If I wanted to look, I'd look at you. Hao Yi stared lecherously at Yutsang's ample chest and said, you little pervert, never serious. Yutsang cursed while removing Lin's top. Soon a pair of fair little beauties sprang out. Hao Yi's face flushed and he couldn't help stealing a glance. A friend's wife is not to be trifled with. Wake up. Hao Yi reminded himself inwardly. Sis, let's start. Please prepare the 4 drips. All 4 limbs simultaneously, Hao Yi said solemnly. Yutsang tied up her hair and began preparations. First incise the chest cavity, Hao Yi thought, gathering chakra into a scalpel and swiftly making an incision. Hao Yi took a deep breath. Next he needed to quickly excise the heart. As the scalpel passed, blood instantly gushed out. Unfazed, Hao Yi used a hemostatic bag to stop the bleeding, then retrieved the spare heart. Sage Art, Mystic Palm Technique. Hao Yi mobilized Sage Chakra and attached it to each blood vessel. Time passed bit by bit and the blood vessels slowly healed. Thump thump thump. The heart finally resumed beating. Hao Yi laughed happily. Finally succeeded in saving Lin. Little pervert, you're really amazing at medical treatment, Yutsang praised without restraint. It's not me, it's Konoha's ninjutsu that's amazing. Hao Yi laughed. How do you know so many Konoha techniques? Yutsang asked curiously. I earned them by risking my life on missions for Konoha. Let's talk later, I need to suture and repair her now. Hao Yi explained. Yutsang nodded. An hour later, Hao Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead, having completed the task perfectly, leaving no trace of the surgery. Sis, Yutsang, help her put on clothes and take her back to the dormitory. She'll probably wake up soon, Hao Yi instructed. Okay. Hey, your skill is incredible. Yutsong praised endlessly. You've said that 800 times. Can't you find a new word? Hao Yi said with a hint of smugness. It seems this is the only thing worth praising. Yutsong mused. Humph, little woman. Hao Yi sneered. Where am I, little? Yutsong puffed out her chest. Humph, by the way, what about that Kisame? He surrendered. Yutsong said calmly. Just like that. Surrendered. Hao Yi was surprised. It wasn't that simple. It was only after asking a couple of questions that he agreed to try surrendering. Hao Yi said. What words were so powerful? Hao Yi asked curiously. I just asked him what his stance was. Protecting information, killing comrades, and in the end for whom? Yutsong recalled. Then I said that surrendering now could protect his comrades and give him a stance in the future, Yutsong continued. That fits Kisame's character. Hao Yi sighed, then became extremely excited. Gained Kisame as a general for free. We've talked too long. Let's arrange Lin quickly. I'll go inform Kakashi. Hao Yi hurried to Kakashi's room. Kakashi, the surgery was successful. Hao Yi gave Kakashi a surprise. Really? That's great. Thank you so much. You know, without Lin my life would be like a withered tree. Kakashi grabbed Hao Yi's hand in gratitude. What are your plans next? Hao Yi asked. Is Lin awake? Kakashi asked nervously. The anesthesia hasn't worn off yet. She'll probably wake up tomorrow, Hao Yi estimated. Okay, fine, Kakashi said eagerly. What do you plan to do next? Hao Yi asked. Of course, return to Konoha. Since the crisis is resolved, we can go back and rest. Kakashi said lightly. What about the tailed beast? Hao Yi asked. What tailed beast? Kakashi was surprised. Lin. Inside her belly is the three tails, Hao Yi revealed astonishingly. The Mist Village's three tails. Kakashi was shocked. Right, it's the Mist's three tails. The battle here is nearing its end. If Lin returns to Konoha safely, the Mist will surely come to demand the three tails. Hao Yi thought. That would be troublesome. Kakashi frowned. Indeed, the war is coming to an end. Although Konoha won, it has expended too much. If we provoke another war with the Mist now, it will surely stir up a huge storm. Hao Yi continued. Correct, the Hokage will definitely send Lin away, Kakashi said firmly. If she ends up in the Mist Village, that would be. Hao Yi clicked his tongue. What to do, Hao Yi? Kakashi asked. There is a way, but you two will have fewer chances to meet in the next couple of years. Hao Yi smiled. That's nothing. Survival is the priority. The method is simple. When you report the mission, inform Konoha that Lin has died in battle. Hao Yi suggested. Ridiculous. You underestimate our village. Our village has many powerful interrogation ninjutsu. Kakashi said. Do you think the Hokage would lay a hand on a hero who blew up the Canopy Bridge and is also the son of the White Fan? Hao Yi countered. The probability is low, Kakashi thought calmly. Just let Lin live in the Kai country. This is a secret between us. You can come visit the Kai country when you have time. Hao Yi sighed. This is indeed better than being controlled in Konoha, Kakashi murmured. Alright, it's settled happily. Hao Yi said triumphantly. Wait, let me think it over, Kakashi pondered. What is there to think about? Hao Yi asked quickly. You don't have any ulterior motives, do you? Kakashi asked. What ulterior motives could I have? I saved Lin's life. Hao Yi said helplessly. I see that your village's training scale is so large. You must have great ambitions. You want to keep Lin as your ultimate weapon, Kakashi analyzed. What are you talking about? Lin is from Konoha and the tailed beast belongs to the Mist Village. If you tell others this news, I'll be dead. I have a weakness in your hands. Hao Yi spoke earnestly. This weakness isn't that crucial, Kakashi said hesitantly. Ah, as you wish. I'm just purely doing this for your own good, Hao Yi said word by word. After a long moment, Kakashi made up his mind. Alright, you take good care of Lin. I'll come by every now and then. If Lin is harmed in the slightest, I will expose you. Okay, Hao Yi confirmed. Alright, I'll be off now. Take care of Lin, Kakashi said. Stay a while longer. Hao Yi urged. No, the sooner I return the more real the story will be. Farewell. Kakashi left the village without looking back. At the office of the Flower Ninja Village in the country of Kai. Hao Yi pondered the village's recent overall strength and said, now our village can be considered something. Kage-level experts like you, the Three-Tails Jinchuriki Jonin like Kisame and Heiji Special Jonin like the Evil Ninja Trio and Meng Zone, dozens of Chunin and hundreds of Genin. That counts as a faction, doesn't it? Don't get too cocky. The 5 great nations have thousands of ninjas just at their borders. Your little force isn't even enough to fill their teeth, Yutsang sneered. Taking it slow. Once I officially establish the village and train the children of the country of Kai, will have plenty of backbone. I also have 2 members of the Uzumaki clan, with proper training they'll become formidable. Hao Yi projected. But that requires money. Do you know how much debt you're in now? Yutsang said disdainfully. Is it the money for building the village? Hao Yi asked. The entire project cost several billion ryo. The daimyo covered the material costs and half the labor expenses. The rest is on you. Roughly speaking, it's still about 1 billion ryo, Yutsang explained. It's only been a few days and you've already got such a clear picture of the village's affairs. You're quite the housekeeper, Hao Yi teased. In this position I do my duty. Since you've temporarily entrusted the village to me, I'll make sure it's well managed, Yutsang said solemnly. Stop right there. It's our village, not mine, Hao Yi emphasized. Kid, I don't like this kind of joke. I'm much older than you, you're just a brat. We're not suited, Yutsang said angrily. I want to build a ninja village for everyone, one that serves the interests of the majority, not just a few elites. What's not suitable about that? Hao Yi declaimed passionately. Chief, someone from Konoha requests an audience, the gatekeeping ninja reported. Kakashi. Did he change his mind and come back? Hao Yi muttered in confusion. No, not that silver-haired one, the ninja pondered. Oh. Interesting. Let him in, Hao Yi ordered. Yes, sir. With that the ninja vanished in a flash. I didn't expect Hao Yi-kun to have such a grand presence now. Is it so hard to get a meeting, the Konoha ninja said as he strode in. Ha! Who do we have here? If it isn't our old acquaintance Jing Yi. What message are you delivering today? Hao Yi said with a hint of sarcasm. You've hit the nail on the head, young friend. I'm here to convey Lord Danzo's will, Jing Yi said solemnly. Of course I could guess. With our relationship, even if you were on vacation you wouldn't come to see me. Hao Yi asserted. Let's get straight to the point. After careful consideration, Lord Danzo believes that cooperating with you aligns with everyone's interests, Jing Yi relayed Danzo's intentions. Then it's a win-win. Lord Danzo is truly wise and brilliant. If he ever has the time to visit my territory, I'll be a gracious host and entertain him properly, Hao Yi joked. Hao Yi-kun, you jest. Lord Danzo is a busy man, how could he have time to come here? But on a serious note, this time we're mainly discussing cooperation, Jing Yi explained. Oh. Go ahead please, Hao Yi said with a gesture. Have you ever heard of the Akatsuki organization? Jing Yi asked. The Akatsuki. Hao Yi stared intently at Jing Yi. In the country of Rain there's a group formed by rogue ninjas. They advocate for peace without war, causing quite a stir in the Rain country and attracting many ninjas. Isn't that a noble goal? Isn't it similar to the first Hokage's ideals? Hao Yi said with a smile. The light of a firefly cannot compete with the radiance of the moon. They are incomparable. The foolish populist ideology of the Akatsuki has already impeded Lord Danzo's interests, Jing Yi sighed. So what do you need me to do? Hao Yi asked. Just deliver a message to Hanzo of the Akatsuki members, tell him to surround and kill them, Jing Yi stated. Huh? Didn't you say they harmed Danzo's interests? How come you're helping them? Hao Yi feigned surprise. Although the Akatsuki is growing, they can't match the veteran ninja Hanzo. Since the outcome is already known, why not use the Akatsuki to weaken the Rain Ninja village's strength? Jing Yi explained with a smile. Lord Danzo is indeed cunning, provoking a civil war in another country to maximize gains while making Hanzo grateful to him, Hao Yi analyzed. I'm just speculating. I have no idea what the higher-ups are thinking, Jing Yi said modestly. Fine, I'll take the job. Hao Yi was already thinking about meeting the Akatsuki. Alright then, I'll be off. Jing Yi gave a slight bow in friendly farewell. Wait, shouldn't cooperation be mutual? Where's my benefit? Hao Yi called out. Oh, I almost forgot. Lord Danzo said this is a test, pass it and then we'll discuss cooperation, Jing Yi said confidently. Fine then, go, Hao Yi said helplessly. He kept muttering to himself, Danzo is truly insidious, making people work without paying them. Farewell, Jing Yi said slowly as he left. Don't forget, you know too much. If Danzo moves against me you won't fare well either. You know what to do. Dying for Lord Danzo isn't worth it. Hao Yi said. I understand, Jing Yi replied without looking back, continuing on his way. I've noticed that every time Danzo sends someone you go into a daze, Yutsang remarked curiously. I can't help it. Every time he brings shocking news, Hao Yi sighed. What's the big deal? Such organizations are common. During wartime mid- and low-level ninjas easily get exhausted and defect from their villages, Yutsang explained. Does the Sand Village have any? Hao Yi asked curiously. I haven't counted, but after every battle a considerable number of people go missing. Among them some must have survived and fled unwilling to continue fighting, Yutsang analyzed. It seems most people want peace, Hao Yi affirmed. Of course. But I've noticed that your ideals are quite similar to the Akatsuki's, Yutsang said. I'm not exactly like them, but I'm not opposed to using force to achieve my goals, Hao Yi said. Ha, force. You can't even beat me and you want to use force. Yutsang mocked. Enough chit-chat. I need to go on a mission. As usual you hold the fort. When I return we'll handle something big. Once that's done we'll officially establish the village, Hao Yi said with a smile. Alright, I'll play house with you kid, Yutsang said with a hearty laugh. Good. It's a deal. I'm off. See you next time, Hao Yi said. Without saying goodbye to anyone else, Hao Yi set out for the country of rain. Hao Yi quickly headed towards Yurin village, constantly recalling scenes of the early gatherings of the Shao organization from the original story. After all, Yu country was not the main stage of Huaying Renzhou. There were few landmark buildings and Hao Yi simply could not find the venue. Previously he always relied on his memory to choose suitable ambush spots, giving him an inherent advantage. This was the first time he was feeling his way in the dark, especially heading to the very closed-off Yu country, and Hao Yi felt a bit anxious. For 5 consecutive days aside from basic training, Hao Yi was constantly on the move, finally crossing the Hu country and arriving at the entrance of Yu country. The scenery of Yu country was also different from other nations. A huge city gate stood directly at the village entrance. On the surface 2 elite chunin stood guard, meticulously wielding long weapons rarely used by ninjas, which added to the murderous aura. Stop right there, the 2 ninjas blocked Hao Yi at the gate. Brothers, my brother is doing business inside. Please do me a favor and let me pass. Hao Yi said with a simple and honest expression. There are no outsiders in here. Kid, don't come here to play, the ninja said expressionlessly. Okay. I'll leave now. Hao Yi stepped aside, found an inconspicuous spot and directly activated several spatial abilities, instantly appearing in a more central part of Yu country. So this is Yu country. Without Peiyan's ninjutsu covering it, it's not that oppressive, Hao Yi remarked. He decided to first taste the local flavor, so he casually went to a stall and ate some snacks. Boss, can this ninja village accept missions? Hao Yi probed. You're an outsider, aren't you? The boss said with a heavy expression. My family moved here a long time ago. Just curious, Hao Yi replied dismissively. Ah, I see. Of course the ninja village can accept missions, but only within the country. The boss instantly put on the demeanor of a worldly merchant. What about the price? Hao Yi inquired. It's the same as other ninja villages. Since Yu country is closed off, you can only use the Yu ninjas. The boss pondered. Are there any wandering ninjas, cheaper ones? Boss, please recommend some, Hao Yi said, using his childlike body to act spoiled. Asking us small merchants is the right move, the boss boasted. We calculate every penny, so of course we know about the cheap ones. The boss talked glibly while making a counting money gesture. Hao Yi understood and pulled out the smallest denomination bill to bribe him. The boss happily took the money and said, you need to be careful when looking for wandering ninjas, most are unreliable. But recently there's a team called the Shao organization that loves peace. They also accept missions and their prices are cheaper. Many people choose them. Okay. I want this too. Do you have a specific way to contact them? Hao Yi picked another large bill and handed it to the boss. Easy. Just go south from here 10 kilometers to the mountain, the boss recalled. Keep the change. Hao Yi threw down the food money and dashed off to the main road. Soon he arrived at the mountain the boss had mentioned. Looking at the endless trees, Hao Yi quickened his search. Kid, this is no place for children playing ninja games. Go back and play. Suddenly a ninja jumped out and shouted. Hao Yi looked at the ninja before him, clad in a black robe with red clouds, and felt ecstatic. Wasn't this a member of the Shao organization? Hao Yi thought to himself. After a moment's consideration he said, I'm not playing. I'm here to see the leader of the Shao organization. You the ninja said disdainfully. Yeah. Hao Yi stood on tiptoes and affirmed. To issue a mission just find our Shao Nan. There's no need to see the leader. The black-robed ninja assumed he was here to issue a mission. Shao Nan huh? That's fine. Seeing Shao Nan is as good as meeting Mi Yen and Pei Yen. Hao Yi thought. Alright then take me to see Shao Nan. Hao Yi said awkwardly. What mission are you doing? The black-robed ninja really didn't believe Hao Yi could afford a mission. I need to discuss it don't I? Hao Yi said pulling out a large sum of money and waving it around displaying his money power. With money it's easy. Please follow me. The black-robed ninja said with a smile. No matter which world money works. At the Shao Organization Mission Office. So you're the one looking for me to issue a mission? Shao Nan said calmly from behind the desk. Actually I just wanted to see you, Hao Yi smiled. Humph. So young and already so improper. Show him out, Shao Nan said angrily. Wait I really have something. Weren't you invited to a peace negotiation with the three great nations to stop the war? Hao Yi hurriedly said. How do you know? Shao Nan exclaimed in surprise. Never mind how I know. Just take me to see you three siblings quickly. Hao Yi smiled. Kid stop playing tricks here. Speak or I'll kill you. Shao Nan was originally a kind person but when it came to Mi Yen and Pei Yen she turned fierce instantly. No need to be so hasty. I came to talk about this. Take me to see them and we can talk together, Hao Yi said. Humph don't let me find out you're playing tricks, Shao Nan threatened. Soon Pei Yen and Mi Yen arrived together. Shao Nan why are you calling me at this time? I was preparing to go see Ban Zong to discuss peaceful coexistence among the three great nations. Mi Yen complained. This kid is looking for you. It might be related to this peace talk, Shao Nan said worriedly then turned to Hao Yi, we're all here. Say what you have to say quickly. Hao Yi looked at the happy and ambitious trio before him filled with emotion. It's nothing much. I'm just telling you that Ban Zong inviting you to the peace talk is a conspiracy with the aim of eliminating you. Kid are you joking? Mi Yen said cautiously. Before Hao Yi could speak Shao Nan quickly said, Mi Yen this is already the second person. Previously a masked man also came to stop us. Don't you suspect this is a conspiracy? Hearing about the masked man Hao Yi was startled. As expected even if Dai Tu was dead there would be other Yuzhibo proxies. Hey Ju that great schemer must have prepared many backups. It might be a conspiracy but peace is what we've always pursued. Now we are closest to this goal. Even if it's a trap I have to try. Mi Yen said resolutely. This time I'll go alone. If something happens to me please help me fulfill my dream Mi Yen continued. Hey it's obvious. This is a decapitation strike. If you all go together there's still room for negotiation. Alone. Heh Hao Yi sneered. If we all go it won't show sincerity. One person is enough. Let me try. If I succeed we'll achieve our dream. If I fail you can continue to move forward. Mi Yen said passionately. Alright go ahead. Shao Nan nodded. Thank you. I'll go first. Wait for my good news. Without waiting for the others' reaction Mi Yen left. How could you agree? Pei Yen asked. This is his dream. Shao Nan choked as she watched Mi Yen walk away. Pei Yen you go protect him so he has someone to look after him, Shao Nan continued. And what about here? Pei Yen asked doubtfully. I can protect myself. You go. I won't become an obstacle to achieving our dream, Shao Nan said firmly. Conan the leaders of these villages are not as simple as you imagine, Hao Yi said earnestly. I know. It's hard to find someone like Master Jiraiya in this world. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Conan murmured. Isn't he just one of the three Sannin of Konoha the Toad Sage Jiraiya? Who doesn't know that? Hao Yi sneered inwardly. Knowing Jiraiya was good yet still wanting to kill him, what a hypocrite. You know quite a lot, Conan said with a smile. Why would you let Yahiko go to his death? Hao Yi asked. Don't worry pain is with him. He'll surely turn danger into safety. Letting Yahiko learn a lesson is also good. Conan said confidently. You're facing Hanzo who once defied the five great nations, a legendary ninja who left even the three Sannin at a disadvantage when they fought him 3 against 1. Hao Yi shouted. You don't understand. Before Conan could finish, hundreds of ninja burst into the Akatsuki base. Seize Conan! The leader shouted and hundreds of ninjas swarmed in. Conan, you go first. We'll hold them off, an Akatsuki member yelled. No, I'll cover you. Go and join Yahiko. This is a conspiracy. Conan finally realized the gravity of the situation. Paper release multiple paper shuriken jutsu. Conan instantly unleashed a large-scale attack. Dozens of paper shuriken flew in all directions. Unfortunately, those who came this time were all the most elite ninja of the Hidden Rain village. The paper shuriken were blocked one by one. Hurry! If you don't leave now, not a single one of us will escape. Break through and contact all members outside to support Yahiko. Conan shouted. Paper release paper rain jutsu. She continued unleashing mass attack techniques. Water release water wall formation. Barrier technique. The leading ninja cast 2 jutsu in succession, confining Conan within a certain range. Water release water dragon bullet. Water release great waterfall technique. Water release water blade technique. The other ninja indiscriminately launched attacks at the barrier all at once. Hao Yi anxious used the body flicker technique to take Conan away. Your jutsu can actually break through the barrier. Conan said in surprise. My technique can ignore everything, Hao Yi said confidently. I won't waste words on thanks. I must lead the main force to rescue Yahiko. Conan had no time for pleasantries. After a few brief words she left. Hao Yi also wanted to witness the moment Pain would attain godhood, so he followed. How many have come? Conan asked a nearby ninja. Those nearby have all come, over 200. Those farther away have also headed directly to the leader's negotiation site. The ninja replied. Good. Move faster. Conan leaped swiftly. Conan, with so few people you can't possibly face Hanzo's elite troops head-on. Hao Yi said urgently. Saving people is the top priority, Conan said. Why not send a surprise force to raid their stronghold? The ones just now were clearly Hanzo's elite squad, and those going to negotiate must also be elites. Those guarding the base now are just small fry, Hao Yi analyzed. But even if we win, so what? They sent this many just to deal with me, how many would they send for Yahiko and the others? Conan retorted. Going there would only cause more casualties. Hao Yi urged. For Hao Yi clearly remembered that at the final negotiation Hanzo had used Conan as a hostage, tricking Yahiko to his death. In other words, if Conan didn't appear, Pain's abilities alone should be enough to protect Yahiko. You don't understand the bond between us. Conan shouted angrily, then fell silent. Hao Yi watched the ever-growing force fearless even before the demigod of the ninja world, and was astonished by Yahiko's ability to unite people. Conan, there's a fierce battle at the negotiation site, a ninja shouted. There's still time, let's rescue Yahiko and Pain together. Conan shouted. At that moment Yahiko and Pain were surrounded in the middle, attacked from all sides. A group of ninja in black cloaks with red clouds instantly joined the scene. At first the numerical advantage of the Akatsuki caught the Rain Ninja off guard. However, the battle-hardened Rain Ninja quickly adapted, seized the rhythm and took control of the battlefield. Shinra Tensei. Enraged Pain unleashed his ultimate technique, killing all Rain Ninja within a 10-meter radius. Paper release paper shard scatter. Seizing the moment of Pain's outburst, Conan tried to open a path to reunite with Yahiko. Suddenly a pair of huge hands burst from the ground and grabbed Conan's feet, pulling her entire body into the earth. Hao Yi's Sage Chakra was only at the first stage. He had Sage Chakra but not a Sage body. His reaction speed could not keep up, nor could he catch up with the enemy. He watched helplessly as Conan was taken away. Everyone stop. If you fight any more I'll kill this girl. The one who had struck was Hanzo. Everyone stop. Yahiko shouted hastily, blocking the surrounding Akatsuki members. Good, very good. This is what negotiation should look like, Hanzo remarked. What do you want in exchange for letting Conan go? Yahiko asked. The Land of Rain needs only one leader. Disband the Akatsuki and kill yourself, and these people will all become my subordinates. I will not harm them. Hanzo said mockingly. Can you lead the Land of Rain to peace? Yahiko demanded. Let me fulfill your dream. Hanzo lied. You are the renowned demigod of the ninja world, so you must naturally keep your word, Yahiko said. Of course. Hanzo said confidently. Very well, I hope you keep your promise, Yahiko said solemnly. Everyone, the leader of the Land of Rain has promised to lead us all to peace. I now declare the Akatsuki disbanded. Yahiko looked at Konan and Pain, then drew out a blade and ended his own life. Pain, unable to react, watched Yahiko die before his eyes. Ha! The leader is dead. Now let's clean up the remaining small fry, Hanzo sneered. Hao Yi watched Pain, who was on the verge of madness, quickly used his space ability to leave and hid in the distance to watch. Hanzo was about to kill Konan. Pain appeared beside Konan in an instant, pulling her into his arms. You dare to come alone, what nerve? Bind. Hanzo laughed loudly. Countless exploding tags crawled up from the ground along Pain's feet onto his body. Explode. Hanzo bellowed. Pain leaped into the air. He landed in the distance, his legs blasted by the exploding tags. Pain, your legs. Konan said in anguish. Ha! What strength do you have left to fight me? Hanzo laughed, waving his hand to command his subordinates to attack. Ah! Pain instantly went berserk. He summoned the Ten-Tails husk out of thin air. So you're the real leader behind the Akatsuki, aren't you? The orange-haired brat is merely your puppet, Hanzo remarked. Pain ignored Hanzo and continued his technique. The Ten-Tails extended black chakra receiving rods that slowly pierced into Pain. A vast amount of Pain's chakra was drained by the Ten-Tails husk. His face grew increasingly haggard. Using Pain's chakra, the Ten-Tails husk spat out a transparent giant dragon. Wherever the giant dragon passed, the ninja all died, their souls absorbed. Hanzo saw the situation taking a bad turn and, not wanting to tangle with Pain, used the body flicker technique to flee the scene. Pain, having overexerted his chakra, was drained of strength and collapsed into Konan's arms. Hao Yi watched Pain collapse in the distance and sighed, in the end I couldn't change your fate. Indeed, unlike Obito, you were always the visible pawn chosen by Black Zetsu. From the very beginning your fate was in Black Zetsu's hands. I hope that if we ever stand on opposing sides in the future, you will spare my life for the favor I've done by warning you today. Hao Yi kept imagining to himself. Hao Yi lay sprawled across the desk, his mind drifting back to that fateful day he first encountered the Akatsuki months ago. A persistent unease settled in his chest, as though an invisible hand were steering every event in this ninja world toward an inevitable course. Was he simply unable to escape the gravitational pull of the original narrative, or was Black Zetsu manipulating the Battle of Canopy Bridge from the shadows all along? Right beneath Black Zetsu's watchful gaze he had stolen Obito and claimed his Tutomo Sharingan, yet in the end a masked man who should have been Obito still appeared, as though fate itself refused to bend. Though he had rescued Konan within the Akatsuki's headquarters, she was ultimately captured and Yahiko once again sacrificed himself to save her. The Akatsuki had fallen into darkness, reduced to mere pawns in Black Zetsu's grand design. So what exactly was his place in this world of Naruto? Was he destined to exist here utterly powerless to alter anything? Hao Yi continued to ponder in silence. You little pervert, since you returned from that mission with Danzo you've been gloomy every single day. That wasn't like you at all. Yutsung sighed. It's nothing. I just feel insignificant. Sigh. Hao Yi let out a long weary breath. What are you, a child? Stop such foolish thoughts. Yutsung comforted him gently. Have you ever felt that overwhelming sense of powerlessness, like no matter what you do nothing can ever change? Hao Yi said with resignation. I have. Yes, around the time I was your age, Yutsung teased. Can you not joke about this for once? I'm genuinely troubled, Hao Yi retorted, anger coloring his voice. I'm not joking. When I was your age my abilities were limited and my family would not permit me to pursue what I wished. But things are different now, the ocean is vast for fish to leap and the sky is high for birds to soar. So you're saying I feel powerless because my strength is insufficient? Hao Yi asked. That is precisely the point. Yutsung confirmed. Then in that case please teach me Sharton, big sister, Hao Yi said earnestly. Very well. The teaching itself is straightforward, but you must be prepared to endure great hardship, Yutsung said with a knowing smile. The master may open the door, but it is the student who must walk through it alone. Hao Yi bowed slightly, adopting the demeanor of a devoted disciple. Enough with the pretense. Come, let us go outside, the training grounds there are ideal for cultivation. Yutsung leapt outdoors as she spoke. To master Sharton you must first understand the nature transformation of wind and fire. You are already quite proficient in both elemental techniques, so your grasp of nature transformation should be sound, Yutsung affirmed. Of course. I am a child prodigy, I dominated the ninja world at 10 years old dancing between the 5 great nations, Hao Yi boasted exaggeratingly. How very well, you are remarkable. You have completed the first step of Sharton. The second step is to mix the chakra of these two natures in a specific ratio, allowing them to converge steadily. Sister Yutsong, is there no fixed ratio for Shartun? Hao Yi pressed. Every individual's constitution is different. My ratio is 2 to 8, yet when I taught my disciple using that same proportion he could not manifest Shartun at all, Yutsong recalled. That makes it rather troublesome, Hao Yi sighed. Keep pushing forward. You can do this. Weren't you determined to change your circumstances? Then effort is all you have, Yutsong encouraged him. Hao Yi recalled Yutsong's instructions and slowly began gathering both types of chakra in his palms. Zzzt. The two chakras reacted violently, churning like boiling water. Hao Yi gradually lost control over their flow and hastily withdrew his chakra, flinging the unstable fusion sphere outward. Wherever the fusion sphere touched, the ground withered instantly. Even though he had thrown it promptly, Hao Yi could not escape the intense chakra burn, and his entire palm was seared beyond recognition. Ah! This thing burns people too. Hao Yi cried, shaking his burned hand in agony. If it were simple, I would not be the only one in the ninja world to wield it, Yutsong said proudly. What if I gather fire nature chakra first, then gradually introduce wind chakra? If the two combine and undergo a qualitative transformation, that would indicate success. Would that work? Some have attempted this before, Yutsong explained. The process may be faster, but a single misstep could result in Shartun burns. Minor injuries mean lost limbs, major ones mean death. No matter. Let us proceed carefully. I will use the shadow clone technique to test this, Hao Yi said excitedly. Can you even perform it? This is an A-rank jutsu. Does Sai country possess it? Yutsong mused. Have you forgotten? Thanks to Meng Zong's defection, Sai country acquired many jutsus, including the shadow clone technique, Hao Yi said proudly. It hasn't been that long. Weren't you constantly on missions? Did you truly have time to learn it? Yutsong asked in surprise. Rest assured, there is nothing I cannot accomplish, Hao Yi declared, giving himself a confident thumbs up. Even so, with your current chakra reserves you could not create many clones before exhausting yourself, Yutsong cautioned. No problem. My chakra refinement technique is quite advanced, I recover rapidly, Hao Yi said confidently, recalling his cultivation methods. Shadow clone technique. Hao Yi directly formed 5 clones using Senjutsu chakra. While the main body continued cultivating to replenish Senjutsu chakra, the 5 clones arranged themselves in a line. Each one first gathered fire nature chakra, then gradually integrated wind nature chakra. The energy spheres of converging chakra grew increasingly volatile, their size expanding and their color deepening to a dark red. Bang! One clone could not withstand the burning and exploded, then 2, 4 and 5 more followed in succession. All the shadow clones dispersed. Ah! Memories from all 5 clones surged back into the main body, and the transmitted experiences inflicted excruciating headaches upon Hao Yi. Ah, it hurt so much. Why am I here? Wasn't I training? Hao Yi groaned as he woke up. He couldn't afford to slack off, he had to train diligently. Hao Yi immediately got out of bed and resumed his training. Multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant he split into 6 shadow clones. After a day of practice his control over chakra became more refined. With the same amount of chakra he could now produce 6 shadow clones, an unexpected gain. The 6 clones repeated yesterday's actions, first condensing fire nature chakra, then gradually blending in wind nature chakra. Boom boom boom. As expected, success wasn't achieved overnight. Hao Yi failed again. You brat, what craziness are you up to? Not sleeping in the dead of night, causing a ruckus here. Yutsong rushed over furiously. I want to complete the scorch release training as soon as possible so I can protect you all, Hao Yi declared resolutely. Under the bright moonlight the sweat on Hao Yi's forehead seemed especially piercing. His thin frame somehow appeared imposing. His blue hair drenched in sweat clung together in strands. Yutsong stared at Hao Yi, speechless for a long time. Sister Yutsong, don't get captivated by me, Hao Yi joked. With that scrawny build of yours you don't have an ounce of strength, Yutsong snapped back, regaining her composure. Alright Sister Yutsong, go to sleep. I need to practice a bit more, Hao Yi said seriously. You reckless kid. Fine, I'll just train with you, Yutsong said helplessly. Alright. Now I can see if I'm on the right track, Hao Yi replied with a smile. 3 months later Hao Yi had turned 11 and finally mastered the chakra required for scorch release. His control over various chakra aspects had also reached a new level. His mastery over chakra control had improved significantly. Sage chakra training had hit a bottleneck. Because he had reincarnated with roughly the chakra level of an elite Chunin, Hao Yi couldn't fill his entire Dantian with sage chakra. He was stuck at the second stage. Now Hao Yi had to exhaust his ordinary chakra every day, then rush to cultivate sage chakra and seize the space in his Dantian. Not bad. It only took you 3 months to freely control scorched chakra. Impressive, Yutsang praised without reservation. Even though I can condense scorched chakra in my hand, it seems I can only use it as a close combat technique. I can't launch long-range attacks like you do, Hao Yi asked while fiddling with the freshly formed scorched chakra sphere. Don't worry, that's exactly what I'm about to explain, the third stage scorch release ninjutsu, Yutsang said mysteriously. Ah, how long will that take? Hao Yi lamented nearly in tears. Why are you so anxious? The ninja war is over and your suzerain state Konoha won. There are no large-scale wars in the ninja world now. You don't need to rush improving your combat power, Yutsang said calmly. That's exactly why I'm more anxious. I need to establish the ninja village as soon as possible so I can take on more missions and earn money, Hao Yi explained. Can't you announce the founding of the village now? Yutsang asked, puzzled. I still lack a Kage-level powerhouse to guard the village, Hao Yi replied without hesitation. Do you have someone in mind? Yutsang inquired. Yes. Didn't I mention before that I'd go on a mission after returning from the rain country? This is it, Hao Yi explained. I see. Don't worry, the third stage is relatively simple, Yutsang comforted him. How is that possible? Hao Yi exclaimed in surprise. The third stage involves releasing ninjutsu and the scorch release mode, Yutsang explained. Oh. It's not that hard. Just use the fire release techniques you normally employ but channel the chakra according to the scorch release method. That's all, Yutsang said calmly. Let me try. Hao Yi gave it a shot. Scorch release, flower ninja art, 100 flowers blaze. Hao Yi quickly formed hand seals using a fire release technique while channeling chakra in the scorch release manner. Several streams of magma-like substance swirled around the target he had selected. The ground within a 5-meter radius was completely incinerated to ash. This is incredible. Even at C rank the damage is enormous, Hao Yi marveled. Scorch release was truly the most underestimated Kekkei Genkai. Both wind and fire were offensive natures, and when they combined the resulting bloodline limit was undoubtedly top tier. Not bad. You got the technique right on the first try. Very impressive, Yutsang praised. Now I'll teach you the scorch release mode, she added with a smile. Great. Hao Yi said excitedly. The scorch release mode requires multitasking and strong mental focus. You gather scorch nature chakra at several points around your body, forming scorch chakra spheres. They can be used for defense or offense, anything that touches them dies instantly, Yutsang explained grimly. Hao Yi tried following Yutsang's instructions. When it came to mental focus, if Hao Yi claimed second, no one dared claim first. However, he was still somewhat lacking in multitasking. Slowly he began to accumulate scorch nature chakra around him and soon he managed to condense it. Is this it, Sister Yutsang? Hao Yi asked. It looks similar, but watch mine, Yutsang said as she activated her scorch release mode. 6 scorch spheres orbited freely around her. I can control all 6 of these freely. I can direct any sphere to attack from any angle. Though it's not automatic, it's both offensive and defensive, Yutsang explained. I see. I have 6 spheres too, but I can only do one thing at a time. I'm not as flexible as you, Sister Yutsang, Hao Yi analyzed. Keep practicing. Once you master this, I'll pass on my self-created scorch release ninjutsu to you. With that you'll at least reach Kage level strength, Yutsang said proudly. Why, at least? Aren't you also just Kage level, Sister Yutsang? Hao Yi asked. I'm nothing special. I've only just started developing scorch release. Look at the Reikage, he's terrifying with just lightning nature. Imagine what a Kekkei Genkai can do. Yutsang mused. True, Hao Yi nodded. He pondered how to speed up his multitasking training. Then a flash of inspiration struck him. The technique of dual wielding, like Zhou Botong's left hand drawing circles and right hand drawing squares. If he could master that, multitasking would come naturally. With this idea, Hao Yi threw himself into practice. Once, twice, 10 times. After countless failures, Hao Yi finally succeeded in drawing a circle with his left hand and a square with his right. Eagerly he tried the scorch release mode again. Scorch release mode, activate. Instantly 6 scorch chakra spheres burst forth, moving at his will. Haha, I did it. Hao Yi jumped for joy. Not bad, kid. You've graduated. Here are the scorch release ninjutsu I've developed over the years, I'm passing them to you, Yutsang said with satisfaction. Thanks, Sister Yutsang. Hao Yi grabbed the scroll immediately and even sniffed its fragrance. Alright, don't be so weird, Yutsang scolded. Ignoring her, Hao Yi slowly opened the scroll. Wow, it's this. Overjoyed, he hugged Yutsang, but his momentum was too strong and they stumbled, falling to the ground. It's just ninjutsu. Why get so worked up that you threw me to the ground? Yutsang complained. What you gave me was the scorch release, overheat kill, which is renowned throughout the ninja world. Hao Yi shook Yutsang's hand excitedly and said. It's nothing. Look how happy you are. Yutsang smiled knowingly. I won't be polite then. I'll take it. Hao Yi laughed. Just take it. Why say so much? Yutsang exclaimed. What's Kisame up to? Hao Yi asked. The surrendered mist ninja have been training the orphans. There were over 50 before, plus those from the surrounding towns, more than 100 in total. Yutsang recalled. A figure as formidable as him still needs to teach. Summon him here. We'll set off and find another Kage-level ally. Hao Yi ordered. Alright. You've been talking about a Kage-level ally. I wonder which master in the ninja world has caught your favor so much. Yutsang asked curiously. Kakuzu, have you heard of him? Hao Yi inquired. Never heard of him. Which village is he from? Yutsang wondered, as logically every village's Kage-level powerhouse would be renowned across the ninja world. It was impossible for such an unknown figure to exist. He was once the most elite jonin of Takigakure. To display its power and fear Konoha's growth, the village sent him to assassinate the first Hokage. Hao Yi slowly recounted. A figure from the era of the first Hokage. He must be over 80. Yutsang exclaimed in surprise. Don't rush. Later his assassination failed and Takigakure feared being implicated. They tried to kill him. He fought back, stole the village's secret technique, birth grudge, and defected. Hao Yi continued. I see. It makes sense that Takigakure could produce a Kage-level ninja. After all, it's the only village outside the 5 great nations capable of sealing tailed beasts. Yutsang recalled Takigakure's past and said. Boss, did you call me? Kisame quickly arrived at the training ground. Yes, the three of us need to go on a mission together. Hao Yi ordered. When do we leave? Kisame asked. Now. Hao Yi said decisively. So urgent. I wanted to go back and prepare a bit, Kisame grumbled. Let's go. This mission is unusual, if basic combat preparations are useless. Hao Yi finished speaking and left. The two followed closely. Where are we going to find him? Yutsang asked. I don't know the exact location. All I know is that he's obsessed with money and should be found at a bounty exchange. We'll check them one by one. We should have some luck. Hao Yi speculated. The world is vast. Check them all. Kisame couldn't help but question. Don't worry. There's no war now. With our strength we can probably walk unopposed. Yutsang said confidently. While we travel, let me introduce this living fossil of the ninja world. Hao Yi said. Know your enemy. 100 battles, 100 victories. Yutsang nodded. Kakuzu's secret technique, Earth Grudge, is quite peculiar. His body can be freely stitched together and he has 5 hearts equivalent to 5 lives. He's an all-element ninja. Hao Yi explained. What? 5 lives? Kisame exclaimed in surprise. Not only that, he's a living fossil of the ninja world. His mastery of each nature transformation has reached the pinnacle. He is the peak of ordinary ninjas. That makes him quite troublesome. Yutsang sighed. Moreover, these 5 hearts can move and attack independently. When the main body loses 1 heart, another returns to revive it. That's like 5 people. Kisame pondered and said. Not only that. Kakuzu can rejuvenate his body by swapping hearts, making him nearly immortal. Did Takigakure really create such a technique? Yutsang said incredulously. Capturing such a ninja alive is extremely difficult. Kisame said gloomily. Although he has 5 lives, we all have highly destructive techniques. It probably won't require killing him that many times. Hao Yi speculated. So we just destroy all 5 hearts at once to kill him? Yutsang pressed. More or less, but we can't do that. We can only kill at most 4. We need to leave 1 life so he can join the Huan ninja village. Hao Yi stopped him. Haha, you're really confident. A figure who's been active in the ninja world for 50 or 60 years isn't that simple. Yutsang exclaimed. We've arrived. There's a bounty exchange ahead. Kisame called out. Let's go check it out. Hao Yi and the others slipped inside. Seems like he's not here. Hao Yi looked at the others and said. Next one. Yutsang marked an X on the map as he spoke. Okay. Hao Yi nodded and continued searching. The entire land of fire has no trace. Yutsang kept marking X's on the map. Maybe we should check other great nations. Kisame suggested. I feel like I'm missing something. Hao Yi pondered. We only have his name. This is the only way to track him, and he's traveling around too. The chance of encountering him is very slim. Yutsang analyzed. What do you think? Do these rogue ninja usually go to great nations or small nations? Hao Yi mused. If they're Chunin or Jonin, they definitely stay in small nations. But someone with Kage-level strength and an immortal old man. Hard to say. Yutsang said. I think I have an idea. Hao Yi smiled. What idea? Kisame leaned in. It's simple. Kakuzu loves money. So why don't we set up a high bounty on ourselves and leak our whereabouts? Let him come to us. Hao Yi said calmly. What? Put a bounty on yourself? Aren't you afraid of being hunted everywhere? Yutsang exclaimed. Don't worry. I'll be the only one on the bounty. Trust in the scorch release. Besides, my family's secret technique is about to reach the 2nd stage. Once it does, I'll be a super Kage-level ninja. Hao Yi said confidently. Right now you're just an elite Jonin in chakra with the scorch release and your teleportation barely a Kage level. Do you know how monstrous a super Kage is? Yutsang warned. Enough. Let's just wait and see about the future. Now let's go set the bounty. Hao Yi ordered. How much should we set? Yutsang called out. Would 50 million be too little? Let's make it 100 million. Hao Yi said casually. 100 million Rio. Even Kage-level experts would be tempted. Are you sure? Yutsang warned. Of course. Don't forget we have 3 Kage-level experts here. Hao Yi looked at the others and said. Fine. The bounty exchange requires specific details. Yutsang muttered. Then provide my photo of the incident at Canopy Bridge and that I'll be traveling in the land of fields for the next month. Hao Yi said with amusement. Why mention the land of fields? We could just stay nearby. Yutsang said. Since they'll come looking for us, we might as well enjoy the land of fields. I recall there are some promising talents there. We can rescue them while we're at it. Hao Yi thought of Crimson Lotus and the Sound 5 and said. Before long Hao Yi and his 2 companions arrived at the land of rice. You little pervert, I've been helping you manage the village for months, yet I still haven't figured out where you get your intelligence. Yutsang asked curiously. What intelligence network? I just picked up rumors here and there, Hao Yi said dismissively. Then why did you insist on recruiting people in the land of rice? Yutsang asked. Which country doesn't have a few promising talents? Hao Yi said with a smile. Fine, keep your secrets, you stingy miser. Yutsang said with a hint of annoyance. Boss, we've arrived in the land of rice. Where shall we go? Kisame asked. Let's just take a stroll. We're here to lure out Kakuzu anyway, Hao Yi said casually. Let's treat it as a trip. Then let's head to the capital, Yutsang said with a laugh. Fine, you're the boss, your call, Hao Yi said. Who would have thought that after the Great War the land of rice, which has no ninja village, could still be so prosperous? The group walked through the streets of the capital. Those people are in a hurry and being secretly tailed, they don't look like good folk at all. Yutsang said, noticing the 3 ahead quickly leaving. Ha! Why does that kid look so much like Durin? Hao Yi muttered to himself. Let's follow them and take a look, Hao Yi ordered. The 3 of them trailed the group closely. Stop running. Surrender and your daughter might live. A dozen or so ninja-attired men surrounded Durin and her family of 3. Don't think I don't know, you're coveting my daughter's bloodline limit. Even if we die we will never submit to you, the woman cried out. Hold on, I only want your daughter. Who knows, we might even get an heir with the crystal release bloodline limit. As for the fate of you husband and wife, that's none of our concern, the leader said with a smirk. It really is Guren. What a coincidence, I came here to try my luck and unexpectedly she appears right before me, Hao Yi thought silently. Enough. Since you won't surrender we'll take action, the leader shouted making an unfamiliar hand sign. Everyone unleashed their ninjutsu simultaneously at Guren and her parents. Earth release Earth Castle Wall Formation. Guren's mother instantly raised a thick earthen wall to block the assault. Lightning release False Darkness. Guren's father seized the opening and unleashed a lightning release jutsu killing several enemies in one strike. Capture his daughter. Seeing how troublesome the couple was, the leader had a malicious idea. Let's make our move too. If we wait any longer the enemies will all be wiped out. If we show up later we'll be mistaken for enemies. Having said that, Hao Yi joined the fight directly. Scorch release Flower Ninja Art, 100 flowers in bloom. Scorch release Over Steam Kill. The two moved swiftly and in an instant a dozen ninjas were turned into dried corpses. Hao Yi experienced for the first time the thrill of instantly annihilating enemies with raw power. Who are you? Guren's mother asked. We were just passing by and couldn't stand by in the face of injustice. Hao Yi said nonchalantly. Are you also bloodline limit users? Guren asked curiously. Guren, don't be so rude. Guren's mother scolded her. It's fine auntie, don't blame your daughter. It's not really a secret, we possess the Scorch release bloodline limit, Hao Yi explained. Ah, Guren is just immature. She doesn't know that ninjutsu is everyone's personal secret. Please don't mind her, Guren's mother said apologetically. No worries. Which village are you ninjas from? Hao Yi asked curiously. Us. We're clan ninjas, local ones actually. But now there are only the three of us left in the clan, Guren's father chimed in. With a daughter possessing such a powerful bloodline limit it's too dangerous for you to travel through the ninja world, Hao Yi remarked. There's nothing we can do about it. Other villages won't casually accept outside ninjas, Guren's mother sighed. Why don't you come to our land of vegetables? Serve as ninjas in our village. We'll offer you protection and you'll also take on the mission of protecting the country, Hao Yi said slowly. The land of vegetables. Isn't that even smaller than the land of rice? And doesn't it also have no ninja village? Guren's father asked in surprise. Not yet, but it will have one once we finish something. If you join us you'll be founding members and it won't cost you anything. You can even rebuild your clan, Hao Yi said temptingly. We need to think it over, Guren's mother said after a moment. What's there to think about? Even those 10 rogue ninjas just now dared to lay a hand on you, Hao Yi said dramatically. You're not planning to use Guren as a tool for bearing the next generation of your clan, are you? Guren's mother asked cautiously. Don't worry, we have bloodline limits too. You don't need to worry about that, Hao Yi said waving his hand. Alright then we'll join you. Guren's parents exchanged a look, nodded and agreed. Okay then go to the land of vegetables first. Wait no, the land of vegetables has guards now. They can't get in, Hao Yi said with a frown. No worries, I already thought of that, Yutsang said smugly. Just take this scroll to the land of vegetables. It contains my token of trust. Once you arrive someone will naturally take care of your arrangements, Yutsang continued. Earlier when we left the village wasn't it just to carry out a mission? We never mentioned recruiting. How did you know and even prepare a secret letter in advance? Hao Yi asked puzzled. Which day doesn't see dozens of people defecting to the land of vegetables? I planned this out for you, Yutsang explained. Earth release Earth Spear. Suddenly several people attacked Hao Yi from behind. Water release Water Dragon Bullet. Kisame instantly unleashed a B-rank jutsu in retaliation. A water dragon shattered the earth spear in an instant and flew straight at the attackers' faces. With a scream the attackers' internal organs were shattered. Damn, these bastards are tough. Sensing trouble the rest pulled out signal flares. Scorch release Over Steam Kill. Yutsang swiftly formed hand seals. Several attackers were turned into mummies before they could react. Yet that did not stop the signal flares from being launched as several flares dyed a large stretch of the sky crimson. We haven't offended anyone, so why were we assassinated the moment we got here? Hao Yi wondered. This might be the Hunters Alliance, Yutsang mused. What kind of organization is that? I've never even heard of it, Hao Yi said. It's an alliance formed by a bunch of third-rate rogue ninjas who hunt people for bounties. But they have a great many members, Yutsang explained. That's no problem. An alliance held together by profit is the least reliable kind. We'll be fine, Hao Yi said calmly. These were just small fry sent to probe us. There will definitely be stronger ones behind. The temptation of 100 million Ryo is no small matter. Kisame remarked. Barely had the words left his mouth when countless ninjas surged at Hao Yi and the others. A hail of all kinds of projectiles filled the sky flying toward them. Body flicker technique. The three used it simultaneously without a word. Someone shouted, "Isn't that Lily the runaway, who became famous at the Canopy Bridge battle?" Hao Yi remained silent, using his space ability to appear directly above Sage Art, Flower Ninja Art, Flying Flowers and Falling Leaves. Countless enhanced flower-shaped shuriken accelerated by gravity pierced downward and killed from above. In an instant chaos erupted across the battlefield with large swaths of corpses strewn haphazardly about along with all manner of shattered earth-released offensive jutsu. Now that Hao Yi's Dantian was nearly brimming with sage chakra, his strength was far beyond what it had been during the Third Great Ninja War. With just basic flower ninja arts he could even hold his own against several elite jonin. If he were to use his space ability he would only be slightly slower in reaction speed than Minato. Hao Yi glanced around at the sparse few ninjas, each of them trembling in their legs. "Everyone, do you still wish to fight?" The crowd quivered in silence, unable to utter a word before dropping their weapons and kneeling to the ground. "If you want to live, release your consciousness, otherwise death without mercy." Hao Yi shouted, then nodded toward Yu Tsung. Yu Tsung understood immediately. Ninja art mind control technique. An invisible force enveloped the few surrendered ninjas. "You have already fallen under my sister's technique. With a single thought she can make you suffer unbearable agony." Hao Yi stated emotionlessly. "Please, we can still be useful. We are all Chunin, we can guard your gates or something. Don't kill us." One of them mustered the courage to speak. "Fine, take your men to the vegetable country. Your performance will determine whether I lift the technique." Hao Yi never forgot the matter of recruiting troops. Yu Tsung cooperatively tossed over a scroll that served as proof. "I was hoping to use these minnows to gauge your strength. Seems that won't work." Three young men slowly emerged. Hao Yi followed the voice. The three wore the headbands of rogue ninjas from the Wind, Lightning and Earth countries respectively. Baiha Hao Yi, age 11, decisive victory in the Canopy Bridge battle, aiding Konoha family, transmitted body flicker technique unmatched in the ninja world, hence the nickname Lily Runner. The leading lightning rogue ninja spoke first. "Quite detailed, huh?" Hao Yi remarked. "That's right. Bounty 120 million Ryo, killing you would let us live in peace for a while." "Huh? How is it 120 million? Wasn't it 100 million? Hao Yi asked in surprise. "Aside from the 100 million bounty there's another 20 million bounty on you. I didn't even count the dozens of thousands of Ryo bounties." The dark-skinned rogue ninja from the Earth country explained. "Alright, enough chit-chat. Let's move." The Wind country rogue ninja shouted. As he finished he immediately launched an attack. Wind release, great breakthrough. Several massive wind blades hurtled toward Hao Yi and his group. Water release, water fortress wall formation. Kisame, knowing that Hao Yi lacked defensive skills, instantly cast the technique. A colossal waterfall descended from the sky, the torrent continuously neutralizing the wind blades. Silence returned. Lightning release, teleportation. The burly man instantly appeared behind Hao Yi. Lightning release, quick slash. Lightning natured chakra enveloped his body and the blade extended several meters with lightning-like matter. Hao Yi instantly activated scorch release mode, directing a fireball to melt the ground beneath the burly man. Caught off guard, the man tumbled down. "Kisame, capture him alive." Hao Yi shouted. Water release, water prison technique. Kisame swiftly cast the technique. Earth release, underground dive. The Earth country rogue ninja immediately submerged into the ground and whisked away the burly man. Kisame's water technique returned fruitless. These three have remarkable coordination, hard to believe they come from three different nations. Yu Tsung mused. Indeed, their combat techniques and awareness are at the level of elite jonin. Kisame sighed. "You're not bad yourselves." The three chuckled. "Alright, now it's our turn." Kisame took the lead. Water release, great waterfall technique. A massive torrent of water surged toward the three rogue ninjas. Earth release, earth wall fortress formation. A wall of earth as solid as a fortress blocked the water's path. Once such a B-rank defensive technique, earth wall fortress formation, was activated, most people wouldn't abandon such excellent protection. The enemy rogue ninjas must be behind the earth wall. Hao Yi seized the moment, scorch release mode. He commanded 6 scorch release orbs to circle behind the earth wall and encircle the enemy. Wind release, vacuum serial waves. The Sand Country rogue ninja instantly spat out over a dozen wind blade-like techniques attempting to neutralize the Scorch Release orbs. Fool! Scorch Release is the ultimate form of fire. Wind fuels fire, are you helping them against us? The Earth Ninja yelled. Earth Release, open Earth excavation. The Earth Ninja shouted, and the ground beneath the three immediately rose up. Pfft, unable to hold back, the Earth Ninja spat blood. It seemed his chakra had reached its limit. Hao Yi sneered, if you think such petty techniques can resist my Scorch Release. The Scorch orbs pierced through the rising Earth pillar with irresistible force. Wind Release, great breakthrough. The Wind Ninja lifted. The Earth Ninja released a wind technique toward the ground and using the recoil performed a backflip, landing on a nearby tree. The Lightning Ninja, neither dodging nor avoiding, glanced at the water left on the ground from Kisame's earlier technique. Lightning Release, ground travel. He thrust his hand into the water. Seeing the danger, Yutsang instantly used Scorch Release, overheating kill, to evaporate all the surrounding water. Sister, go easy on them, they're skilled. Capture them alive. Hao Yi shouted. Yutsang withdrew in time, but though the technique stopped the massive evaporation from the initial water, had scalded the Lightning Ninja unconscious. Wind Ninja, over there, both your comrades are down. Do you still want to fight? Hao Yi called out. Even if I die, I'll leave you with some scars. The Wind Ninja declared resolutely. Come on, we're all adults, don't go on about dying. Hao Yi chuckled. He continued, you know me, I'm from the Vegetable Country. Why not come to the Vegetable Country as ninjas? A big tree gives good shade. Are you a big tree? Look, we're rogue ninjas from the 3 great nations. Can you protect us? Enough, a ninja's lot is assassination, we all die eventually. The Wind Ninja spoke with weariness. I fear no one. The Vegetable Country only has peace-loving ninjas, not rogue ninjas from other lands. As long as I stand, no one can bully the ninjas of my country. Hao Yi looked at the Wind Ninja earnestly. You indeed have potential. Very well, we submit to you. But we became rogue ninjas because we grew tired of war, we don't want to be drawn into it again. The Wind Ninja pondered. Fine. I dislike war too. But for safety, please release your consciousness, otherwise 3 elite Jonin strength would be too much for our small village. Hao Yi nodded to Yutsang as a signal. Unconsciousness is considered conscious release. Ninja art mind control technique. Yutsang caught Hao Yi's meaning instantly. A stream of consciousness slowly seeped into the 3 minds. The only conscious Wind Ninja's face suddenly darkened, glaring at Hao Yi with fury. Easy, don't overthink it. After all, you're elite Jonin, I need to take precautions. But I won't force you to do anything. Once I'm sure you won't harm the village, I'll lift it. Hao Yi explained. The Wind Ninja's expression eased slightly. Seeing his improved mood, Hao Yi quickly used the mystical palm technique to heal the Lightning Ninja. Alright, you don't need to follow us anymore. Go ahead to the Vegetable Country. Your friend is healed too. Hao Yi slowly withdrew his palm and said. Alright, we'll take our leave. The 3 bowed slightly. Take this. Yutsang tossed another identity scroll. See you in the Vegetable Country. The 3 rogue ninjas submitted. I always thought the one who set the bounty was out of his mind. But now I see, you're worth the price. Suddenly a large man in a black trench coat revealing only a pair of green eyes slowly stepped forward. Kakuzu. Hao Yi stared grimly at the black-clad man before him. Kakuzu, is it? It's been a long time since anyone called me by that name. Kakuzu's face was expressionless, no, his features couldn't be seen at all. The leader of Kai Country by Hapeapeo 120 million Ryo, Kisame of the Water Country and Elite Jonin 50 million Ryo. Although his appearance had changed, his signature jutsu remained unchanged. The hero of Sunigakure Yitsan 100 million Ryo. Ha ha ha, this trip wasn't in vain. Kakuzu laughed heartily. But you're quite unique, kid, gathering experts from so many different countries. Kakuzu suddenly stopped laughing. Kakuzu, my bounty of 100 million Ryo was set by myself. Even if you kill me, you won't get the money. As for these 2, they've been dead in their countries for months. Do you think the exchange house would pay you? Hao Yi said calmly. You're clearly a rookie. As long as it's genuine, the exchange house will exchange it. As for you, they'll naturally recover their losses from the people around you. Do you really think the exchange house, standing independent of the 5 great nations, is so easy to bully? Kakuzu scoffed. Hao Yi was utterly embarrassed. After all, even with 2 lifetimes of experience, he hadn't lived as long as Kakuzu. The details were naturally unclear. Perhaps no one in the entire shinobi world, not even Uchiha Madara, had outlived him. Enough. Let's fight. Kakuzu said with pride. Wait, Mr. Kakuzu, even if you spend your whole life as a bounty hunter, how much can you earn? Hao Yi questioned. Making money is my ninja way. Only money never betrays me, Kakuzu said self-mockingly. Making money alone isn't as good as leading a group to make money together. Don't you think? Hao Yi tempted. Trying to trick me into working for you. Think I'm stupid? You either covet my secret arts or my money. Kakuzu sneered. No, come back with us. I'll make you the finance minister of our village and all money will be under your control. Isn't that more than you'd earn alone? Hao Yi tempted. Hey, you understand me, but you don't understand me. The thrill of killing and earning money is my greatest pleasure. Kakuzu gave a sinister smile. Ha! Isn't your greatest pleasure counting money? Hao Yi asked in confusion. Kakuzu's expression tightened. You even know that? It seems I can't let you live. Secret technique, Earth Grudge Fear. Without testing, Kakuzu went straight for his ultimate move. 4 thread-masked figures burst forth. Lightning style, false darkness. Fire style, head hardening. Water style, water barrier. Wind style, pressure damage. Earth style, earth spear. His true body and the masked figures unleashed their ultimate techniques together. Hao Yi's group was not to be outdone. Water style, 5 feeding sharks technique. Scorch style, vaporizing kill. Hao Yi watched the magnificent display and calculated fire, earth and water techniques could cancel each other out, while lightning and wind techniques were line attacks that pierced through area attacks. Scorch style, though powerful, covered too wide an area and would be cut apart by the sharp dense chakra of wind style techniques. With that, Hao Yi brought the two with him directly behind Kakuzu using his spatial ability. Sage art, scorch style, vaporizing kill. Hao Yi used sage chakra and attacked from behind. Earth style, earth wall city formation. The earth mask figure flipped behind the main body and formed hand seals rapidly. How could Hao Yi's sage art be so easily blocked? The magma generated by the sage art scorch style flooded over the earthen wall, instantly engulfing the masked figure. Body flicker technique. After all, Kakuzu was a ninja who had fought the first Hokage. He wouldn't be intimidated by Hao Yi's petty tricks. With a flicker they all vanished. Hao Yi warily scanned his surroundings. It had taken great effort and exposing all his trump cards to eliminate just one masked figure. Ah! Kisame shouted, drawing Hao Yi's attention. It turned out Kakuzu had burrowed underground, turning his secret technique Earth Grudge Fear into countless threads that instantly ensnared Kisame. The threads then extended toward Yutsang and Hao Yi. Scorch style mode on. Hao Yi and Yutsang simultaneously used scorch style spheres to protect themselves. The threads melted on contact. Seeing this was effective, Hao Yi immediately sent 3 scorch spheres to assist Kisame. Kakuzu chuckled inwardly. Earth style, earth attraction. In an instant the 3 were stuck to the ground, unable to move freely. Hao Yi also pretended to be helpless. At that moment Kakuzu slowly emerged from underground. Wind style, pressure. Before he could finish, Hao Yi suddenly shouted, Kakuzu, we have no grudge. Why not forge a friendly bond? Spare me the nonsense. The wind style mask figure directly unleashed its ultimate move, wind style, oppressive pressure. Before the words faded, Hao Yi used his spatial ability to appear beneath the masked figure. Months of kunai assassination training finally paid off. He drove the blade straight through the masked figure's heart. The entire motion was fluid, taking less than half a second. Hao Yi didn't stop. He continued thrusting toward the main body. Kakuzu, after all, was a veteran ninja and subconsciously evaded the fatal blow. Hao Yi gave no quarter, using his spatial ability again to appear directly behind Kakuzu. A single kunai severed Kakuzu's true body. He's been dismembered. He should be dead, right? Yutsang asked. It's not that simple. The masked figures can save the main body. Having read the original story, Hao Yi knew Kakuzu's abilities inside out. Sage art, flower ninja art, falling flowers and leaves. Seizing the moment when Kakuzu's reformation was unstable, Hao Yi attacked first. Countless flower-shaped shuriken pierced Kakuzu through the heart, killing even the merging masked figures. Kisame prepared to restrain him. Hao Yi hurriedly said. What? There's no water here. My strongest restraint techniques are in the water style. Kisame looked helpless. Of course, his shark face always looked helpless. Water style, Great Shark Bullet Technique. He first slammed the ground with force, opening up an underground water source. Water Style, Exploding Water Colliding Wave Technique. Kisame then used a large-scale jutsu to alter the terrain, turning the land into a lake in an instant. Only then did Kisame nod in satisfaction. Water Prison Technique. He trapped Kakuzu instantly. Perhaps a water prison connected to the water vein was the strongest. The last masked figure gradually merged into Kakuzu's body. But Hao Yi made no move, he simply watched quietly as Kakuzu slowly revived. Kakuzu slowly opened his eyes and looked around. His expression turned grim. "Mr. Kakuzu, can we talk now?" Hao Yi said from a position of superiority. "At my age I should have expected this." Kakuzu suddenly laughed again. "I'm serious. How much can you earn in a year on your own?" Hao Yi tempted. "Only about 1 billion Ryo," Kakuzu said modestly. "See, just 1 billion Ryo, wait, you earn 1 billion Ryo a year?" Hao Yi was taken aback. The past few years have been good for business," Kakuzu said with a humble brag. Hao Yi finally understood why Conan had enough money to buy so many explosive tags. "Alright, even if it's 1 billion Ryo, I'll make you the finance minister of our village. All the wealth will be at your disposal." "That's definitely more than you earn now." Hao Yi tempted. "Forget it. That little country of yours doesn't even have a village." "You don't believe me? In Kai country there are nearly 10,000 children of each age. That means 3 years from now there will be 10,000 genin every year." Hao Yi calculated. "And then?" Kakuzu said dismissively. 10,000 genin means 3,000 ninja teams. On average each team takes 20 D-rank missions a year. Let's say each mission earns about 300,000 Ryo and the village takes a 40 cut. Calculate how much that is. Hao Yi continued to tempt. "That's only a bit over 700 million Ryo." Kakuzu said disdainfully. "That's just the cut from one class. Every year produces new ninja and not everyone only takes D-rank missions, some do higher ranked ones." Hao Yi himself was convinced. "At this rate the annual cut would be more than I earn risking my life." Kakuzu said excitedly. "Of course. Who works with their own hands these days? It's all about exploitation. Once you come to my place and oversee everything you'll be richer than you are now." Hao Yi said with animation. "Sounds tempting. Fine, I'll join you and give it a try. But remember, I still get paid." Kakuzu reminded him. "Don't worry, I keep my word." Hao Yi waved his hand. "Alright, since we're comrades now, Kisame, let him go." Hao Yi pointed at Kakuzu. "This guy is really strong," Kisame said in surprise. "It's fine. If he's not willing to stay even after this, then leaving is okay too. Otherwise, even if he's here, his heart won't be in it. He has so many hearts, he's bound to be cunning. If he doesn't wholeheartedly develop with us, he could really become a menace." Hao Yi explained. Then Kisame released the technique. Kakuzu didn't flee, he simply followed behind the group. "In that case, the great task is done. Finally we can proceed with the official announcement of establishing the village." Hao Yi let out a long sigh of relief. Hao Yi and his party swiftly returned to the village. At this time the ninja world had settled into tranquility, officially entering an era of peace. The great powers no longer engaged in even minor skirmishes within smaller nations, all focusing unwaveringly on development. Another month gone by after this trip, Hao Yi sighed as he looked at his village. This village is truly not small. Even the experienced Jiaodu was stunned by the scale of Huaren village. "Greetings, Chief," Baiha Huatao said, leading several members of his clan out to welcome them. Alright, let's go in together. We'll go to the office first today. Xiaoxing, remember to build a conference hall where all participants have seats." Hao Yi gave orders as he walked. At the Kai country Huaren village chief's office, several ninja of the Baiha clan along with the earliest ninja leaders who had surrendered were all present. Hao Yi looked carefully around at the people. Why aren't Honglian's parents and the 3 rogue ninja here? "Oh, they were just hospitalized a few days ago and haven't been notified yet," Huatao said. Summon them here," Hao Yi ordered. "Yes, Chief." Huatao replied and turned to leave. "Wait, let Yuan go. You stay, I have something to tell you later." "Okay, Chief." Yuan and Huatao complied. "We're still missing a few people. Let me first talk about matters related to this place." Hao Yi summarized. "Huatao, you are the most senior ninja of the Baiha clan. Now I will hand over the position of clan leader to you." Hao Yi gazed at Huetao and said. Better for you to be the clan leader, Hao Yi. I'm not as mature as you, Huetao declined. I am taking the position of chief, it would be inappropriate to also serve as the Baihe clan leader. Hao Yi said decisively. But what about Nai Liang and the others? Huetao tried to decline further. Enough, let it be so, Hao Yi ordered. Okay, I will certainly make the clan more prosperous, Huetao vowed. Mo, I promise to help you rebuild your clan. After today, pick 10 students you like from among the ninja students. You will be the clan leader of your clan. Hao Yi ordered. Thank you, Chief, Mo bowed. You two are only at the level of elite chunin, but because your clan has contributed to the village, I grant you the privilege of honorary jonin. I hope you will quickly improve to match the rank strength, Hao Yi continued. Thank you, Chief, the two said in unison. Alright, those were private matters. Now let's all discuss official business. Hao Yi immediately perked up. Just say it quickly, how long has it been? Yutsang said cheekily. Fine sister, you have the final say. Simply put, I am going to announce the establishment of the ninja village. The specifics of the announcement to the world and the ceremony can be discussed later. For now, let me go over the preparations. Hao Yi looked around the room, observing everyone's reactions. He saw that the Baihe clan members were fervent and excited, while the others who joined later were not very enthusiastic. Our village is called Huaren Village. No matter what your previous identities were, from now on you are all ninja of Huaren Village. All of us will be each other's castle, facing everything together. Hao Yi spoke passionately. The crowd immediately became spirited, focusing intently on Hao Yi as if waiting for his next command. Of course, if you bully the weak or oppress others with your power, I will not tolerate you. I will be the first to eliminate traitors, Hao Yi said sternly. Chief, the newly arrived people are all here, Yuan reported. Okay, make yourselves at home and find a seat. Hao Yi said casually. Xiaoxing, go tomorrow to customize our Huaren village headbands with a flower as the emblem. Okay, Chief. I now appoint Yutsang as deputy leader with the authority to exercise the chief's powers and temporarily mobilize all village personnel on behalf of the chief, Hao Yi ordered. That's too much power, Yutsang said incredulously. It's fine. You are the closest to the position of Kage here, so you deserve it. Hao Yi said confidently. Jiaodu is the Minister of Finance responsible for all financial income and expenditure of the village. Guijiao is the Minister of Missions managing all mission issuance and reception in the village. Pingxi is the Minister of Livelihood managing the village's daily life welfare and subsidies. By the way, Guijiao, what's your girlfriend's name? Hao Yi gave a sly smile. What girlfriend? No, Guijiao's great white shark-like face instantly flushed as if boiled. Ah, still shy. Alright, anyway, it's her. Minister of Education along with her companions now serve at the school nurturing the next generation well. What are your names? Hao Yi looked at the three ninja who had attacked them in the Tian country. Wind Release Ninja Sha, Earth Release Ninja Shur, Lightning Release Ninja Sun. The three introduced themselves. Okay, got it. Earth Release Ninja Shur is the Minister of Intelligence. Wind Release Ninja Sun is the Minister of Security. Lightning Release Ninja is the Minister of the Darkness. Yuanya Lin is the Minister of Medical Affairs responsible for all medical matters in the ninja village. Meng Zong is the Minister of Interrogation overseeing trials and prisons. Honglian's mother, what are your names as a couple? My name is Jing and my husband is Han, Honglian's mother said. Alright Jing, you are the Minister of Records responsible for collecting and organizing the village's personnel data. Alright, that's all the ministers. We obey the chief's orders, everyone accepted. Good, all of you are elite jonin of Huaren village. Next are the deputy ministers. Baihe Huetao is Deputy Minister of Security, Mou is Deputy Minister of Intelligence, Baihe Xiaoxing is Deputy Minister of Livelihood, Zhu Jimin is Deputy Minister of Interrogation, Baihe Yuan is Deputy Minister of Finance. The other ministers will arrange their own deputies and report to me. Hao Yi ordered. Understood, Chief, everyone responded. Deputy ministers assist the ministers in managing the departments. The three evil ninja brothers and Han are appointed as Chief's Guards Jonin. Zhu Jian and Nai Liang are Special Jonin. All others will be recorded by the Records Department, assessed at Genin level. Chunin level requires applications submitted to me for approval. Roger. Everyone spoke with firmness and grandeur. Furthermore, when appointing subordinates, no one may use their former subordinates. Everyone must be appointed based on ability. Anyone who forms factions or promotes cronies will be immediately dismissed from their position. Yes, Chief, everyone echoed. Alright, from now on a meeting of Jonin and above will be held every 5 years. All jonin have voting rights accounting for 50 of the total. All minister level account for 10, the deputy leader accounts for 10, the chief accounts for 10. Ah, that's great, the crowd chattered below. Alright, quiet, let it be so, Hao Yi ordered. Records department immediately compile the roster. Livelihood department immediately tally the positions in each department. Also calculate the specific salaries allowances for those not on missions and so on. Also build a conference hall that can accommodate 1,000 people. Okay chief, everyone accepted the order. Alright, Xiaoxing, Jiaodu and sister Yutsong stay. The rest of you disperse. Hao Yi waved his hand and said. Xiaoxing, have you been managing the village these days? Hao Yi asked. Yes chief. Xiaoxing replied. Alright, hand over the financial details to Mr. Jiaodu. Hao Yi instructed. Yes chief, Xiaoxing said respectfully. Minister Jiaodu, currently we have a total of 25 million taels in cash, but there is also an external debt of 500 million taels for civilian workers. What? There are still debts. Hao Yi, you tricked me. Jiaodu shouted angrily at Hao Yi. Don't rush, take it slow, we've just started. Hao Yi said unhurriedly. Also, we have opened 7 leisure clubs, 1 in each of the capital cities of the 5 great nations, the land of hot water and the land of the moon. The daily revenue from the already operational branches in the land of fire and the land of lightning is about 500,000 taels each. Xiaoxing continued. What business is so booming? 800,000 taels a day. Then one store would earn 280 million taels a year. With 7 stores it's truly a huge profit. Jiaodu exclaimed. What business? Later you can discuss the details with Xiaoxing. How many ninjas are there in the village recently? Hao Yi turned his head to Xiaoxing again. Roughly about 1,000 give or take. Many from the Hunter Alliance came to join earlier, so it's a bit more. Xiaoxing hesitated. Good. It's fine if there are many, but not if there are few. Hao Yi said firmly. Then he called out to Jiaodu, Jiaodu, see. Many hands make light work. We only have a few commercial projects now, but there will be more later. Isn't this faster and easier than working alone? Of course. Jiaodu nodded like a money grubber. In our ninja village there are generally 2 ways to make money, one is through commercial economy and the other is through completing missions. As for taxes and national subsidies, they are negligible and don't need much management. Hao Yi analyzed. Got it. If there's nothing else, I'll go discuss financial matters with brother Xiaoxing first. Jiaodu's eyes glittered as he looked at Xiaoxing. Alright, arrange accommodation for Jiaodu and also hand over the financial accounts. Hao Yi could only go along with the flow. Yes chief. Before Xiaoxing could bow, Jiaodu grabbed him and dragged him away, extremely impatient. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Let me be the second in command. Yutsong said emotionally. Who told you to be my sister? Besides, you come from a great nation, you are a hero of Shaoran village and even a potential Kage. Who else would I use? Hao Yi demurred. But I still don't understand. It's one thing for those who joined early to have high positions, but why can those who just joined also become department heads? Yutsong asked in wonder. Nothing strange. They are jonin from great nations, their strength is evident. Secondly, they are rogue ninjas. If they wander around without a status, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Hao Yi said calmly. Is that what you mean by me? Yutsong said sadly. Come on, I'll definitely keep the best for you. You're the one in charge here and I'll listen to you. Hao Yi laughed. Alright, stop joking. You made members of the Baihe clan as deputy chiefs to restrain them, right? Not at all. The Baihe clan indeed contributed the most to today's situation, their positions are well deserved. Secondly, I am more familiar with their abilities, so this division is reasonable. Lastly and most importantly, by having clan members follow these jonin, their skills can improve faster. Hao Yi spoke sincerely. You really are a little clever one. Yutsong patted Hao Yi's back and joked. Speaking of our village founding ceremony, who else should we invite? Hao Yi mentioned casually. Well, the 5 great nations must be invited, but probably only Mu Yi will come and likely just a representative. Next are the leaders of neighboring ninja villages. Also the Daimyo of countries without ninja villages like the Land of Waves. These are mission channels. Yutsong analyzed. That sounds good. Should we also showcase our village's strength during the founding ceremony? Hao Yi asked. If conditions allow, it's best to do so that we can receive missions more frequently in the future. However, with our current foundation we can probably only intimidate small countries. Yutsung nodded and said. So should we prepare for the village founding now or wait until the ninja village is fully operational and then hold the ceremony? Hao Yi continued to seek Yutsung's opinion. I haven't experienced this before. When the 5 great nations founded their villages they just announced it themselves without inviting others. And they became ninja villages. For us I think it's best to rehearse beforehand so that we can achieve the desired effect. Yutsung considered. That coincides with my thoughts. Hao Yi nodded slowly. It seems I'll have to go to the palace tomorrow to meet His Majesty the Daimyo. Hao Yi sighed. Why are you going there for no reason? Yutsung asked puzzled. Isn't this about launching the ninja village? To recruit all eligible children from the land of Kai to train in the village I naturally need the daimyo's help. Hao Yi pretended to be troubled. Alright, but how will we cover the expenses for so many children in the village? The village doesn't have much money left. Yutsung sighed. We can only make it free for now. No, let them pay on credit and deduct from their mission earnings when they become ninjas. Hao Yi thought of student loans from his past life and was inspired. You're full of ideas. You're even more of a money grubber than Jiao Du. Yutsung tapped Hao Yi and laughed. I just forgot to have the intelligence department send people to station long-term around the land of fire and the land of water. Hao Yi suddenly remembered and said. Why these 2 countries specifically? Think about it, the war is over, there must be internal disputes in Muyi and there might be rogue ninjas. As for the land of water it's even easier to understand. With such a huge war as the 3rd Great Ninja War they didn't get involved, which means they must have problems at home. I might as well take the opportunity to fish for a few ninjas, right? Hao Yi reasoned. Actually, Hao Yi suddenly remembered De Shiwan's defection and the blood mist policy of the Wu Ren village. He wanted to make a big catch. Alright sis, you go back and get some rest. It will be busier in a few days. Hao Yi said with concern. Okay, I'll head off now. You rest early too. Yutsung, unable to resist sleepiness, went back to the dormitory to sleep. Hao Yi also yawned. I'll go to sleep too. I'll arrange the matter of the ninja students after meeting the daimyo tomorrow. Hao Yi suddenly understood everything and swaggered home to sleep. Flower ninja art, 10,000 flowers blazing. Hao Yi repeatedly cast the technique on his own lawn using ordinary chakra until he drained the very last drop. He must hasten his training to absorb natural energy. Without a moment's respite, Hao Yi sat down cross-legged on the ground, breathing in the cultivation method. Soon after, Hao Yi slowly exhaled a turbid breath and slightly opened his eyes. Alas, after a month I still haven't completely replaced the ordinary chakra, there's still a trace left. Hao Yi quickly emerged from the shadow of his training. Gathering his thoughts, he remembered that today he was to meet the daimyo, so he hurriedly took a bath. Feeling refreshed, Hao Yi set off alone for the daimyo's palace. Returning to a familiar place stirred a unique sentiment. Just over half a year ago visiting the daimyo's residence required a touch of caution. Now it was like strolling into his own backyard. With the speed of a shinobi, Hao Yi soon arrived at the palace gate. Lord Baiha, what brings you here? A one-armed samurai addressed him respectfully. Oh, you're still serving here? Hao Yi asked in surprise. The daimyo must also uphold his reputation, the samurai said with a hint of flattery. Very well, to make a long story short, I wish to see the daimyo. Please announce my arrival, Hao Yi said politely. Lord Baiha, you jest. Just give your orders. Let me first report to his lordship. Please rest here for a moment, the one-armed samurai replied, bowing even more deferentially. With that he dashed swiftly into the palace. Hao Yi watched the samurai whose arm he had once severed. A man like this possesses great wisdom. The saying, a wise man submits to circumstances, he embodies it to the fullest. Perhaps this trait of his could be of use to me in the future. Before long the one-armed samurai returned. Lord Baiha, his lordship requests your presence. Very well. Stay here, I know the way. I'll go myself. Hao Yi strode inside, his strength granting him boundless confidence. I pay my respects to the daimyo. Hao Yi pushed open the grand hall door and performed a courteous bow. Hao Yi, it's been a while. Your reputation has already spread to the land of vegetables, the daimyo said with a slight smile, making small talk. Reputation? Hao Yi recalled his nickname, his expression darkening slightly. Your lordship, that's too harsh. As the saying goes, hit a man but not his face, scold a man but not his shortcoming. I, Hao Yi, have fought on the battlefield for your land of vegetables. Mocking me like this is not appropriate. Hao Yi said coldly. Hao Yi, just a joke. Don't take it to heart. Come have a look at my new ninja guards. What do you think if the daimyo deflected? Oh. The daimyo has hired ninja guards. Then I must see if they are imposters. Hao Yi fixed his gaze on the daimyo. It seemed I was not the only one growing stronger. The daimyo intended to use political tactics to balance me. I was thinking the same. You two guards reveal yourselves and witness the strongest in the land of vegetables, the daimyo said through gritted teeth. As expected, the moment he spoke, two figures clad in ninja combat attire emerged from the shadows. Hao Yi, we brothers are new here, please take care of us. Without waiting for Hao Yi to respond, one of them used earth release to burrow into the ground and grab Hao Yi's legs. The other launched water release, rain of 1,000 needles. Hundreds of needles shot toward Hao Yi. The daimyo leaned back in his seat, watching like a spectator, occasionally breaking into a smile. Humph, mere tricks. Hao Yi instantly activated scorch release mode. 6 scorching orbs surged forth, instantly roasting the ninja in the ground into a dried corpse. Little brother, the other ninja cried out. Ah, I'll kill you. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The ninja rapidly formed hand seals. Ha, too slow. Hao Yi sneered, then directed the scorching orbs toward the casting ninja. Unsurprisingly, before the ninja could unleash his technique, he was roasted into a dried corpse by Hao Yi's orbs. Your lordship, are these guards imposters? How can they not even defeat an 11-year-old child like me? Hao Yi said contemptuously. Pfft. The daimyo was so startled that he spat out the tea he had been drinking. Sweat poured from his entire body. Fortunately, after years of governance, he had seen enough of the world to avoid losing control on the spot. I didn't come here for anything else. Please fulfill your earlier promise, fully cooperate in having all eligible children in the country come to the ninja village to learn and defend their homeland. Hao Yi stared at the daimyo as he spoke. Easy, easy. I'll issue the proclamation right away. When do classes start? The daimyo said tremblingly. You decide. Start 10 days from now. 5 cities, 1 city per day for registration. Match the cities with the registration days accordingly, Hao Yi said coldly. Fine, fine. I'll do exactly as you say. The daimyo nodded repeatedly, not daring to meet Hao Yi's eyes. Your palace guards are too weak. I'll arrange some powerful ninjas to protect you later, Hao Yi said expressionlessly. Good, thank you, Hao Yi. How thoughtful. The daimyo forced himself to accept, suppressing his fear. Very well. I'll take my leave now. Your lordship, please make proper arrangements. Hao Yi raised his voice slightly. Without waiting for the daimyo's reply, he withdrew on his own, thinking to himself, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ninjas are not tools for you high-ranking daimyos to fight over for power. If you are willing to be a figurehead, I'll grant you wealth and glory. If you misbehave, I'll show you what it means to be a prisoner. In just over half a year, Hao Yi's mindset had changed drastically from when he first arrived. Now filled with power, he was no longer someone barely surviving by clinging to the plot. He was a true powerhouse capable of changing the world. The daimyo watched Hao Yi's retreating figure, his heart unable to calm for a long time. He had thought it was a sure thing to teach Hao Yi a lesson, but those two ninjas were so useless, they were taken down in seconds. No, it wasn't that the two ninjas were weak, it was that Hao Yi was too strong. To survive the great ninja war, he was no ordinary person. Even a notorious Baiha Pao Pao like him could not be underestimated. An 11-year-old renowned ninja, the daimyo dared not even imagine it. He wavered in indecision. Originally he had prepared 2 plans, one by force, the other by economy. He intended to crush this young man from both sides to bend him to his will. But now things had gone contrary to his wishes. What should I do with someone so powerful? Follow the original plan or submit? No, my family has been nobles for generations, ruling over this land. The family's glory cannot end in my generation. The daimyo gritted his teeth and continued thinking. I must strive to govern well, benefit my people, and become the finest heir of the family. At that moment the daimyo's eyes blazed with determination to seize back his power. His outward demeanor radiated the heroic spirit of, I laugh at the sky with my blade held high, leaving behind my gall and sincerity. Such was the heroism within him. Hao Yi's cultivation had hit a bottleneck. The ordinary chakra within his body could no longer condense into the amount required for a single ninja technique. Without the ability to perform techniques, he could not replenish sage chakra, nor could he advance to the second phase, the true state of a sage physique. Hao Yi felt utterly at a loss, gripped by profound frustration. Wait, if using chakra didn't strictly require ninja techniques, couldn't mundane acts like walking on water also consume chakra? Hao Yi quickly slapped his own head. How stupid of me to overlook such an obvious point. He had already mastered multitasking while practicing his lava release. Applying it now couldn't be more fitting. With that thought, Hao Yi sprang into action, leaping through the air and adhering himself to a tree trunk. He immediately began circulating his technique, and true enough, it worked. Every minute drop of ordinary chakra he expended was instantly replaced by sage chakra. "We want to see Baiha Hao Yi. Pay us back." Countless voices surged forth, instantly drawing Hao Yi's attention. Suppressing his curiosity, he forced himself to continue cultivating. "Chief, the outside is completely blocked. Thousands of laborers have surrounded the area in an impenetrable ring spanning hundreds of meters," a ninja reported as he rushed over. "Is it really that exaggerated? How many people are there in the entire village?" "Not at all exaggerated. Quickly tear down the houses. They're all ordinary civilians, we can hardly bring ourselves to attack them," the ninja said with an expression of utter helplessness. "Very well, let's go see for ourselves." Hao Yi gave a light leap and landed beside the ninja. The two strode toward the main gate, with the ninja taking the lead to swing it open. "Good heavens, this scale! Do they really hold me in such high regard?" Hao Yi glanced at the scene outside and was equally startled. "Are you by any chance Baiha Hao Yi?" the foreman asked. "Yes. That is me." "What is this about?" Hao Yi asked, bewildered. "We are the laborers who built this village. This village has been under construction for nearly 3 months and we haven't received a single coin to this day," the foreman stated. "Oh, I see. By this display you're here for payment," Baiha Hao Yi said, taken aback. "Please forgive our unruly conduct. This sum may be trivial to you, but for us it represents months of livelihood. We sincerely hope you can settle it as soon as possible," the foreman pleaded emotionally. "Alas, what's the harm? Debts must be repaid, it's only natural. How about this, you all go to the Heron Village Office Records Department and register first," Hao Yi replied. "We need to verify your identities before dispersing any funds," Hao Yi reasoned logically. "Well." The foreman pondered but remained uncertain. Suddenly several voices screamed out, "Don't trust him. He's just stalling for time. Let's just go and take what rightfully belongs to us." With that they charged inside. Thousands surged forward in a desperate scramble while the ninja strained to block Hao Yi's path. Gazing at the uncontrollable chaos before him, Hao Yi had no choice but to activate his spatial ability, departing temporarily alongside the ninja beside him. "Chief, with your strength there was no need to flee," the ninja asked perplexedly. "This ninja village was built for all its people. If I resort to force to suppress them over a personal matter I will lose their allegiance," Hao Yi recounted. "Oh," the ninja responded, still confused. Suddenly a flash of insight struck Hao Yi. It seemed he had thought of something. He quickly made his way toward the daimyo's mansion. "Greetings, my lord," the armless samurai said as respectfully as ever. Have there been any unusual happenings in the daimyo domain lately?" Hao Yi asked solemnly. "Nothing of note has reached my ears though." The armless samurai mused. "Speak freely," Hao Yi said, losing patience. "It seems the daimyo has been summoning several commoners these past few days. However, given how much the daimyo always cares for the livelihood of the people, it hardly seems remarkable." The armless samurai quickly dismissed his own speculation. "Very well, you may go about your duties. I'll let past grievances rest. Someday I shall help reattach your arm," Hao Yi said offhandedly, then vanished in a flash of instant movement. "Thank you, Lord Baiha." The armless samurai dropped to his knees in gratitude, unaware that Hao Yi had long since departed. Heron Village Chief's office. Hao Yi, Jiaodu and Yutsang sat huddled together, seemingly in deep discussion. "So your meaning is that the daimyo instigated the laborers to drive the village into bankruptcy," Yutsang summarized aloud. Roughly that's the gist of it," Hao Yi replied. "Exactly how much are you in debt?" "To be pushed this badly by mere peasants," Jiaodu chuckled. "This entire village was built on debt," Hao Yi said, gesturing to the surroundings. "So much. And the one thing you seem to pride your village on is entirely on credit," Jiaodu said helplessly. "Small nations are always like this, struggling to take each step," Hao Yi sighed. Never mind. Where there's investment there should be returns. I think your business model isn't bad. I'll lend it to you first," Jiaodu said, living up to his reputation as a wealthy patron as he produced his passbook. "It's not just about money now. These people aren't on my records, and distributing funds now will certainly lead to fraudulent claims," Hao Yi mused thoughtfully. "Then it's quite problematic," Yutsang considered. "The daimyo likely has the roster. However, since the daimyo instigated this, he probably won't cooperate." Jiaodu, a seasoned veteran as ever, quickly grasped the underlying dynamics. "Why don't we go pay the daimyo a visit? Sitting here speculating won't yield results. I think the daimyo isn't nearly as stubborn as he appears, Yutsang pondered. I agree. This seems to be our only option, Hao Yi and Jiaodu both nodded. Alright, let's go see the situation firsthand then, Hao Yi said. Impatient by nature, he didn't linger and immediately led the two toward the daimyo's mansion. This time, contrary to his usual habits, he did not infiltrate the palace via standard ninja methods. The three simply scaled the walls and leaped across the rooftops, paying no heed to the daimyo's authority. Who goes there? The daimyo Linglong called out. It's me, Hao Yi said sternly. Lord Hao Yi, this manner of arrival is quite frightening. Wouldn't it be far better to follow proper protocol? The daimyo tactfully remarked. After you schemed against me, what face should I still save for you? Hao Yi sneered. Lord Hao Yi, our relationship is mutually beneficial. I have no reason to harm you. Could there perhaps be a misunderstanding? The daimyo defended himself. Enough. I have no interest in discussing this tedious matter. Do you have any records pertaining to the laborers? Hao Yi asked. Porters and laborers are conscripted rather than hired. There is no roster as they come household by household, the daimyo replied, seemingly well prepared. Then how do you intend to settle that half of their wages? Hao Yi questioned. I haven't started the settlement process yet, have I? The daimyo quibbled. Fine. Then you won't settle it. I'll handle the distribution uniformly this time, half goes to you, half to them, Hao Yi growled fiercely. Wonderful. If Lord Hao Yi is willing to take on the burden, I am deeply grateful, the daimyo instantly cowed. Hand over the laborers' registry now and it might still be salvaged. Otherwise, if you overpay, splitting it equally will still cost you dearly, Jiaodu urged continuously from the side. Oh, I recall now. I do keep a registry. I'll fetch it for you immediately, the daimyo said resignedly. Excellent. Thank you. Your defenses here are far too weak. I'll assign 3 squads to protect you. Without so much as glancing at the daimyo, Hao Yi took the registry and departed. Time passed swiftly and the organizational framework of Hanaran village was essentially established. All grassroots and mid-level personnel were fully in place. The issue of the migrant workers was also resolved smoothly with the assistance of the wealthy financier Kakuzu. Thus the reputation of Hanaran village soared throughout the land of vegetables. With the endorsement of the daimyo as the nominal supreme commander, all eligible children aged 7 to 8 across the nation came to Hanaran village for testing. Ultimately, approximately 85000 7-year-olds were enrolled in the junior class and 80000 8-year-olds in the intermediate class. The children who already possessed chakra in Hanaran village formed the senior class. The Ninja Academy of Hanaran village officially commenced operations. Many of the residents who had relocated due to the construction of Hanaran village returned. Some leased shops and began trading while others engaged in manual labor. Some were simply drawn to the ambience of Hanaran village. In an instant the vast village seemed to brim with vitality. At the leader's office of Hanaran village, personnel above the deputy department level along with elite jonin and the leader's guard sat in a circle quietly listening to Hao Yi issue orders. Jing, has the information department completed the registration of all these incoming villagers? Hao Yi asked solemnly. Rest assured, everything is as you instructed. Each person has detailed identity information and palm prints of both hands. Jing said, proudly summarizing the achievements of their department over the past half-month. Good. Print it into a book as soon as possible and send a copy to the security department. From now on, identity verification will rely on palm prints and passwords. Hao Yi deliberated. Yes, leader. Jing agreed without hesitation. Now the education department and security department are particularly busy. Let the civil affairs department and the interrogation department assist you to get through this difficult time together. Hao Yi continued to instruct. Yes, leader, replied Heiji of the civil affairs department and Meng Zong of the interrogation department. Thank you for your concern, leader, said Shang of the education department and Sha of the security department, expressing their gratitude. Let's set aside village affairs for now. Let's talk about international matters. Sister Yutsan will take the lead on this. Hao Yi instantly became a hands-off manager. Yutsan restrained herself repeatedly. After all, he was the leader and the occasion was solemn. In the end she held back. Since we have established a ninja village, we must make a name for ourselves on the international stage. Yutsan said mysteriously. Sister Yutsan, just get to the point. Hua Tao shouted boisterously. We must choose an auspicious day to hold a grand village opening ceremony inviting all fellow ninja villages. At the same time, let the daimyo invite all the other daimyos to witness our opening ceremony. Yutsan said confidently. Ninja villages have always been strategic weapons of a nation. Is it appropriate to announce this to the world so blatantly? The civil affairs minister first raised a question. Our purpose in establishing this village is self-protection and peaceful coexistence, unlike others, Yutsang explained. An opening ceremony. It's time-consuming, labor-intensive, and a waste of money. Not good, not good. Kakuzu shook his head repeatedly. That's not necessarily true. The reputation generated by the opening ceremony can make more people trust our village and entrust us with missions. Seeing it was Kakuzu, Yutsang patiently explained. Oh. If that's the case, we must develop it vigorously. As long as it could make money, nothing else mattered to Kakuzu. Alright, this matter is decided. Let's divide the delivery routes based on the paths of the 5 great nations. Also send invitations to the ninja villages along the way. Yutsang said. Makes sense, the others echoed. In that case, I'll categorize them directly. Since we're going to several superpowers, we can't be looked down upon. Let's dispatch elite ninjas to deliver the letters. Yutsang continued. Good. Alright, Leia, your water release is formidable in places with water. You'll go to the land of water to deliver the invitation. Seiya, your ninjutsu is powerful near rocky areas. Go to the land of lightning. Lienya, go to the Sunagakure in the desert region. Rek 2 Han, you go. Meng Zong, please go to Konoha. Yutsang assigned each one. Yes, Vice Leader, almost everyone agreed. Vice Leader, wouldn't it be bad for a water release ninja like me to go to Konoha? There's no water there. Meng Zong questioned. Don't worry, you're not going to fight. Konoha is also our suzerain state, they won't bully you. Besides, the climate in Konoha is suitable and your ninjutsu can be fully utilized. Yutsang reassured him. Alright, I'll give it a try. Meng Zong nodded helplessly. Now only the countries without ninja villages remain uninformed. We only need to invite the dignitaries from the nearest land of the sea and land of waves. Yutsang's expression was sly like a cunning merchant. Sun, you'll handle this. You're an elite jonin with lightning release and you have an advantage in watery places like the land of waves and the land of the sea, Yutsang continued. Yes, Vice Leader. Sun accepted the mission happily, as it was merely delivering letters which was a breeze for him. Alright, that's roughly it. The Public Relations Department should prepare the invitations. Set the date for the 20th of next month. 1.5 months should be enough to notify everyone. Yutsang speculated. Yes, Vice Leader. I feel like something's missing, Hao Yi suddenly interjected. That can't be. I've said everything there is to say. Why doesn't it seem right? Yutsang wondered. Ah, it's the demonstration segment. Hao Yi thought of the military parades from his past life. Demonstration segment. Yes, to let others, especially those from nations without ninja villages, see our village's strength, Hao Yi said. But we've just established the village, we don't have many outstanding ninjas. The few unique ones have very simple countermeasures. Yutsang laughed. That's not a problem. During the demonstration, just show the impressive moments if the weaknesses don't matter. Hao Yi was unconcerned. How can we separate them? Aren't they all part of a whole? Yutsang wondered. We'll make a movie. Hao Yi had a sudden inspiration. A movie? Everyone was baffled. Isn't that a high-tech device from the land of snow? Kakuzu recalled. But there's no time to prepare that. The land of snow is too far away, Yutsang complained. So what do we do? Hao Yi pondered. The meeting hall fell silent, all eyes fixed on Hao Yi. I see. This is the only way. Hao Yi said helplessly. What brilliant idea have you come up with now? Yutsang asked with a smile. Nothing much. Since we can't showcase advanced ninjutsu, we'll emphasize synchronization. Hao Yi said confidently. What do you mean? It means hundreds of people performing the same action in perfect unison, creating an imposing momentum. That will leave a lasting impression and even laymen will think it's impressive, Hao Yi explained. Still don't get it, Yutsang shook her head. Sai, simply put, train several hundred people into a formation. Have them do the same thing like performing a set of taijutsu or releasing a ninjutsu simultaneously. Hao Yi raised his voice. Several hundred people. We can't find that many people in such a short time. And we need at least 5 performances, so that means thousands of people. Yutsang exclaimed. You can train 100 people in a simple but visually impressive taijutsu routine. Hao Yi was exasperated. What about the ninjutsu groups later? There aren't that many people. You can use the same formation. Keep the 100 people on site. For example, the first 20 performed the great fireball technique, moving forward a bit to release it, and so on. After all groups have performed, they exit together. That's it. Hao Yi was almost frantic. It sounds good, synchronized, disciplined, obedient. Employers will feel confident hiring us. Yutsong nodded. Alright Sister Yutsong, you lead this initiative. Everyone prepare well for the points just mentioned. The education department must also intensify training. These 3 batches of children need to become useful as soon as possible. Yes, leader. Dismissed. The village founding ceremony was imminent. Hao Yi was weary in both body and mind, but his cultivation had not lagged in the slightest. Using the same method as in the past few days, he drained his chakra while training his cultivation technique. Finally, his ordinary chakra was completely depleted. Hao Yi focused his mind and intensified his training, seizing his entire dantian before the ordinary chakra could recover. Hao Yi rejoiced inwardly. He had finally stepped into the second stage. Neither arrogant in victory nor discouraged by defeat, he did not let pride get the better of him. Instead, he continued cultivating, striking while the iron was hot. The sage chakra in his dantian slowly spread through his body, nourishing every cell. Hao Yi felt an incomparable comfort, like a full-body massage. The cells in his body, like sponges, absorbed the sage chakra. Even his spiritual level increased slightly. Hao Yi was overjoyed. To him, the spatial ability was far more important than the sage body. Unfortunately, because of his spiritual energy, the use of his spatial ability was restricted, preventing Hao Yi from becoming a true Kage-level powerhouse. Yet the boost brought by the second stage of his cultivation technique might well turn Hao Yi into a legend even more dazzling than the yellow flash. Hao Yi slowly brought his training to a close, ending the day's cultivation. This was the most confident he had felt in over half a year. From today on, he would have a voice in this world, though first and foremost he had to survive. Hao Yi stood up in satisfaction. Instinctively he wanted to head to the office, but remembering that Sister Yutsong was handling everything, he couldn't be bothered to go. Since he had some rare free time, and since he had mastered splitting his focus, didn't that mean he could now make a Rasengan? Hao Yi had always coveted Naruto's Rasengan. Because his chakra was now pure sage chakra without a trace of ordinary chakra, all his ninjutsu were enhanced several-fold. He also possessed wind release and scorch release, which could be infused into the Rasengan. If he mastered it, its power would at least be on Naruto's level. Hao Yi tried it, brimming with confidence. He raised his left hand and with a single hand condensed several streams of chakra, rotating in different directions. Instantly the chakra expanded wildly, failing to form a sphere and spreading too wide. Hao Yi approached a tree to test its power. It only left a few shallow cuts, and that was with the enhancement of sage chakra. At that moment Hao Yi understood why the Rasengan, which had no nature transformation, could keep pace with the Chidori, which used lightning release nature transformation. The reason lay not only in the Rasengan's use of split focus to condense several streams of chakra that did not interfere with one another, but also and more importantly in compression. It seemed he would have to train the way Jiraiya did. Someone bring me a box of balloons and a box of rubber balls. Hao Yi shouted. Before long his subordinates delivered 2 large boxes. Wait, blow up the balloons first, Hao Yi ordered. Yes, chief, his subordinate answered. Hao Yi pondered the difference between himself and Naruto. He simply could not compress the chakra effectively within a certain area. Then his chakra only needed to churn wildly inside a balloon without damaging it for the technique to succeed. With that in mind, Hao Yi followed his plan and first took a balloon to try. First condensed the chakra into a single point. Second split his focus to create several different rotational directions. Third expanded into a sphere. Pop! The balloon burst outright. Cultivation was not something accomplished in an instant. Hao Yi repeated the process again and again. Without exception, every attempt failed. After 3 straight hours, Hao Yi began to doubt himself, while also confirming that the Naruto of the original story was no dead last loser but a true genius. Hao Yi thought about the enemies to come, looked at the village he had just built, then gritted his teeth and kept going. As the sun set in the west, Hao Yi collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion and fell asleep. His hand, overused from practicing the technique, still twitched from time to time. Sister Yutsong had also been busy with village affairs, and nearly all the members of the Baiha clan held high positions. In any case, Hao Yi simply lay there all night. The next day the morning dew soaked Hao Yi's clothes. He snapped his eyes open, did a backflip and sprang to his feet. How did I fall asleep? Hao Yi muttered to himself. Forget it. He might as well cultivate his technique first. Being an impatient man, he threw caution to the wind and began the day's cultivation. He then resumed practicing the compression of the Rasengan. After several days of this, Hao Yi succeeded in compressing it, thanks to the split-focus mastery he had gained while training Scorch Release. The chakra turbulence in Hao Yi's Rasengan was 3 times that of Naruto's, so the destructive power it produced was certainly increased by a great margin. Alright, it was time to test the power. Hao Yi picked a rubber ball condensed chakra, and within less than a second the rubber ball was smashed to pieces. It seemed Hao Yi had succeeded. As expected, the foundation he had built with Scorch Release mode saved Hao Yi the time of practicing the power stage, bursting rubber balls, during Rasengan training. Hao Yi immediately found a mountain nearby to test its power against a solid target. Rasengan! Hao Yi shouted as he charged toward the mountain. When the Rasengan struck the mountain was like tofu shattered with devastating force. Hao Yi looked at the aftermath and saw a circular hole 10 meters wide blasted into the mountain. Around it were both rubble and fine debris. Hao Yi guessed that the part closest to the Rasengan had been sliced into dust by the chakra, while the outer part subjected to less cutting had only become rubble. Hao Yi was fairly satisfied with his enhanced Rasengan. At the same time he felt his techniques were rather monotonous, so he continued thinking about developing this ninjutsu. What if the Rasengan were compressed into an even smaller sphere? Hao Yi couldn't help but think. Let's try it. He first condensed chakra, then continued to compress it. 1/2. Still not enough. Gritting his teeth, Hao Yi continued compressing the Rasengan in his hand, sweat continuously dripping down his face. 1/5. He was about to lose control. Hastily Hao Yi slammed the miniature Rasengan into the mountain. With a loud boom, the area where the mountain met the Rasengan rapidly turned into powder. After the technique ended, Hao Yi hurried over to inspect its power. The area of destruction was not as large as that of the full-sized Rasengan, only 5 meters, but the attack intensity was greater than that of a normal Rasengan. Everything the miniature Rasengan had destroyed was reduced to powder. Hao Yi laughed. In this respect he had surpassed Minato. Even though he had done so by standing on Minato's shoulders, it was enough to make him proud. Oh right. Since I can activate Scorch Release mode without using my hands, can I condense this miniature Rasengan with my finger? Feeling a sudden urge to try, Hao Yi tested it again, and sure enough it worked. Staring at the Rasengan at his fingertip, he couldn't help imagining if Wind Release were added later, wouldn't the Wind Release Rasengan at his fingertip simply fly out? A Naruto-style 6-vein divine sword. Hao Yi was full of confidence. In theory it could be achieved. Since Minato named his technique the Rasengan, mine shall be called the sky-splitting canon, after all, one blast and no matter how thick a belly it would be hollowed out. This little fingertip sphere shall be called sky-splitting finger. Once I'm proficient, I'll develop a technique like Kimamaru's 10-finger, drilling bullets firing spheres from all 10 fingers, it will be called sky-splitting finger barrage. Hao Yi, you always slack off and leave everything to me. How annoying. Yutsang shouted in front of Hao Yi's bedroom. Hao Yi was woken up and slowly opened the door. I say, big sister, it's early in the morning and there's nothing to handle. You don't see me cultivating for days, but you watch me when I take a break. Nothing. I'm busy to death with rehearsals and welcoming guests. Yutsang complained. Welcoming guests? Which country's people are coming? Hao Yi asked curiously. Too many. The nearby great nobles and such have all arrived. The more important ones include representatives from Konoha and also from the land of hot water and the land of the moon, Yutsang briefed him. Who's coming from Konoha? Hao Yi asked curiously. Someone similar to you. Yutsang deliberately teased. Similar to me. In running away. Don't tell me it's the yellow flash. Hao Yi suddenly perked up. You're pretty sharp. This time it's the yellow flash and his beloved disciple, Yutsang said word by word. Beloved disciple. Kakashi. My idol is here. Hao Yi dashed out immediately. Hey kid, you haven't changed your clothes yet. Mind your image. Yutsang shouted as she followed. I know. You go ahead and arrange things. I'll be right there, Hao Yi said, realizing his attire was a bit rash. By the time you come to your senses, the guests would have already gone home. I've already arranged everything, lodging and meals are taken care of by attendants, Yutsang said disdainfully. Alright, wait outside for a moment. I'll change and come, Hao Yi said. Got it. You're still a kid, nobody's watching you, Yutsang joked. Look if you want, who can stop you? By the way, have the messengers returned? Which countries are coming? Hao Yi asked. Most have returned except the one sent to the land of Earth. The journey is indeed long. The ones who are coming have mostly arrived. The others either ignored us or politely declined, Yutsang stated. Good. The ones who were supposed to come are all here, Hao Yi said with satisfaction. Alright, let's go meet the guests. I'll see Kakashi and the others, you deal with the rest. Hao Yi chose the most agreeable arrangement. Fine fine. You can play for a few more years, Yutsang said helplessly. Yutsang led Hao Yi directly to Namikaze Minato's dormitory. You go in. I won't, I'm not familiar with them. Alright, you go ahead, Hao Yi said as he strode forward. Knock knock knock. Hao Yi knocked on the door and called out, Senior Namikaze, are you busy? Hao Yi, is that you? Minato asked. Yes, Senior, Hao Yi replied. Come in quickly. No need for such formalities, Minato said. Senior Minato Kakashi, long time no see, Hao Yi greeted as he pushed open the door. A few months without seeing you and Hao Yi has become the head of a village. Not bad at all, Minato praised. I don't dare to compare. I'm no match for the Yellow Flash and his renowned reputation, Hao Yi said modestly. Alright, stop flattering me. I see your village is quite large, even surpassing Konoha. Although the number of ninjas is small, one class has about 8,000 students. You're aiming to build a super village, Minato analyzed. Nothing much. I just don't want others to control life and death, and I want to protect those around me, Hao Yi sighed. Ambitions are not small. It seems you've grown a lot in these 6 months, Minato nodded. Not bad. By the way, I'll go catch up with Kakashi first. I'll come bother you later, Hao Yi said, wanting to talk privately with Kakashi. Alright, you youngsters should communicate with each other, Minato nodded. Good, we'll go now. I'll come back later, Hao Yi said, dragging Kakashi out. What are you doing? I just got here and haven't even rested yet. Kakashi complained. Don't you want to see Lin? Hao Yi asked. Can I see her now? Kakashi looked around cautiously. Of course, but before that I have a piece of advice, Hao Yi said, glancing at Kakashi. What? Kakashi asked. Lin is the Three-Tails Jinchuriki. There are no impenetrable walls in this world. If it gets exposed one day, do you have the power to protect her? Hao Yi asked. Well. Kakashi stammered, but his face revealed his true feelings. Work hard to improve yourself. Don't let what happened to Obito affect you. Increase your chakra, Hao Yi said calmly. In Hao Yi's view, Kakashi's father was a being surpassing the Sannin, and Kakashi's outstanding performance in his youth might have surpassed even his father's. In the original story, Kakashi's later lack of chakra might have been due to his depression and neglect of training after the successive deaths of his comrades, his beloved and his master. Perhaps in this life with Lin's bond, Kakashi could become stronger. Don't worry. I've been training hard. I'll definitely fulfill his wish, to take care of Lin, Kakashi said through gritted teeth. By the way, do you really like Lin, or are you taking care of her because of Obito? Hao Yi asked the question he had always wanted to ask. Lin is the wish of both me and Obito, Kakashi said, slightly covering his Sharingan eye. That's good. Lin is at the hospital. Should we go together, or do you two want some alone time? Hao Yi teased. What? Hospital? Didn't you say you'd take good care of Lin? How did she end up in the hospital? The calm Kakashi turned into a protective husband. What are you talking about? She's the head of our hospital, leading many ninjas, Hao Yi exaggerated. Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me worry for so long, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. How did I? Sorry, Hao Yi said, rubbing his head apologetically. Lead the way. I'm not familiar with this place. Kakashi said eagerly. Alright. Hao Yi didn't waste time and directly led Kakashi there. Kakashi. Lin gazed at the masked boy before her. Lin, long time no see. Is everything fine here? Kakashi was a terminal case of obliviousness. It's good. The people in Hao Yi's village treat me well, Lin said. It's just that you're not here, Lin blurted out. What? Kakashi's obliviousness struck again. It's just that you Kurenai guy, none of you are here, Lin said, blushing. Hao Yi watched the two lovers, who were on completely different wavelengths, and got goosebumps. You two chat. I need to use the restroom, Hao Yi said, making an excuse to leave. Once he left, Hao Yi didn't wander aimlessly. He meandered back to Minato's place. Senior Shuiman, how is it living here? Hao Yi casually started. The bedroom design is nice, quite comfortable for two people. Hao Yi, you put a lot of thought into it. By the way, didn't you go out with Kakashi? Why are you back alone? Shuiman said warmly. Kakashi. He wanted to stroll around alone. As for these buildings, I can't take credit. At that time I was fighting for my shedding blood and sweat. This place was built by my cousin and I only recently paid off the debt. Hao Yi laughed. Your village is indeed full of talents, Shui Men nodded. Senior, what does the big brother might think of our country establishing a ninja village? Hao Yi kept a close watch on Shuimen's expression. Well, it's quite surprising. Mai is unusually unanimous this time, all in favor of your village's construction. Shuimen smiled. That's good. After all, it's the big brother, very tolerant, right? Hao Yi said happily. Fortunately I reconciled with Tuanzang, otherwise who knows what would have happened. Actually I came here with a mission, Shuimen said thoughtfully. Oh, no wonder. I was wondering how a small place like mine could attract a senior like you. Hao Yi finally realized. It's nothing major. The Hokage ordered me to observe your village's strength, Shuimen said, his previously warm expression turning serious as he looked at Hao Yi. The big brother wouldn't be that intolerant, would he? Hao Yi tensed up slightly. After all, the village represented by the man before him was a force that could take on 4 others single-handedly. Don't worry, it's not about being wary of you. It's just cooperation. Have you forgotten the additional conditions you discussed with the Hokage when you borrowed the space scroll? Shuimen asked back. Oh, assigning missions. Hao Yi said uncertainly. Yes, that's it, Shuimen nodded. Oh, I see. Our village's strength is average, we can't take many missions, just enough to keep the village running for now, Hao Yi said tactfully. Recalling the mission commission they had discussed earlier, Hao Yi felt there was no profit to be made, so he decisively refused. In fact, your village's top-tier members aren't weak either, are they? Shuimen retorted. Huh. A ragtag army of 1,000 or 2,000 people and you call that strong? Hao Yi questioned. But you have many elites among elites. Shuimen said seriously. Not at all, it's a small village, Hao Yi said evasively, occasionally wiping sweat from his forehead. I've sensed it clearly. Your chakra now is stronger than that of an average elite jonin, and there are 3 other powerful chakra signatures. Most importantly, there is even something like a Jinchuriki, Shuimen said as if reciting from memory. Which village doesn't have its secrets? Our Baiha clan has been passed down from before the Warring States period. Hao Yi said confidently. Strange, in the original I never saw Bufeng Shuimen have such powerful detection skills. Hao Yi's expression grew heavier. Facing a ninja like Shuimen, who was like a walking encyclopedia, he was still at a disadvantage. Alright, the stronger you are the better. Let's get back to business and continue discussing the mission matters, Shuimen said, not forgetting his mission. Alright, I'm curious to see what kind of mission requires Senior Shuimen to personally come, Hao Yi said with anticipation. It's nothing much. Now that peace has just been established, many missions have accumulated. The number of ninjas in the village has drastically decreased, so the village wants to assign some to friendly neighboring ninja villages. Shuimen directly explained the reason. I will definitely abide by the original agreement, but as you can see, our village only has enough manpower to maintain its own operations. Hao Yi mentioned it again. No problem, I mainly came to set up a jutsu formula. Shuimen brought up another topic. What jutsu formula? Hao Yi exclaimed in surprise. It's a technique that can transmit mission status, Shuimen explained. So convenient. Can it transmit supplies? Hao Yi asked doubtfully. No, it can only transmit text, nothing else, Shuimen shook his head. That's not bad, at least it can send messages. Hao Yi said. It's not that good. It's only for everyday use, if there's interference from large chakra it won't be received. That's still good. Our Kai country has no war. Hao Yi affirmed. So you agree? Shuimen asked. Why would I disagree? Isn't it a good thing? We can even communicate information. How great, Hao Yi explained. Alright, where do you plan to put it? In your leader's office? Shuimen asked. No, we have a dedicated mission department that distributes missions. Put it there, Hao Yi explained. Alright, good. Let's get this done before I leave, Shuimen said. Okay, as you wish. There are no secrets from you here. Hao Yi said with feigned generosity. Based on your village's strength, the mission commission can be as low as 10%, Shuimen brought up the mission topic again. 10%. That's already very good. But our village is not primarily focused on missions, and during this period it's really not suitable, Hao Yi continued. Ninjas need experience after all, since the world is not peaceful. There's nothing more comprehensive for gaining experience than doing missions, Shuimen persuaded. Alright, since we've come to this point, if I refuse again I'd be slapping my own face. Whatever missions there are, just send them over and we'll do our best to complete them. Hao Yi thought for a moment and agreed. Alright, it's settled then. Shall we set the payment settlement between our two villages on the 10th of next month? Shuimen asked. Sure. Money matters are easy. Hao Yi directly gave Shuimen a favor. Alright then, let's discuss the last thing. Shuimen said straightforwardly. What? There's more. Hao Yi said somewhat displeased. It's nothing much, just about the two countries. Oh that. Please go ahead. Previously wasn't the Hua country and the Kai country in a vassal relationship? Many things were handled through the countries. Yes, that's right. I almost died for my and without any pension, Hao Yi joked. Well, now that Kai country has established a village, isn't Huaran village also a subsidiary of my village? Shuimen asked tentatively. My has always been the big brother, we acknowledge it. Hao Yi, unable to twist the arm, immediately agreed. Then if war breaks out or something, Kai country must also provide full support. Shuimen continued. Senior Shuimen, you know our Kai country yearns for peace, doesn't like fighting. As before, it's okay to handle logistics. Hao Yi laughed. That's not really being a subsidiary, Hao Yi. How about this? Besides logistics, we'll discuss other matters. After all, our country is an independent nation. Hao Yi became serious. At this critical moment he must not ruin the village he created with his own hands. In that case it's fine. Shuimen nodded, his thoughts unreadable. Don't worry senior, we all love peace. The cooperation will be very harmonious. I think so too, Shuimen smiled warmly. How is the village opening ceremony you're preparing going? Shuimen asked casually. It should be ready. You'll see it in a few days. Just a casual affair, no problem if it's messed up, Hao Yi said cheerfully. The village founding ceremony commenced as scheduled. At Hanaran Square, officials representing various nations, delegates from shinobi villages and nobles and merchants from different countries gathered around the square. Aside from the shinobi on guard duty, every other member of Hanaran village attended, all with beaming faces, wearing their Hanaran forehead protectors in the most prominent position. The villagers also gathered around a square of their own accord, an endless sea of people. At the very center of the square stood the Daimyo of the country of vegetables in formal official attire. Despite his utter reluctance, he had no choice but to stand there and lend legitimacy to the man he despised most. First of all, I wish to thank you all for taking the trouble to attend our village founding ceremony. The Daimyo quickly adapted and delivered a simple opening remark. Now I officially declare Hanaran village of the country of vegetables is hereby established. The moment he finished speaking, 8 colored cannons at the village entrance fired in unison, their shells soaring into the sky. At the entrance, Kakuzu representing Hao Yi unveiled the gate of Hanaran village. Meanwhile, the crowd in the square witnessed the ceremony through a water curtain, and thunderous applause erupted instantly. Hanaran village was officially established. Thank you for the applause, the Daimyo said once more. Perhaps he was the most pitiful Daimyo in history, forced to work, forced to act as the host. The former head of the Yuri clan of the country of vegetables, Yuri Hao Yi, gained fame at a young age and became renowned across the shinobi world. Having saved the nation from crisis on numerous occasions, he is hereby specially appointed as the leader of Hanaran village. The Daimyo read out the decree word by word. Hao Yi. Hao Yi. Hao Yi. The crowd below kept chanting his name with fervor. Hao Yi slowly stepped onto the platform, inwardly praising Sister Yutsong for being so thoughtful. He knew his own situation all too well. Nearly everyone in Hanaran village was an immigrant, and he himself was an absentee leader who left everything to others. Few people even knew him, so how could his popularity be this high? It had to be that money made the world go round. Sister Yutsong must have bought this false support with cash. Since others had given him face, he had to act accordingly. Hao Yi subtly adjusted his expression, then raised his hand with relish, gesturing for the cheering to stop. First of all, I wish to thank the Daimyo-sama for his support, which has given me the opportunity to manage this village. I will surely lead the village toward prosperity. On such a grand occasion, Hao Yi had no choice but to adopt an official tone. TCH, has the country of vegetables run out of people? Making a mere child their leader? A ninja delegate from some country muttered under his breath. Unfortunately, because the crowd's cheers had been silenced, his muttering was especially conspicuous. Hao Yi was unsure how to respond. Should he publicly crush him with overwhelming power or let the matter slide? Yet at such a grand venue, personally dealing with him would be rather beneath his dignity. Just as Hao Yi was deep in thought, over a dozen thread-like branches suddenly burst out of the ground beneath the muttering ninja. In an instant they bound the foul-mouthed ninja, and the threads swiftly moved toward his mouth. What? They sewed his mouth shut. Even Hao Yi was stunned by Kakuzu's twisted creativity. A violent pang of pain immediately struck the ninja. With his lips sewn shut, the ninja could not cry out, emitting only muffled whimpers like a wailing infant. Hao Yi was also amused by the ridiculous scene and nodded approvingly at Kakuzu. Kakuzu arrogantly turned his head away as if saying, "Don't get the wrong idea. I just don't want the village to be underestimated and lower our chances of getting missions. You little brat. Release our master at once. We are from the country of soup right next door to you. Our territory is several times larger than yours. Don't be ungrateful." Several lackey ninjas issued mindless threats. Suppressing his anger, Hao Yi said, "Don't worry. Once the ceremony is over, it will naturally be undone. Ungrateful brat. We'll show you the might of Hanishin village." Without considering their own abilities, the lackeys charged straight onto the platform. Hao Yi looked at these brainless ninjas and felt a flicker of unease. Could the country of soup be doing this deliberately? Diplomats sent between nations should not be such riffraff, unless they were asking for trouble. Was this intentional? A probe of his limits or an excuse to start a war? Hao Yi pondered seriously. Suddenly a voice shattered his thoughts. Truly a nation that knows no etiquette. Yutsang descended into the center of the square with an invincible aura. "Humph. You have provoked our village time and again. Let me discipline you on behalf of the leader of Hanishin village." Yutsang sneered coldly. Scorch released lethal vaporization. Whether she was deliberately displaying her strength or truly enraged, Yutsang went straight for her ultimate technique. The scorching heat instantly charred everything around. In moments the ninjas were reduced to desiccated corpses standing rigidly in place. A gentle breeze blew and the mummified bodies toppled to the ground, their limbs snapping apart with a crack. The scene fell into dead silence. "Clean up." Yutsang ordered loudly, then leaped away from the plaza with a flourish. Several Hanaran shinobi swiftly cleared the area, barely interrupting the ceremony at all. Minato stared at the scene and murmured, "A scorch release ninja." His mind churned with unknown thoughts. Since things had come to this, Hao Yi was not afraid of exposure. As the second most important figure of Hanaran village, it was only a matter of time before he stood in the spotlight. Even if the hidden sand village found out, so what? To reach Hanaran village they would either have to cross Konoha or build ships and sail around by sea. Neither option was feasible for the impoverished hidden sand village. Alright, enough of the preamble. Hanaran village respects historical legacies and continues to recognize the suzerain status of Konoha. Hao Yi gave Minato a slight nod. As a sign of respect for Konoha, Hanaran village will adopt the Konoha calendar. That is, in the year Konoha 46 Hanaran village was established. Now please enjoy the performance formation of our genin. Hao Yi gave a polite bow and stepped down. A formation of 100 genin converged from all sides, gathering in unison. Then they spread out, maintaining 2 meters of distance between each other. Hanaran taijutsu style, but they shouted in unison. The 100-man formation performed the taijutsu created by Yutsang with perfect order. 100 bodies moved as one, each stands fierce and full of vigor. The nobles and merchants watching burst into endless admiration. When the taijutsu display ended, the formation broke into groups of 20 each, demonstrating C-rank techniques of their respective natures. 20 people unleashing C-rank techniques in unison was a spectacular sight, deeply stunning the officials and nobles who understood nothing of ninjutsu. In fact, some people immediately wanted to commission Hanaran village with missions. Normally this would have been the duty of Kisame, the head of the missions department. But Kakuzu was far too enthusiastic. He personally received anyone with a mission. Completely unlike the murderous maniac he was in the original story. Thank you all for attending our village founding ceremony. For the rest of your stay you are free to arrange your own activities. Hanaran village will provide 1 week of food and lodging for all of you, allowing you to fully experience the local customs and charm of Hanaran village. The host spoke at the perfect moment. By the way, our village is an open village. As long as you register and obtain a temporary residence permit and abide by the law, anyone may settle in Hanaran village. You may bring your families here to visit, or you may choose to settle down. We offer a variety of options for you to choose from. Now I declare this village founding ceremony brought to a perfect conclusion. Thank you all. The host gave a solemn bow. The crowd dispersed in a desultory manner while the ninja, whose mouth had been sewn shut, stared at Hao Yi with innocent, helpless eyes blinking endlessly. Hao Yi chose to ignore him. Toward his enemies he had never been lenient or forgiving. Soup Village Leader's Office. What is Flower Village's strength? And who is their backer? The Soup Village leader sat in the main seat. Flower Village is a bunch of nobodies. Only 2 are somewhat formidable, and even they are subpar. Especially that leader, still just a child. As for their backer, I have no idea, young ninja stated calmly. If Hao Yi were here, he would certainly recognize the ninja reporting to them. It was the very person who had been sewn shut during the village founding ceremony. That brat you're talking about was a key figure in the Battle of Canopy Bridge against Konoha. Moreover, someone who survived the war between the 5 great nations and earned a title. Do you really think they are ordinary? The Tangren village leader snorted coldly. That kid is that awesome? The ninja shouted in disbelief. Enough. Don't worry about this. Why did you come back alone? Where are the others? The leader tapped the table and asked. Ugh, don't mention it. Those idiots lost their minds. They were so reckless on another village's territory that a female ninja incinerated them into dry corpses in one move. The ninja didn't dare mention his own reckless actions and threw everything onto the dead men. You mean those several people were incinerated into dry corpses in a single strike? The leader asked curiously. Yes, less than 5 seconds from start to finish, like a work of art. The ninja confirmed. Vegetable country has always been oppressed by soup country, and we've never seen such powerful ninjas. Tell me the details of what happened. The leader said solemnly. This is the whole process. I already told you it was a single strike. The ninja said evasively. Why did you get sent? Didn't you hear anyone say anything? Recall it. The leader, exasperated, shouted angrily. Wait, let me think carefully. Oh right, I seem to recall Konoha's yellow flash mentioning something about a Shoran ninja. The ninja racked his brains and finally remembered something. Shoran ninja. Isn't that from the sand village? Incinerated into dry corpses, the same state. With the yellow flash's discernment, he wouldn't mistake it. How could vegetable country suddenly have a Shoran master? The leader puzzled over this. Leader, I suggest sending someone to attack them. Right now they are busy with missions and the village's defenses are insufficient. They will definitely succeed. Otherwise, if Windflower Ninja Village grows stronger, our situation will be dire. The ninja stirred up trouble. With just this one ninja, and Yuri Flower Village is already no pushover. The leader murmured. Leader, are you talking to me? The ninja asked, confused. If I mobilize troops to attack, even if we win, it will be a narrow victory. Yuri Pow's speed is quite outstanding. This is quite troublesome. The leader talked to himself. Leader. The ninja saw the leader ignoring him and called out twice more. By the way, about the Shoran ninja. If that's the case, send this news to the Sand Village. If it truly is a Shoran ninja from the Sand Village, it would be an unexpected gain. The Sand Village will definitely take action. Even if not, the Sand Village must be interested in this Shoran technique. The leader said with self-satisfaction. It's over, the leader has lost his mind. The ninja muttered under his breath. You go to the Sand Village in my place. The leader suddenly ordered. The Sand Village is so far away. Why should I go there? The ninja asked, puzzled. Wait, you'd better not go. Call Hizaka in. I have something to instruct. The Tangren village leader, remembering his behavior at Flower Village, decisively gave up the idea of having him deliver the message. Alright, I'll go right away. The ninja, hearing he didn't have to go to that harsh place, happily ran to notify Hizaka. Meanwhile, at Flower Village, unprecedented prosperity prevailed, with carriages coming and going incessantly. Task Minister Kisame along with the meddling Finance Minister Kakuzu were extremely busy. Especially missions from merchants of Sea Country and Land of Waves were particularly numerous. Even all the Security Division ninjas and Interrogation Division standby ninjas had been deployed on missions, but it was still not enough. Minister, the Konoha communicator is ringing. The Task Division staff reported. Ignore it. We can't even manage our own affairs, why bother with Konoha's matters? Kakuzu was rather disdainful of Konoha's deductions. We should at least check what it is. Our missions look numerous, but they are all low-level tasks. If Konoha has a major project, there's no harm in us undertaking it once. Kisame considered. Alright, you go ahead. I'll analyze the missions we took and see how to make profit. Kakuzu didn't even look up, continuously handling affairs. Let's go, let's take a look. Kisame said softly. Yes, Minister. Oh, it's about the election for the 4th Hokage. Kisame said while looking at the translated document. I haven't made up my mind about this yet. It seems I still need to see the leader. Kisame muttered to himself. Then Kisame took the document and walked straight to the leader's office. Given our relationship with Konoha Village, I definitely must attend. Hao Yi nodded. Who should I take when attending? Ninjas are obviously insufficient. Kisame said anxiously. No problem. Just take my two disciples Taichi and Xiangcao and also the daughter of the materials minister Honglian. Let them also see the world. Hao Yi decided after a simple thought. Taking 3 burdens, isn't it a bit strenuous? What if something unexpected happens on the way? Kisame said worriedly. It's fine, it's fine. I'm going to Konoha. If something happens even in Konoha, then Konoha wouldn't be the top village in the world. Hao Yi had some inexplicable confidence in Konoha village. Please arrange it for me. By the way, remember to tell your girlfriend. Test the abilities of the senior class members. If qualified, arrange for their promotion to genin. Hao Yi said solemnly. Who has a girlfriend? Don't joke. Speaking of which, what are the standards for promotion to genin? According to mist villages. Kisame instantly turned into a double standard dog. That won't do. Our flower village wants peace, no fighting and killing. For genin, basic items must be qualified. Regarding jutsu, the 3 basic jutsu plus body flicker technique and 1 C-rank jutsu shall pass. Of course, handle each case individually. If a student excels in one area but is weak in others, report to me. Let me decide. Hao Yi, thinking of talents like Kai, set up this mechanism. Alright, I'll arrange your itinerary and notify the school about the genin promotion. Kisame responded, then slowly exited the office. Sister Yutsang, after this flower village is left to you. Hao Yi smiled at Yutsang. Brat slacking off again, only know how to trouble me. Yutsang pretended to be angry. Who made you my sister? Hao Yi smiled. Master, how is this my village so similar to our Huaren village? Xuanhua Xiangcao exclaimed in surprise, standing before the wooden gate of my village. Well, I confess, we copied theirs. Hao Yi looked embarrassed. That's still pretty good. Xuanhua Tai added. My shinobi village. No loiterers beyond this point. The 2 gate guards blocked Hao Yi's group. Hao Yi are ninja from the Huaren village. This is our leader, invited to observe the Mai Hokage election. Honglian introduced. Hello, leader of the Huaren village. We really don't know about this matter. Please rest here for a moment while we go ask our superiors. One of them bowed slightly and apologized. All right. Hao Yi nodded. See that? This is what a big village is like, so polite. You should learn a thing or two about dealing with people. Hao Yi lectured. Everyone pouted with defiant looks. Hello, Chief Baiha. Please come in. The village has arranged lodgings for you. Once you enter the village, just mention your name at the Tian Tian Inn, the gate guard said politely. Alright, thank you for your trouble. Hao Yi nodded and walked toward the Mai he had known in his past life. This was his second time coming to Mai, but the first time he actually walked into it. His state of mind was vastly different. The first time he had been like a stray dog begging for mercy everywhere. This time, however, he had enough capital to hold his head high and act with confidence. Hao Yi strolled down the street with ease, enjoying the hustle and bustle of Mai. So many delicious things. Those dango look so tasty. Xiangcao exclaimed, her eyes dazzled. Alright. Today you can eat your fill. Let's go over. Hao Yi, not stinting, took the children and ran to the dango shop. Yay! The children swarmed forward and surrounded the shop. You may look but don't touch, if you touch you must buy. The shopkeeper, seeing no adult accompanying them, hastily stopped them. No worries, we're paying. Hao Yi directly pulled out silver notes from his person and handed them to the boss. Alright. Eat as much as you like, there's plenty. The boss was at a loss for words at the sight of the silver. There are actually 2 red peppers here. A female voice caught Hao Yi's attention. Hao Yi turned around and saw Hongdo. Who are you? How do you know me? Are you friends with these 2 little peppers? At this time Hongdo was a disciple of Dashuan, one of the 3 ninja, and was at the height of her fame, so naturally she was somewhat arrogant. Of course I heard about you from Dashuan. You're his beloved disciple, aren't you? Hao Yi teased. Don't lie to me. Since the war ended I haven't seen the teacher meet anyone. Hongdo snorted coldly. Could he have already begun his experiments? Hao Yi wondered. Hongdo, who are you talking to? You didn't even tell me you had new friends. A girl with a shock of red hair ran over from the distance. Juxinai, look, I found someone with hair just like yours. Hongdo pointed at Xiangcao's and Tai's hair. What? Juxinai looked at the 2 youths in surprise. Who are you? The 2 both looked at Hao Yi, and Hao Yi nodded. I'm Xuanhua Tai and this is Xiangcao. Are you both of the Xuanhua clan? Juxinai couldn't contain her excitement and grabbed both youths' hands. Yes, but you're hurting me. Xiangcao said. Oh, sorry. I'm Xuanhua Juxinai, also of the Xuanhua clan. How about coming to my home today as guests? Let me entertain some fellow clan members. Juxinai said happily. The two looked at Hao Yi hesitantly. After a moment's thought, Hao Yi said, all right, then we'll trouble you for tonight. No trouble at all. Juxinai then led Hao Yi and the other three toward her home. At this moment several masked ninjas slowly emerged from the shadows. The people from Huaran village are mixing with the Jinchuriki. One said. Go report to the third Hokage. I'll keep watch here. The other said. Were you also taken in by my village? Juxinai asked curiously. No, we're all from the Huaran village. This is our leader. Tai and Xiangcao said solemnly. Ah, I thought you were companions. I didn't expect this one to be a leader. Shuimen just went to Huaran village not long ago. Juxinai said. I've known Senior Shuimen for quite a while. Hao Yi smiled. Then what's your name? Tell me. Shuimen often tells me about the missions he goes on. Juxinai immediately became excited again at the mention of Shuimen. You're about to reach your home. You'll find out soon enough. Hao Yi said coyly. How do you know about me and Shuimen? Before she could finish, Juxinai's face turned shy and she couldn't speak. This is my home. Juxinai pointed to the house ahead. You're back and you've brought friends. Shuimen looked at Juxinai with a gentle expression. Hao Yi, why are you here? Shuimen suddenly noticed Hao Yi among the children. Not welcome. Hao Yi joked. So you're Baiha the runaway. I've heard Shuimen talk about you, the clan leader with mediocre skills but the best at saving his own skin. Juxinai exclaimed. Hao Yi and Shuimen looked at each other awkwardly. This was a major embarrassing scene. Why do you always speak ill of our leader? Hong, who had been neglected all along, finally found a vent. Sorry, my wife is just joking. Shuimen said apologetically. Who would have thought that the majestic next Hokage is a house husband at home? Hao Yi joked. Don't joke. The election has only just begun. No one knows who will be Hokage. Come sit down quickly. The dishes are ready. Shuimen changed the subject. Soon, thanks to the bond of battle between the Xuanhua clan and the two of them, everyone got along harmoniously. Mostly they talked about the Whirlpool country and the experiences of Tai and Xiangcao. How unpredictable fate is. I never expected the Whirlpool country to fall in an instant. Juxinai suddenly became sad as well. Sigh, it's all in the past. We must look forward. Hao Yi comforted her. Shuimen, I want to teach them the ninjutsu of the Whirlpool country. Juxinai said. In theory, the ninjutsu of your own Xuanhua clan is no problem. I'm just not sure what the third Hokage would think. Shuimen pondered. Forget about him. We'll deal with it if it becomes an issue. It's settled. I'll teach you the Whirlpool country sealing technique in the next few days. You must study hard and one day uphold the prestige of our Xuanhua clan. Juxinai encouraged. Let's talk about that later. Senior Shuimen, are you confident about the position of Hokage this time? Hao Yi changed the subject. After all, my opponent is Dashawan, one of the three ninja as renowned as my master. His experience and ability are both greater than mine. But I also have the support of the Hokage faction. So I'm still confident. Shuimen said confidently. Alright, no matter what, our Huaran village will definitely support you. We won't accept anyone but you as the fourth Hokage. Hao Yi flattered. Xiangcao, you have made remarkable progress these past few days. You have nearly mastered the basic sealing techniques. A prodigy like you is rarely seen even in Yuzushio. Really? Am I really that talented? Xiangcao was equally excited. Meanwhile, Tai sat quietly to the side, visibly dejected. Being surpassed by his younger sister was clearly not a pleasant feeling. Tai, do not be so disheartened. Your potential far exceeds Xiangcao's. Kushina said solemnly. Sister, stop comforting me. I can bear it. Tai gritted his teeth and replied. Truly. The reason you cannot learn sealing jutsu is that you have yet to gain precise control over the enormous amount of chakra within your body. None of the existing chakra control systems apply to you. You must discover the right proportions on your own. Kushina explained. Why is that so? Tai asked, confused. Our Uzumaki clan are descendants of the sage, carrying the physique of the sage in our bloodline. Over the long years most of us are merely slightly stronger than ordinary people, but some through atavism have inherited fragments of that sage physique. Both of you are fortunate, especially you Tai. Your sage physique is more complete than even mine. Kushina praised. Is it really that coincidental? Tai asked in disbelief. It is no mere coincidence. Though outwardly you are ordinary, your bodies are inherently superior, granting you greater survival ability after the fall of our nation. This is simply the result of natural selection. A sudden sorrow washed over Kushina as she recalls the tragic fate of her homeland. Senpai Kushina, isn't your husband running in the election today? Shouldn't you be there instead of chatting here? Hao Yi approached slowly and spoke. What? Today? Oh no, I completely forgot. Let's go quickly. Kushina rushed out of the training ground without even changing her clothes. Just like Minato. Hao Yi shook his head helplessly and followed behind. Soon the group arrived at the election venue. Uzumaki and Red Lotus had never seen such a scene before and surged into the crowd together. As the leader of another village, Hao Yi naturally had his own prime seat. No sooner had they arrived than two Umbu approached. Lord Hao Yi, the Hokage requests your presence. Hao Yi could not quite distinguish which faction they belonged to. He looked up at the Hokage presiding over the event. The Hokage's expression was unreadable, lending him an air of gravity. He gave a slight nod. Only then did Hao Yi feel reassured and leisurely followed the two Umbu to the Hokage. Hao Yi of Hana Ninja Village paying respects to the Hokage. Hao Yi performed a formal bow. Greetings, leader of Hana Ninja Village. The Hokage returned the gesture, seemingly wishing to demonstrate Konoha's dignified equality. After the courtesy, the Hokage smiled. Hao Yi, please stand beside me. You are now a ninja leader as well. Thank you, Hokage. I shall accept with respect. Hao Yi replied. Though this is an internal election and outsiders are not usually invited, our two villages have collaborated closely, so we specially invited you to observe the future Hokage firsthand. The Hokage said with a smile. Oh, I am deeply honored. Hao Yi kept a straight face, though his thoughts churned. Close collaboration. More likely because my Hana Ninja Village poses no threat to you. Would you dare invite me if I were? What do you think of Minato? Do you believe he has what it takes to become Hokage? Senior Minato. I am certain he will become Hokage, Hao Yi said confidently. Oh. Even someone I selected did not show such certainty. Where does your confidence come from? The Hokage asked curiously. In a vote among the ninja elite, with your support, Senior Minato and Orochimaru would be evenly matched. Hao Yi continued. But with a public vote, given Minato's charm and the countless lives he has saved with the Flying Thunder God, he would surely triumph over the cold aloof Orochimaru. Hao Yi analyzed with the benefit of hindsight. Then I accept your blessing. The election began. The candidates were Orochimaru and Namikaze Minato. Everyone wrote down their chosen candidate and placed the ballots into the box. Voting would close at noon. Hardly had the announcement been made when the crowd erupted into chatter. Some wrote their votes without hesitation. Meanwhile, Orochimaru showed no expression and soon left the venue. Watching Orochimaru's departing figure, Hao Yi thought that perhaps by now he had already grown obsessed with immortality and no longer cared for such games of power. In contrast, Minato had participated in the election from beginning to end, always maintaining his gentle demeanor. Meanwhile, Danzo watched Orochimaru leave with gritted teeth, seething with dissatisfaction. Orochimaru, at the very least you should have put on a show. Leaving like this is far too disrespectful, Danzo called out, rushing after him. Don't you have me? I'd rather spend my time reviewing our experiments, Orochimaru replied coldly. Do not forget our arrangement. Danzo gritted his teeth. Mutual benefit, you take power, I conduct experiments. Rest assured. After saying this, Orochimaru did not bother responding to Danzo and walked away. Are all his disciples this arrogant? Once he becomes Hokage, your value will be useless to him. Danzo narrowed his eyes, watching Orochimaru. Time is up. Voting is concluded. Ballot counting begins now, the moderator announced, cutting the time precisely. The crowd fell silent, listening intently. Namikaze Minato, Orochimaru, Namikaze Minato, Namikaze Minato, Orochimaru. The counting was underway, yet the atmosphere remained remarkably quiet. Politicians, high-ranking officials and common citizens alike waited in anticipation. 3 votes remain. Currently Namikaze Minato leads by 10 votes. The moderator glanced at the third Hokage. The third remained silent, perhaps out of respect for Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. The moderator continued reading ballots. Orochimaru Namikaze Minato Namikaze Minato. Congratulations to Namikaze Minato, the fourth Hokage. The moderator announced the final result. Immediately fireworks burst forth and ribbons fluttered through the air. Applause and cheers rang out endlessly. Among the higher-ups except for Danzo, who left in fury, everyone wore pleased smiles. Minato, congratulations. From today you are the fourth Hokage, the third said warmly, slowly removing his Hokage hat and handing it to Minato. I hope you will make Konoha more prosperous and pass the will of fire to every person. The third instructed. Fear not, I will work diligently and will not let down your expectations or my teachers. I will pass the will of fire to every child of Konoha, Minato said firmly. I told you so, Senior Minato would surely become Hokage, Hao Yi said confidently. I appreciate your kind words. Let me treat you to a meal, Minato replied, thanking Hao Yi directly without regard for the occasion. Minato, you're amazing. Even though I won't be Hokage, being the Hokage's wife isn't bad either, Kushina happily hugged Minato. Kushina, there are so many people here, Minato said embarrassedly. Who cares? Kushina replied, unconcerned with propriety. Alright, what a happy ending. It's time we head back. Farewell Senior Minato, Hao Yi said. Are you leaving already? They've only learned the basics of sealing jutsu. We've been away for over half a month. I wonder how things are back home. Hao Yi was eager to return. Very well. Here are my insights on sealing jutsu, take a look when you have time. Kushina took out a prepared scroll and handed it to Xiangzhou. Xiangzhou hesitantly glanced at Hao Yi. Hao Yi also felt unsure how to decide and looked toward the third Hokage. For a moment the scene grew awkward, the three stood motionless in an uneasy standoff. Kushina snapped out of it and turned to the third. Old man, can I give my clan's ninjutsu to my own people? Haha, of course. I am retired anyway, Minato can decide such matters, the Hokage said, letting out a yawn. Only after hearing the third's words did Hao Yi signal Xiangzhou to accept the scroll. Farewell. Now that you're retired, go enjoy yourself. Come to Hana Ninja Village, our full service will make you 10 years younger, Hao Yi said with a playful grin. Then I shall trouble you. Just don't treat me as a faded leader. Come anytime. Farewell. The third called after him. Don't worry, I'll visit then. Just don't treat me as a retired leader who's lost his relevance. Come whenever you like. Farewell. Hao Yi waved and departed. The scene dissolved into warm laughter as the group prepared to part. Minato stood newly crowned as Hokage, surrounded by friends and allies, while the wheel of fire burned ever brighter in the heart of Konoha. In the vast desert a lone plume of smoke rises straight over the long river, the setting sun hangs round. Across the boundless sands a burly ninja was swiftly advancing toward Sharon village. Damn it. One of the 5 great nations, yet the environment is this harsh. It's worse than our Tang country. The ninja complained without pause. The man was none other than Feizong, the trusted confidant of Tang country's leader. This trip carried the leader's personal letter and the mission was of the utmost importance. The Tang ninja village was in truth an affiliate of Konoha. If Konoha ever found out, he would be flayed alive even if he survived. Feizong slowly raised his water flask and gulped down mouthfuls. Suddenly the sand surface quivered faintly. Feizong, after all a master of the Tang ninja village, was instantly on high alert. He silently slipped a shuriken from his tool pouch. Suddenly a venomous scorpion burst out of the ground. Feizong let out a sigh of relief. Oh, it's just scorpions. Before he could react, one scorpion, then two, and then an entire swarm surged toward him from all directions. Feizong's face drained of color and he immediately fell back. However, the scorpions had already surrounded him the moment the sand stirred. How could they let prey already in their grasp slip away? Fire release, fireball barrage. Several fireballs smashed into the scorpions on one side, but before they could even take effect they were drowned by the scorpion tide. At this point Feizong's heart was dead ash. Creatures all flee harm and seek benefit, even a fool would realize these scorpions were being controlled by someone. And the one controlling them had evaded his detection entirely. The enemy's strength far surpassed his own. Feizong weighed his options. Surrendering to one of the 5 great nations was perhaps not so unacceptable after all. Brother over there, I've come to see the Kazekage. Ah. Before Feizong could finish his sentence the scorpions swarmed him all at once. In less than 5 seconds he crumpled to the ground. You're too impatient. At least let the man finish speaking before you sting. A ninja slowly stepped out from the sand. His voice was too soft. Who could tell what he was saying? Besides, those scorpions are more agile than puppets, they're harder to control. My bad. Another ninja followed close behind. The two bore similar faces and lean builds. Their skin, unlike the fair complexion typical of Sand Ninja Village, seemed to have been darkened by long ambushes in the desert. Check if he has anything valuable on him. Brother, you always order me around. The younger brother searched Feizong for a while and dug out a scroll. The younger brother flipped through the scroll, his face growing heavier by the second. Brother, this doesn't seem simple. We might have gotten ourselves into big trouble. This guy doesn't look like anyone decent. Maybe he just ransacked some weak village. The older brother seemed to be reassuring himself. Take a look. It seems to be about an envoy from Tang country negotiating with the Kazekage. The younger brother tossed the scroll straight to his brother. So it seems. Hard to tell if it's real or not. This is for the Kazekage to decide. Good thing the scorpions only stun their prey, not kill it outright. Let's hurry him back to the village, the younger brother mused. No. What if he's an assassin? We'd be bringing him into the village ourselves. No. The older brother, seasoned by experience, was cautious. Then what? Let's just pretend we saw nothing and leave, the younger brother said irresponsibly. How could we harm the village's interests? I've got it, we'll just report to the village. If they're interested, they'll investigate to the bottom of it. And we won't be blamed for it. Fine, I'll go ahead. You keep watch here. The impulsive younger brother paid no heed to his brother's advice and sprinted back to the village. The older brother couldn't stop him, nor did he dare approach recklessly. Years of experience had taught him never to casually near an unknown object, even one he had subdued with his own hands. Secret technique, binding jutsu. With a grave expression, the older brother bound Feizong, then slowly moved toward the Sand Ninja village. The boundless desert was perilous even for Sand Ninja. Soon the younger brother arrived with a masked ninja. Brother, if you had binding jutsu, why did you send me all the way back? You could have just carried him to the village outskirts. The older brother sneered. Did you give me a chance to speak? With that temperament of yours, you're bound to get into trouble one day. You must plan before you act. Stop yapping. Haven't I been doing fine? A ninja only has one chance to fail. Cultivating every good habit is how you eliminate all chances of failure, the older brother said with profound sincerity. All right, save the brotherly sentiment for later. Where's the man? The masked ninja suddenly spoke. My apologies, sir. He's right here. The older brother dumped the man on the ground. I'll take him now. The Kazekage will settle your merits afterward. The masked ninja vanished the moment he finished speaking. At the Sand Ninja Village's ANBU base, several masked ninja examined the Feizong who had been brought back. Should we hand him over to the interrogation division? One asked. Let's find out the situation first. With that, he splashed a bowl of icy water onto Feizong's face. Ah. Feizong cried out repeatedly, still trapped in the shadow of the scorpion stings. Enough, stop screeching. Who are you? Feizong trembled. Isn't this the village you were so eager to visit? Sand Ninja Village. Feizong said, half in doubt. That's right. Is this how the Sand Ninja Village treats its guests? I came as an envoy and you brought me here without so much as a word. Feizong spoke with self-righteous pride. You, an affiliate of Konoha, dare to talk such big words. Confess the truth. We're not the interrogation division, we don't have the means for torture. Feizong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Those who withhold information are useless. The ANBU has never left a useless man alive. The masked man continued. It's nothing much. We just discovered a scorch-release ninja in the land of vegetables, Feizong said wisely. A man from a petty nation making a mountain out of a molehill, the masked man sneered. Feizong thought to himself, this is bad. If the Sand Ninja aren't interested, I'm dead for sure. But wasn't your village's former hero also a scorch-release ninja? Feizong quickly made the connection. Not just anyone can be compared to Lady Yetzong. The masked ninja said seriously. Aren't you curious how the land of vegetables came to possess it, what method they used, and whether it can be replicated? Feizong mimicked his leader's tone. The masked ninja fell silent as if lost in thought. It does sound somewhat intriguing. Of course. Feizong sighed in relief. And what exactly is your purpose? It's unlikely you're simply doing this for our benefit. I wouldn't know. I'm just a messenger. With that, he handed the letter to the ANBU. I see. The masked ninja nodded as he read the letter. Should we report it to the higher-ups? The ninja beside him couldn't make up his mind. Normally baseless rumors like this were ignored outright, but this report concerned a Kekii Genkai. Of course. Since Lady Yetzong fell in battle, the title of Scorch Release user in Sand Ninja Village has never been claimed. Her sole disciple never mastered it either. Perhaps this is an opportunity, a chance to grant Sand Ninja Village a new Kekii Genkai. The masked ninja had completely fallen into the trap set by the Tang Ninja Village's leader. And no wonder. Human desire knows no end. The ability to forge a Kekii Genkai master after birth was enough to shake even a great nation to its core. Your acting is quite clumsy, but this matter has genuinely persuaded me. You are rather fortunate, the masked ninja said slowly. Our ninja village came with sincere intentions. What acting would we need? Fei Zong said with a smile. Alright, I'll stop talking. I'll take you to see the Kazekage. The masked ninja replied. Thank you. I believe we will have pleasant cooperation, Fei Zong said happily. As expected of the Umbu directly under the Kazekage. We can see the Kage as soon as requested. Fei Zong gazed at the Kazekage tower in the distance and couldn't help but sigh. Be quiet. Is this a place for chatting? When you meet the Kazekage later, behave properly. Don't act like a country bumpkin. This isn't your small country, the masked ninja said dismissively. A short while later the two arrived at the Kazekage's office building. Umbu reporting important matters. Enter. Who is this? The Kazekage looked at Fei Zong with confusion. The overwhelming aura that had accumulated over his years as Kazekage instantly shattered Fei Zhang's defenses. Fei Zong broke into a cold sweat and stuttered, Honored Kazekage, I am from Tang Ninja Village. Our leader discovered certain matters concerning your village and sent me specifically to inform you. After finishing speaking, he raised the letter above his head with both hands and presented it to the Kazekage. The Kazekage glanced at the letter carelessly, but his expression gradually grew grave. He muttered to himself, a Shoran user is it? When approximately did this person appear in Kai country, the Kazekage asked tentatively. Roughly half a year ago. I don't know the exact details. It is said they are a branch of the Baiha clan and share the same generation as the ruler of Kai country by seniority, Fei Zong recalled. It all happened so close together. Could it be a coincidence? The Kazekage pondered silently. Are there any distinguishing features? What do they look like? I haven't seen them personally. This is only hearsay. They are said to look quite gentle. This was different from what he expected. The Kazekage breathed a slight sigh of relief. Fei Zong did not dare to meet the Kazekage's gaze. Not hearing a sound for a long time, he did not dare to make any moves. Coming back to his senses, the Kazekage said, Your schemes are well crafted. You want us to be your pawns. Fei Zong hastily explained, Honorable Kazekage, please don't misunderstand. We truly have no other intentions. Alright then. I can help with this favor, but I have an entire village to maintain and the people I send must be paid as well. The Kazekage smiled teasingly, his hand tapping the desk. Money. That won't be a problem. Our village will fully cooperate, Fei Zong said, patting his chest with assurance. Money will certainly not be lacking, the Kazekage continued to press his advantage, seeing how accommodating Fei Zong was. Then what else is needed? Faced with one of the 5 great nations, Fei Zong had no room to argue. How about this? I will dispatch our Sand Village's most famous puppet squad to investigate the situation in Kai country. You will follow their arrangements completely, the Kazekage said. This I cannot easily agree to. Wouldn't this mean handing over all military power of Tang country to you? It is not appropriate. I am helping you eliminate hostile forces. Decide for yourself. If you lack the authority, go back and discuss with your leader. Come back when you have reached a decision, the Kazekage said calmly. Actually, it's nothing major. I believe our leader would agree. It would be better if you return together to see our leader, Fei Zong replied, immediately recalling the hardships of the journey. You may return first. I will send someone to investigate initially and then they will rendezvous with you at Tang Ninja Village. Then we have an understanding. You must help us. I will take my leave first and return to the village to share this good news with our leader. Fei Zong bowed and left with the Umbu. Summons Wa Men Yi here, the Kazekage said into the air. Soon a middle-aged man with face paint materialized in an instant. Honorable Kazekage, did you approve the materials request? That can wait. When's Wa Yi as a descendant of the founder of puppets? What is your opinion on the current status of puppet masters? The Kazekage spoke lightly. Yui immediately grew angry. All because of the former Kazekage who gave our family's white secret technique, Chikuma Juniken to Chiyo. Otherwise how could our clan be reduced to this disgraced state? You need to think more broadly. Regardless, Chiyo is without a doubt a top-tier puppet master. 60% of the Sand Village's puppet masters come from their lineage. For puppet masters they are undoubtedly a legend. The Kazekage couldn't help but recall this respected elder. Honorable Kazekage, although you are supreme, if this is merely an insult then I choose to withdraw. Ever since the death of Chiyo's Jr. the puppet master elite squad has been nearly wiped out. Those two sisters have already semi-retired. After that the genius Sasori mysteriously disappeared. Now the puppet masters of the Sand Village have become a fringe ninja technique system and are no longer the feared secret strike force of the past. The Kazekage continued despite Yui's anger. Sigh. Yui helplessly sighed. I will give you a mission now, let the world know the power of puppet masters. This. Yui hesitated. Those who know their own family best know their own worth. Yui knew his limitations, at best he was an ordinary jonin. How difficult it would be to make a name for himself across the ninja world. Don't worry. Your opponents are from small countries. Moreover, you earned titles during the Third Shinobi War. These are excellent stepping stones. Small country people. You don't mean Balian Peopeo, do you? Yui guessed. Yes, that is him, the Kazekage said. Just a brat in his teens. What difference would victory over him make? Yui said mournfully. Give it a try. If you perform well I will hand over the entire Sand Village puppet master squad to you, the Kazekage said indifferently. Alright, I will take my clan ninja and give it a shot. Do not be too impulsive. Investigate first. All the ninja from Tang Village will be under your command. The main objective of this mission is to investigate the origins of the Shoran user. If the jutsu can be copied, bring it back. As for Balian Peopeo stealing other nations' ninja techniques, you understand. The Kazekage reminded him subtly. Rest assured. Do you think I cannot handle a child? How dare they build a village in such an insignificant place? I will let them witness what a ninja village truly is. Yui imagined. Enough. Go quickly. Stop boasting, the Kazekage said. This time I stake my family's honor in battle. After saying that, Yui left the ninja village. All talk and no substance. If the Sand Village's puppet masters did not lack successors, you might not even have received this audience. The Kazekage sneered to himself. Meanwhile, Hao Yi had no idea that an invisible net was spreading across Kai country from behind the scenes. He was touring with several disciples, enjoying the prosperity of the Fire Country. Such beautiful scenery. It would be even better if Sister Yutsong were here with me. Hao Yi couldn't help but sigh as he admired the scenery along the way. Zwoman Yuani stood before the family council hall facing the most capable puppet masters of the Zwoman clan. Esteemed brethren, the moment to restore our family's former glory has at last arrived. Should we simply destroy the nascent flower village in the land of vegetables? The Kazekage vows his unqualified support. He will marshal every resource and talented individual to rebuild our Sand Village puppet division. Zwoman Yuani proclaimed with impassioned fervor. The assembly watched their patriarch with rapt anticipation. The younger members cracked their knuckles, eager and restless, bound by a shared pride that stirred every heart to silent resolve. Nothing in this world is absolute, nor is any battle assured of victory. We shall dispatch but a fraction of our numbers. Each of you will bring only your personal puppets, and of the clan's revered reserves only those on the verge of collapse. Yuani ground out through clenched teeth. A puppet was a master's very lifeblood, capable of elevating one's prowess in every dimension. To safeguard their ancestral legacy, Yuani had already yielded incalculable sacrifices. Patriarch, grant me the honor of going. I bear no heirs, send me instead. Patriarch, my siblings are many, let me be the one. Patriarch, I stand enriched by the clan's grace alone, I offer myself. The assembly erupted into overlapping clamor. Enough. Yuani's roar cut through the noise like a blade. Such unruly bickering hardly befits our dignity. Instant silence claimed the hall. Though his personal combat prowess may have been modest, Yuani's authority among the clan was unmatched. So be it. Uncles Tsamu and Shueizhen shall accompany me. My generation will draw lots, half of us will march. Among the younger generation 1/4 shall follow. Yuani spoke with practiced deliberation. The younger generation lacked battle experience, yet they were the clan's future. A glimpse of the wider world would serve them well. Retaining half the mid and high-ranking members would ensure the household's affairs continued without interruption. A thoroughly reasonable strategy. Une, the lots are drawn. The chosen are assembled, Uncle Samuel reported. 18 precisely as planned. Une muttered with a touch of wry self-mockery. To think his lineage traced back to the venerated founding patriarch of their puppet arts, yet now merely 18 clansmen could be mustered, so few among the accomplished. Une ground his teeth and swore a silent oath in this life he would resurrect his forebears' long-lost glory. Move out. At Une's command he broke into a sprint. The contingent fell in behind him, moving with practiced synchronization. Truly descendants of a once great lineage, their aristocratic bearing ran deep. After a grueling 48-hour forced march, the puppet masters soon reached the border between the land of hot water and the land of vegetables. Une, the nation is newly forged and sparsely populated with shinobi. We breach its defenses directly. Samu remarked. Do not underestimate them. Hiriko Koichi is at least an established shinobi, Une cautioned. Established? Hiriko the runner. That hardly constitutes renown. Shueijin scoffed. And what of the yellow flash? That technique alone defies categorization. Moreover, Hiriko Koichi's bounty exceeds 100 million ryo, yet not a single assassin has succeeded in putting him down. They are not to be taken lightly, Une countered. You're being far too cautious, yellow-haired whelp, Shueijin retorted. This mission is hardly so simple. The land of vegetables harbors a practitioner of Shotan. Our true objective is to interrogate the captured and extract the secrets of their bloodline art. Une confirmed. Shotan. The mention of it brought a towering silhouette to Shueigen's mind. Precisely. The Kazekage throws his full weight behind this endeavor. And when you consider the suspicious demise of the Shotan wielder Yura, this situation is far from ordinary. Une elaborated. Shotan is the very bane of puppet arts. Even if the political aim were to purge rivals, it makes little sense to dispatch us, Shueijin noted with surprise. Beyond the highest echelons, how many families could possibly muster enough shinobi to hunt down elite jonin? Une's gaze hardened as he addressed his two uncles. I concede, Une, this is a dangerous gamble, Shueijin remarked. The chance to restore our family's prestige is upon us. Moreover, the advantage lies with us, we strike from darkness. Puppet masters wield ranged arts, Shotan need not prove our undoing. Une reasoned. Precisely. Shueigen, has your fancy got the better of you? Remember, no martial art is immune to hidden weapons. And we still have toxic gas in reserve. Samu clapped Shueijin on the shoulder. Speak not such folly. What is there to fear? One must be cautious, understand. Prudent above all, Shueijin stammered defensively. Enough, I was merely jesting. Une, you shall direct us. Your capabilities stand unrivaled, and your stewardship of this clan over recent years has been witnessed by all. Samu agreed. Well said. I find the flower village to be remarkably open, with merchants moving freely in and out. Its perimeter defenses are equally lax. We shall infiltrate in separate contingents. The three of us will each lead a detachment. I will pose as a sand village envoy and make direct contact with their leadership. Shueijin will masquerade as a merchant. Samu, you will penetrate from the dense hinterlands. By this time tomorrow, regardless of outcome, we regroup in the land of hot water, Une directed. As you command. The assembly divided with seamless tacit coordination. Shueijin took the vanguard, quickly donning a merchant's guise before pressing onward toward the flower village. Samu slipped inward through the peripheral paths. Une drew a steadying breath and strode toward the gates of the flower village. Halt. Identify yourselves. Whence do you come? And what brings you here? The flower village guards posed their triad of questioning. I am an envoy dispatched by the Sand Village, come to negotiate an alliance with your leadership. Une replied with quiet confidence. Diplomatic envoys bear formal credentials, do they not? Surely you are aware of protocol, but the guard remarked with practiced gravitas. Oh. Must Sand Village envoys beg for audience? It seems associating too closely with Konoha has bred arrogance in your borders, Une retorted, masking his composure as he turned the accusation. You audacious, a guard stepped forward to retort, but a companion seized his arm. We are a fledgling settlement. Do not provoke powerful enemies. Instantly the man recoiled into silence. Months of uneasy integration had softened these wandering blade-for-hire shinobi, weaving a reluctant affection for this tranquil hamlet. Proceed to inform the deputy leader. I shall handle this matter. Understood. Your vigilance is appreciated. Greetings, honored envoys. It is common knowledge that internation diplomacy requires formal credentials. Without prior submission we cannot ascertain the veracity of your claims. Surely we are barred from entering altogether. Yue sneered. We suggest in the spirit of local custom that you submit to a brief registration. Our messengers have already been dispatched to the deputy leader. She shall determine the next course of action, the guard replied with measured composure. A deputy leader. Is this truly your standard of hospitality? Yue's voice hardened with restrained anger. Our leader journeyed to Konoha and has not yet returned. The deputy leader currently wields his authority in his stead, the guard explained. I see. Yue allowed himself a private sigh of relief. Fewer powerhouses in their ranks only improve their odds. I hear your deputy leader commands the Shotan bloodline limit. Yue pressed. That is correct. Both our leader and his deputy wield Shotan, they are exceedingly formidable. The information was common knowledge throughout the settlement and the guard offered it without hesitation. Yue's brow furrowed slightly. When had Shotan become so commonplace? Moments later the dismissed guard returned and leaned in to whisper urgently to his counterpart. Very well. Follow us. You shall be taken directly to the deputy leader, the guard relayed the order. Lead on. Yue was keen to confront the wielder of this Shotan firsthand. Under the guard's escort Yui walked toward the leader's office. Your village is quite prosperous, so many buildings. Are there that many people living here? They're all empty at the moment, replied the guard. Then they're useless, how much money did that cost? Yui exclaimed in surprise. As a puppeteer by origin he instinctively calculated how many high-quality puppets could be made with that amount of resources. Such confidential matters I wouldn't know. Although it was peacetime the guard remained cautious and did not reveal too many of the village's secrets. Deputy leader the envoy from Sharon village has arrived, the guard said respectfully. Alright, let him in. You may go about your duties, I'll handle this alone. Yutsang said calmly. Yes, deputy leader. The guard bowed respectfully and returned to his post. So you're the Scorch Release ninja from Kai country? Swa Men Yi asked. Sort of. Please have a seat, Yutsang said pointing to the table beside him. Haha, then I'll gladly accept. Yi smiled and took his seat. Yutsang sat upright in the main seat sizing up the Sharon ninja before him. He had no recollection of him and couldn't help thinking, did Sharon village really send such a nobody? Meanwhile Yi was also appraising the woman before him. He couldn't help shaking his head, she was a world apart from his village's hero. Scorch Release user Yutsang's stern expression could make children cry. But the woman before him was gentle and refined yet carrying an air of grace. They were entirely two different types of beauties. Their attire was also different. Yutsang was incredibly alluring while this woman revealed nothing beyond her face. I wonder, is there something about today's hospitality that displeases you? Yutsang saw Yui shaking his head repeatedly and asked. Yui was startled and quickly covered it up, not at all. I was merely lamenting that I wasn't born in Kai country after seeing your outstanding presence. Stop with the flattery. Tell me, what exactly is your purpose in coming to our village? I traveled through Wind country years ago and there was no such person as you. Yutsang took the initiative to checkmate him. Honored by Fengying's favor, I had no choice but to come. Yui, knowing he couldn't refute, avoided a direct answer and kicked the ball back to Fengying. Is that so? Then what instructions does Fengying have for this visit? Yutsang asked with a smile. Mainly to discuss trade. Now that it's peacetime, Fengying specially sent me to negotiate trade matters with various countries. Yui fabricated casually. That's simple. You can talk to our finance department. As long as it's profitable it's fine, isn't it? Yutsang felt something was off and stared fixedly at Yui. You're quite direct, miss. But don't rush, there's another matter. Fengying specifically asked me to investigate something. If you have something to say, say it all at once. Don't spill it out like beans from a bamboo tube. Yutsang, disliking this kind of rhetoric, retorted directly. Alright, it's nothing much, just the matter of the Scorch Release ninjutsu, Yui said slowly, word by word, while observing Yutsang's expression. Finally it's coming. Yutsang thought to himself. But he didn't dwell on it and instead asked, bloodline limit. What's there to ask about? It's simply something given by birth. As everyone knows, Scorch Release and Magnet Release have always been the hallmarks of Sharon village. How did you suddenly come to possess Scorch Release ninjutsu? Yui persisted relentlessly. Aren't bloodline limits all inherited? Naturally our family has had this gene since ancient times. What does it have to do with your Sharon village? Yutsong laughed loudly. Our phonying suspects that Kai country has stolen our village's ninjutsu, Yi continued. A forced accusation. Yutsong snorted. Of course, after coming to Huanren village I could see that's not the case. Resolving it is actually quite simple. Yi said with a faint smile. How to resolve it? Yutsong asked. Just hand over your village's scorch release ninjutsu and the method of practicing it and I'll show them to phonying. If they're different from our Sharon village, won't the misunderstanding be cleared? Yi said. Why not bring your Sharon villages over for me to see and check if you're imitating our Huanren villages? Yutsong slammed the table in anger. I wonder if your Huanren village has the strength for that. Yi's face darkened instantly as he issued a threat. Kid, before you threaten others you should check your own hand, Yutsong said with a smile. What? Isn't my 5 great nations qualified to say that? Yi continued to pretend. You Sharon village want to lead troops through my to attack Huanren village. Even if you succeed, have you considered the feelings of my and Leiren village? Next, do you plan to pincer my or advance on Leiren village? Yutsong laughed. With your level of strength any elite squad could destroy this village. Yi continued to feign arrogance. Is that so? Since you're so bold, then by all means bring it on. I want to see just how terrifying the strength of the 5 great nations really is, Yutsong said firmly. So resolute, could Huanren village have some unknown secret? I must not act rashly, I need to investigate first, Yi thought to himself. You are not welcome here. Please leave, Yutsong said impatiently. Hey miss, don't be so hasty. Can you make such a big decision? Better wait until your leader returns, Yi said with a smile. No need. If he returns you'll lose your life. Considering that I once studied in Wind Country and received kindness from its people, I'll spare you. Now leave quickly. Yutsong shouted. Fine, Sharon village will remember your words. Yi didn't forget to drop a threat before leaving. TCH, small kid but big temper, sounds just like those old men. Yutsong muttered unconsciously. No, is it deliberate imitation? Phonying's trusted aide should have his own young style, not just mimicry. In just 1 year has Luo Sha suddenly gained a young confidant. Would a man like Luo Sha use someone so weak? Doubts swirled in Yutsong's mind. Could it be that my secret has been exposed? Yutsong couldn't help asking himself. Someone summon the brothers Leiya and Lienya, Yutsong ordered. Yes, deputy leader. Sir, what is the matter? The 2 brothers asked cautiously. Boss, I heard that the secret of your ninjutsu lies in condensing moisture from the air to form a convex lens to attack enemies, is that true? Yutsong asked. That's right, Lienya said, proud of his self-created ninjutsu. Can you condense moisture into mirrors to monitor the movements around the village? Yutsong asked. I can, but the range is too large. My chakra can't cover that wide an area, Lienya shook his head and said. I see, Yutsong said helplessly. However, there are several others in the village who practice this ninjutsu. Although they're not skilled enough to form convex lenses for attack, they might be able to make plain mirrors. Lienya said after thinking. Alright, that's great. I'll put you in charge, temporarily handle daytime perimeter surveillance, Yutsong directly assigned to Lienya. Nighttime will be your responsibility, Leiya. Feel free to ask for anything you need, Yutsong continued. In the short term it's not a problem. My ninjutsu allows me to draw on an endless supply of groundwater in places with water without consuming too much chakra. Leiya said confidently. Alright, you 2 brothers go ahead and do your best, Yutsong finally felt relieved. Yes, deputy leader. The 2 happily accepted the task. Yi left Huaren village without any hesitation, sprinting toward the Tang country, intending to reunite with his 2 clan uncles who were also the leaders of the other 2 puppet master squads. In Yi's view, his disguise as an envoy from Shaoren village was flawless. Traveling directly from Huaren village to Tangren village precisely matched the mission's purpose, leaving no suspicion. His maneuver had neither alerted the enemy nor failed to set the stage for the subsequent assault on Huaren village, a perfect 2-for-1. Yi thought smugly. However, he never expected that Yutsong was actually Yetsong, who knew Shaoren village intimately. Though merely suspicious, he had saved Huaren village from the risk of a night raid. Yi, why are you so late? We've been here for ages. Just now a ninja from Tangren village came to ask when we'll act. Shuizhen asked puzzledly. Chatted with their second-in-command from Huaren village, bragged Yi. How about you? Any gains? Shuizhen asked eagerly. Pa Shuigen, are you concerned about the battle situation, or do you want to see if the Scorch Release ninja is Yetsong? Laughed Samu. Oh come on, what Yetsong? We need to know more about the enemy before the battle. What do you know? Shueizhen argued. I don't have much info. I've seen the Scorch release ninja, totally different from Yetsong. Don't worry. But I always feel that they aren't afraid of the 5 great nations, it's too unusual. Yi decisively stopped their bickering. I heard from the villagers that their top brass are extremely powerful, some can summon vast amounts of water, some control sunlight, some kill with branches, and the 2 leaders can spew lava. Samu said with a smile. I've heard that too. Probably just villagers who haven't seen the world, they're amazed by a couple of ninjutsu. Shueizhen chimed in, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Don't be careless. Their second-in-command doesn't seem ordinary, Yi said, recalling Yutsong's demeanor. If only we had brought a sensory ninja, at least we could sense their chakra, Shueizhen complained. What now? Just go back empty-handed? Samu asked doubtfully. Why are we in a hurry? We're helping others, they'll be the ones worrying. Yi then found a spot and pretended to nap. What is this? You were the one who organized us and now you're the one who wants to sleep, Samu complained. Alright, let the clan members rest. We've been moving at high speed for days, even for battle we need to adjust. The matter of Huaren village, they'll come begging us, the Tangren village people will. Rest assured, Shueizhen immediately understood Yi's thoughts. You're grown men still needing to be begged. Forget it, I can't be bothered. Just tell me when you're leaving. Samu finished speaking and walked off to a side. Suddenly a young man in ninja attire walked in. Hello, may I ask who is the captain of this operation? Yi slightly opened his eyes and said, it's me. What can I do for you? You flatter me. Our leader invites you to discuss the operation. The young man said, neither humbly nor arrogantly. Okay, lead the way. Yi had been waiting for the invitation from Tangren village and it came. Soon they arrived at the leader's office of Tangren village. I am honored to be the leader of Tangren village. Please enlighten me, esteemed envoy, the Tangren leader said in a sycophantic manner. You flatter me. I as a junior need your guidance, senior. Yi reciprocated the flattery. Let's stop being modest. Please have a seat, the Tang leader said with a smile. Thank you, leader. May I ask why you summoned me? Yi asked. Envoy, aren't you asking knowingly? Of course it's about this mission, the leader laughed. In such a hurry. I thought your 2 countries had neither national nor personal enmity to warrant this. Yi drawled. Isn't it for your sake? Finish the mission early and you can return to your country early to rest. The leader feigned composure. Since you're not sincere, I see no need to talk, Yi continued to pressure. Wait, young brother, don't be hasty. I'll be honest. I am utterly helpless. Although both our villages are vassals of the momentum Huaren village has shown will eventually devour us. Since we cannot avoid it, it's better to strike while we still have some strength. Moreover. The leader paused mid-sentence. Moreover what? Yi pressed. To be honest, our small countries are not as harmonious as they appear. In the past the Kai country has always sent its heir to our Tang country in exchange for peace. So there is indeed national enmity, the leader said. I didn't expect you small countries to be so ruthless, directly detaining another country's heir for a long time. Yi laughed. Actually, it's a convention. You great nations look down on these interests of us small countries. Among nations of equal rank they have had victories and defeats, so they never use this method. The leader explained. I roughly understand. But Huaren village is not that simple, Yi said. It's just been established. With you and me united, what's there to fear? The leader thumped his chest. As far as the few high levels who have shown their skills, each is at the level of elite jonin. And Huaren village has over a dozen high levels. Moreover, thousands of ninjas, though all low level, cannot be underestimated if they attack together, Yi said, looking at the Tang leader. That's no problem. Our Tangren village has mobilized a secret force of 600 elite chunin along with 6 special jonin and 1 elite jonin, all at your disposal. The Tang country said confidently. Oh. Are you sure they are under my command? Yi was surprised. If you suspect someone, don't use them. If you use them, don't suspect them. I trust the credibility of a great nation. Fine, since you're so straightforward, I'll go arrange the battle plan, Yi said excitedly. His whole series of bluffs had been aimed at gaining command of the army, and now he had obtained it effortlessly. Yi had been feeling as if guided by divine providence recently. Leader, this is your entire private army. What if? The young ninja exclaimed in surprise. If I didn't give him command, would he cooperate? This place is far from their Sharan village. Our interests are useless to them. Better to trade for trust, the leader said smugly. Aren't you afraid your troops will be used as cannon fodder, the young ninja continued. We have no conflict with Sharan village, so he won't deliberately waste our forces. Although he will use the troops to wear down the enemy, it's all worth it. We invited them only to ensure victory. The leader said self-deprecatingly. I think I understand a bit but not completely, the young man frowned. If you understood everything, wouldn't you be the leader? The leader joked. I don't have that ability, the young ninja shook his head. Enough, don't just stand there. You go to the troops too. It will be good training, the leader said calmly. I have to go too. No way, the young ninja was startled. Besides you and me, does Tangren village have another elite jonin? The leader said. Yes, leader, the young ninja nodded knowingly. Shinyo, the future of Tangren village depends on you. You must endure the baptism of war. The leader prayed silently. At the Tangren village training ground, over 600 ninjas stood ready in full battle array. Yi and Shinyo stood silently on the high platform gazing at the assembled ninjas before them. Shinyo, these men have quite the spirit, Yi commented. Of course they are the village's most elite force. Shinyo said proudly. To make a long story short, you handle your own men's morale, Yi declined to overstep. No need, we instill the meaning of war in every training session. Though their strength may seem modest, they are the warriors best adapted to the battlefield. You can think of them as death warriors, Shinyo said proudly. I see, I suppose this is your leader's ultimate technique. Yi speculated. Let's not delay. You should quickly devise a battle plan. Take advantage of the night to catch them off guard. Shinyo, as a junior highly esteemed by the Tangren leader, instantly discerned the environmental advantage. Actually, in group battles there is no strategy beyond ambush. Yi said. Don't be modest. Hurry up and arrange it since the leader has given you full authority, Shinyo said. Alright, I'll take over then. Yi cleared his throat and slowly raised his voice. Everyone, you are the finest warriors of Tangren village. Our tactic this time is simple: besiege a point to ambush reinforcements. First, Shinyo will lead 400 close combat elites to launch a surprise attack on the leader's office of Huaran village, drawing out all their combat forces. Then our Sharan village elites and 200 long-range ninjas will use ranged attacks to annihilate all the ninjas of Huaran village. Everyone fell silent and automatically divided into two groups according to their abilities. Only Shinyo glared at Yi. Everyone knew that Yi was definitely using the 400 ninjas as cannon fodder. Yi did not flinch from Shinyo's gaze and stared straight back at him. Shinyo clenched his fists tightly, then released them. He silently walked toward the close combat unit. Don't be nervous. Huaran village is nothing to worry about. This is my most powerful weapon, keep it close for protection. As Yi finished speaking, he tossed out a scroll. With a bang, a cloud of smoke dispersed, revealing a figure identical to Yi. A clone technique as a trump card. Shinyo said disdainfully. Ignorant, Shueizhen beside him sneered. You. Shinyo said angrily. Enough, stop this. The mission is paramount. Everyone return to your units, Yi said solemnly. Without another word, Shinyo led his unit and dashed toward Huaran village. Fool, rushing to die. Shueizhen muttered. Alright, we still rely on them for this mission, Yi said. Yi, why did you give him the substitute puppet? That's half your strength. And it's equivalent to a life, Samu asked in confusion. I didn't want to either, but with so many people I'm not at ease leaving it to him. By remotely controlling the puppet I might maximize the unit's effectiveness, Yi said. What a pity, Samu said. Alright, let's follow too. Prepare for a great battle. I have a feeling Huaran village is not simple, Yi said anxiously. Yi said anxiously. Without waiting for the others' reactions, he shouted, move out. Orders were like mountains. At Yi's command, the newly formed unit marched forward in perfect unison. Yi looked at the obedient ninjas of Tangren village and his fighting spirit was rekindled. Tangren village and Huaran village were close neighbors. Shinyo and the other close combat ninjas quickly reached the territory of Huaran village. Everyone slowly drew their shuriken ready to launch a surprise attack. Yi sensed the state of the puppet and was slightly surprised. Strange, could it be that the joints are stiff from disuse? Impossible. Puppets are our lifeblood. We treasure them and polish and lubricate them every day. Shueizhen said. That's strange. I feel the puppet is a bit sluggish to control, Yi said after sensing. What's the big deal? The climate here is humid, unlike the wind country. Moisture might have entered the puppet causing some resistance, Shuejian explained. Maybe, Yi said skeptically. Soon Yi spoke through the puppet, warriors of Tangren village charge. With that the puppet Yi opened its mouth wide and fired a huge poison gas bomb toward Huaren village. Many Tangren ninjas also dashed toward Huaren village at high speed. It's not a clone, it's a puppet. Shinyu finally realized astonished. Instead of standing there dumbfounded, you'd better kill more enemies, the puppet Yi sneered. The puppet Yi sneered. Unable to bear the taunt, Shinyu also charged forward. Scorch release over steaming kill, instantly fiery red, magma, engulfed dozens of ninjas ahead. The Tangren ninjas turned to ash without even struggling. Wherever it passed smoke rose and soon the entire battlefield was shrouded in smoke. How dare you rats attack our village without cause? Yukura shouted from above. How did you know? The puppet Yui asked in surprise. I might as well tell you from the moment you stepped into our territory you've been under our surveillance, Yukura said with a smile. Yukura laughed. Then why didn't the poison gas bomb work? The puppet Yui pressed. It's a coincidence. If you had come during the day we might have fallen for it. But at night we perceive our surroundings using water vapor. When you launched the poison my subordinates directly gathered water vapor to block the bomb so the poison couldn't spread. Yukura explained patiently. I see. Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately it was just a coincidence, not a real counter to his abilities. Alright, now it's your turn to answer my question. Why are you attacking our village? Yukura sneered. Since things have come to this, words are useless. Brothers, charge. Shinyo, ignoring everything, prepared to lead the troops in a direct assault. Water release great waterfall technique. Fire release great fireball technique. Lightning release earth walk. The Huaren ninjas defended on the spot, unleashing their mastered ninjutsu. Water release water heaven mirage. Leia also took the opportunity to cast a technique directly enveloping over 500 Tangren ninjas in water bubbles. Summoning technique. Leia lightly tapped the water bubble and hundreds of sharks appeared in the water, charging toward the Tangren ninjas. The well-trained Tangren ninjas showed no panic, they drew their shuriken and engaged the sharks in battle. The puppet Yui stared intently at Leia, his mind racing. As the saying goes, to catch the bandits first catch their leader. The puppet's right hand shot toward Leia without warning. A petty trick. With water I am invincible, Leia said as he covered himself with another water bubble to block the attack. Don't be careless. Yukura scolded Leia for his arrogance. The puppet Yui smiled slightly. From the severed arm countless senbon shot rapidly toward Leia. Unfortunately the senbon slowed immediately upon touching the water bubble and soon sank, losing all offensive power. If all you can do is throw projectiles, then this is the end, Leia laughed. Leia laughed. Don't be too smug, the puppet Yui said confidently. What? Why is my head so dizzy? Leia sensed something wrong. In an instant his head drooped and he collapsed to the ground. The water bubble burst and the Tangren ninjas were saved. Leia. Yukura was filled with remorse, his subordinate had fallen before his eyes. Is this poison? Yukura said, looking at Leia's condition. Correct. Water can defend, but it also flows. By enveloping himself with water my poison naturally entered his body, the puppet Yui boasted. The puppet Yui boasted. Hand over the antidote or this matter will not end well, Yukura said angrily. You from a small country have quite the audacity. Kugutsu Yuichi snorted. Yutsang raised his head slightly, staring at the young man before him. I originally intended to spare your life out of consideration for your origin from Sharon village, but now I am furious and the consequences will be severe. The enraged Yutsang could no longer maintain his composure. The cold expression that once dominated the ninja world surfaced on his face, his melancholic and profound gaze fixed on the puppet. Impossible, how can it be so similar? Yuichi, controlling the puppet from afar, couldn't help but recall the village's hero Yutsang. Petrification shock. Shinyu noticed that the Huaren ninja's attention was all on Yuichi, so he quickly issued orders. A group of Tang ninjas immediately activated their techniques, their surfaces rapidly petrifying, greatly enhancing their resistance. They followed Shinyu and continued the charge. They were like over 400 stone giants. Secret art, earth grudge fear. A low chant came from not far away as countless branch-like lines pierced up from the ground. They headed straight for the hearts of the Tang ninjas. In the end they had underestimated the power of petrification. The lines of earth grudge fear could not breach the defense. Interesting. Is that an earth release on the surface? So hard. Kakuzu thought to himself. Don't be afraid. Their attacks can't penetrate us. Keep charging. Shinyu breathed a sigh of relief and shouted. Only a few dozen meters ahead, once they broke through, his advantage would increase. Shinyu thought to himself. Humph. Kakuzu snorted as if feeling insulted. Since that year this is the first time I've fought without being paid. Fire release, head hardening. Wind release, wind pressure. Water release, water curtain. Lightning release, false darkness. Earth release, earth spear. Kakuzu instantly split into 4 masked figures, and the 5 of them each cast their jutsu. 5 top-tier B-rank ninjutsu roared forth, tearing apart everything they touched. Even the ground was ravaged beyond recognition. What level of ninjutsu is this? Defend quickly. Shinyu was shocked. Earth release, earth flow wall. The Tang ninjas each erected their defenses. Even the sturdy earth walls were like paper in the face of such jutsu, collapsing instantly. At the entrance of Huaren village, a 20-meter-wide crater was blasted open. As the smoke cleared, the entire field was strewn with corpses. Of the over 400 Tang ninjas, only the 100 or so at the very back survived, shielded by earth walls and the bodies of their comrades. You monster! Shinyu shouted angrily. You, a wretch hiding behind your comrades, have no right to speak. Kakuzu sneered. It turned out that when Shinyu saw Kakuzu unleash such a high-level jutsu, knowing he couldn't withstand it, he instantly teleported to the back, using his comrades' bodies as shields to survive. Then he teleported back to his original position, trying to cover up the truth and pretend to be a fearless leader to deceive everyone. Shinyo, his mask torn off, was at a complete loss, not knowing what to do. Attack. The two sides' strength were not on the same level. Retreat. He didn't have the authority to order that either. The scene fell silent. Yutsang, you can't even handle these riffraff, and you've disturbed an old man like me. Don't you think that's too much? Kakuzu laughed. You're here. Have you seen Kisame? Yutsang looked around and asked. Kisame went on a mission. Such a powerful asset naturally has to earn money. You don't manage the household, so you don't know how expensive life is. Hurry up and finish this quickly. Don't waste time on making money. I plan to go to other countries' exam markets later to set up some leisure spots. That's the real business. Kakuzu urged. Understood. I'll resolve this quickly. Yutsang glanced at the puppet Yuichi. Now your men seem scared out of their wits. Do you still want to fight? Yutsang said coldly. Don't lump me in with those common soldiers. Whoever you are, since you've come, we must fight. Otherwise the world would laugh at this well-meant puppet master clan. Yuichi said proudly, puffing out his chest at the right moment. Fine. Then die. Scorch release, oversteam kill. Yutsang held nothing back. This level. It's not enough to defeat me. The puppet Yuichi quickly raised his left arm, which opened up around it, then spun rapidly, lifting him into the air with the resulting lift. He deftly dodged Yutsang's lethal attack. Rain of needles. The puppet Yuichi, now overlooking the village from above, opened his chest, revealing dozens of launch ports, and fired needles indiscriminately at the village. Yutsang was shocked and quickly cast a jutsu. Suddenly a flying hammer with a chain shot out, and the needles immediately changed trajectory, attracted to the hammer. Deputy leader, let me personally settle the matter of my brother. Otherwise the world will think that we 3 evil ninjas are weak and easily bullied. Saya emerged from behind Yutsang, expressionless, and said. Yutsang looked at Saya, thought for a moment, and said, all right. If it's not feasible, don't force it. I'll cover you. Saya received the order, didn't reply, and walked directly beneath the puppet Yuichi. Humph, just a special weapon. I already know your tricks. But my ninjutsu isn't limited to needles. Yuichi grinned sinisterly, raising his right arm, which was missing a hand. Multiple poison gas bomb technique. Several poison gas bombs shot out from the joints of his right arm. Sorry, but I completely counter you. Saya laughed. With a single push of his hand, the poison gas returned along its original path, striking into the puppet Yuichi's right arm. After a few explosions, the puppet Yuichi's joints emitted black poison gas. The realistic puppet combined with the smoking scene made the ninjas burst into laughter. Good thing it wasn't an explosive weapon, otherwise my puppet would have been destroyed. Strange, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Yuichi was no novice, he didn't let the amusement distract him from thinking. Now it's my turn. Saya said confidently. With a similar single-hand gesture, the puppet immediately began to fall uncontrollably. Not good, the falling speed is too fast, the chakra control strings have snapped. Yuichi thought, immediately focusing his attention to observe the situation and reconnect the chakra strings at any moment. But things turned out contrary to his wishes. The uncontrolled puppet under the magnetic pull of Saya accelerated downward and crashed into the ground with great speed, shattering into pieces. The puppet Yui Chi was no longer usable. Saya quickly scanned the parts on the ground as if searching for something. Don't bother looking. This is my fate. But I never thought that dying for others would happen to me. Still having so many people care about me. It's really nice. Even second brother is worried about me. It's so much better than before, really much better. Leia smiled and said. Don't say that. We will definitely save you. Lienya on the side said. In just half a year under the influence of Huarun village, the three evil ninjas were no longer the heartless people they once were. The special environment had made them cherish each other even more. It's all right, there is still hope. The puppet is here, which means the puppet master is also nearby. Let's hurry and chase him. There might still be a chance. Yutsang said calmly. No need. I've already sent Yi Yuanlin and Ping Ci ahead, Jiao Du said calmly. The two of them. Isn't that a suicide mission? Yutsang grew even more anxious. After all, Yi Yuanlin was the one Hao Yi had repeatedly instructed to protect. If anything happened to her, Hao Yi would surely be furious. You're underestimating them. Forget that Ping Ci is a jonin from one of the 5 great nations, even Yi Yuanlin might be stronger than me. She has a good relationship with the tailed beast and can freely use its chakra-switching consciousness at will. Dealing with these rabble is just a matter of one tailed beast ball, Jiao Du chuckled. How do you know that? Yutsang asked, puzzled. A ninja's ability is tied to their earning potential, so I naturally make it my business to know, Jiao Du said with a hint of pride. Fine, let's hurry. Leia can't hold on much longer, we need to get the antidote quickly. Yutsang insisted. Alright, follow me. I told Ping Ci to leave marks along the way, Jiao Du said without further objection. Let's go. Yutsang and the others rushed forward impatiently. Suddenly a gust of air blasted through snapping trees like twigs. The sky darkened abruptly and massive raindrops poured down. What's happening? Is this man-made? Yutsang couldn't help but wonder. It feels like it. The chakra in the rain is enormous. Jiao Du said gravely. Look, a huge turtle, someone with sharp eyes spotted. Deputy leader, look ahead. There's a giant turtle. A ninja screamed in disbelief. Everyone followed the direction of his finger. Is that chakra? Could it be the tailed beast mode? Yutsang murmured. Indeed, it should be Lin. Don't worry. If the hidden rain village had the power to deal with a Jinchuriki, it wouldn't be in the state it is now. Jiao Du comforted. The turtle moved, another ninja warned. They saw a dark purple ball of chakra slowly forming in the giant turtle's mouth, growing larger. Not good. It's a tailed beast ball. Everyone find cover and don't get caught in the blast. Yutsang shouted. Even for Yutsang, battles of this scale were rare, he had to proceed cautiously. With a whoosh, the surrounding trees were instantly shattered by the shockwave of the tailed beast ball. Several flower ninja who hadn't hidden in time were knocked unconscious. Everyone slowly emerged from cover. The area around them had been reduced to a wasteland, and everything in the direct path of the tailed beast ball had turned to scorched earth. Unbelievable. Is this the power of a 12-year-old girl? Yutsang exclaimed in astonishment. I told you she was impressive. Jiao Du said proudly. Let's clean up the mess quickly. That one attack probably wiped out 1/10 of the villages in the land of vegetables. Annoying. All this is just delaying my work, Jiao Du couldn't help but complain. The turtle vanished. Yutsang stared at the spot where the turtle had been, a sense of unease rising within him. Probably because she used it for the first time and wasn't used to it, Jiao Du said, dropping his usual playful tone. Speed up. Yutsang urged, worried. Yes, deputy leader. Isn't this too exaggerated? Was this caused by a jutsu? One ninja couldn't help but marvel at the enormous broom-shaped crater before them. Let's find Lin quickly. The enemies should all be dead by now, Yutsang sighed. He had thought his own scorch release was devastating enough, but the tailed beast ball had reduced people to ash and destroyed half a small city. Yutsang felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. Deputy leader, look. Over here, a ninja called out. Yutsang followed the voice and saw a girl lying quietly in front of the crater. It was Lin. Yutsang rushed over and carefully checked her breathing. Phew, false alarm. She's still breathing. She probably overused her chakra and fainted. A few days of rest should be enough. Jiao Du analyzed. That must be it, Yutsong nodded. Deputy leader, we also found a strange iron lump at the bottom of the crater. Would you like to take a look? The searching ninja reported dutifully. No need. That's a puppet technique. When faced with an overwhelming jutsu they can burrow underground to avoid it. There's a gap at the bottom of the iron lump. Pry it open. If we can find the antidote now there might still be hope for Leia, Yutsong instructed. You're right, deputy leader. There are people inside the iron lump but they're all unconscious. The ninja replied. All? What do you mean? There's more than one person. Indeed 3. And we found a bottle of liquid here. Not sure if it's the antidote. The puppet master who attacked this time is no ordinary foe. To protect 3 people and dive this deep to avoid the attack. Yutsong pondered. It's getting late. We should head back. Only the archives department is in the village. If there's an enemy attack we won't make it in time to help, Xiao Du reminded. Yutsong immediately snapped to attention and turned to his subordinates, make a simple stretcher and take good care of Lin. The rest of you search the area and bring any survivors. Yes, deputy leader, they answered promptly. C.I. Lei, here's a bottle of liquid. I don't know if it's the antidote but you can also wait for interrogation. The choice is yours. Yutsong tossed the bottle to C.I. Lei. C.I. Lei gripped it tightly, hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath and dashed back to the village. Deputy leader, everything's ready. The stretcher is made and including these 3 there are 50 enemies in total. They're unconscious but not in danger. The ninja in charge of counting reported, pointing at the 3 puppet masters. Good. Seal their chakra. We're returning to the village. With Yutsong's order the group quickly withdrew. Meanwhile Hao and his group were still enjoying the local customs of the Land of Fire when a plume of black smoke rose in the distance. Hao Yi stared at the direction of the smoke. Was this caused by a jutsu? That direction. No, it's the Land of Vegetables. Yu Yi's expression tightened. A silent worry crept into his heart. Since crossing over, Hao Yi had never been alone. First he had his family and now a whole village. That was his Achilles heel. Children, now is the time to test yourselves. Let's see if you can truly become ninjas who stand on your own, Hao Yi said. We are. I feel we're all at Chunin level already, Hong Lian declared first. Alright, I'll test you. We're not far from the Land of Vegetables now. This time you'll return to the country on your own. I'll be watching your every move from the shadows. Hao Yi continued. Fine, we accept your challenge. Hong Lian said, refusing to back down. Hao Yi immediately warned, be careful. Stick together. Anyone interested in you won't be a major threat. Don't worry, they assured him, patting their chests. Hao Yi breathed a sigh of relief and immediately used his spatial ability. After dozens of teleports he appeared before the Flower Ninja village in under a minute. The scene before him startled Hao Yi. The village gate was badly damaged and nearby stood over 100 oddly dressed people, shivering, unsure of what they were doing. What happened here? Can anyone speak up? Hao Yi shouted. Leader, you're back. The guard ninja recognized Hao Yi at once. Can you tell me what happened to the village? Hao Yi looked around and asked. We're not quite sure either. Anyway, the village was suddenly attacked by a large group of ninjas, but the crisis has been resolved now. The deputy leader is pursuing the remaining enemies. You don't need to worry. The guard said proudly. Our Kai country has always been aloof from worldly affairs. How did we suffer such a calamity? Is it someone I offended on the battlefield? Earth ninjas. Hao Yi pondered. Soon he noticed a group of ninjas in strange costumes nearby. Is it them? Yes, it's them. They've been scared out of their wits now, no cause for concern. The guard ninja said proudly. Which village are you from? Hao Yi strode over and pressed. Shen Yu saw the situation was bad, pondered for a few seconds, then calmed down and immediately stepped forward, shouting, You mere brat, how dare you bark here? Brothers, let's kill this greenhorn together and we'll have something to report when we go back. As expected of the heir trained by Tangren village, with just 2 sentences he boosted everyone's morale and ignited their fighting spirit. Shen Yu, full of confidence, led the crowd, charging at Hao Yi. Water style, water art, 1,000 needles. Countless water droplets slowly seeped from the ground, hovered in the air for a few seconds, then each condensed into 1,000 needles shooting toward Hao Yi. Although this ninja technique was a minor art of Tangren village, it excelled in its large attack range and low consumption, making it perfect for testing an opponent. Hao Yi smiled faintly and silently activated the blazing release mode. The immense heat evaporated the water art thousand needles, and after a series of sizzling sounds both sides were submerged in the mist. The Tangren ninjas followed closely, each unleashing their most skilled ninjutsu at Hao Yi. Hao Yi sneered with disdain, and with a spatial ability he appeared behind the group. So fast. Shin Yu was astonished. With such speed even I, the king of escape, have to admit defeat. At this moment Shin Yu's right hand unconsciously moved down, skillfully pulling out a shuriken to prepare for defense. As a jonin with years of mission experience, Shin Yu was very clear about speed. What absolute speed represented? It surely meant a one-sided massacre. Just like the fourth Hokage, killing jonins was like cutting vegetables. You've all used up your ninjutsu, haven't you? Now it's my turn. Hao Yi said calmly. Wait, not yet. Can you wait? Shin Yu said, stalling for time while trying to find a chance to escape. Hao Yi rolled his eyes. Stop talking nonsense. Then he instantly teleported to any direction and immediately used his ninjutsu, Sage Art Blazing Release, Overboil Kill. Lava-like liquid quickly surrounded the Tangren ninjas. Before the lava even reached them, most of the Tangren ninjas, unable to react, were turned into mummies by the heat of the technique, then devoured by the lava, leaving no remains. Only a few at the back far away escaped the range of the technique, but they were also heavily burned by the heat with no strength left to fight. Shin Yu was already on guard. As soon as he sensed something wrong, he teleported to another place and hid. This kid, such deep cunning. With such overwhelming strength, he still changed his position beforehand to catch us off guard and maximize the damage. I cannot be his enemy. What should I do? Hao Yi was still immersed in his own ninjutsu, nodding with satisfaction, seemingly very pleased with the power of his technique. The recent victories seemed to have blinded Hao Yi. No, I must hurry back and tell the leader, or Tangren village will be finished. Right. I'm doing it for Tangren village, not running away. When it comes to running away, no retreating. I am the best in Tangren, even the leader is no match for me. Shin Yu silently cheered himself up. He probably didn't even notice his own trembling legs. Forcing himself to calm down, he made a few adjustments, took a deep breath, checked his equipment, and quickly retreated toward Tangren village. Trying to escape from me. Wishful thinking. Before Hao Yi finished speaking, he used his spatial ability to teleport in front of Shin Yu. Shin Yu was shocked. So fast. Then he sidestepped and jumped simultaneously, throwing a shuriken with explosive tags. Explode! Shin Yu yelled, and the explosive tags detonated instantly. How could this level of attack hurt me? Hao Yi activated his ability and easily dodged, looking at Shin Yu provocatively. However, their eyes did not meet. Hao Yi had expected Shin Yu to stop and check his result. In fact, Shin Yu did not pause for a moment, he kept moving. The shuriken with explosive tags he had just thrown was merely a chance to create an opportunity to escape. Hao Yi nodded with interest. Such an excellent ninja with a cool head. It's a pity that as my enemy you won't survive tonight. His spatial ability brought him before Shin Yu again. This time Hao Yi was serious. As soon as they met, he used his killing move, Void Breaker Cannon. He unleashed his ultimate technique while teleporting, aiming to strike a fatal blow and take Shin Yu's life. Just as Hao Yi was feeling triumphant, a sudden inexplicable tension arose in his heart. No, why can't I see any panic in this man's eyes? Even if his reaction was slow, he should have seen that I was already in front of him. Even if he had no time to react, his eyes should have shown fear or confusion by now. Before Hao Yi could think it through, Shin Yu suddenly charged forward, instead of retreating, accelerating into Hao Yi, and then quickly wrapped his arms around him. You're very strong, but today we draw. Shin Yu laughed, then his expression suddenly turned serious and he shouted, Explode. A sizzling sound came from his body. Not good, it's explosive tags. Even if Hao Yi were foolish, he would recognize that sound. Boom. The place where the two stood was blasted into a 10-meter wide crater by the explosive tags. Hao Yi lay on the ground not far away, drenched in sweat, his heart unable to calm for a long time. Recalling the scene just now, he still felt a lingering fear. It turned out that Shin Yu's brief exchange earlier was also to understand Hao Yi's abilities, and based on Hao Yi's characteristics he formulated a battle plan. First, he used escape to lure Hao Yi, making him think Shin Yu was just a coward. Then during Hao Yi's second attack he actively met him, neutralized him and immobilized him. Finally he used the explosive tags to perish together. From a power comparison, this was a very good tactic. Hao Yi had to admire Shin Yu's courage and strategic ability. However, unfortunately, Shin Yu's analysis of the ability was not comprehensive. He simply thought Hao Yi's ability was speed, but in reality it was space. Even though Shin Yu had restrained Hao Yi, he could not lock down space. Hao Yi could still use his spatial ability to evade the explosion. It was thus that Hao Yi managed to save his life. Indeed, one cannot underestimate others. Even ants can bite an elephant to death, let alone equals. It seems I've been getting cocky lately. Hao Yi muttered, looking at the huge crater in front of him. This escape direction seems to be toward the Tang country. Right, with such arrogance at the village founding ceremony before they want to annex our Kai country. Good. I will go and meet this good neighbor of mine. Hao Yi murmured to himself. In the dense forest, a child who looked like a ninja was darting through the trees. This was Baiha Hao Yi on his way to Tangren village. Deputy leader the guards at the gate just reported that the chief has returned and is now pursuing the remnants of the ninjas at the village entrance, the vanguard reported. What? Hao Yi is too reckless. Ah, it's also my fault. I should have settled the village affairs before going to rescue Lin, Yutsang exclaimed. Don't worry. Hao Yi is very capable. He's at least Quasi-Kage level and his speed can rival that of the fourth Hokage. The one who should be worried is probably others. Right now you should organize the aftermath work. Xiao Du said solemnly. You're right, Senior. Senior, how about you take half of the people to stay and protect the village and the wounded? I'll take the rest to provide support. Is that okay? Yutsang asked. Ah, it's been so long since I've killed anyone. I miss it. But since you want to be the first to see your little lover, I won't disturb you. Rest assured I'll handle things here, Xiao Du said with a mischievous grin. Senior, what are you talking about? Yutsang shot Xiao Du a glare. Then he glanced at the guards beside him and they tacitly divided the tasks. Move out. Yutsang took the lead, followed by dozens of people. Our Kai country is really small. It only took 2 hours to leave the country, Hao Yi remarked. Kid, stop right there. This is no place for you to play. Go home. 2 ninja-clad figures blocked Hao Yi's path. Annoying. Go somewhere cooler to stay. Hao Yi replied coldly, thinking of the devastation in his own village. Arrogant brat. You don't know your place. Die. The 2 ninjas simultaneously drew their weapons and swung at Hao Yi. Scorch release mode. Hao Yi unleashed his full power, scorching the ground around him. The moment the 2 ninjas' weapons touched him, they melted. Before they could react, they were engulfed by the scorch release. Ah! The villagers in the vicinity screamed and fled. Beep beep beep. The piercing sound of an alarm resonated through the village. A large number of ninjas rushed over. An enemy attack. The leader of Tangren village, who was waiting for intelligence on the invasion of Kai country, gazed at the smoke at the village entrance in confusion. Having been in a position of power for so long, perhaps he had lost his ninja alertness, or he was lost in thought. It took him a while to react. He quickly donned his battle armor and rushed toward the village entrance. Who are you to dare storm my Tangren village alone? A highly authoritative Tangren ninja was the first to question. Hao Yi looked up and scanned the surrounding ninjas. After all this time, only 30 small fries. Tangren village is nothing special. Kid, don't be cocky. Everyone attack together. Teach him a lesson. A Tangren ninja shouted. Fire style great fireball technique. Water style water whip technique. Earth style earth spike technique. The Tangren ninjas split into 3 squads and launched their attacks on Hao Yi. Since he intended to destroy them, he would do so with the most overwhelming force. Scorch release overheating kill technique. Hao Yi formed hand seals and instantly unleashed the technique, spewing magma-like substance from his mouth. The substance collided with the Tangren ninjas' various techniques, quickly devouring them and surging toward the enemy. Not good. It's a Kekiai Genkai. Retreat. A ninja who recognized the danger quickly pulled back, keeping his distance from Hao Yi. More Tangren ninjas were instantly dried into mummies by the scorching heat of the scorch release, then submerged into the magma. Ah, this technique is great, but it's a bit slow, Hao Yi boasted arrogantly. Sir, we of Tangren village have not offended you, have we? Slaughtering the village recklessly, the 5 great nations won't let you get away with this. No offense. You don't know what you've done. Whatever. A small fry like you probably doesn't know. Call your leader here, Hao Yi said expressionlessly. You few go quickly and invite the leader. We'll keep an eye on him here. This matter is beyond our ability to handle, a Tangren village head said tremblingly. Enough, no need to call. I'm already here, the Tangren village leader said as he ran, then leaped down, appearing before everyone. He stared at Hao Yi with a grave expression, as if considering something. Leader. The Tangren ninjas quickly bowed in respect, simultaneously letting out a sigh of relief. Humph, one person has you all so nervous. What about your drills? Go evacuate the civilians. You can't interfere here anyway, the Tangren village leader said. Yes, leader. So you're Baiha Pao Pao, the Tangren village leader asked knowingly. Not everyone can call me that, Hao Yi said sternly, using his spatial ability to appear behind the leader. He placed a kunai on the leader's shoulder. Indeed, those who have a name in the ninja world are no ordinary people, the Tangren village leader said without panic. Enough, no more nonsense. Why? Hao Yi asked. Why what? What else? Why attack Kai country? I don't recall offending you. We are both vassals of Mai. There's no need for a war of annihilation, Hao Yi said. I don't know what you're talking about. I was peacefully at home and you came attacking. Using such a flimsy excuse, why bother, the Tangren village leader retorted. Stop pretending. Your minions have already confessed. Still putting on a show? Hao Yi bluffed. Humph, is that so? A pity about my elite squad. Your village hides its strength well. A small country easily annihilates the elite troops of a medium-sized country like ours. If I don't attack now while you're weak and crush you, am I supposed to wait for you to destroy me? The Tangren village leader laughed. For something so baseless you want to kill so many people in my village? Hao Yi demanded. Don't act so righteous here. You've made a name on the battlefield, your hands are stained with far more blood than mine. Establishing a ninja village inevitably means walking the path of slaughter. Ninjas are just tools. Who is cleaner than whom? The Tangren village leader laughed heartily. Can't we coexist peacefully? Hao Yi asked. Indeed, a child's naivety. Victor is king, loser is outlaw. This world has always respected the strong. When you win you can lecture me, the Tangren village leader laughed. Oh. Victor is king. Isn't the outcome obvious now? Hao Yi raised the kunai in his hand, signaling. You don't really think I'm that weak, do you? The Tangren village leader sneered. Don't brag without looking at your situation, Hao Yi said sharply. Haha, it's been a long time since I've seen someone so amusing. A ninja emerged from the ground not far away. Upon closer inspection it was the Tangren village leader. Oh. A clone. Did you come as a clone from the start, or did you use the clone when I used my spatial ability? Hao Yi analyzed calmly, swiftly cutting the nearby leader with the kunai. As expected, the Tangren village leader instantly turned into a pile of mud. An Earth Release ninja. Trouble, Hao Yi thought, worried about Earth Release's defensive capabilities. Kid, if I had placed explosive tags on my Earth clone just now you'd probably be dead, the Tangren village leader laughed. You've got some skills. But that's as far as you'll go, Hao Yi shouted. Wait, I spared your life. Let's go somewhere else. Building a village isn't easy and you've already wrecked this place. Let's find a wasteland to fight, the Tangren village leader said loudly. Humph, you care about your territory. Fine, I'll go along with you. Lead the way. Hao Yi said without hesitation. Yes, yes, yes. With that the Tangren ninja took the lead, and as he turned to leave a faint smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Are we there yet? Hao Yi scrutinized his surroundings and demanded. Almost there, the Tangren leader replied dismissively. We've already walked several kilometers. Isn't that far enough from your village? You're just waiting to spring your traps, aren't you? Hao Yi warned alertly. Hey young friend, you speak too rashly. As leaders of our respective villages, how could we stoop to such despicable acts? However, your destructive power has always been formidable. To be safe I naturally chose a more distant location. The Tangren leader said. Enough, this is the place. A sudden wariness seized Hao Yi and he halted, shouting. Since you're eager to meet your end, I'll oblige you. The Tangren leader, abandoning all pretense of honor, struck without warning. 4 or 5 shuriken flew toward Hao Yi. Hao Yi executed a backflip, dodging the projectiles, and rapidly condensed a palm sky break in his hand. The dense spheres detached from his palm and shot forth, striking the Tangren leader. The leader's torso was crushed into fragments by the immensely dense spheres. Looking closely he saw that the Tangren leader's head had splattered like mud across the ground. An Earth clone, again with this trick. Can't you show some originality? Hao Yi complained. Hao Yi leaped onto the nearest tree and carefully observed the surroundings. Earth Release ninjas were adept at hiding within the earth, introducing numerous uncertainties. Hao Yi had to be extremely cautious. Not attacking. You're good at dodging, aren't you? Then I'll leave you no place to hide. Hao Yi gritted his teeth. Immortal technique, Scorch Release over Steam Kill. A torrent of magma erupted from Hao Yi's mouth, instantly scorching a 100-meter-long river of lava. He repeated this, unleashing the technique indiscriminately around him. Enough, it's time to wake up. The Tangren leader, left with no place to conceal himself, sprang from the last patch of intact ground. Earth release, earth flow river. The Tangren leader unleashed his killing move. The soil beneath Hao Yi's feet softened, instantly transforming into a swamp. A petty trick. Hao Yi used his spatial ability to teleport directly in front of the Tangren leader, thrusting a kunai straight into the leader's chest. As expected, the Tangren leader dissolved into earth. Hao Yi glanced around, vigilant. What to do? This old man is too cautious, always using clones. I can't find his real body either, and I'm constantly being harassed. It's uncertain whether I can outlast him. Earth release 5-inch needle jutsu. The Tangren leader, hidden beneath the earth, silently cast his technique. Dozens of earth needles shot upward from directly below Hao Yi. Sensing the danger, Hao Yi quickly backflipped, avoiding being pierced by dozens of earth needles. However, due to the short casting distance, the soles of his feet were still scratched by the needles, sustaining minor injuries. So these were pre-embedded earth spikes. He brought me here earlier to tamper with the ground. Hao Yi suddenly became enlightened, seemingly ignoring the hidden Tangren leader. Earth release decapitation technique. The Tangren leader seized the moment, using earth release to burrow directly beneath Hao Yi's feet, aiming to claim his head. Having experienced the brutality of the battlefield, Hao Yi knew clearly that after being injured the enemy would launch a fierce assault. He had already anticipated the Tangren leader's move. Almost simultaneously he teleported behind the Tangren leader. Palm Sky Cannon. The sphere pressed directly against the leader's clothes. Humph, this time you're the real body, aren't you? Rock armor. The Tangren leader shouted. His skin turned to rock and thickened outward. Useless old man. My jutsu can shatter even stone, this is nothing to me. Sure enough, Hao Yi's technique pierced through the petrified Tangren leader. Ha! No blood. Hao Yi dispelled his technique. The rock that hadn't been struck scattered, and at the base of the rock there was soil markedly different from the surrounding area. Hao Yi grabbed a handful and examined it closely, noticing the difference. The soil beneath the stone man looked as if it had been tunneled by earthworms, likely the result of an earth release technique. He discovered the enemy used a technique to protect himself and mitigate damage, then sank into the earth to escape. The leader of a nation, truly no simple opponent. In terms of earth release mastery, he could be called a grandmaster. Hao Yi kept pondering the Tangren leader's tactics. Meanwhile, the Tangren leader had already hidden deep underground, waiting for the right moment to strike. This battle has already consumed half of my chakra from casting 3 B-rank techniques in succession and traveling underground for so long. I must come up with a countermeasure quickly. The Tangren leader was assessing his own condition. Strange, I clearly pierced his soul, so why hasn't his speed decreased at all? The Tangren leader continued to ponder the enemy's situation. Perhaps the ninja battle was just such a game of calculations, it wasn't always the jutsu that killed but the schemes. After a series of fights, Hao Yi gained a sudden insight. How could the speed remain unaffected by such a wound to the soul? The Tangren leader still couldn't understand. Could it be that this brat doesn't walk on his feet but with his hands? He muttered to himself. Wait, that's it. Speed isn't just about feet, the fourth Hokage used space-time displacement. The Tangren leader suddenly realized. He then sighed helplessly. Space-time ninjutsu is the most profound. For someone so young to have already mastered it, he will surely become a figure comparable to the fourth Hokage in the future. What a pity that such an outstanding person is my enemy. A wave of powerlessness washed over him. No, I cannot lose this battle. I must protect my own village. The Tangren leader steeled his resolve. Space-time ninjutsu still requires casting. I just need to defeat him before he casts it. The best way to slow him down is with poison or genjutsu. The Tangren leader analyzed. I should have borrowed some potent poison from the Sand Shinobi village yesterday. And my genjutsu is terrible. The Tangren leader sighed helplessly. I have no other choice. He made up his mind. Earth release 5-inch nail jutsu. The Tangren leader repeated his old trick. Is that all you've got? With his previous experience, Hao Yi easily dodged. Mist concealment technique. The Tangren leader immediately emerged from the earth and cast the technique. The combo was executed flawlessly. Hao Yi gripped his kunai tightly, becoming alert. Thinking about the meticulous Tangren leader, he couldn't help but consider retreat. No, it's only thanks to my spatial ability that I can stand among the world's strongest. If I let him go now, wouldn't the secret of my jutsu be exposed? Then I would be targeted in future battles and fall into a disadvantage. For the sake of the future I must kill him. At the same time the Tang Run leader was also wary of this 11-year-old genius ninja. He continuously threw traps to limit Hao Yi's mobility before he could react. Water release water sunban. Countless water needles shot indiscriminately into the mist. Caught off guard by the attack while still thinking, Hao Yi hurriedly used his kunai to deflect and protect his vital organs. However, due to the sheer number of water needles he couldn't block them all and some struck his limbs. So fast. After a moment of calm, Hao Yi decisively activated his scorch release mode. 6 fireballs spun around him, their intense heat evaporating the water needles and thickening the surrounding mist. In the fog the chakra of the two men intertwined. For a time neither could discern the enemy's position and they could only confront each other cautiously. Since you senior will not make the first move, I shall begin. Hao Yi declared sternly. Wind release, continuous great breakthrough. Dozens upon dozens of wind blades surged forward to attack. The surrounding mist roiled with ever greater fury. The leader of the Tang ninja evaded with a series of nimble leaps, not wasting a single drop of chakra. As the wind release was unleashed, the mist all around gradually scattered and the trap scorched and ruined by the scorch release mode slowly, ever so slowly, came into view. Hao Yi realized the truth only belatedly. Casting his gaze around, how could he fail to discern the Tang ninja leader's despicable scheme? He fixed a grave look upon him. Senior, what a cunning mind you have. You flatter me. When ninjutsu falls short, experience fills the gap. The Tang ninja leader's face remained impassive, yet his eyes never strayed from Hao Yi's hands, ever vigilant. This man never reveals his true body. If I keep unleashing large-scale ninjutsu, even my sage art chakra will run dry and I'll end up a lamb to the slaughter. I must not charge in recklessly, I must outwit him. Hao Yi thought to himself. How could I have forgotten? My sage art chakra comes from the second stage of the cultivation art I practice myself. It has the power to reforge one into a sage body. Though I have only just begun to grasp the rudiments, does it not mean that I too possess a measure of the sage body's abilities? And the sage body is capable of sensing chakra after all. At that thought, Hao Yi immediately put it to the test. To keep his vision from interfering, he closed his eyes and channeled his sage art chakra. It works after all. The small mass ahead is the Tang ninja leader's earth clone. Now I must search carefully for his true body. So he's hidden right beneath the clone. Excitement surged through Hao Yi as he manipulated the orbs behind him conjured by his scorch release mode to bore toward the Tang ninja leader. Before the orbs had even reached him, the Tang ninja, unable to withstand the might of the scorch release, swiftly broke away and burst out of the ground. Swift as he was, half his body was seared by the wall of heat that slammed into him. The Tang ninja leader had no time to grieve. Weaving hand seals with both hands, he cried, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A water dragon charged straight at Hao Yi. Sage art, flower ninja art, 100 flowers in riotous bloom. Ignoring the water dragon entirely, Hao Yi hurled a fire release at the Tang ninja leader. By the time the water dragon reached Hao Yi, it had already dissolved into mist before touching so much as a strand of his hair, utterly bereft of any offensive power. Against Hao Yi in his scorch release mode, a single attribute attack truly could not prevail. Hao Yi closed the distance to the Tang ninja leader in an instant with spatial teleportation. By then his fire release ninjutsu had also arrived before the Tang ninja leader. The Tang ninja leader sought to repeat his old trick, his true body darting underground to evade the fire release. Yet under Hao Yi's chakra perception, the movement of chakra was laid entirely bare. Wind release, whirlwind fist. Hao Yi's fist struck at the point where the Tang ninja was sinking. The blow landed square on the Tang ninja leader's body. Unable to contain himself, the Tang ninja leader spat out a mouthful of blood. Hao Yi did not relax his guard. Seizing the Tang ninja's arm with one hand, he wrenched him out of the ground and slammed him back down. The Tang ninja leader crashed heavily into the earth, rock fragments crumbling from his body. Though he had encased himself in earth release to keep from being smashed to death, the tremendous shock of the impact had nonetheless rattled and injured his internal organs. With another he spat out yet more blood. I never imagined that I, the leader of a village, would fall at the hands of a mere child like you, defeated by a D-rank ninjutsu. The Tang ninja leader lamented. It was a twist of fate, my abilities merely happened to counter yours, said Hao Yi. As I said before, the victor becomes king and the strong are honored. I have lost. Do with me as you will. Attacking your village was my decision. The villagers knew nothing of it. I hope you will not make things difficult for them, pleaded the Tang ninja leader. If you lose, you alone bear the guilt. If I lose, the entire village suffers. Hao Yi laughed. I overreached myself, the Tang ninja leader said, his face utterly expressionless. What a cunning scheme. If I grant your wish, I hand you the fine reputation of a man wholly devoted to his village. If I implicate the Tang Ninja village, then my Flower Ninja village is branded as bloodthirsty and murderous. I must say you are very clever, and very treacherous. Hao Yi saw through the Tang Ninja leader's thoughts at once. A defeated man has no excuses to offer. I leave myself to your judgment. With that he shut his eyes and fell silent. There is no need for us to reach such an impasse. The life or death of your village, and even your own life or death, all hang upon a single thought of yours. Hao Yi said with calm composure. Oh. You would actually spare me. Are you not afraid that with me as a precedent other nations will attack you at will? The Tang Ninja leader asked in astonishment. In the past we merely stood on different sides. You were once my foe. From now on, if you and I become lord and vassal, if you can't beat them, join them. Who would dare to come and attack? Would that not be a fine arrangement? Hao Yi smiled. You intend to annex the land of Tang? The Tang Ninja leader exclaimed, taken aback. Did you not say it yourself? The path to founding a village is paved with ceaseless slaughter. That being so, would it not be better to unify the neighboring lands? I care nothing for the land of Tang. What I truly treasure is talent like you. In that moment Hao Yi awakened to the truth. To stand firm in this chaotic world, one must first make oneself strong. The rules are always written by the victors. Chief Baiha, the daimyo of the land of Tang, will never consent, and the 5 great nations will never consent either. The Tang Ninja leader shook his head and said, the Tang Ninja have already lost. The daimyo of the land of Tang has no voice here. The 5 great nations have just fought among themselves. How could they raise arms again for the sake of another country? So you had this in mind all along? Was our attack also part of your plan? The Tang Ninja leader asked. It was you who taught me that. Enough, let us dispense with idle talk. A single nod from you can save the thousands of ninja of the Tang Ninja village. Moreover, I doubt you would be willing to die at the hands of a child like me without ever making your name known in the ninja world. Hao Yi smiled. What is there to fear in death? I merely pity the thousands of ninja under my command. Very well, I surrender. From this day onward the Tang Ninja village shall be merged into the Flower Ninja village. We are willing to follow wherever you chief may lead. The Tang Ninja leader heaved a long sigh and spoke in a subdued voice. A wise man adapts himself to the times. However, with someone as formidable as you, senior, I truly cannot set my mind at ease. Hao Yi spoke. I hold no fear of life or death. I only ask that you, chief, treat my men with impartiality. The Tang Ninja leader declared with lofty righteousness. You speak too gravely, senior. I possess a technique that can ensure absolute certainty, but it requires you to open your mind and offer no resistance. Hao Yi stated. Even the vanquished have their dignity. How can I be subjected to slavery? The Tang Ninja leader said wrathfully. Senior, as a junior who founded a village while standing beneath a perilous wall, I had no other choice. I swear that as long as you do not betray the village and keep its interests at heart, I shall not interfere in your personal affairs. After 10 years I will release the control. Is that agreeable? Hao Yi said with sincerity. In that case, very well. Cast your technique. The Tang Ninja leader set down the burden weighing on his heart. Good. I am casting it now. Please do not resist, senior. Secret art, mind control technique. In an instant a faint bond formed in the depths of their souls, and from that moment on the Tang Ninja leader was constrained in every way. What a domineering ninjutsu. The conditions for casting it must be quite demanding, I presume. The Tang Ninja leader remarked. It requires more than 4 times the ordinary amount of chakra. Fortunately my chakra is extraordinary by nature, otherwise it could never have succeeded. Hao Yi said. I see. May I ask how you, chief, intend to deal with the current chaos? Inquired the Tang Ninja leader. By the way, what is your name, senior? Hao Yi asked. Let my former name be forgotten. From now on I shall be called Tang Yi. The Tang Ninja leader seemed reluctant to revisit the past. Very well. Rest assured, in the Flower Ninja village you will wield far greater power than you did as the leader of the Tang Ninja village. The most pressing task now is to arrange the merger of the Tang Ninja village into the Flower Ninja village, and for that I must rely on your prestige, senior, to accomplish it without bloodshed. At the same time I will send envoys to compel the daimyo of the land of Tang to surrender and submit to the land of Kai. Hao Yi was confident of victory. I never expected that a middle-ranking nation would perish in the exchange of words between the two of us. Tang Yi sighed in contemplation. At the entrance of Tangren village 2 forces stood face to face. Leading the party outside the village was Yutsang, deputy commander of Huaran village, while on the opposing side each fighter wore the Tangren village headband, some upon their foreheads, others wrapped around their waists or arms. "Hey, you across there. Have you seen our leader?" Yutsang bellowed. "What kind of rogue ninja are you? Has anyone ever tracked someone all the way to another village's doorstep?" "We know nothing of the sort, take your search elsewhere," the Tangren commander declared arrogantly after glancing at the headbands, finding no recognition in his mind. "You know nothing. Then explain the traces of the scorch release jutsu at your entrance. Do not play deaf and dumb before me," Yutsang challenged. "That brat is your leader." The Tangren commander was startled, his heart pounding wildly. "How dare you call me a brat? What do you know? Speak up or I'll ensure you die in pieces." Yutsang thundered. So arrogant. Breaking into our village time and again, do you take us Tangren villagers for fools?" The lead ninja shouted stubbornly to the end. Excellent people often know when to endure, but these Tangren villagers clearly lacked wisdom. One sentence could provoke laughter, another could spark conflict. This commander, however, managed to offend everyone with a single remark. "Brother, keep a low profile. The leader isn't here to back us up. Even that brat before was beyond our capabilities. Now we've provoked the younger ones, the elders are coming, and with so many opponents we may truly not prevail. Enough chatter. Comrades, advance together, protect the village." The Tangren commander had instantly morally manipulated everyone, elevating his own diplomatic failure to the level of defending home and country. It seemed they did not lack intelligence, but rather applied it in the wrong places. Upon hearing the call, the Tangren ninja reluctantly formed hand seals, while the Huaran village ninja simultaneously responded. A war was on the verge of erupting. "Stop. Everyone stop." A sudden voice rang out. All turned their heads to look. "Leader." The Huaran and Tangren ninja called out in unison. It was Hao Yi and Tang Yi, who had just rushed to the scene after their previous battle. "Indeed, no need for battle. Issue the order, recall all ninja immediately. Begin evacuating the ordinary villagers, trainees, genin and all major families to Huaran village first. The remaining chunin shall hold position and await the return of those dispatched outside the village. Those who defy this order will be put to death." Tang Yi issued the command with considerable authority. Yes. Obedience to orders was one of the ninja creed. The Tangren ninja began executing the mission without question. "Leader, do you find this arrangement satisfactory?" Tang Yi instantly shifted her expression, turning to him with a charming demeanor. "Excellent. Relocating the vulnerable first avoids conflict with local powers. Once the matter is settled and all ninja families have moved to Huaran village, the remaining chunin will naturally dare not resist. Senior is truly a formidable strategist." Hao Yi offered his praise without reservation. None of this could escape the leader's perceptive eye. "You already stand at the pinnacle, surveying all the diverse ways of the world below. The leader is truly lofty," Tang Yi said with a smile. "Ha ha ha. You flatter me too much, too much." It must be said that Tang Yi's effusive praise left Hao Yi thoroughly pleased. "However, there is one matter I am uncertain whether to mention or withhold." Tang Yi paused deliberately. "Speak freely. I am in good spirits today," Hao Yi readily agreed, warmed by the flattery. "It concerns the Lord of Tang country's surrender. I cannot take charge of that matter, for he was previously my employer. What do you think?" Having spoken, Tang Yi cautiously observed Hao Yi. "Nostalgia is but human nature. I shall arrange this myself, you need not worry. Rest assured, upon coming to Huaran village all will be treated equally. We will not use you as cannon fodder." Hao Yi said. "Thank you for your understanding, leader," Tang Yi expressed her gratitude. "Very well, we shall return to Huaran village first. You should make arrangements here promptly, relocate all ordinary personnel today and send over some chunin as well. Do not worry about housing. When we originally founded this village we built it to the scale of Konoha." Hao Yi said triumphantly. "Yes, leader," Tang Yi replied respectfully, a hint of surprise inadvertently flashing in her eyes. She could not help but think to herself, Konoha's scale. The leader is truly audacious, or rather ambitious. Raising her gaze to observe the leader once more, she noticed the Huaran village people had all vanished, presumably having already returned to the village with Hao Yi. "Ah, sister, it hurts, it hurts." Hao Yi quickly cried out. "You rascal, there were too many people earlier. I didn't want to undermine your authority," Yutsang said grumpily as she punched Hao Yi. "Aren't there people around now?" Hao Yi looked around at his subordinates. Everyone collectively pretended not to see, glancing left and right. They simply refused to meet Hao Yi's gaze. "You bunch of show-offs, useless in critical moments," Hao Yi joked. Sister, it hurts, it hurts. Yutsang suddenly grabbed Hao Yi's ear from the side. You still know it hurts. You little brat learning to raid villages from others. Even the smallest village has its foundations. What would you do if you encountered a village with a long history and inherited jutsu? What would you have me, Pa, what would you have us do? Yutsang said angrily. Whom would I have do what? Hao Yi looked at Yutsang with a grin. Ah. Yutsang unexpectedly pinched Hao Yi's waist, causing him to cry out in pain. My throat is parched, stop talking. Focus on the journey. I wonder how the village is faring now. I don't even know if Lin and Leia have woken up. Yutsang unconsciously voiced her worries. Leia and Lin? Hao Yi asked curiously. So Yutsang recounted the events of the earlier village battle once more. Lin was born in Konoha, I understand her selflessness. But I never expected the three evil ninja brothers to be so valiant. Truly remarkable. Recalling the original narrative, the three evil ninja brothers who murdered their sibling for wealth, Hao Yi couldn't help but sigh. That was correct, the original story took place 13 years later. At that time the three brothers were only in their 20s. After the series of events involving Huaran village, perhaps they had been reformed. Let us hasten back to the village. The tasks ahead will certainly be numerous. Swallowing a nation several times our size, if we are not careful we shall bring about our own demise. Hao Yi pondered. Indeed. Although Tangren village has surrendered, the combined strength of Tang country's samurai and soldiers remains considerable. In a direct confrontation even victory would leave us severely weakened. Yutsang analyzed. A head-on clash. Impossible. We border the fire country and across the sea lies the lightning country. Tang country also shares borders with two medium-sized nations, wind country and iron country. If we fail to resolve this within 2 or 3 days it will become troublesome. Hao Yi pointed out their current predicament. Then why are you proceeding this way? Aren't you afraid they will unite against us? Yutsang said indignantly. I have only just come to understand this. A nation's strength is paramount, no matter how powerful an individual may be, it is meaningless. Moreover, there is always someone greater. No individual can reach the absolute pinnacle alone. Hao Yi sighed, contemplating the fourth shinobi world war that would come in the future. You little deceiver. When you tricked me into joining back, then you did not say any of this. Yutsang exclaimed. Sister, you wouldn't be unwilling, would you? Hao Yi tilted his head and asked. I've already boarded this ship of destiny. If you truly asked me to retire from the ninja world, I would find it quite difficult to adapt, Yutsang laughed. Yutsang laughed. Seated at the head of the conference table in the Flower Ninja Village meeting room, Hao Yi surveyed the room and said, Everyone, I trust you are all aware of the situation. Today I accepted the surrender of the Tang Ninja Village. Now how should we proceed to annex the Tang country? Let's discuss a plan. The ninja villages of the Tang country have been destroyed and they have little combat strength left. If we recall our ninjas stationed abroad and launch a full-scale war, victory is certain. Meng Zong from the interrogation department at the end of the table spoke first, unable to conceal the delight in his eyes. Fool, it's not that simple. The Tang country as a medium-sized nation has a territory many times larger than ours. They have not only ninjas but also soldiers. If they all rise up in resistance, our losses would be considerable. Moreover, don't forget that we are sandwiched between the fire country and the lightning country, serving as their buffer zone. They will not stand idly by while the Tang country is conquered. Yutsang retorted. Exactly. The great powers least desire the emergence of a strong nation on their borders, even if it is only of medium scale. The Rain country is a living example. Ping Ci, the Minister of Civil Affairs, remarked calmly. Having been born in a major country, he saw the essence of the matter at a glance. Then what should we do? Surely we can't just return the spoils we've already obtained. Don't forget that this battle has ravaged much of our territory and it will take years to restore productivity. Baiha Huatao slammed the table in anger. The meeting fell silent. Those who had been whispering among themselves ceased speaking. Hao Yi glanced around the room, his gaze finally settling on Huatao. Huatao, do you think this is a family council? The ministers haven't spoken yet and you've already jumped up to pound the table. Have you no respect for your seniors? Go back and reflect on your behavior. Hao Yi, I have the best interests of the Flower Ninja Village you founded at heart. How can you treat me like this? Huatao said angrily. The Flower Ninja Village belongs to everyone. We are all its administrators. Go home and calm down. You are not in the right state of mind for analysis. Hao Yi waved his hand dismissively. I don't want this deputy minister position anymore, I don't care for it. Hua Tao stormed out. Hua Tao, I hope you can understand. Hao Yi sighed inwardly as he watched his cousin depart. Alright, everyone stop gawking. Let's hear your opinions. Hao Yi finished speaking and unconsciously glanced toward Jiao Dou and Guijiao. Hey, I don't think this is that difficult to handle. If we look at high-end combat strength, our village is certainly among the top in the ninja world. But our overall strength is poor. So we need to focus on individual combat and absolutely avoid large-scale battles which would only deplete our fresh forces. Guijiao paused for effect. Oh. Senior, please continue. Hao Yi seemed to catch a glimmer of an idea. All we need to do is deal with the daimyo of the Tang country, isn't that right? Jiao Dou laughed. Impossible. If we assassinate the daimyo, we will be hunted by all the daimyos of the ninja world. Ping Ci immediately seemed to guess Guijiao's intention. Who said anything about killing him? A daimyo should be dealt with by another daimyo. We go with our daimyo to the capital of the Tang country and force their daimyo to sign a surrender treaty. Which is more important to the daimyo of Tang, losing territory or losing his life and family? This way we can take the Tang country without shedding a drop of blood. Guijiao said. It's indeed a good plan, but can such a coerced surrender be lasting? Yutsang questioned. Ha, excellent idea. Once they surrender, we bring the entire family of the Tang daimyo to the capital of the Kai country, grant them a small plot of land as a fief and appoint a reputable minister to oversee the Tang country. That should do the trick. There will certainly be many people willing to take on such a risk-free deal. Jiao Dou immediately thought. It's feasible. However, the Tang country is vast, one administrator is not enough. It would be better to divide it into 5 regions to prevent any single region from becoming too powerful. Hao Yi, recalling the ancient Chinese prefecture system, said. Yes, the leader is right. Several local ninjas who had followed Hao Yi from the beginning and had remained silent until now chimed in agreement. Alright, then let's proceed according to the plan suggested by seniors Jiao Dou and Guijiao. Hao Yi nodded and decided. How about I accompany the daimyo? Yutsang volunteered, wanting to share Hao Yi's burden. We've used the scorch release too frequently lately. Now we might have to face the fire country and the lightning country head-on, so it's better not to provoke the wind country as well. It's best if we too keep a low profile. Besides, you have another task that is equally important yet requires no display of strength. Hao Yi said enigmatically. Oh. What could be more important than this? Yutsang asked doubtfully. Of course. Although the plan of the 2 seniors is excellent, we cannot ignore the vigilance of the fire country and the lightning country toward their neighboring states. If we cause such a stir, they might intervene. Moreover, some people might have slipped through the cracks during this operation and go to those 2 major countries to stir up trouble, which would also affect us. Hao Yi said. That's unavoidable. They wouldn't go to war over a country that's already been destroyed, especially one that has 4 or 5 quasi-Kaga-level powerhouses. Besides, this is a border region between 2 countries. If one makes a move, the other will react. The Great Ninja War just ended, so everyone will be restrained. Yutsang immediately refuted Hao Yi's idea. True, but we must still be cautious. This time you can go and bribe the daimyos of the 2 countries on behalf of our daimyo. Spending money to buy peace won't be a loss for us. Hao Yi said. Good idea. I agree. Yutsang nodded. As for the Tang country, it's best if Senior Jiao Dou and Senior Guijiao accompany the daimyo. Hao Yi said. Such a trivial matter, why does it need 2 of us? It's a waste of time for making money. Jiao Dou complained. Senior Jiao Dou, you must go this time. There is considerable wealth in the daimyo's palace that we need you to retrieve. And not only will we divide the Tang country into 5 parts, but also all cities must follow the same rule as the Kai country. All ninjas and children of appropriate age must be sent to our flower ninja village. Hao Yi said solemnly. It might be difficult. The 2 of us can kill people, but we can't exactly persuade the people of Tang to hand over their children. Jiao Dou hesitated. You just said it yourself, find a proxy in the Tang country to carry it out. All you need to do is establish authority, make these 5 proxies understand that you can kill them with ease and that non-cooperation will bring dire consequences. Those proxies are capable people in their own regions, they will certainly complete the task well. Hao Yi reasoned. With the leader's explanation, I'm confident. I haven't killed anyone in a long time, I'm itching for it. Jiao Dou said with a sinister smile and vanished in an instant. Hey, wait for me. Guijiao excused himself and chased after him. Has Yuan Yilin woken up yet? Hao Yi suddenly asked. Not yet, but she's not in critical condition. It's probably due to overexertion of chakra. By the way, Leia and the others have woken up. No notable ninjas were injured, only 9 genin were caught in the battle and died. Baihe Yuan as a village elder had been helping to treat the wounded during this time. Funeral arrangements and compensation must be carried out according to the original agreements. This is a blessing in disguise. The ninja world is like this, weakness is the original sin. We all need to constantly grow stronger to achieve true peace and avoid such unwarranted disasters. Hao Yi sighed. Until this matter is settled, no one is allowed to leave the village without permission except for commercial activities. Jingyu must be prepared to receive new villagers. The ninjas and civilians from the Tang Ninja village will be relocating here, don't drop the ball. Yes, leader. Jing, the minister of the archives department, replied solemnly. You too. The children from the Tang country will arrive in a few days. Your education department must keep up. Ninjas below the rank of Chunin can be reassigned freely for Jonin, their consent must be sought. The entire village will support the education department. Only when the rising generation is formidable can we truly be formidable. Hao Yi instructed. Yes. The Minister of Education nodded shyly. All right. Ninjas with village tasks carry them out, those without should use the time to exchange knowledge and train together, striving to improve. That's all. Dismissed. Yes, leader. The crowd dispersed in 2s and 3s. Hey, you little brat, lecturing us about the rising generation. Yutsong laughed. Ha, sister, Yutsong is joking. I only said that while they were around. How would I dare to put on airs in front of you? Hao Yi said sheepishly. Ha ha ha, you know your place. I'll go meet the daimyos of the 2 countries now. You should train hard at home too. I have a feeling that after this move there will be no war for a while, but diplomacy will be tricky from now on. Yutsong said. Since we live in this world, we must rely on our own abilities to protect the people around us. If they don't comply, we fight. Hao Yi smiled confidently, though it was unclear whether this confidence came from defeating the small fry of the Tang country or from trying to impress a beautiful woman. By then Yutsong had already left, leaving Hao Yi standing foolishly in the wind. In the Hokage's office of my village, a ninja hawk landed on the railing outside with a series of cries. The 4th Fire's shadow deftly retrieved the letter from the hawk's leg, his face occasionally betraying surprise. Minato, what's the matter? Is there war? The 3rd Fire's shadow asked, puffing on his large pipe. 3rd Lord, please take a look. Minato handed over the intelligence paper. The 3rd Fire's shadow read it carefully, his brows furrowed. I always felt Baihe Hao Yi was no ordinary fish. When he first sent grain to Mai and exchanged ninjas for jutsu, I knew that boy was not simple. I never expected such rapid development. In just 1 year, at only 11 years old, he has founded a ninja village and annexed a medium-sized country like Tang country. Indeed. I thought Lord Hao Yi only excelled in combat awareness, but his political acumen is equally formidable, Minato concurred. Truly. To think of dividing Tang country into 5 parts with no mutual subordination, splitting the internal interests of Tang country while appointing local administrators to govern the locals, truly remarkable. Tang country is completely overthrown. The 3rd Fire's shadow gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Hua Ninja Village, a newly established village that annexed a medium-sized village like Tang Ninja Village within hours. The strength of Kai country is far greater than it appears on the surface. We have underestimated this small nation and Hao Yi's capabilities. We must dispatch more spies to investigate thoroughly. Minato said. Correct. According to intelligence, during the battle in Kai country a sudden surge of powerful chakra emerged. There may be some secret weapon in Kai country that needs to be understood. Not only spies but also open investigations should be conducted. Combining both sources may yield unexpected insights, the 3rd Fire's shadow analyzed. I will dispatch Kakashi as an envoy to Hua Ninja Village. After all, Mai is the superior sect of Hua Ninja Village and they are obliged to cooperate. Moreover, their personal relationship is good. If something happens, he can protect himself. Minato said. Very well, handle it as you see fit. We must never allow a second-rate ninja village to emerge, the 3rd Fire's shadow said solemnly. Rest assured, 3rd Lord. Minato nodded in agreement. In the root underground chamber, Tuanzang, his face obscured by bandages, revealed no expression. Unexpectedly, he has developed so quickly, already ruling a medium-sized country. Perhaps his life is even better than mine, living under the shade of trees. For my having such a rapidly growing vassal state nearby is not a good thing. But for me at present it can also be used to make that little brat Minato worry. Come here. Tuanzang thought for a moment and ordered. Here. Instantly 3 ninjas on duty knelt before Tuanzang. Tuanzang pulled out a scroll and a brush from somewhere softly chanting, Super Beast fake painting. The ink danced on the scroll like a spirit. After a series of fluid movements Tuanzang rolled up the scroll and tossed it to the ninja on duty, follow the instructions on the scroll and carry out the mission in Huan Ninja Village in secret. Yes, Lord. The 3 ninjas dared not slack off. In the Lightning Shadow office of Lei Country, Lord Lightning Shadow, this is intelligence on the border country of Kai. A dark-skinned sturdy ninja reported. A remote small country, what's there to pay attention to? It seems the Huan Ninja Village that appeared a while ago was also created by this country. The leader is a little genius from the Third War who was somewhat famous called Baiha Peapeo, right? Alas! Ignorant and foolish. Doesn't he know his country is just a buffer zone for the great powers? The Lightning Shadow muttered to himself as he opened the intelligence scroll. What? This small country actually annexed Tang country during the development gap after the Third War. Even our Lei country hasn't achieved such a feat. What has this small country done to deserve this? The Lightning Shadow slammed the table in anger, shattering it into pieces. Lord Lightning Shadow, a secret letter has arrived from the Daimyo. Another sturdy black-clad ninja rushed into the office. Why is it so lively today? Let me see. The Lightning Shadow said with confusion. Huan Ninja Village is truly despicable, using the Daimyo to pressure me into not interfering. The Lightning Shadow AI tore the letter in fury. Why did it take 5 days for intelligence from Kai country to reach me? What are the intelligence operatives in Kai country doing? The ninjas of Kai country had already gone to the Daimyo and resolved the issue before I even knew. Are you trying to infuriate me? The Lightning Shadow roared. Lord Lightning Shadow, the Third War ended only a few months ago. Most of the intelligence personnel are stationed in more powerful countries. Tang country and Kai country are handled by new operatives with intelligence exchanged every 10 days. So. The Lightning Ninja defended. Enough. Don't make excuses. Since the Daimyo has interfered, let it be. But from now on keep a close watch on Huan Ninja Village's movements. This Baiha Pao Pao is no ordinary brat. The Lightning Shadow smiled wryly. To the Lightning Shadow, Baiha Hao Yi was perhaps just a slightly larger grasshopper. His anger was merely due to his dissatisfaction with the delay in intelligence. In the Rock Shadow office, interesting. Baiha Hao Yi has made quite a stir. The Third Earth Shadow stood with his hands behind his back gazing at the moon while toying with the newly arrived scroll. Baiha Hao Yi, perhaps you are more useful alive than dead, the Third Earth Shadow murmured. Come here. Immediately cancel the bounty on Baiha Hao Yi and at the same time vigorously support the commerce of Huan Ninja Village and encourage trade with Hua country. The Third Earth Shadow ordered. What? Baiha Hao Yi killed so many of our people and now we are to help him? The Rock Shadow Anbu asked in confusion. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Kai country lies between Fire country and Thunder country. The stronger Kai country becomes, the more uneasy the two great powers will be. Border instability will eventually lead to war. We can help Kai country grow and then watch the tigers fight from the mountain. The Third Earth Shadow said in a low voice. Alas, that brat is lucky, the Anbu sighed. Don't worry. Such an arrogant brat dies quickly. Before he dies, if he can accelerate the conflict between the two great powers, his death will be worthwhile. Go carry out the mission now. Learn more. If you juniors were more capable, I wouldn't still be in office by now. The Earth Shadow waved his hand dismissively. Yes, Lord Earth Shadow. The Anbu slunk away. In the Sand Shadow office, the Wind Shadow paced back and forth, his expression grave. Unexpectedly, Kai country is not so simple. Tang country plus its elite puppet squad was among the best of medium-sized countries, yet it was destroyed so quickly without even reaching the gates of Huan Ninja Village. It must be the Scorch Release Ninja Yitsang. If she knew I framed her, what would happen? A renamed ninja from another country, how could she shake my position? I'll simply ignore it. After thinking, the Wind Shadow let out a long breath and casually tossed the intelligence aside. In the Mist Shadow office, a child sat boredly in the office chair while a nearby ninja handed over a scroll. Interesting. A very capable child. Once the affairs of Mist Shadow Village are settled, I'll go to Huan Ninja Village to investigate. Perhaps he could be an important pawn in executing the Moon Eye plan. Then the Mist Shadow aimlessly continued flipping through the next piece of intelligence. Unbeknownst to all, news of Kai country swallowing Tang country in its entirety spread across the ninja world. For a time opinions varied. Some said the Baiha clan of Huan Ninja Village was a surviving clan from the Warring States period preserving secret arts unknown to others. Some said a branch of the Baiha clan that had been left outside had returned to the clan, greatly boosting the village's strength. Others said the Daimyo of Kai country had endured humiliation and finally seized power. In short, rumors proliferated, each with vivid details, and every disseminator claimed to have seen it with their own eyes. People from all walks of life flocked to Kai country to verify the truth, causing a surge in merchants, ninjas, and political figures. Thanks to Huan Ninja Village's excellent infrastructure planning, many merchants were attracted to settle, transforming the once quiet commercial streets into bustling hubs of activity. It was an unexpected harvest. Patriarch, do you know how lively the village has been these past few days? All those people from the land of Tang have arrived, followed by many merchants, in short a great crowd. In the study of the Lily Clan, a servant of the Lily Clan spoke with animated gestures. This prosperous era was forged by our Lily Clan, yet now it has become the domain of these wandering ninjas. I truly wonder what Hao Yi is thinking. Hua Tao slumped in his chair dejected and said indignantly. Ah, Patriarch, don't dwell on the past. You and Chief Hao Yi are blood brothers. You are the Lily Clan Patriarch he personally appointed. Chief Hao Yi only acted for the sake of the chief's dignity. Look at our Lily Clan, everyone holds key positions, unquestionably the first family of Flower Ninja Village. Don't trouble yourself with trivial matters, the servant boasted. But how many can truly grasp that awareness? Hua Tao sighed. The servant was momentarily speechless. How can I restore the Lily Clan's prestige? Hua Tao pondered, his eyes inadvertently glancing at the map on the wall. His gaze fell upon the land of the moon bordering the land of Tang. It was comparable in size to the land of Tang, though part of it consisted of uninhabitable islands. Yet its overall national strength was formidable, and its state-run casinos were renowned far and wide. He had also heard that the country had no ninja village. A flicker of excitement stirred in Hua Tao's heart. Quickly summon the Lily Clan ninjas for a council, Hua Tao exclaimed excitedly. Now, Patriarch, it's still work hours. The esteemed ones must be swamped with tasks. The servant speculated. Indeed, this matter must be kept secret. If the village finds out, they will surely claim credit. No, this honor belongs to our Lily Clan. Hua Tao thought for a moment. All right, you have a point. Wait until they finish their work, then summon them. And call Mo Wu as well. This operation will require reconnaissance. Hua Tao mused. Yes, Patriarch. The servant respectfully withdrew. Hua Tao shed his usual dejection and meticulously studied the map of the land of the moon. He even went to the village's largest library to research detailed information about the land of the moon, a behavior utterly unlike his rough-and-tumble nature. Soon night fell and the Lily Clan members arrived in a scattered manner. Brother, what's the matter this time, summoning us in the dead of night? Lily Nara spoke. Indeed, we're swamped during the day and now we can't even rest at night, Lily Xiaoxing joked half seriously. As the deputy minister of the livelihood department, Xiaoxing had been the busiest lately. Zhujian Yuan, Zhu Jimin and Mo Wu had no objections, but they all looked at Hua Tao. Everyone calm down. I summoned you today for a crucial matter. With that, Hua Tao picked up the teacup on the table and slowly sipped his tea. Enough, brother, it's only been a few months since you became Patriarch and you're already putting on airs. Everyone here grew up with you, stop being coy and spill it. Xiaoxing taunted. Ha, back to business. I'm sure you've all heard those wandering ninjas slandering us native ninjas of the land of vegetables, it's infuriating. Hua Tao said angrily. The faces of the others darkened slightly. Nara spoke up, those are just the ravings of a few. The upper echelons have always treated everyone equally. Brother, don't mind them. Just do your job. As long as Hao Yi is here, the glory of us native ninjas will shine forever. Yuan also said yes, Senior Kakuzu never dwells on such matters, he's only focused on making money for the village. And my sister too, she's happy teaching every day. Enough, stop placating me. Think about it, we built and developed this village from scratch, yet in the end we're just paving the way for others. Isn't that infuriating? Hua Tao slammed the table. Patriarch, are you dissatisfied with the chief? Zhu Jimin asked in confusion. Everyone's expression turned solemn as they looked at Hua Tao, waiting for his reaction. Hao Yi. I won't bother with him. Forget it, don't overthink. I gathered you because I want to do something big, something that will restore the prestige of our native forces in the land of vegetables. Hua Tao spoke with fervor, rising unconsciously. Brother, I've been inconsiderate of your feelings. Tomorrow I'll plead your case to have you reinstated as deputy chief of the security department so you stop brooding like this. Xiaoxing shook his head. Enough, Xiaoxing, I'm serious. Can't you recognize the occasion? Hua Tao snapped, then spread a map of the land of vegetables and the world on the table. Come, don't be shy. Take a close look at this place. Hua Tao circled the land of the moon on the map. The land of the moon. Zhu Jian blurted out involuntarily. Exactly. Lately I've been racking my brains to restore our reputation. After much deliberation an idea struck me. Think back, annexing the land of Tang greatly boosted Flower Ninja Village's fame. If we annex the land of the moon, won't our village's name become even more illustrious? Who would dare look down on our native forces then? Hua Tao said excitedly, as if envisioning himself basking in glory and receiving the villagers' worship. But this is a medium-sized nation. We're just a few chunin, it's like throwing an egg against a rock. Xiaoxing hesitated, glancing at Hua Tao from time to time, afraid of provoking him. As far as I know, the land of the moon has no ninja village. There might be a few small clans similar to what our clan used to be, nothing formidable. But times have changed. We're now wealthy, have learned numerous ninjutsu, and our strength is far beyond what it was. Hua Tao said confidently. So we're just chunin with some money. If we encounter a powerful ninja, we'll all be dead. Xiaoxing countered. Shouldn't we discuss this with Hao Yi? A war to annex a nation is no small matter, Zhu Jian said worriedly. Nara paused, his expression gradually relaxing. He tapped his fingers on the table, thinking. After the land of vegetables annexed the land of Tang, it's flanked by the two great nations of fire and lightning to the left and right, with the sea to the south. Expansion can only go north. To the north are the land of the moon and the land of rice. Although the land of rice has no ninja village, ninja clans are scattered throughout the country, some of which are quite skilled. It seems the land of the moon is the easiest target right now. Hao Yi always talks about peace, he would never agree to invading another country's territory. It seems Hua Tao stumbled onto something by chance. This is an opportunity. I must seize it and secretly help Hao Yi do this inhumane deed. Nara, are you even listening? I've called you several times and you didn't respond. Hua Tao's face showed displeasure. I was just thinking about how to proceed. Nara said in a low voice. Really? So you agree with me? You're the smartest among us, help us decide. Hua Tao, sensing Nara's support, handed over command and hinted that everyone should follow Nara's advice, which was a clever move. Nara, don't act impulsively. Think it over carefully, Zhu Jian urged. Brother, don't worry. Let me analyze first. Nara slowly raised his hand to signal Zhu Jian to stop. Look at the overall terrain of the land of vegetables. Our entire country is mountainous with few plains. The original land of vegetables was full of hills and valleys rich in grain, and the people lived comfortable lives. Later we vigorously developed the bathing industry, which boosted our national strength rapidly. But the original land of Tang had many hot springs, and its bathing industry was also developed. This conflicted with the original industry of the land of vegetables. After the merger, our revenue-generating capacity actually decreased compared to when they were separate. Additionally, we have to support more ninjas and students, so expenses have increased. Therefore the land of vegetables must develop better industries. Nara paused and continued. So Brother Nara also agrees with Brother Hua Tao? Xiaoxing asked. Yes, I agree. The land of the moon is prosperous and can provide better development for the land of vegetables. Moreover, if our land of vegetables wants to grow stronger, it must expand. Currently the land of the moon is indeed the best direction, Nara said. I knew it was a great idea, but you didn't believe me. Nara is clever, he understood my intention. Hua Tao didn't have that many thoughts, since it was praise for himself he took all the credit. I don't believe brother came up with all that. Since Brother Nara also thinks it's feasible, let's discuss it with Hao Yi. I feel we're not strong enough on our own. Xiaoxing suggested. Nara immediately stopped him. Wait. The land of the moon has no ninja village anyway. Let's give it a try. If we succeed, the Lily clan will become famous. If we fail, we can mention Flower Ninja Village's name and the land of the moon won't dare kill us. Brother Nara is right. It's a profitable venture any way you look at it, worth a try, Lily Yuan said. Yuan, after a few months with Senior Kakuzu, even your talk revolves around money. Xiaoxing blurted out. Nonsense. Senior Kakuzu is very fierce, don't joke about him. It could get you killed, Yuan warned loudly. I disagree, Mo Wu said coldly. Hua Tao's face darkened and everyone turned to Mo Wu. Not only will the Lily clan become famous, but the insect-taming clan of Flower Ninja Village will also be renowned. Mo Wu said expressionlessly. The insect-taming clan was a fancy name Mo Wu gave his own clan, seeing how prosperous Flower Ninja Village had become. So that he wouldn't lack a cool name when wandering the ninja world. Hey you little bug, can you not speak with such heavy gasps? I thought you disagreed with my plan, Hu Tao teased. Agreed. Such a good plan must be carried out by my bugs. I guarantee you'll have no worries regarding intelligence. This large-scale operation can better highlight the advantages of our clan. Mo Wu volunteered himself. Since everyone agrees, why don't we discuss how to conquer the Moon Kingdom? Hu Tao said smugly. How about we use the same method as the grain transport before, 2 lines, one open and one covert, and carry out a decapitation strike when we reach the Moon Kingdom. Without a leader the kingdom will surely fall into chaos. Shaoxing pondered. Shaoxing, haven't you been listening in recent meetings? A country isn't just about ninjas. If we go openly we won't even be enough to fill the gaps between the Moon Kingdom's army's teeth. Moreover, even if the kingdom falls into chaos, it's not our place to meddle in its state affairs, Zhu Jian snapped. Well, I didn't think of that aspect. Sigh, this is much harder than building houses. Shaoxing scratched his head looking perplexed. Maybe we can learn from how we handled the Tang Kingdom. Nai Liang suggested. Divide the country. With our strength we can't even intimidate the Moon Kingdom's people into obeying us. Zhu Jian pondered. I believe there must be powerful ministers in the Moon Kingdom who want to take over. If we help them, perhaps by leveraging the recent prestige of the Flower Ninja Village, we can make them submit. Nai Liang deliberated. Working for the king is the same as working for our Flower Ninja Village. Why would a powerful minister of the Moon Kingdom take the risk to become our subordinate? Shaoxing was puzzled. Indeed, for the powerful minister of the Moon Kingdom the effort does not match the reward. This deal is very unprofitable. Yuan shook his head and said. That's not necessarily true. If successful, at least in front of the common people they would have supreme power. Moreover, external pressure would be handled by our Flower Ninja Village. Becoming the ruler of an island peacefully is also very tempting. Nai Liang laughed. I think it's quite reliable. Look at the Tang Kingdom split into 5 parts and each has someone happily taking charge. The Moon Kingdom as a whole country, surely many people would be willing. I just don't know if the people in the village would agree to our private promises. Hu Tao expressed his thoughts without hesitation. We'll worry about the aftermath when the village takes over the Moon Kingdom. It's not something we need to consider now. Our goal now is to open the gates of the Moon Kingdom and make them nominally submit to our Flower Ninja Village. Everyone seemed thoughtful, nodding unconsciously. Mo Wu took a deep breath and exhaled heavily as if making a great decision. Zhu Jian also frowned slightly, sensing something was wrong but not knowing what. Nai Liang's eyes were deep as if calculating something. Since everyone agrees, when do we act? Hu Tao, eager to prove himself and determined to carry out this mission, broke the silence first. The plan sounds tempting, but if we all go, what about the Flower Ninja Village? All of us here hold important positions. And with such a big move the leader will surely notice. If it causes discord among brothers, that would be bad. Shaoxing said with distress. Right. This time we shouldn't all go. Shaoxing is in charge of livelihood, so he must be very busy. If you suddenly leave your post it will attract attention. Yuan also helps the education department, so time is tight. You two stay behind to cover. From the rest we'll select 3 people based on the nature of the mission to form a team of 4. That should be enough. Too many people will make it easy to expose us. Nai Liang analyzed. Brother, it's not that I don't want to go. Don't leave me out. We brothers should share the burden together. Shaoxing said excitedly. Don't get excited. Isn't this the best solution for now? You are also important here. You single-handedly planned the entire village's layout. No one knows the village better than you. With the village developing rapidly without your living map presence, many renovations can't be completed. So staying is the best choice. Nai Liang analyzed. But. No buts. Work is work wherever you are. That's settled. Next we need to confirm the members. We're all brothers, don't push back and forth. We need to rest after setting things up. Nai Liang, you continue selecting the members. Don't mind him. Hu Tao said impatiently. As the eldest brother, Hu Tao naturally wouldn't reason with him or appeal to emotion. He directly interrupted Shaoxing's speech with grumbling. Shaoxing was used to it and said nothing. Hu Tao with the most refined ninjutsu, Mo Wu skilled in reconnaissance, and Zhu Jichen with masterful swordsmanship and strong combat awareness are suitable for this mission. Nai Liang analyzed. Alright, I think it's fine. Hearing his name on the list, Hu Tao immediately raised both hands in agreement. Wait, why am I not included? My summoning secret technique can be useful anywhere. Zhu Jian shouted. Brother, after the third war, the man-eating flower secret technique, though not everyone knows it's our Lily Clan's secret art, the neighboring countries are well aware. If the mission fails and someone catches hold of our weakness, it would be bad. This time we need to use techniques others don't know. You are actually the least advantageous. Hearing Nai Liang's analysis, Zhu Jian was speechless. The others nodded in agreement. Alright, since everyone has no objections, it's decided. No matter who asks, pretend you don't know. Those participating in this mission should think of a reasonable way to ask for leave. Assemble at 9 tomorrow evening in the thicket not far from the village entrance. Nai Liang said directly. Nai Liang had been somewhat wise since childhood. When the elders were still alive, they often sought his advice. He was quite trusted among the Lily clan. As soon as he spoke, he immediately gained everyone's trust and they all nodded in agreement. Hua Tao was delighted to see things developing as he expected. He confidently straightened his clothes and, assuming the air of a clan leader, announced, since everyone agrees, let's follow Nai Liang's plan. Everyone go back and prepare weapons and provisions. Whether we can display the clan's prestige this time depends on us. Yes, clan leader. Everyone bowed and withdrew. Nai Liang was somewhat dazed, lost in thought. Nai Liang, is there something else? Hua Tao was puzzled by Nai Liang's absent-mindedness. No. I was just thinking about some trivial matters. I spaced out. I'll go prepare too. Big brother, you should rest early. Nai Liang snapped back and said hastily. How strange. The usually shrewd Nai Liang has spaced out several times today. Hua Tao murmured as he watched Nai Liang's retreating figure. At that moment Nai Liang on his way home still appeared indifferent, but gradually his gaze grew more resolute. Suddenly he stopped in his tracks and said, as of today our Lily clan has the momentum to sweep the world. As your elder brother, I'll find a reason for you to conquer the Moon Kingdom. Then he laughed heartily and strode back home. Senior Chu Zhen, is this trip to Huan Ninja Village because of the previous annexation of Tang Country by Kai Country? Mask 1 asked while walking, striking up a conversation. Mask 2 also quietly leaned in. Don't you know that as ninjas you shouldn't inquire about the mission? Chu Zhen said sternly. The three masked individuals traveling ahead were the three-man team sent by Root to execute a mission in Huan Ninja Village. I'm sorry senior, I won't dare again. Mask 1 apologized respectfully as if facing a great enemy. The man before him was the most formidable ninja of the UNV clan, a notorious figure in Root, rumored to leave no enemy intact. There's nothing to keep secret. You're also involved in this mission, so it's fine to tell you, Chu Zhen said. Forget it senior. I now think the less I know the better, Mask 1 said, though his refusal was belied by his unwavering gaze fixed on Chu Zhen, afraid of missing any useful information. I was just scaring you. Even if you hadn't asked I would have told you. This mission is simple: scout the true strength of Huan Ninja Village and bring it into Konoha's Root outer organization. Konoha has never included outsiders in its organization, let alone an entire village. Lord Tuanzong must think highly of Huan Ninja Village. Joining the outer organization means some of Konoha's jutsu will be open to them. That's too generous for outsiders. Mask 1 exclaimed. You gain by giving up. The collective allegiance of a mid-sized nation's ninja village is a great temptation for Root. As Tuan Zhang's trusted subordinate, Chu Zhen could better appreciate the rapid growth of Huan Ninja Village. Then this mission is like a vacation. Mask 2 laughed. Chu Zhen remained silent. Lord Chief Konoha Envoy Kakashi requests an audience. Here is the Konoha document. The gate-guarding ninja reported in the Huan Ninja Village office. Good, the mission department has already received Konoha's letter. Let him come directly. Hao Yi ordered. Yes, Chief. Dead fish-eyed Kakashi staggered into the Huan Ninja Village office. By Hapeo, you really know how to stir trouble. Did you know that Konoha has already learned about Lin's tailed beast chakra? Kakashi sat straight down on the chair beside Hao Yi and demanded. If they knew Huan Ninja Village had a tailed beast, they wouldn't have sent you, would they? Hao Yi chuckled. Now that you've annexed Tang Country, you've got your confidence and look down on me. Kakashi said. Kakashi, you seem in a good mood lately, able to crack jokes. You know, I didn't mean that. What I meant was, if Konoha had confirmed our village had a tailed beast, they wouldn't have sent you, who has a good relationship with me, to investigate. Hao Yi explained. As you guessed, our village doesn't know much about that chakra. By the way, why did you suddenly annex Tang Country? Aren't you afraid such a big move will expose your secrets? Kakashi reminded. Sai, in the ninja world it's survival of the fittest. This was an unexpected calamity. I had just returned from Konoha when I heard the village was destroyed, and in my rage I annexed Tang country. Hao Yi unhurriedly recounted the events to Kakashi. What? Lin is unconscious. Kakashi stood up in shock. Don't worry, it's just chakra overuse. She's unconscious, but don't be concerned, Hao Yi comforted. That's a relief. Kakashi let out a sigh. Don't worry about her yet. She can now perfectly use tailed beast chakra. If you don't work hard, you'll be left far behind. That's off topic. Just now you said that when Ninja Village annexed Tang country you only deployed 3 elite jounin besides yourself. Kakashi exclaimed in surprise. Yes, that's right. One is from our own clan, the 4th Hokage knows about this, one is a wandering ninja who joined us. And the last one is the former leader of Tang country. From this perspective your village is not to be underestimated. The war broke out suddenly and there was no time to recall ninjas on missions outside the village. That means your village's standing guard force consists of just 2 jounin. Moreover, you at such a young age already possess this strength, you might become a Kage-level powerhouse in the future. And with a Jinchuriki who can perfectly control tailed beast chakra, in time you can rival the Rain Ninja village. Kakashi frowned and said. You always speaking like an old man. We're the same age and I'm not as talented as you. Are you praising me or yourself? Hao Yi changed the subject. Chief Konoha Zumbu requests an audience. They are outside the village. Shall we allow them to enter? A report interrupted their conversation. Hao Yi looked at Kakashi and shrugged, making a helpless expression. That shouldn't be. Konoha sent me, they shouldn't send anyone else. Kakashi said. Then it must not be from the Hokage's faction. Coming openly like this is unlike spies from other nations. Hao Yi said. Yes, it must be Root. How about I make myself scarce? Kakashi looked up at Hao Yi. That works. I'll have someone take you to see Lin. You haven't seen each other for a while. Hao Yi agreed. Alright, we'll talk later. Kakashi then followed the guide ninja away. When they reached a secluded spot, Kakashi took advantage of the guide ninja's distraction, quickly formed a hand seal and split off a shadow clone that returned along the same path and lurked near the Ninja village office. Seniors, it's only been about a month since your last visit to my Ninja village, Hao Yi said seriously, looking at the 3 before him. Chief Baiha, Lord Tuanzong holds you in high regard. Despite your previous killing of a root ninja, he set aside past grievances to establish a cooperative relationship with you. Now, as you've proven your extraordinary ability by annexing Tang country, Lord Tuanzong wishes to deepen our relationship. Is that acceptable? Chu Zhen said. Before Hao Yi could respond, a small insect silently flew onto Chu Zhen's hand. Chu Zhen's expression suddenly turned grim as he looked toward where Kakashi was hiding. Discovered. Kakashi thought. Hao Yi also used sage art to sense and indeed noticed something amiss. I never expected the guards of the rising Ninja village to be so lax. There's even a spy eavesdropping in the chief's office. Chu Zhen sneered. As his words fell, countless parasitic insects instantly engulfed Kakashi. With a pop, Kakashi turned into smoke. So fast. Did he set a trap before the parasitic insects returned to report? With half his strength, Kakashi was defeated in one exchange. Truly, the missions mentioned in the original story are never simple. Hao Yi thought to himself. Shadow clone. Someone from Konoha. Chu Zhen looked at Hao Yi and asked. If you don't know, I certainly don't. Did you see his face? Hao Yi asked. He was wearing a ninja knight suit, so I couldn't tell who it was, but he seemed quite young, Chu Zhen said as if recalling something. Oh, since you don't know, let it be. You're from the same village, there's no need to make a fuss over a small matter. Hao Yi brushed it off. No, this is a serious matter. To ensure the mission's secrecy, I must kill him, Chu Zhen said angrily while observing Hao Yi's expression. Chu Zhen was a veteran root ninja rich in experience. How could he reveal his thoughts so easily? This must be a test. Hao Yi pondered inwardly. Senior, I'm an outsider and can't offer opinions on Konoha's affairs. It's better for you to handle it yourselves. I have dealings with Root and I'll pretend I didn't hear about what just happened. Hao Yi continued to brush it off. Enough, don't be two-faced. Lord Tuanzang's intention is to incorporate Ninja village into Root's outer organization. Then your village will have endless access to Root's funds, jutsu and intelligence. What do you say, Chief? Although Chu Zhen used honorifics, there was no respect in his tone. It seemed deliberate, an attempt to intimidate Hao Yi. This is a matter of great importance. I need to think it over carefully. Hao Yi put on a hesitant expression. Baiha Hao Yi, don't think that because Huan Ninja Village managed to annex Tang Ninja Village your strength is formidable. You must know that before a great nation you are still insignificant. Not to mention rude, even if I alone were to act, Huan Ninja Village would suffer. A ninja village ultimately depends on the number of strong individuals, not land area. Chu Zhen advised. Senior Chu Zhen, you are correct. However, Huan Ninja Village is not a place where my word is law. I need to deliberate carefully. It's getting late, the three of you should rest first. Although Huan Ninja Village is small, we have prepared luxurious suites for you. Please enjoy your stay. Hao Yi said. Think carefully. A village without a solid foundation of jutsu cannot produce strong ninjas. Any glory will be fleeting. Join Root and the quality of your village's ninjas will greatly improve. Perhaps with your talent you could even leave your name in the ninja world instead of being known by a nickname like Baiha Pao Pao. Chu Zhen continued to persuade. Chief, there is something to report. Sun the Umbu director appeared at the opportune moment. Senior Chu Zhen, as you can see, I have some official matters to attend to. Let's stop here for today. Hao Yi pointed at the Umbu ninja. Fine, I'll give you one more day. I'll ask for your answer tomorrow. Chu Zhen said as he walked, unconsciously glancing at Sun, thinking, this chakra intensity is at least Jounin level. Huan Ninja Village is indeed more than meets the eye. Someone. Escort the three from Konoha to the prepared superior suites, Hao Yi called out loudly. Yes, chief. What's the matter? What's worth the Umbu director reporting personally? Chief, yesterday the Baiha clan held a gathering. Today 3 vice-chiefs simultaneously requested leave and left the village in separate groups with the clan leader Hua Tao. Sun reported. You suspect they've defected? Hao Yi asked doubtfully. After all the clan leader Hua Tao argued with you in a meeting recently. This move is not unexpected. Sun deliberately avoided the word defect. I know my brother. He surely wants to regain his face. He wouldn't defect. Who are the ones who asked for leave? Hao Yi asked. Nara Ju Jimin and Mo Wu. That doesn't make sense. If they wanted to restore the Baiha clan's honor, Zhu Jian and Shaoxing would be stronger than Ju Jimin. What is this combination supposed to mean? Brother Zhu Jian wouldn't want to join in this nonsense. That can't be right. Brother Zhu Jian wouldn't watch them take risks and stay out of it himself. Hao Yi wondered. Director Sun, send some people to protect them immediately. Don't get too close, Mo Wu's insects have strong perception. Hao Yi ordered. Yes. Wait, better you go yourself, director. I'm still worried. Hua Tao is too reckless. Hao Yi said worriedly. Yes, chief. Truly the chief is full of demands. One matter after another. Hao Yi rubbed his eyes. Hao Yi, so even you have moments of vexation. Hagura suddenly appeared as she spoke. Sister Hagura, you could have handled this yourself. Why insist on sending me? I'm still a child, Hao Yi complained. You're rarely in the village, so I can finally relax. Why wouldn't I seize this chance? Hagura said, rapping Hao Yi's head without hesitation. Sis, I have no time to cultivate anymore. If this goes on, I'll end up weaker than Kakashi. Better you handle it, Hao Yi sighed. Because Rin was alive and because of Kakashi's promise to Obito, to protect Rin, the Kakashi of this world had not sunk into despair like his counterpart in the original story. Instead, he trained vigorously every day and his chakra had increased by half since their last visit to the land of vegetables. Enough of that. What do you plan to do? Danzo wants to absorb the Flower Ninja Village into his ranks. Hagura was curious. Sis, was I kicked in the head by a donkey? Why would I abandon being a boss to become someone else's lackey? How is that possible? What is that old fox Danzo thinking? Hao Yi shot Hagura a glare. Then how will you refuse him? Danzo is not to be trifled with. He's Kaga level himself and his subordinates are countless powerful shinobi. In a one-on-one fight we wouldn't fear him. But Danzo is treacherous and stops at nothing. If he arbitrarily invades the village, countless innocent people will be harmed. Hagura spoke with concern. You're thinking too far ahead. If I refuse, I doubt I'll even survive the immediate threat, Hao Yi said. What do you mean? Just the 3 from Root. Hagura was astonished. Root members usually go by code names and never reveal their real names. But 2 of them are special, they go by their actual names. The one leading this time is one of them. His full name is Aburaim Toryun. An Aburaim Ha. They are indeed troublesome, formidable in combat and perception. But isn't their clan strongest only at elite Jonin level? Hagura mused. This Aburame Torian is no ordinary man. His insects carry a poison that ordinary ones don't. The moment a person touches his poison insects their cells die instantly, it's extremely fast. The Aburame clan's only weakness is their poor close combat ability, but Torian is poisonous all over. Merely getting close to him requires taking an antidote pill. So he has no weakness. If that's the case, he is indeed troublesome for an ordinary shinobi. Hagura nodded in agreement. Danzo probably sent him to carry out this mission to combine intimidation with benevolence. If we don't defeat him, even if we agree to become an outer organization, we won't get any good benefits, we'll only become a tool for his killing. Hao Yi speculated. That old man is truly wicked. Hagura sighed. Alright Sister Hagura, get some rest. That Torian has probably already memorized Kakashi's chakra signature. Go check on Kakashi and handle the fourth Hokage's matters first. We don't want the two sides running into each other tomorrow and starting a fight. By the way, you could use the strategy of drive the wolf to devour the tiger, let the third and fourth Hokage deal with Danzo. Hagura suggested. The third and fourth Hokage are not the Kazekage. They would never help an outsider village fight their own people, no matter how evil Danzo is. Hao Yi stated with certainty. Fine, I'll go with you. I want to see Rin too. That Kakashi always has a dead fish face and speaks sharply, but he's a decent person. I suppose I can reluctantly meet him. Hagura said. Alright. Kakashi is indeed half one of us, we share a common secret, hahaha. At the Flower Ninja Village Hospital, Kakashi, has anything happened in the village recently? Rin asked gently. Nothing much. I'm now the teacher's guard. Kakashi said excitedly. What about the eye? Didn't Obito's clan question it? The third and fourth Hokage vouched for me. For now I just need to cover it when not in use so as not to provoke the Uchiha clan. Kakashi smiled. The teacher is truly incredible. I wish I could return to the village too. Rin said sadly. Wait a little longer. Even if the Hidden Mist village doesn't demand the tailed beast back, returning now won't bring you freedom. The village's situation is complicated. After a while ask Hao Yi to create a new identity for you and then you can come back and see the village. Kakashi comforted her. Ahem ahem. Are we interrupting your little romantic moment? Hao Yi coughed awkwardly. No, we weren't. The two said in unison, their faces flushing bright red. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. I truly want to thank you this time. If you hadn't stepped forward, our newly built village would have suffered devastating losses. Hao Yi said. The villagers are all wonderful people. I'm more than willing to protect them. Besides, didn't Hao Yi-kun save me as well? Rin smiled with her eyes narrowed. Kakashi is truly fortunate to have such a kind and devoted confidant as you. Hao Yi teased. Don't talk nonsense. We're just comrades in arms. Kakashi shouted, his face red. Beside him Rin was already too shy to speak. Hagura also shot Hao Yi a glare expressing her displeasure. Enough. Let's get down to business. How are you going to explain the massive chakra to the fourth Hokage this time? Hao Yi asked. I don't know how to explain it either. Kakashi pondered. Then maybe don't mention it at all. After all, we're a ninja village from a different country than Konoha. We have no obligation to report every little detail. Besides, we've already explained everything to the Daimyo. Neither side should keep causing trouble over the land of hot water. Hao Yi said. A brilliant move, using the Daimyo to pressure Konoha. Hao Yi, I find you harder and harder to read. Leaving Rin in your care. I wonder if it was the right choice, Hao Yi said. If you're worried, you can stay here and protect Rin. Our village is very welcoming. You don't even have to change your nationality, just move right in. Hao Yi laughed. Enough of this useless talk. If they really press you, how will you explain the enormous chakra? This matter concerned Rin's very life, so Kakashi had to be cautious. I'll say I don't know. When we arrived we saw nothing but a pile of corpses and a huge crater. Whether they believe it or not is up to them. Declaring war requires the Daimyo's approval. I spent a fortune to save our lives. If the Daimyo took the money but didn't deliver, he wouldn't survive in the shinobi world. Hao Yi said proudly. That's not a bad approach after all. Kakashi nodded. In that case, Rin will be going now. I'll come see you again tomorrow. After waving goodbye, Kakashi pushed Hao Yi and Hagura out of the hospital. Goodbye Kakashi. Rin gazed reluctantly at his retreating figure. What are you doing Kakashi? Why are you in such a hurry? Hao Yi yelled. Hurry and take me to the inn. I'm an envoy, you need to treat me well. Kakashi said. Haven't you already investigated everything? You should head back and report now. Hao Yi urged. Are you afraid I'll uncover your village's secrets or are you trying to send me away so you can make some secret deal with Root? Kakashi asked. I fought on the same battlefield as the fourth Hokage. I'm definitely on your side, don't worry. I was just afraid you two would clash. Hao Yi explained. That's my business. Stay out of it. It's this late, surely you're not going to make me pay for my own hotel room. Kakashi pointed at the moon. What you've heard is already enough for your report. You experienced it yourself, this ninja is no ordinary foe. Hao Yi advised. Forget it, I'll just stay at a hotel myself. Kakashi said helplessly. Fine, stay if you want. I treat your kindness as if it were nothing. I'll have someone take you to your lodging. Hao Yi sighed. Well, that's more like it. Kakashi said haughtily. On a chilling gloomy night a black-clad silver-haired masked youth carrying a short blade darted across the rooftops. Incredible, he mused, this tiny Huaran village actually has tens of thousands of ninja students and over a dozen suspected Jonin-level fighters. Kakashi sighed. In just 1 year he has gathered so many powerful fighters. What exactly is Hao Yi plotting? Kakashi pondered. Even a messenger from the Umbu has Jonin-level strength. It seems I need to reassess the power of Huaran village, Chu Gen muttered to himself gazing into the night. Instantly clusters of purple insects emerged from his body. This tiny Huaran village actually has 19 Jonin including 4 with such immense chakra. I never expected that the 11-year-old kid Hao Yi would also have so much chakra. I underestimated him before. Chu Gen said to himself. The insects are trembling. This chakra level is astonishing. Huaran village still holds such secrets. This mission is likely impossible to accomplish. I can cause some trouble alone but intimidating Hao Yi is beyond my reach. Chu Gen thought based on the intelligence gathered. This chakra. It's the rat from the office just now. Since you have such strong curiosity, don't blame me for disregarding our village camaraderie. Chu Gen immediately opened the window and leaped up effortlessly. With a few bounds he rushed toward Kakashi's location. Hiding in the shadows, Chu Gen carefully observed Kakashi. Last time I was too impatient letting the insects kill him directly without observing myself. The silver-haired short-blade youth from Muyi is undoubtedly the genius Jonin Kakashi. Killing a fellow village ninja truly weighs on my conscience. Secret technique, poison dust technique. Chu Gen quickly gathered poisonous insects between his hands and blew a puff of air toward Kakashi. A torrent of purple poisonous insects surged toward Kakashi. A distinguished root ninja should never reveal his position so easily. Kakashi leaped with all his might, swiftly drawing his blade and slashing at the air, lightning release earth walk. Using the chakra blade as a conduit, the ninjutsu's power rapidly amplified, releasing lightning around the short blade. Kakashi charged through the gap he had created and arrived right in front of Chu Gen. Hataki sword style. Kakashi executed several consecutive slashes toward Chu Gen. Secret technique, heavy clone, secret technique, phosphorus insect. Chu Gen's body was sliced into pieces, instantly transforming into a swarm of purple insects. Countless tiny insects and toxins silently traveled along Kakashi's short blade toward his palm. During my infiltration of Huaran village I already knew your insects were poisonous. How could I not take precautions? With that, Kakashi gathered chakra in his palm and swiftly shot the blade into the distance. Kakashi had already noticed the direction of Chu Gen's true body. With a thud, the short blade pierced straight into Chu Gen's heart. But things did not go as planned. Chu Gen immediately turned into a large mass of purple insects. Chu Gen first used an insect clone to evade the sudden flying blade attack, then quickly formed hand seals and unleashed secret technique insect sphere. Purple insects rapidly gathered around Kakashi, encircling him completely. Fire release Phoenix Sage fire technique. Insect sphere fire. Kakashi used a fire ninjutsu to defend and the flames merged into a sea engulfing the insects. Chu Gen remained completely calm, a slight smirk on his lips, looking as if victory was assured. Meanwhile, Kakashi, standing in the midst of the flames, continued to observe the fire, waiting for an opportunity. The flames grew increasingly purple, unlike their usual color. Where there is anomaly there must be reason. Kakashi did not let his guard down for a moment. What? It's insects. These insects are not afraid of fire. Kakashi shouted in surprise, his hands still forming seals. Soon the purple insects devoured Kakashi. Not bad, you are quite alert. Chu-Gen looked at the log in front of him and sighed. After escaping using the substitution technique, Kakashi did not hide. Instead he quickly landed directly in front of Chu-Gen, silently reaching for a shuriken with one hand while pulling down his eye-covering cloth with the other. Chu-Gen also dropped his playful attitude, constantly sizing up the genius ninja before him. In a battle between equally matched experts, victory often hinges on intelligence. The one who possesses more information can devise a more comprehensive strategy to eliminate the opponent. Gaining intelligence in warfare was originally the forte of the Yuri Clan. But now, facing the Sharingan, he could not claim to have the upper hand. All his advantages were gone. The visual dynamics of the Sharingan are directly transmitted to the brain, while the Yuri Clan must rely on insects to relay information. In comparison, they are naturally a step slower. I must end this quickly, Chu-Gen thought to himself. His expression turned grave. Let's settle this with one move. With that, without waiting for Kakashi's response, he bit his finger and began to form a technique. Is he about to use the summoning technique? No matter, I'll attack first. If he finishes his big move, it will be troublesome. Thinking this, Kakashi used the body flicker technique and rushed in front of Chu-Gen. Chidori stream. Kakashi shouted, lightning spreading along the shuriken. Body flicker technique, Chu-Gen evaded. Is it a coincidence or intentional? He's attacking entirely with chakra, not once engaging in close combat. Has he already realized that my entire body is poisonous? Chu-Gen's mind raced. Kakashi gave him no respite, taking advantage of the night to shoot countless black four-pointed shurikens to draw his attention. Then he threw several shurikens with explosive tags attached. Chu-Gen, being a top-tier jonin, naturally saw through these small tricks and quickly commanded his insects to block them. Explode! Kakashi shouted. The explosive tags detonated. Chu-Gen's brow furrowed slightly as he tightened the insect barrier to withstand the blast. How annoying. I can't get the time to use the forbidden technique. I can't keep defending. Having made up his mind, Chu-Gen quickly removed his shirt, revealing his brown skin to Kakashi. Just as I thought, his entire body is coated in poison. Kakashi silently congratulated himself for avoiding close combat earlier. Secret technique, multiple insect clones. Chu-Gen instantly created 6 clones. A swarm tactic. Kakashi assessed his chakra reserves. Though he still had more than half, he couldn't afford to waste it on shadow clones. While Kakashi was thinking, 5 of Chu-Gen's clones charged at him. All of these clones are poisonous. I can't touch them and I've lost my short blade. What a hassle. Kakashi complained while dodging. Summoning technique. Chu-Gen, hidden in the shadows, used the opportunity while Kakashi was dodging the clones to execute the technique. Countless corpses appeared around Chu-Gen. Secret technique, vile poison technique. Streams of purple miasma slowly spread from the corpses. So these two techniques were a combo. The vile poison technique requires corpses as a medium to release toxins. As long as there are enough corpses, it can continuously produce poison. This technique does not distinguish friend from foe and violates the natural order, thus it is classified as a forbidden technique. Enough, you two. Huaran village is not a place for you to run wild. Hao Yi, who had been observing from the shadows, immediately recognized this forbidden technique and instantly appeared to stop it. He activated Scorch Release mode and several scorching orbs screamed toward Chu-Gen and his clones. Chu-Gen and the corpses were instantly reduced to ashes. Shortly after, another Chu-Gen slowly emerged. Hao Yi attacking me so recklessly, what do you mean by this? Drop that tone. Using that forbidden technique in my Huaran village, even if Danzo were here I would still fight him without hesitation, Hao Yi scolded. Such big words. Just because you've achieved a little you dare to boast here. Chu-Gen laughed. You've gone too far. If you always act like this I truly wouldn't dare to associate with you, no principles at all. Hao Yi smiled. Alright, since we're speaking frankly, both factions of Mu Yi are here now. State your position. Seeing that the situation was not going his way, Chu-Gen had to shelve the idea of killing Kakashi and instead wanted to complete his mission as quickly as possible. I was originally willing to consider it, but seeing how little you regard the lives of my Huaran village and recklessly use forbidden techniques, I refuse to cooperate with you. Hao Yi said sternly. Fine, very good. I hope your abilities are as strong as your words. With that, Chu-Gen used the body flicker technique and vanished. Thanks. Kakashi said reluctantly. I was only protecting my own village. Koichi naturally wouldn't leverage his deed for favors, brushing it off with a light casual air. I truly don't understand you. Hiding your strength must mean you have greater political ambitions. How could you declare war on Danzo for my sake, or for the villagers' sake? Kakashi asked in bewilderment. It's nothing much. After all, everyone has their limits. Though my ideals matter, I know my true purpose is the peace and prosperity of the village. If I abandon the village to achieve that goal, then what would I even be fighting for? Koichi said with a smile. Was saving Rin also part of your elaborate scheme? Kakashi asked. An elaborate scheme? At the time I was merely a chunin. My very life was in the hands of great nations like yours. How could I speak of scheming against others? It was nothing more than a stroke of fortune. What matters now is not the past but that we are both alive. Koichi replied with a smile. I still need to return to the village to report. I'd better head back now, perhaps we can talk again another time. After a moment of consideration, Kakashi decided it was wiser to withdraw. As you wish. Rest assured, our hidden flower village poses no threat to Konoha. And for Rin Sake, you should weigh carefully what you report. Koichi hinted. Kakashi said no more, slowly fading into the darkness of the night. Humph, Koichi, with that dead fish-eyed attitude of his, we might as well not have saved him at all. Hagura complained from the side. He's just a rough tongue over a soft heart. Nothing will come of it. Besides, Konoha has always preached peace. Rashly launching a war to subjugate its own vassal state would clash with its international standing. Better we mind our own affairs, clean up the battlefield and comfort the people. Koichi said dismissively. At a tavern in the land of the moon, have you heard? It's all over town these past few days. Our neighbor, the land of hot water, was wiped out by the land of vegetables. What satisfying news. The land of hot water, relying on its formidable ninja village, seized our nation's wealth. Now they've reaped their karma. Where is the land of vegetables? I've never heard of it. It's a tiny country that once lived off farming. Who'd have thought they'd raise a ninja village and annihilate the land of hot water in less than a day? Well, our land of the moon borders the land of hot water. If the land of vegetables is even stronger, could they sweep us away too? How could they? Our nation is a vassal of the land of lightning, paying tribute handsomely every year. After just swallowing a bigger country, the land of vegetables would keep its head down and behave. How would they dare offend the land of lightning? Shh, watch your tongue. The daimyo is especially sensitive about this tribute business. As he spoke, he glanced around nervously, then the conversation resumed. In a corner of the tavern, several cloaked figures instinctively lowered their hoods. Nara, I never heard before that the land of the moon leans on the land of lightning. Hua Tao said quietly. Our village's foundation is still too shallow. Still, it changes nothing, we'll proceed with the original plan. Nara replied calmly. But if the hidden cloud ninja interfere, our hidden flower village won't be able to withstand it. Hua Tao voiced his concern. We're helping a powerful minister of the land of the moon seize power. If we succeed, it's an internal coup in the land of the moon. What does that have to do with our hidden flower village? And if we fail, a deputy minister of our village dies on a trip to the land of the moon. Even if they wiped out the land of the moon, the international community would have little to say. You had it all planned from the start, didn't you? You prepared two outcomes from the very beginning. Hua Tao grew suspicious. No, I never believed we would win. This is a fight with no chance of survival. All you need to do is carry word of my death in the land of the moon back home. Nara said, taking a light sip of tea. You would deceive even your own brother. How despicable. Hua Tao fumed. Forgive me, big brother. For the sake of the land of vegetables and for Koichi, this is the only thing I can do. Nara said helplessly. Humph. A matter like this should be mine to handle as the elder brother. The Hyakugo clan has no tradition of letting the younger brother die before the elder. Brother, I've already wronged you by bringing you here, how could I possibly? Before Nara could finish. Enough. This is no time to be talking about dying. The four of us working in perfect coordination can hold our own even against Jonin. The land of the moon has known no wars, their local ninja can't be that formidable. True, the land of lightning is the second greatest nation, but the third great ninja war just ended a few months ago. The great powers are all recuperating and consolidating their borders. How could they have so many Jonin stationed in foreign lands? I still want our Insect Drive clan to seize this chance to make a name across the ninja world. Don't go thinking you'll carry out this mission alone. Mo Wu interjected. Young Master, second young Master, Mo Wu speaks truly. We're no longer who we once were, our foundations are stronger than the average Chunin. Besides, we have that powerful minister as our inside ally. We operate in the shadows while our enemies are in the light, the outcome is still unknown. Zhu Jimin consoled him. Exactly. Adapt to circumstances, there's no need for such pessimism. Mo Wu agreed. Enough. We'll do as we agreed back in the village, whatever comes we bear it together. Hua Tao decided. But. Nara hesitated. But what? I'm the elder brother, so you listen to me. Stop standing there in a daze. Use this time to go find the minister and forge our alliance. No need to search. Back at the tavern my insects already located the minister's residence. Mo Wu said. That was fast. Your secret technique really is useful. Hua Tao patted Mo Wu's shoulder. Several insects then crawled out from Mo Wu's body. Want to learn? I can teach you. Hua Tao glanced at the insects writhing on Mo Wu's body, imagined himself covered in insects crawling all over him, and quickly shook his head. Since arriving in the land of the moon, I've also surveyed the number of local ninja. They're not many, only 2 or 3 pose any real threat to us. Nara, you don't need to worry. Mo Wu said confidently. Alright then, I'll go along with you all. Nara nodded. With their 4 opinions unified, they followed Mo Wu in tacit agreement, tracking the insects sent toward the minister's residence. Meanwhile in the tavern, a middle-aged man dressed like a ronin slipped away unnoticed, while another man in farmer's attire seemed to be trailing Hua Tao and his group. The middle-aged ronin hurried away from the tavern and soon reached a simple thatched cottage on the border of the land of the moon. Minister, I just overheard something significant at the tavern and rushed back to report. The middle-aged ronin recounted everything he had overheard from Hua Tao's group at the tavern. These brats, small in age but enormous in ambition. They dare undertake such a mission behind the leader's back. Sun said loudly. These men were members of the Hidden Flower Village's intelligence division, ordered by the village leader to trail Hua Tao and the others, in truth to protect them in disguise. I must alert the leader at once. I'll have to tail them personally now. How audacious, to scheme against a mid-sized nation. Sun hastily compiled the intelligence and sent it back to the village via a ninja hawk. The entire land of vegetables lacked the national strength to rear ninja hawks. These 2 hawks had been purchased at great expense from Konoha by the Hidden Flower Village. The village possessed only 2, one in the hands of the leader's guard corps reserved exclusively for urgent national intelligence, and the other, this one, permitted only for matters of grave importance. In peacetime they were used to breed offspring. Yet this time the leader had specially approved the intelligence division's use of the hawk, a testament to how deeply he cared for his cousins. Even the head of the Hidden Flower Village's intelligence division dared not cling to his status at a moment like this. He personally led the team to protect Hua Tao and his companions. The ninja hawk let out a few low cries, on, swiftly flying over the Huaren village. Is this a ninja hawk? This is my first time seeing one. Fool, what's there to see? These carry important military intelligence. Will there be war again? Which blind fool dares to provoke our Huaren village? Just wait until our village chief destroys his lair. The ninjas of Huaren village chattered among themselves, their words tinged with varying degrees of admiration for their leader. Of course, more ninjas chose to quietly head to the weapons shop during this time to stock up on strategic supplies. Inside the Huaren village office, Hao Yi and his group were also closely monitoring this ninja hawk. Huaren village had a total of 2 ninja hawks. One was given to the spy sent to Mai to transmit urgent information related to Mai, the other was temporarily lent to the intelligence department for personal reasons to monitor Hua Tao and his group. This should be the ninja hawk monitoring Hua Tao and the others. Hao Yi subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Beside him the head of the ANBU division skillfully raised his hand and the ninja hawk flew of its own accord onto the captain's arm. Chief, please take a look. The division head took the intelligence and respectfully handed over the note. What? Nara, what can I say about you? Such a grand scheme. The Moon Country, a medium-sized nation, has existed for 100 years. Even without a ninja village it cannot be underestimated. A few Chunin want to plot against the Moon Country. How can such a childish trick fool the leaders of the great nations? Hao Yi crushed the intelligence into pieces with a firm squeeze. A village chief must remain calm in any crisis and not be blinded by anger. Yutsan reminded him. How can I not be anxious? Hua Tao and his few people are planning to incite a rebellion in the Moon Country and they are just Chunin. It's fine, it's not as bad as you think. In recent days our Huaren village has gained a formidable reputation. Even if the Moon Country captures them they won't act rashly. Besides, isn't the intelligence minister following them? He is an elite Jonin, Yutsan comforted. No, the Baiha clan has only a few people left. I cannot let them fool around. I will go personally to bring them back. Hao Yi slapped the railing hard with his small childish hands, speaking fiercely. He never realized that he himself was just a 10-year-old kid, yet here he was scolding his older brothers. Wait, Hao Yi, control your emotions. You are the dignified chief of a village, you don't need to handle everything personally. For a medium-sized country like the Moon Country, any one of us can go and remain undefeated. It's not a war, just bring the people back. You should stay in the village, Baiha Yutsang intervened. No, I must. A series of hawk cries, on, interrupted the argument. The ninja hawk from Mai. The ANBU division head said in a low voice, his expression grave. When it rains it pours. If it's from Mai it will be troublesome. Hao Yi said gravely. Without waiting for the division head to act, he quickly summoned the ninja hawk and took the intelligence. After a quick glance, the worry on his face vanished and his expression relaxed. A cheerful mood appeared on his face. What are you thinking? So happy. Military intelligence is urgent, don't amuse yourself. Yutsang said bluntly. It's indeed worth being happy. Take a look. Hao Yi handed over the intelligence. The Shiwan has defected. Yutsang exclaimed in surprise after reading it. Really? One of the 3 ninja, the Shiwan, the 3rd Hokage's prized disciple and a candidate for the next Hokage. Could it be that he's colluding with the Hokage for a mission? The division head pondered. It should be true intelligence. The Shiwan and the 4th Hokage are not from the same faction. Even if there were a mission, they wouldn't let the Shiwan execute it. In politics anything is possible. Even a hero like Baiya, as strong as he was, didn't he commit suicide inexplicably? Hao Yi, who knew the storyline, affirmed. That's really great. I originally thought that offending Tuanzong would bring retaliation, but now it seems they will be busy dealing with the Shiwan and won't have time for us. Yutsang laughed heartily. Right, it's really good news, the division head echoed. It's good news and even better for our Huaran village. Hao Yi smiled. Ha! Hao Yi, you're not thinking of accepting the Shiwan, are you? Yutsang exclaimed in surprise. Exactly. Compared to the great nations, our high-level strength is roughly equal. The grassroots and mid-level will be supplemented in 3 to 4 years. The only thing lacking is the village's defense. Hao Yi reasoned. You mean a large-scale barrier covering the village? Yutsang asked in doubt. Exactly, we lack a large barrier. Without a large barrier, even slightly powerful ninjas can come to our village and act recklessly. The last attack on Tangren village is an example, Hao Yi said. The Shiwan is not like those wandering ninjas whom you can make serve the village happily with a mix of kindness and authority. He is a being who can subdue an entire country by himself. You know, from the last ninja war he led a team alone and blocked the invasion of a superpower. Such a person is hard to win over. Moreover, with our strength we can't withstand Mai's interrogation. He is now an S-rank rogue ninja. Yutsang shook his head. Why win him over? Mutual benefit and cooperation will do. He provides what we need and we provide what he needs. Each follows their own ninja way. Hao Yi seemed to have already envisioned a cooperation model. How do we handle Mai? The division head suddenly asked. Mid-level ninjas were most concerned about the movements of great nations. For the division head, avoiding war took precedence over village development. It's not like we're openly accepting the Shiwan. As long as it's not on the surface, they'll at most send spies. They won't easily start a war. Mai preaches peace loudly, they won't bother with such a trivial matter. Hao Yi said confidently. I see, the division head nodded. Alright, we need to hurry. Sister Yutsang, you're right. I can't do everything myself. I need to trust everyone in our village. I'll leave the matter of my brothers to you. Choose the village's experts yourself, and it's best to bring a few outstanding juniors to broaden their horizons. As you command, Chief. Yutsang changed her previous demeanor and said solemnly. As for the Mai matter, you are not familiar with it, and it is of great importance concerning the village's further development. I will handle it personally. As for you, convey my order, let Jiao Du temporarily exercise the chief's authority and oversee all village affairs, Hao Yi instructed. Yes. Dismissed. As soon as Hao Yi gave the dismissal order, everyone went their separate ways. Hao Yi performed a spatial teleportation and arrived at the border of Mai, his mind constantly recalling the forest where Zi Lai Yi intercepted the Shiwan in the original story. He occasionally took out a map to compare. It should be here. Hao Yi stared intently at the map, fixing his gaze on the forest where Mai and Tian country intersected. The peak battle among the 3 ninja, the battle fluctuations should be immense. After I arrive, a little searching should be enough to find it, Hao Yi thought to himself. At the border between the land of fire and the land of rice fields, Jiraiya stood before Orochimaru, blocking his path. Orochimaru, why? Why did you betray the village? Jiraiya demanded furiously. Rather than saying I betrayed the village, it's more accurate to say the village betrayed me. Enough about the past. Let's fight dead last. Orochimaru declared arrogantly. Fine. Since you refuse to repent, I'll drag you back to the village myself and hand you over to the old man. Jiraiya shouted. Ninja Art Lion's main jutsu. Jiraiya's white hair rapidly grew and lashed out in all directions, attempting to ensnare Orochimaru. A counterfeit jutsu dares to show off before the original master. Ninja Art Shadow Snake Hand. Orochimaru raised a single hand and over a dozen long serpents shot forth to meet the whipping hair. The two stood locked in a stalemate. I was afraid you wouldn't take the bait. Earth release Yomi Numa. Jiraiya smiled slightly, looking utterly confident of victory. The moment the jutsu was complete, the ground beneath Orochimaru turned into a vast swamp and he began sinking rapidly. So Lion's mane was to restrict my movements and Yomi Numa was to pin me in place. Not bad. The dead last has improved, he hasn't been completely addled by wine and women. Orochimaru nodded approvingly. Orochimaru then opened his mouth wide, his expression eerily distorted, and spat out a second identical Orochimaru. Meanwhile, the Orochimaru sinking in the swamp gradually transformed into a stone snake and vanished beneath the mire. That technique looks just like my toad concealment jutsu. Fine Orochimaru, you actually plagiarized my jutsu. Jiraiya bellowed. You're allowed to copy my shadow snake hand, but I can't improve on yours dead last. Enough. Let's settle this with our own skills. Summoning, wait. Our summons both come from the three great sacred grounds, evenly matched. Let's compete with our own abilities. If I win, I leave and you don't pursue me. If you win, I'll submit to your judgment. Fearing the commotion would attract more Konoha shinobi, Orochimaru quickly interrupted. Fine. Today I'll show you how much I've grown over these years. Jiraiya said confidently. Ninja Art Toad Mouth Bind. Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals and the surrounding scenery shifted as if under an illusion, plunging them into the stomach of some great beast. This is the belly of my great toad. Don't bother using those disgusting earth substitutes. Today we'll fight fair and square. As you wish. Orochimaru had always been Konoha's foremost genius, and he naturally refused to concede to the dead last before him, even if that man had once been a comrade he could trust with his back. Fire Release Flame Bullet. It was less about raw power and more about speed. Jiraiya spat a massive fireball that shot straight toward Orochimaru. It dragged a long tail behind it, a testament to its velocity. Wind Release Wind Cutter. Orochimaru blew a blade of wind, splitting the fireball in two. You've had your turn. Now it's mine. Let me give you a refresher course and see if you've learned this one multiple shuriken shadow clone jutsu. Orochimaru taunted. Even more than the third Hokage's count. But that's all it is. Ninja Art Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's hair grew at explosive speed, covering his entire body within a single second. As expected of a lecher who spent half his life studying women, you've developed quite the unique hair techniques. The question is, can they hold up defensively? Detonate. Countless explosive tags on the shuriken detonated simultaneously. The toad's stomach wall was blasted apart several times only to heal anew. A full 10 minutes passed before the smoke cleared. Impressive. Tens of thousands of explosive tags couldn't blast through your hair. So this is how you always come out unscathed. Orochimaru appraised Jiraiya before him. Enough. Time's running short, let's decide this. Use your strongest technique. I won't hold back, and may fate decide who lives and who dies. Orochimaru warned. Ninja Art Manda's Coil Binding. Orochimaru formed hand seals in rapid succession, and tens of thousands of long serpents surged endlessly from his mouth. Each snake spat out an endlessly extending blade, all stabbing toward Jiraiya. The toad's stomach wall burst apart in an instant, and the scene switched back to the forest. Koichi, who had been searching for Orochimaru, was immediately drawn by the spectacle. He used a spatial teleportation jutsu and appeared atop a hill 100 meters from the battlefield to observe. Massive Rasengan. Unwilling to be outdone, Jiraiya gathered half of his chakra into his palm, and an enormous sphere of energy expanded outward from his hand. The two great ninjutsu collided, and the resulting cyclone flattened the trees on both sides. The serpents gradually dissipated, yet Orochimaru's mouth continued to spew an unending stream of them. Jiraiya pushed forward against the pressure, holding the massive Rasengan aloft as he charged. As the distance closed, the Rasengan's color faded and its size gradually shrank toward that of a normal Rasengan. With their ultimate techniques locked in a deadlock, face-to-face attacks like these would normally be easy to dodge for the Sannin. But as lifelong rivals, neither was willing to admit defeat in a direct confrontation. With unspoken mutual understanding, they both poured everything into the clash. Orochimaru, in the end I win. Jiraiya increased his chakra output. The Rasengan swelled once more, shattering the entire Manda's coil binding and striking Orochimaru's abdomen with its remaining force. Suddenly the struck Orochimaru stretched his neck and slithered around behind Jiraiya. From his mouth he thrust a long sword straight into Jiraiya's abdomen. Jiraiya used his hand as a blade and severed the neck of the Orochimaru. He flipped backward, landing before a large tree, inspecting his wound while leaning against the trunk, keeping his guard on Orochimaru. I'll spare your life today. If you pursue me again, don't blame me for disregarding our past bond. Orochimaru spoke as he emerged from the severed neck. Then Orochimaru twisted and turned through the forest until he entered an unknown cave. A mouthful of blood sprayed out and he could no longer maintain his former elegant bearing. What a formidable technique, attack power like a tailed beast ball. Jiraiya truly has taken in a fine disciple. A flicker of loneliness welled up within Orochimaru. It turned out that when Jiraiya had struck him earlier, Orochimaru hadn't been able to transfer his true body in time, leaving him with internal injuries. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Worthy of a battle between Sannin, this could well be called an epic duel. Koichi walked into the cave, clapping and praising as he went. To think I'm so weakened I can't even sense a shinobi approaching. Orochimaru thought inwardly. It's you little brat. Hyakuren, you don't seriously think I'm in any state for you to handle? Orochimaru said, forcing calm. Of course I wouldn't dare. Koichi used a spatial teleportation jutsu and appeared behind Orochimaru. Not a single trace of chakra leaked. Is that mastery of chakra at its absolute peak or a Kekii Genkai? Orochimaru mused, yet his voice remained composed. You have some ability. You've actually managed to pique my interest. Ha ha ha, how could I? My paltry tricks are no match for your excellence, senior. I came specifically to have a chat with you. Koichi said with an air of mystery. How unexpected. The famed intelligence network of Konoha is no match for a remote little village. Very well, tell me, what do you want? Orochimaru smiled. The Hidden Flower Village has a research institute in need of a great scholar devoted to research like yourself, senior, to serve as its director. Koichi stated directly. Hey, you Hidden Flower Village want to hire me? I wonder if you can afford the price. As one of the most elite figures of Konoha, why would he ever stoop to serve another? No, not at all. It's a mutually beneficial partnership. I provide the funding and we share the results. If you'd be willing to mentor the younger generation and nurture elite talents, senior, that would be even better. For the sake of some illusory research results, you'd dare to make an enemy of Konoha. I wouldn't go so far as to call it enmity. But even if an army marches on our borders, the Hidden Flower Village has no fear. Koichi said, brimming with confidence. A frog at the bottom of a well. You clearly have no idea how powerful Konoha truly is. Still, resting up in the Hidden Flower Village for a while isn't a bad choice. Is all you want really just shared research results? There are 2 more conditions. How insolent. Do you truly believe I can't kill you? You dare to pile on more demands. Don't be hasty, senior. These 2 conditions are nothing for you. Our little village doesn't even have a barrier, so I'd like to trouble you to set up a few. I suppose that is a problem for a village like yours. And the other? I know you're fond of human experimentation, senior. I have one principle: you may not use anyone within my lands. Oh, having seen so much deceit and treachery, it's rare to meet such a passionate young man. Providing funds for me to experiment freely is quite tempting. I have no choice. My Hyakuren clan rose from nothing, relying on everyone united as one. Now that I humbly serve as leader, I must secure the welfare of my people. Senior, what do you say? No problem. But you'd best remember your promise. Don't come crying to me about having no money later. My Manda doesn't recognize anyone. Orochimaru said with an evil grin. As the 2 walked side by side out of the cave, having just reached an accord, countless kunai came hurtling toward them. You deceived me, boy. Orochimaru neither dodged nor flinched, but simply blocked the assault outright. These petty small fry could hardly intimidate a senior like yourself. With that, Hao Yi seized Orochimaru's arm. Space-time teleportation activated in an instant, and within a few minutes they arrived at the office of the Huan Ninja village. Quite an impressive ability. You're rather intriguing. Orochimaru studied Hao Yi, then gave a slight nod. A faint smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as though lost in inscrutable thought. At that moment Hao Yi's face was ashen, his head splitting with excruciating pain. He cursed inwardly, damn it. I showed off too much, I've overused the ability and my head is throbbing. Still constantly flashing from point to point isn't as convenient as the flying thunder needle, but it requires no marks and it kills faster. Is it a secret technique? Orochimaru murmured to himself. How could I possibly have the skill to develop one? It's simply heaven's gift, a Kekei Genkai. Anyway, you're gravely wounded. No work today. I'll arrange a courtyard for you to stay in. Enduring the searing pain, Hao Yi glossed over the matter. Attend. A distinguished guest has arrived. Notify the records department immediately to register him and prepare accommodations, nothing but the finest. And I'll clear out a spacious building for this senior to use as a research lab. Before Orochimaru could respond, he hurriedly summoned the ANBU. Didn't you say there was a research institute? Why are you only now squeezing out a single room for research? That's beside the point. What matters is that our village will support you wholeheartedly. Hao Yi scratched his head awkwardly. Well, since you're here you need to recover first. Pick out a few ninja with strong chakra control, ideally those skilled in sealing jutsu. We'll set up the barrier tomorrow. Starting work the moment you arrive. That's wonderful. Alright, you get on with it, I'll go make my selections. The surest way to defuse an awkward moment was the age-old strategy: when in doubt, beat a retreat. Hao Yi harbored no goodwill toward Orochimaru. Were it not for the barrier, he wouldn't have wanted to exchange a single word with him. He seized a flimsy excuse and took his leave. The Wind Country was a superpower, yet those who could wield sealing jutsu there could be counted on one hand, and the only ones renowned for the art were Yutsang's disciples. Clearly, talent for sealing jutsu was exceedingly rare. Aside from a handful of Uzumaki clansmen, probably no one possessed such talent. Still, it was a valuable learning opportunity, so Hao Yi had the education department select 20 promising young candidates. They were set to observe the proceedings on site the next day. At dawn, Hao Yi led the Uzumaki clansmen and the 20 chosen youths to wait in front of Orochimaru's courtyard. Orochimaru made no attempt to decline. In an instant he materialized before the assembled crowd. No time for pleasantries, let's begin. Where do you plan to place the barrier's control room? It needs a control room. Hao Yi asked, taken aback. A jutsu naturally requires a human operator, Orochimaru said with disdain. But the moment the words left his lips, a flash of insight struck. He muttered to himself, a jutsu that releases itself without a caster, now that might be a research direction worth pursuing. A control room, you say? Any requirements? None. Size is all that matters. Then we're fine, the Hua Ninja village has buildings to spare. Hao Yi declared, puffing out his chest. Enough. Looking at you I feel my IQ dropping. Now let's get down to work. With that he strode toward the village gates, fluid and unforced, showing not the slightest sign of strain. The wound that had nearly pierced his abdomen had healed completely overnight. It was no exaggeration to say Orochimaru's medical ninjutsu ranked second in all of Konoha. Barriers are not as complicated as you imagine. The major barriers of the ninja world today are all sensory-type barriers, Konoha's for instance. Such barriers cover a broad area with remarkable sensitivity. Once activated, the guardian will sense the moment anyone intrudes. What about trap-type barriers? Hao Yi asked, puzzled. It means exactly what it sounds like, touch it and it launches an attack. It's used in isolated ninja villages or as a self-destruct mechanism. Then our village will use the first type. Do they need to be trained? Setting up a barrier this vast must take considerable time. Hao Yi marveled. No training required. They only need to dig tunnels. I'll use shadow clones to lay the barrier around the village. Then they'll dig tunnels connecting the control room to each barrier point. A secret technique will relay the barrier's status through those tunnels back to the control room. And that's all there is to it. That's it then. Why would we need masters of sensory perception? I thought I could secretly learn something. Hao Yi inadvertently let slip. I've pilfered jutsu myself and even I wasn't as conspicuous as you. Enough. Get on with it, you've delayed this trifling matter long enough. I have mountains of experiments waiting. Seeing Orochimaru's grim countenance, Hao Yi dared not jest any further. He swiftly reorganized the crews to dig the tunnels. Orochimaru meanwhile divided into 5 each, casting jutsu at the village's 4 corners and at the control room. With the entire village working in concert, the tunnels were soon completed. The 5 Orochimarus then rapidly began forming hand seals. From the barrier nodes around the village fine filaments burst forth. The 4 nodes interlaced and linked, weaving into a colossal golden net that enveloped the entire village. The 5 Orochimarus pressed on with their jutsu. Strand by strand the filaments extended along the tunnels, at last converging at the heart of the control room. The threads multiplied and coiled together, amalgamating into a colossal sphere that hung suspended in the air. The 5 Orochimarus halted their techniques at once. The great net vanished into thin air, leaving only the sphere in the control room spinning endlessly. Done. The barrier is complete. Simply find a person with formidable spiritual power. Have them bring their head close to the sphere and they'll be able to sense whether any chakra has made contact with the barrier. How fascinating. Hao Yi immediately leaned in to experience it. Incredible. I can see everything around the barrier. Senior, you're far too modest, it's so much more remarkable than you described. The clarity is astounding. With this barrier even the most powerful member of the Yamanaka clan could only perceive the instant of contact. Your spiritual power, it seems, surpasses even the Yamanakas. Orochimaru exclaimed in astonishment, then curled his lips into a sinister smirk. I was merely bragging. How could I possibly possess such formidable spiritual power? Hao Yi scrambled to cover it up. Humph, rest easy. However powerful a Kekkei Genkai may be, it's no match for the Sharingan. Get the research lab sorted out as soon as possible. This list contains the experimental equipment. Orochimaru handed the slip of paper to him. Ah, this much. Can I pay in installments? Hao Yi shouted hastily, but nothing could stop Orochimaru from vanishing into the distance. Oh well. Securing a barrier is hardly a loss, and with so many future breakthroughs we'll get to share in them as well. Hao Yi comforted himself. Alright, the barrier is complete. Everyone return to your stations. From this day forward the control room falls under the jurisdiction of the Uzumaki clan. You are to monitor the barrier in real time and report to the village. Yes, Chief. Several youths, barely more than children, accepted the order with evident delight. It should be noted that in the Hua Ninja village ninja were forbidden from founding their own clans. Yet by placing the Uzumaki clan in charge of the control room it signified that they could leverage this appointment to formally establish their clan. Sooner or later they would rise to fame across the ninja world and restore the Uzumaki clan's former glory. Hao Yi, that snake bastard Orochimaru drains too much money. All the war profits from the land of hot water have been squandered on his equipment. It's a money pit. We simply cannot afford it. Kakuzu could not resist coming to complain to Hao Yi. Alas, my wealthy benefactor. If we create our own integrated bath service combined with the hot spring culture of the land of hot water, our business will reach new heights and money will flow in endlessly, Hao Yi affirmed confidently.